Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Thursday edition live from Vegas, like the announcer man said here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Roberto Bell. And the big dog, Big Daddy Moneybags, Ruben, the producer. As last night I'm getting ready to go to sleep, and I get the text message from Bobby.
Yeah, old Ruben won over $1,000 playing the slots last night. And I thought he was lying to me at first. I was like, you're joking, right? He's like, no, I'm serious. I was like, where? And he's like, the same slots we were at earlier. So I went over there. Somebody was over there filling out taxes for him. Las Vegas was kind enough to round up his winnings from like 1038 to like 1040 or something.
Gave you $2.
Wow, that never happens.
So
never.
He's big balling now, and so he was. I'm happy for him. Kristen was upset because she had moved off of that slot earlier in the day. She was like, this one doesn't work. I don't like it. And so she just left. And then I was like, I told you we should have stayed there. And so she like begrudgingly put in another machine, and then she won 80, which gave her a little victory. But Ruben over here is now rolling in it. And so student loans, gone.
Yeah.
Rent, over with.
Piercings covered. We'll get to that a little bit later on. So Ruben is the big winner so far here in Vegas. $1,000 on the slot machines. Choppy's the big loser this morning, getting wrecked in the bathroom after the buffet last night. We have Corey Majors falling. We had Bobby Belt disappearing. All of it from our Wednesday evening.
Let me tell you something. You and I have vastly different descriptions of winning and losing. I tell you, when I go in the bathroom and I pull out something like that, that is a win, my friend.
The toilet loses.
The toilet, I win. Better out than in, my friend. That was like poison inside there. That had been since Monday.
Oh, you hadn't cleared out the bubble guts from then.
No. Yeah, because I held
You been eating cheese out here?
No, but I held it in on the airplane. And the moment I hold it in, I lose it. It's gone. It's gone forever. And I must have buried 40 to 50 toots in that pillow, that seat cushion. I hope that plane doesn't crash in the Atlantic. That person on that seat cushion using that as a flotation device, they're going to get pink eye for crying out loud. But
the worst gas spill since BP.
Right. That would be just, the fish would just vacate the area. But so I hadn't gone. And then the buffet last night. I woke up this morning around 1:30. I had a little bit of stomach. I could feel my stomach just cramping. All right, it felt like one of those things where you burn, where you twist the person's arm in opposite directions.
What is that called?
Well, I'm not going to say what it's called anymore, Bobby. I know what it was called back in 1986.
On burn.
Not quite, but yeah, something like that. And so it felt like it was doing that. I was like, it's coming, baby. And then I barely made it through security. I thought I was going to be able to walk here and then go to these restrooms back here, but the savages that are in this building, they probably don't clean them. Downstairs, where it's the regular hotel, very, very clean. I had a nice door that went all the way to the floor. Fantastic.
You ever seen the speed walkers? Like the competitive? That's what Choppy looked like walking through security this morning, just like clenched and like, please God, get there.
Yeah, I was like, if I brought some kind of item in my backpack that did need to come in here, I'm like, look, take what you need. I'm leaving. Okay, I have to go.
He was downstairs as soon as we got off the elevators. He's like, I don't know if I'm going to make it. I don't know if I'm going to make it to Radio Row.
I'll see you fellows. I got to go.
I don't know if I'm going to make the drive.
No.
So last night was the much talked. By the way, Pepe, this is the first morning I legitimately felt bad for you. I missed you. Where Ruben won this $1,000, and I said, man, that is going to twist Peyton's stomach like RJ Choppy's bowels. You're gonna have the same exact feeling. Did that one hit you the hardest? Like, give us your top 2 or 3 most painful living vicariously through the fan moments so far you've seen on the trip, where you were like, reaching your hand out like, why can't I be there?
Well, the worst part was like I had gotten up and then because I was asleep when y'all had texted that Ruben won the 1,000, and so I was getting ready, going to the restroom this morning, and I saw the text and I said, you have got to be kidding me. Because I put countless money in the slot machine, countless money in all the casinos, especially Vegas. I lost $950 when I was in Vegas, not too long ago. So, I mean, that hurt that he just went in there. And the thing was, he was like, I was talking to him this morning, and he was like, yeah, I was playing $3 a slide. I was like, it's not $3 a slide, it's a spin, Ruben. He doesn't even know the terminology, and he goes in there and wins it. So
he's
very petty.
He's a
Very
savant.
petty.
He wins naturally.
Yeah.
He doesn't need an edge to lose 950.
I was getting text messages about Peyton not knowing about gambling yesterday from some sharks. So here he is. Ruben.
Yeah, I mean, the $100 bet on a minus 165 was.
Is that rookie stuff?
Very. That's single A.
well,
Single A.
That's single A baseball right there.
no, this is AZ ball. This is Arizona Fall League stuff.
That's it.
So the much talked about buffet took place. I was convinced there's no way you're getting $100 worth of good food out of this buffet. Bassick is here talking about lobsters. I was laughing at him. I said, we're not in Maine, dummy. You're going to get some cocktail shrimp. There's just no way. But as a team dinner, let's go. The camaraderie, that's what it's all about. And I was dead wrong.
It was fantastic.
It was.
There was lobster tail?
Peyton Russell, there were lobster claws.
Wow.
I was dead wrong. And this was, if you love seafood, let me preface it. If you love seafood, this is the best buffet I've been to in my entire life.
It was fantastic. I took an 8-minute video of all the things they had there.
Did you send it to Carter?
No.
that's YouTube content, Chop. But we need.
RJ disappears for 15 minutes. I think I'm like, what's wrong with you? What are you doing? He's out here like Andrew Zimmer, like filming, like getting panoramic views of the buffet.
Listen, Sarah's like, I need to know what's at this buffet, and I was like, all right, I'll take photos or videos for you. So I just went station to station, name and everything, looking down. By the way, the iPhone camera sucks. Okay, you can't
Knuckleballs.
Yes, you cannot focus a video. Every time you change from close perspective to far away, it's blurry. It's never blurry.
Just
on
tap
the
the screen.
Samsung.
That's all you got to do. Tap the screen.
You
It'll
shouldn't
focus.
have to tap a screen, Peyton. You shouldn't have to tap a screen. It's 2024. Okay, you should have enough camera sense to be able to do that. You know who does? The Samsung.
Oh.
You know why? Because it's actually in 2024 technology, where the iPhone camera is, I don't know, pre-Facebook.
That'll be the first sign if Choppy ever breaks up. It won't be like a message from another girl. He'll have switched phones.
Yeah, you
he'll
guys are
have
going to see
bailed.
green bubbles.
He'll have bailed. Like the minute RJ goes back to Samsung, the relationship, the engagement's over.
So that's probably why it took so long. I'm sitting there, oh crap, got to refocus this thing and tap the screen.
But Pepe, I was wrong about the lobster to a degree. I apologize to Bassett. It was lobster claws. You know, crab legs usually are like watery,
Yeah.
and just salty.
Uh-huh.
These things were
amazing.
they're phenomenal.
They were so good. I mean, my hands are still dry, and look, they're still yellow too. I don't know. I don't even use any butter. I don't know why they're still yellow.
Did you wash your hands after just destroying the bathroom?
I did, but I didn't get like out of my fingernails with like the crab stuff.
Okay.
You know, that's solid. I need lotion. I need lotion.
Yeah.
I need lotion.
Or
very,
body
very
wash
bad.
from Bassick.
Or body wash for Bassick, absolutely.
And then, the meat station, I didn't even want to go near it. I had no interest. I mean, this is a fill-up. RJ came back. You came out of the gate fast. You had the most impressive first plate. This is at Caesars, y'all, and it did end up being $85 without tip, whatever. $85. Choppy comes out strong out of the gates, and he came back with the lights-out plate, the Sean Merriman.
Yeah.
Just like Sean Merriman, started out strong and then did nothing the rest of the way.
I did. Right.
RJ makes it halfway through this plate. You know how I am about left turns. And Choppy just hands this plate to the wait. I couldn't even look because there was so much food on it. And I knew that was it. He was tapped out. And then Eric Chiafalo and Zach Wolchuk. Oh, they brought it up the rear. And they finished strong. So they end up taking home the buffet championship. But I was super impressed. I was blown away by the seafood.
Yeah, the seafood was tremendous, and my major regret was the order in which I got the second plate, because I'm very picky. I got this amazing. What are they? How do you say it? Is it birria?
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce it. You're supposed to roll your R's or whatever.
Birria. How do you say it, Ruben? He don't know.
No, he knows.
He doesn't know.
He's
He
counting
doesn't
stacks.
speak Spanish. So I got one of those tacos, and because it's like
Everyone loves them.
they're great.
Hurtado.
But here's the problem: I got it early, and then I stacked all the meat on top of it. So by the time I got to it, it was all soggy.
Yeah.
I didn't even touch it. Didn't even touch it. Very disappointed. Frog legs at the bottom.
Yeah.
Because they were on the bottom too.
Yeah.
Same thing. Way too soggy.
lamb chops, quail, brisket that looked decent, prime rib. It was all there. The Asian station, sushi.
Sushi was good. I told the guy at the prime rib, he cut me off one, and I said, I looked at it, I said, I didn't ask for roast beef. I said, I need an inch. I need a good solid inch. So he cut me off an inch.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want that roast beef stuff. Don't give me a thin slice.
And you gave it right to the waitress.
So what you guys were saying in the car then is that without the seafood, this buffet would not have been worth it.
It's not worth $85.
And so I'm anti-seafood, so it shows that I made the right decision.
I haven't
by not
thought
going.
long enough about it. I have to put thought into it. If you love rack of lamb is really expensive.
I don't like lamb.
Okay, well, I
heard Mary had one.
We had a better time without you. All right, Dallas Stars in action, and apparently the Mavericks are interested in someone who tortured them in the playoffs years ago. Are we going to get a coach cast with Nick Saban and Bill Belichick? And are the Cowboys already sabotaging Dak Prescott? The Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, brought to you by #1 Air, Best Buy, Windows End Siding, and the Low T Center. Just getting started from Vegas on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
That was the call last night on Maple Leafs TV. Toronto gets the 5-4 high-scoring win over the Dallas Stars.
Oh, man. The Maple Leafs have really turned their franchise around the last couple of years. They get the great Austin Matthews, who did have a goal in this game last night. 5 shots on goal. I mean, he had a pretty good night. But this is, you don't have Otter after his 47 save game. He does not start in net, and you give up 4 goals in the final 2 periods.
Did someone win the casino slot machines over here?
I don't know. I think so.
Oh, I'm hearing. And if I hear that freaking, I'm going to take a baseball bat to that cake boss's face.
Oh,
that
dude,
stupid
he
machine.
gets startled every morning. Sean gets started by him going, "Hey, you want some cake?" The little video clip, and Sean jumps. And
Leaving our
back.
elevator, Buddy the cake boss dude has this machine where the pizzas are made inside of it. There's also pieces of cake, but in order to get your attention, it's "Hey, you!" And sitting there at 2:30 in the morning, I'm going to drop kick this thing.
You're very skittish at that hour.
I am very skittish. Period. My wife, she thinks it's funny, and I'm like, I hope I drop dead one day right in front of you. I hope you kill me. I hope I die to prove a point to you, not to scare me like that.
I do like that you and I are, but I think that's where you and I are most similar is our level of petty and things like wishing the way that we die impacts somebody and teaches them a lesson.
Exactly.
I definitely have that about me.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, brought to you by the Low T Center, a #1 air and Best Buy window and siding. So Yahoo Sports is reporting, it's not Shams, but it's Yahoo Sports saying that the Dallas Mavericks are one of the teams interested in Andrew Wiggins. Mavericks and Bucks interested in Wiggins, and I was like, why couldn't Andrew Wiggins play like this when the Mavs took on Golden State in the playoffs? Because he was the X factor in that series. Well, no, I take that back. Kevon Looney could have been the X factor.
Yeah, 40 rebounds a game.
Yeah, but Andrew Wiggins was fantastic. And, man, it's just been a weird fall off for him. Golden State's talking about keeping it together, blowing it up. Clay getting benched. No one wants to touch Draymond's contract. So that's Yahoo Sports throwing the Mavs out with Wiggins.
Yeah, and look, I mean, there's been some connection there. We've heard some of that Wiggins-Mavs chatter before, it feels like over the last, year and a half, where he's somebody that just gets brought up as if they wanted to go out and get somebody.
He's plummeted.
He's in his 10th year in the league.
That is insane to me. That does not feel like he's been in the league for a decade.
What are you trying to say?
I'm blown away. It doesn't feel like it's 10.
I think I'd rather.
I think a lot of people would forget he's the #1 pick.
I think I'd rather have Bobby Portis at this point.
I would too. I mean, all of his numbers show that Portis is a better player and has been a better player. His player efficiency rating this year is a 10. Portis is a 16. His career is a 14. Portis is a 17.
There's two things.
Let's
here.
say you do for Grant Williams. You're trading each other's problems for the other ones.
Yeah, but it feels like Wiggins can be correct me if I'm wrong, Tolos. It feels like Wiggins could maybe be a 3. Portis can't be a 3. It's like needs versus ceiling. I know it's weird to say ceiling, but with a guy that's been in the league for 10 years. But Andrew Wiggins is really an 18 to 20 point a night guy. And this year, he's dropped down to 12. He was at 19, 18, 17, 17, down to 12.
Yeah, it's just the only thing. The only problem is that when Wiggins is a typical Wiggins box score will look like 21 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist, no steals, no blocks, 5 turnovers. It's not incredibly efficient other than the scoring. The scoring historically has been all that he really adds to your team. So to me, it's man, they've got enough problems right now. I don't know that just scoring only with really nothing else that you're adding. I don't know how valuable that is. The good news is that this report was made by Fisher, and Fisher is never right.
Mike Fisher?
Jake
Fisher.
Clarify that one.
So Fisher has never had a correct
report. It could be
all-encompassing.
It could.
Yeah.
Fisher has never had a correct report. He's the same one who said Mavs are re-signing Jalen Brunson. Done deal is what he called it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, he went to
done
New York,
deal.
where
Yeah.
he would never become an all-star.
Yeah, I don't think. Shut up, Bobby. I own that, okay? I can own my faults of being wrong.
I can't. I'm working on it. Go to
All right,
therapy.
yesterday we got the report. Ruben let us know a man was climbing Did you put your wet wipes in your sweatshirt?
Oh yeah, I'm sprinting as soon as the segment's over.
Let's see. You look like Jim Kelly here with your hand warmers.
Yeah.
Oh, the Cottonelle ones. Those are good.
Yeah,
dude.
they're very good. Costco, baby. You get a big giant box of 2 dozen or whatever.
You
as soon
should-
as the segment's over, I'm sprinting to the restroom.
You got to go again.
Oh yeah,
Since you've been putting the hit.
Goosies.
Since you've been putting the hit out on Bounty, you should just take all their toilet paper and use that for yourself, and then flush, stuff the toilet, and then be like, "See, Bounty. Someone did this
Yeah,
with Bounty."
that Bounty. It's way too coarse of a paper. It's you would bleed. You'd bleed everywhere.
Yesterday, we got the news that someone was climbing the sphere.
How about that?
Somebody was climbing the dag-on rotating ball out here and was doing it for charity.
Yeah, it was. It's for crisis pregnancy or
Pro-life activist.
Yeah, and so
366-foot tall structure. He was going up, raising money for a homeless pregnant woman, and he had like a GoPro
His
set up.
name is Mason Deschamps. Deschamps. So again, he has a GoPro on top. He's a skyscraper climber. He has done this before. He has scaled a building in Chicago. He has scaled a building in Oklahoma City.
So is he not he's not harnessed to anything? He's just going, right?
No, this guy's like free solo, man.
Dang.
It's amazing. He had back in 2022, he hung a banner at the New York Times building about an anti-abortion banner. This guy's everywhere. He just goes around, and I don't know how he raises money by doing this. Does he go door to door like you're doing one of those you're a walk as a kid? I don't know.
Peyton already got the door-to-door knock at his new home in Rockwall, right, Pepe?
I did. The witnesses showed up, asked me about following Christ. So I talked to them for a good 10 minutes.
Oh, good for you. Good for you.
And are you a believer?
I am. And then they asked me, "Are you involved in church and all that?" I was like, "Well, I pray." And then they wanted to be my friend, so I said, "All right."
Did they ask you
I
for
just
the money?
moved
Did they
No,
ask you for any money?
They did not. They asked me if I needed help to move in. They want to move boxes inside. This all was
Are
moving.
you for real?
Yes, and I said no. I said,
What religion is that? I want to be a part of that religion.
yeah, you should have.
No, because you got to help people move.
Oh.
Yeah, think about
free.
that. A lifetime of helping people move. People you don't even know. Yeah, I mean, you should have just told them you had a blood transfusion, then they would have left. No, you know what's funny is that if you heard, Sean, if Peyton had texted and said, somebody from the station, Sean, is climbing the sphere, who would you instantly assume that was? If you had found out yesterday this was somebody from the station doing this while we were here in Vegas. I feel like the
Eric?
easy answer here is
Yeah, it's
Eric.
Eric.
That's who I was thinking.
Yeah, he wears Baja shirts, flannels.
He couldn't
man
climb
buns.
it in Crocs.
Because somebody texted and said
Is he wearing Crocs out here? He's actually wearing shoes.
I don't
He's
think
trying
I've
to
noticed Crocs.
I have not
No.
seen Crocs.
Dress for the job you want, not the one you have. What are his aspirations?
I'll tell you what I have noticed, and I don't know, maybe this is just maybe my disc issue is starting to wear down and I'm shrinking like Chop. I do feel like Eric has gotten like an inch taller. I don't know what it is. Like I feel like Eric towers over me now.
It's the shrinking. You're shrinking.
Yeah.
I
I've
noticed that all
dealt
the
with
time.
shrinkage my whole life.
I was just happy this guy didn't fall, but as soon as Ruben told me he was climbing the sphere, I was like, great, now we're not going to be able to get into the hotel.
Yeah.
We're right next to it. We're going to be shut down. It's going to be police everywhere. It didn't feel like there was any police presence at all. It was
They're
like a
like,
normal thing.
Just if you make it, you do. If you're free soloing it, you either deserve to make it
Yeah.
and get your
Yeah.
reward, or
I love
things
how they
will take
told
care of
them,
themselves.
do not climb back down. Just go through there's a hole in the top of it, like a catwalk hole.
Is that what they said?
For maintenance. And they said, just go to the hole in the middle. We're going to take you away.
And he did?
And he did, yeah.
Wow. All right. So that's the national news that happened right here next to our hotel in Vegas. Apparently, the news just came to Tony Pollard that Dan Quinn's gone. What? Tony Pollard found that out yesterday. Do we need to be worried about that? Choppy says no. And do we need to worry about a possible hit piece from Jerry Jones' mouthpiece already trying to sabotage Dak inside the Star in the home of the boys? Next.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Man down.
Got you down?
Man down.
Man down, yes.
Not got you down. Man down.
This is a two-man show.
RJ Choppy has not returned from the bathroom, and he is limping back
Those exhales.
as we speak. I can't believe he's not gone to the bathroom. All he has flexed about over the last year or two is being regular. And now, I mean, he is clearly compromised. It's like Willis Reed out here trying to do this radio show. Sean Shreve, Ralph James, and Bobby Belt. You all right?
No. And I will not be sitting down for quite some time.
Oh.
I don't know if I saw you eating any vegetables on that plate yesterday.
Oh, I had some Brussels sprouts. Very, very undercooked.
Dude, why would you do Brussels sprouts? Those are like the most gaseous of the vegetables.
That's what he wants.
The other stuff was like there's cream spinach, peas.
Spinach, though.
Yeah, spinach.
Yeah.
Cream spinach. Peas. There was nothing good. Nothing. I didn't like the veggies there. Of the options of the vegetables, I thought that was the best.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I went in there real quick to the bathroom.
Oh, was that you that came in? I figured it was Bobby about that. I kept looking up. I was on high alert. I was looking up for video cameras or.
No, man. Jeez. I'm not doing all that stuff.
But Bobby would.
Oh, Bobby would. Absolutely.
Fix this, S. Rich.
So that is Choppy. He's hurting. He's playing hurt today after the buffet last night. So we were driving over here yesterday, coming back after the show, and there's this article from David Moore, and I said to the guys, why would this be written right now? What is the point of this article? Here's the headline: Dallas Morning News. Blake Bortles, Ryan Tannehill, and the list of NFL quarterbacks with higher playoff success than Dak Prescott. And it just made me it made my skin crawl because I'm like, oh, this is first take stuff. Like, we got to take, we don't have to do this with the Cowboys this week. Like, seriously, do we have to do everything we can possibly to drag Jerry and Dak into Radio Row? If we have a guest on, we're going to talk to him about the Cowboys. We're not going to make everything a desperate reach to make it a topic about the Cowboys quarterback. I think we played Sean Merriman's Justin Herbert Dak thing yesterday, and that's it. So why would David Moore, who has been a mouthpiece, is a mouthpiece for the organization? Everyone knows it. It's just the facts and realities of the game. Good thing for him. They feed him stuff. He reports it. Why would he write Bortles, Tannehill in the list of NFL quarterbacks with higher playoff success than Dak? Then we sat down with G-Bag for Cross, and Brian Broaddus made it click in my head. He goes, we starting to negotiate right now? We starting the smear campaign right now? What other reason would there be for this? It's weird.
I don't know that there'd be another reason for this. This is a somebody in the organization. We'd probably know who. Saying that hey, look, there's this guy doesn't perform in the postseason the way some of these other quarterbacks do. Same thing happened with Romo and Mark Sanchez. Now, they weren't negotiating a contract, but people would every leak stuff. Oh, look, Mark Sanchez wins the playoffs. I mean, he's 4-2.
Right.
He's got as many road playoff wins as Joe Montana.
That was because of the great Rex Ryan.
There you go. But that was the point, right? And not all quarterback playoff wins are equal. We know that. Now, we ignore it, right? We generally ignore how you perform in the playoffs if your team wins. We completely overlook that. But it doesn't mean that the person is a great quarterback because they win. Doesn't mean they're a bad quarterback because they lose. Doesn't mean they're a bad quarterback because they win with bad stats. It's just each game is of itself.
Look, I have routinely said throughout my time here at the Fan, everybody loves lists. That's
America.
A catchphrase of mine, and so I understand the desire to do that. But it is interesting that the headline is not Tua Tagovailoa, Kyler Murray, Justin Herbert, and the list of quarterbacks that Dak Prescott has more playoff success than. Not that you need the optimism, but there's very clearly a bent of like, let's really draw an aggressive comparison of just how bad it is and say that this is the parallel. Dak needs to perform better in the playoffs. Dak needs to start winning playoff games more consistently. Dak needs to show up big in those games, especially in the first half of these games, more consistently. That's all true. I also think that regardless of Dak, this obsession with every single playoff result, every single playoff game is the complete definition of who that quarterback is getting a little tired. Like after the Tampa Bay game last year.
This happens with every quarterback.
I mean, you've never seen two more polar extremes than like Dak's figured everything out. Look at what he just did in Tampa. To the next week going like Dak is the worst playoff quarterback in
I'm
NFL
not even worried
history.
about any of that right now. I'm worried about a hit piece.
Yes, which
I'm
is
worried,
what it is.
Is it?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, this is ridiculous. It's cheap. Now, maybe I'm overreacting to it, but and this is just par for the course. But why? Why? To start conditioning all of us to be having a different quarterback? Like, to bring his value down? Like, why would you want to tick off and take shots at your franchise guy, the leader of your entire team? And Blake Bortles? Are you bringing up Blake Bortles and Ryan Tannehill? Like, out of the blue, the Dallas Morning News coming up with this. And I just wonder, will it matter? Does it matter whatsoever in terms of feelings getting involved, feelings getting get hurt? Or if the Cowboys cut the right check, it's not going to matter to Dak.
I mean, look, if they cut the right check, it's not going to matter. I mean, these guys all understand the game. You can't play at that level if you don't understand the game.
It's different, though. It's quarterback. Anybody will cut you the right check. So it's not like, if the Cowboys really come with this money, anybody else in the league will come with this money for him.
Yeah, but do the teams that come with the money, are they teams that he wants to go to? Are the teams capable of winning?
Is this one of the teams he wants to? But I mean, like, forget that. Like, let's just say, like, if he was open, would he want to come back here at this point? That's what, like, if it was right now, given everything we've seen with fatigue and everything else, I don't know. And we've said this before. I don't know if he's a free agent today that he re-signs here. I just don't, because I think that there is a level of fatigue that sets in. We'll play the interview a little bit later, but like we talked to Moose Johnson yesterday, and when you hear Moose talking about just
9 o'clock.
How football is not the main thing consistently enough in this building. I think that wears down, especially when you have to be the face of the building like Dak is. This is the last little stretch of David Moore's article here. You tell me here, and I like David Moore. I think David's good at what he does.
I have no relationship with him. I just got in an argument with Brad Sham when Brad tried to tell me he wasn't the mouthpiece and the relayer, and Brad was wrong.
Sure, and I just want to say that, like, but based on this, I just want to make clear, like, I'm not saying, like, I have a distaste for David. I just think that it's clear that what is this article trying to say? This is the end of the article. Cowboys on a 2-5 playoff record under Prescott. There are 13 quarterbacks who have compiled more victories in that period. Bortles, Tannehill, and Keenum don't have more playoff wins than Prescott, but have all appeared in a championship game. Who else has 2 playoff wins in the last 8 years? Ben Roethlisberger. He retired 2 years ago. Jalen Hurts, who has been in the NFL half as long as Prescott. Baker Mayfield. Lamar Jackson. There's a lot to like about Dak Prescott, but his performance in the postseason can't be dismissed from the discussion. This is the key at the end. That's why the discussion surrounding his contract is critical. Dallas must determine in the coming weeks whether it wants to commit to Prescott going forward. Do Jerry and Stephen Jones believe they are closer to capturing another Lombardi trophy with the quarterback in the fold or stuck in neutral? The level of the club's commitment, stand pat, trigger conversion clause to lessen the 2024 salary cap hit, or extend will be reflected by what is done with his contract. So this is definitely this is what's being talked about right now in those walls.
It's a primer.
Yep.
It's a primer. And the Tolos are responding when I said, what is the purpose of this random, weird article right now during Super Bowl week? Gabe, because Moore is owned by the Jones boys and has been for years. This is a plant. They are starting to grease the wheels. It's how they do business. Jerry and Steven love this. They hate us because they ain't us. Why would you not write this? Contract time, because he's trying to save a dying paper. Smear campaign. Let's see. So those are basically
I mean,
clicks.
Look, I'll just say this. I do think it's funny that how consistently negative stories seem to turn out around the time that a lot of players are coming up for contracts.
I hate that. I really do hate it. I wonder, if you were to go and how many other teams do the same thing.
Oh, I'm sure it's everywhere.
Yeah, I know a guy who his only job, he worked in the NFL for 3 years. He had to quit because he couldn't take it anymore. But his only job was to find dirt on players so they could lower their contract value and offer.
Yeah.
That was his only job. He worked for the team. And they were like, okay, you need to show us from a statistical reason or off the field or he's got 6 baby mamas in whatever.
Yeah.
You've got to find us reasons that we can go and try to lower the offer to him. That was it. That was another team in this league.
Should we be mad or happy if we believe that the Cowboys leaked this? Should we be mad or happy with the Jones boys for trying to keep the money down? Should we be happy as a fan base?
I mean, everybody plays the game to an extent, but I think that there's some things where it's like, what message are you trying to send? Like that's the position that you don't. I don't think you play around with that one.
Yeah.
That's the position you don't do it. And look, like 732 texts in, always a fun listen when everyone on the show assumes he will have teams fighting for him if he leaves, not at his current price. Wrong. That is the quarterback position. We have consistently seen it's a market that goes up. That's why Baker Mayfield may get over $40 million a year this year.
Yeah.
That's the way this position works.
Yeah.
And so I think that this is a position that you don't want to play with because the line of thinking from the Cowboys, and I think a lot of teams around the league, is it's always going up. The price is always going up, so it doesn't totally matter when you pay it because it's always going to get reset. You're always going to get pushed down to the bottom. You're never going to hold the top of the market for too long. I think it's odd that you have that position, but at the same time, you're trying to knock it down. Just get it done early, and you won't have this question.
Tony Pollard going viral yesterday, sitting down on the Pat McAfee show, and he's just finding out that Dan Quinn is in D.C.
Now, I know your guys' defensive coordinator obviously got the head coaching gig in Washington. I think you guys are still going through the process, right, of figuring out who that DC might be. When you face that defense, you guys have stars everywhere you look. What do you think? What do you look for them for next year, and who do you think they might bring in?
It's crazy. See, I hadn't been on social media. Like, I got rid of Instagram like midway through the season.
How come? Too much people being negative?
I mean, being a Cowboy, you just have to find ways to keep your mental on point,
Yeah, keep the noise out.
Yeah.
Did you just find out you lost your defensive coordinator?
I just found out right now.
Oh,
hey, he's the head coach of Washington.
Newsbreaker. Yeah, he's the
Newsbreaker.
Dan Quinn's the head coach of Washington.
Dan Quinn,
Commanders.
head coach, Washington Commanders.
Backwards hat show.
How's he going to do?
I mean, I don't doubt Dan Quinn at all, and whatever he's doing, head coaching, defensive coordinator, whatever it is, he's gonna find a way to get the most out of the guys that he coaches. He has he does a great job, just being relatable to the guys and just being there for them.
Tony Trump.
The meme of, wow, I'm just hearing this for the first time.
For the first time. You're telling me for the first time.
I don't know how this is possible.
That she died.
I genuinely don't know how this is possible. Because I feel like if, for instance, if Peyton were to leave tomorrow, right? Like a producer.
Whoa.
If Peyton were to leave tomorrow, we could get Moneybags Ruben to produce our show, which would be great. We'd all love it. No, if Peyton were to leave tomorrow, I would be stunned if a week later Eric Chiafalo was like, I just found out that Peyton left. That's crazy. You guys just told me. It's like everybody, I feel like, would have some sort. This would be a discussion with a teammate, like, oh, DQ's leaving. That's weird. Like, somebody would have told him about this, I feel like.
This is where you're missing something.
What's that?
We are all in the building every day with each other. They're not in the building right now.
We're not in the building at the same time as G-Bag.
No, but you talk to people who are in the building. Like, you talk to the next show, or they tell the next show. He's at least seeing somebody. Tony Pollard doesn't see anybody right now. We had somebody in the sales staff leave, like retire or whatever. And if I didn't see you the next day for you to tell me, you wouldn't have called me. If I didn't see you every day, I could. It's easy. It's easy to defend.
Do you raise more of an eyebrow that he didn't hear it through the news or social media, or that no one told him?
McAfee
like
was
a teammate.
McAfee was not his first interview out here either. That's the thing. Is like,
but I would. We probably we may have asked Tony Pollard about Dan Quinn.
Yeah,
but maybe not because the opposite side of the ball.
Opposite side of the ball. Again, I do. That's the thing that's a little odd to me. Is like I figure some teammate would have just in the course of like conversation like, hey, that's crazy. DQ left, huh? Like, I figured that would have at least at some point come up.
Maybe he's not talking to teammates.
It may just be, yeah, there are a lot of guys who immediately unplug. I mean, like, and immediately just say, all right, I'm taking my time off. I need to decompress.
That contract.
All right. Are they really canceling Taylor Swift in the McCaffrey house? Is he afraid to do an interview with us after what G-Bag did to the mom? And how far away are the Cowboys from San Francisco? Ed McCaffrey, part of those Broncos championship teams and father of Christian, joins us next in the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan. But let me get you set up. We already talked about All right, standing up with us here.
Yes.
In the number 1 air hot seat is Ed McCaffrey on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for joining us, man.
It is my pleasure, man. Thanks for having me.
A little bit different, you think, with the Radio Row media scene from back when you were playing? This is a madhouse on a Wednesday.
Was there even Radio Row in '94? I don't know. I know we had an opening night. It was during the day. It wasn't even opening night, and we just sat in the stadium, and there was reporters out. That's all I remember. I don't. But I've been covering this for a long time. It gets bigger and bigger every year, doesn't it? It's just pretty insane.
Now, you said you've been waking up our time out here when we start our show at 4 a.m. for what?
Yeah, I'm doing some work with Sirius XM NFL radio over there. So I've been getting up at 4. We're 6 to 9, but I got to get over here from my hotel and prep and get ready to go. So I'm kind of used to getting up early.
Who do you work with over there? We'll tell you if we...
Solomon Wilcox. You deal with Solomon a little bit?
Awesome dude.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Solomon's a good dude.
All Bengals safety.
Yes. All right. So I had a question because this popped up here. It has nothing to do with the game or anything like that. But when you're in a social situation and you show up wearing the same thing as somebody else,
he loves this.
Why
are you standing next to me?
What do you do?
Well, you know, I played 13 years in the NFL, and I showed up wearing the same uniform as everybody
dumbass. Take that, dumbass.
I said social situation.
I'm like,
social.
Who's part of the team over here? What are we doing here? Where's your sweatshirt?
There you go.
I was a golfer, individual athlete.
Oh, there you go.
All
right, not a team sport guy.
He's in that SEC cult. That's what he's worried
Throw me
about.
the damn ball. I got you.
So how many of the Taylor Swift songs do you actually know that your wife and family banned this week?
Oh, my goodness. I don't know the words to any, but I do have some on my phone. If I looked it up right now, they're on there.
It's on the Spotify?
Gosh, I wish. I'm old, man. I downloaded a couple songs that are on my phone. That's all I know. But Lisa's a big fan. Yeah, she jogs every day. She keeps in great shape, and she has many, many of her songs on the playlist. And she was one of the first people to support the whole relationship with Travis Kelce. She's like, I like it. I think it's awesome. She's just dating someone she likes. So she's always supported her. And I actually gave her a present. It's like this Steven Wilson piece of art. This guy's like this incredible artist. Anyway, that's a Taylor Swift piece of art at her house. That was after she started dating Travis Kelce, but she's been a fan for a long time. Even though it's the Chiefs and I played for the Broncos and we're playing them in the Super Bowl. But we did put I got to put the kibosh on for a week. But no, she's one of the greatest artists in the world.
So what was the reality of the suite situation? Of not affording the suite, daughter-in-law buying the suite, where is the suite?
Well, I'm collecting right now. I need $2.5 million more. Can you chip in?
Well, we're wearing sweatshirts.
Can you chip in?
Yeah.
We were going to get the Kardashian suite for $2.5, but
that's crazy.
No, so here's what happened last week. Set the record straight.
All right.
The 49ers treat their families really well, and so they give you the option to buy up to 15 tickets. Now, tickets are like $5,000 a pop. They're not cheap. And so Christian last Tuesday is like, hey, look, you got all my tickets. And then we started saying, I'm spoiled. Like, I like watching from like the 50-yard line. And Lisa and I have been going to the Super Bowl forever, and we have really good friends that offer us tickets. So we could sit anywhere, but we're trying to keep the whole family together.
Yeah.
And that's a big ask. We're going to keep the whole family together, and so where are we going to sit? And we don't really want to sit in the end zone because I got to watch the game, man. I can't. I'm not just a fan here. My kid's playing, right?
Right.
So we need good seats. So Christian last Tuesday is like, look, okay, here's all my tickets. I asked for the max. Here's all the tickets they gave me, just like they gave all my teammates. And here's my credit card. If you want to get better seats, get them. And so he's like, but today is the last day I'm in the ticket business. So you guys do whatever you want.
Wow.
But I'm out of the ticket business starting tonight. And so we're like, okay, so give credit to Olivia. Olivia made a bunch of calls to try to get our family together. It's our family. It's all my kids. And she did a great job of finding a place for all of us to sit. But Christian was incredibly generous. He said, I want you guys to have, he literally said, I want you to have a great experience, but I got a game to play.
Yeah.
So after today, it's you sit wherever you want, do whatever you want to do. And so Lisa's like, we're not going to like literally get a $2.5 million suite. These suites are like 1.5 to 2.5.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money for one football game, right? I'm like, we can get really good seats and not necessarily spend that. So look, we're all sitting together. We're all happy.
Nice.
And we're just hoping the 49ers give us something to cheer about.
So are you like Jerry Jones and where like you have to have the exact same seating? Like Jerry's got Steven, he's got his glass washer on the right or in the back. Like, what are the rules with Ed McCaffrey while you're watching your boy play?
Yeah, I'm intense, man. I'm watching the game. So I'm not the greatest guy to hang out with during the game. I'm watching every single play, every single snap.
You won't have any drinks?
I'm watching him. I'm watching as a coach. No, I don't drink during the game. I'm pretty intense. So everybody during the year, we did chip in for a suite during the year, and because we had so many friends that gave us free tickets last year, we felt like mooches, so we bought our own suite this year with our friends. And but everybody knows I got my routine. I'm tunnel vision watching the game. Don't ask me something that has nothing to do with football right when Christian's taking a handoff. And we've had people that do that, right? Hey, did you hear about? I'm like, dude, he's literally taking a handoff right now from Brock Purdy. Maybe ask that question later. And so we all get along. It was a great suite group. And there were some players' families in there. It was incredible. But now this game, obviously, it's not a home game, and you got to. These tickets are super expensive, and you got to find out how to keep everyone together, which is not easy to do, but it's all our family. And so they watch the game pretty seriously, too. They're football guys, and, we watch it like a coach or like a player, not just like a fan. This is more to us than just a game. When I'm a fan, I'm high-fiving. I don't got to watch every play. I'm getting food. I'm having fun with my buddies, right? And I've watched a lot of Super Bowls where I didn't have a vested interest in the game, and I have a great time. I love football. Don't watch it the same way when one of my kids is playing.
Ed McCaffrey joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right, so like the week leading up to it, so like right now, compared to when you were playing, like you were so tunnel vision then, obviously, focusing on the practice on the day, getting prepared. How are the nerves? Like how nervous do you get getting ready to watch one of your kids' games, like even like a few days out?
Yeah, great question. When I played, man, I would sleep like 10, 11 hours a day. And I would tell my family the same thing. Like 2 weeks before, they give you all the tickets. And thank goodness Lisa took care of it. I'm like, hey, Lisa, here's all the tickets they're giving us. Here's the number of the person at the 49ers or the Broncos. Got any questions, call them. I love you. I'll see you when I see you. Every day she visit. But then I'm not doing anything but sleep, eat, practice, watch film, get ready for this game. Not talking to relatives. I'm not doing anything. And so I felt the best I ever felt going into Super Bowls. Physically, except for one Super Bowl where I had a knee issue, I felt incredible going into the game in terms of being rested and being prepared. So what was the other part of that question?
Well, compare for this. Did you?
Being nervous? Yeah. I had to, when they were younger, I got more nervous than now because they're your kid. You want him to do well, right? And Christian he's played in over 10 championship games in his lifetime, and you want him to do well. It's your kid, right? So, but you can get to the point where you're not enjoying it. Mm-hmm. Life's meant to be celebrated and enjoyed, and me being happy or nervous isn't going to affect the game at all. So I might as well sit back and enjoy it. So I do the best I can, the best any parent can do, right? When they're watching their kid do something they love to do, to appreciate where we are and to appreciate the people around me. And I'm going to be there to love them and support them no matter what happens, and nothing I do is going to affect the game. So I've learned to appreciate the experience a little more. There was a time where I wasn't even enjoying it. I was too nervous. And now, I think maybe I've matured.
There's a lot of talk about the Shanahan tree and the Shanahan scheme that exists now. There's a lot of these coaches, Mike McDaniel, D'Amico Ryans, guys like that, who have come from this Kyle Shanahan tree. And you started at the very top of that with Mike Shanahan, not only in San Francisco, but then in Denver. Do you remember back, like Kyle being around the team at times? Do you remember thinking oh yeah, this guy's got a future? Did you anticipate him 20 years into the future being the kind of forward-thinking innovator that the rest of the league is trying to copy now?
Yeah, I actually did. Yeah, I remember he was the ball boy in San Francisco when I first got there in '94, and he was in grade school. And I just remember he was always smiling and laughing. I remember after practice, he'd stand there and Jerry Rice would practice releases, and Steve Young would make him run routes, and it was hilarious because they were killing him, right? It's just kept throwing routes to him. He was running back, trying to catch his breath, and you could tell he was happy and loved football from an early age. But then when I went to Denver, I got to know him a little better. He was around the team on the sideline, watched him play in high school, watched him play in college, and our families got pretty close after I retired and Mike retired, and so you could tell that he was a football guy. He wanted to be a player for the longest time, then he wanted to coach. But I remember having a conversation, and this was probably when he was still in college. Got to talk a little ball on a vacation one time, and you could tell that he was already getting it. He had learned well from his father and from his other coaches that he played for, and he expressed an interest in being a coach one day, and there was no doubt that he was going to be successful.
So how exciting was that for you, though, when you got the news that Christian was going to be going to San Francisco, knowing okay, I know the exact type of hands that he's going to be in, and it's going to help foster his career?
Yeah, Lisa and I were ecstatic for so many reasons. One, we went to Stanford, and it's the Bay Area, and all of our friends are out there, and it's an easy trip from Denver. But also, we know what kind of organization they were from Jed York on down, having played for the 49ers, and we knew what type of coach Kyle was, and we knew his mindset and how he approached the game, and which is similar to how his dad, future Hall of Fame coach Mike Shanahan, approached the game. We knew that Bobby T is a legend. Anthony Lynn, my teammate, is a phenomenal running backs coach. Brian Giarisi was a quarterback coach. John Lynch I played football with at Stanford. The Kubiak brothers were out there. And there were just so many people that we knew and trusted. And so we knew he was going to the perfect situation. Also, I looked at the roster. I'm like, man, they got Debo and Kittle and B.A. and Trent over there. You got a good team here. You're going to a pretty good situation. So we were ecstatic. But interestingly enough, Christian wasn't as sure about it as we were, because he's like, look, I know you guys know the Shanahans and your families have this great relationship. But I was like 4. Like, I don't remember meeting. I remember Kyle in concept, but I don't really know him. And, I'm going to a new team. I've been same place for 5.5 years. What's this going to be like? And so one of the great storylines is that Christian and Kyle met, like the first or second day he was there, and they sat down for over an hour and talked about what football meant to them and how he was going to be used on the team and what their mindset was. And they got to know each other a little bit. So even though there's all these storylines about the family relationships and me going back, you got to remember, they didn't man-to-man, they didn't know each other. And so, but after about an hour or so in the meeting, Christian left there thinking, oh yeah, I'm in the right place.
Does John Lynch feel guilty about being in the hall before Darren Woodson?
Not at all. Not at all. Hey, man, I took some shots from him. First of all, I caught passes from John Lynch in college. He was a quarterback.
Really?
He was a baseball player, phenomenal baseball player, and he was a quarterback. And I caught passes from him in games. The dude was talented.
Wow.
Thank goodness he wasn't a safety hitting me in practice, because I took some shots from him in the game. That dude was one of the hardest hitting players of all time. Yeah, obviously Hall of Famer.
Ed McCaffrey here as a part of the Low T Center on 105 through the Fan. So this is about to be 2-on-2, me and you versus these fools.
Let's do it.
Over John Elway.
Let's go. Yeah.
He's my favorite quarterback. These two boys crapped on him a little bit, set the record straight on why John Elway is John Elway.
Yeah, John Elway, because he greatest quarterback of all time. What else you could say there's another greatest quarterback of all time or a more accomplished quarterback of all time. But John Elway, you talk about the mobile quarterback, talk about the rocket arm, you talk about the competitiveness, the leadership, making plays with it. He did everything, right?
Make your arguments, boys.
He got to a bunch of Super Bowls before that, and then it walks off with back-to-back Super Bowl championships. And we wanted him to come back again to try to make it 3. And we actually had the best team in the league. We got upset against Jacksonville one year, and he played well, but we got beat. I always wonder, what if Mike Shanahan and John Elway were head coach and quarterback earlier in his career? Would it have been
no
6
one
Super
can
Bowls?
also no one can name
should've.
the first receivers that he played with beforehand.
But I'll tell you what, John was. When I got to the team, he was already a Hall of Famer. We already knew that. But he was one of the guys. He really was an old school quarterback. One of the guys who just happened to have this rocket arm, could have played 2 pro sports, was incredibly mobile, but was just this incredible leader. But he wasn't a rah-rah guy, right? He led by example. It's like, he was confident because he was a great player. He picked up his teammates when they weren't playing well, and everybody played better when he was on the field.
Ed, how far away, real quick, are the Cowboys from San Francisco?
Oh, I don't know. Hey, you know what? This year, pretty far away. Next year, you start from scratch. That's what's crazy. One team gets to be a world champion, and then it's bam, reset, 0.
Low T Center, I know you agree with getting the numbers checked, whether it's a blood test, the testosterone levels, in order to go ahead and make 2024 a good one.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in getting tested. I'm in my 50s now, and unfortunately, not all my former teammates are with me. I mean, there's all kinds of reasons to get tested for everything. Early detection is important. And so the last couple of years, my wife and I have gotten tested. You may test perfectly. You may be great, but wouldn't you want to know? And if you're a spouse of somebody you've noticed a change in their attitude, or they seem depressed, or they're lacking energy, why live that way? These things are treatable now, and they're controllable. And don't try to be your own doctor. Get medically monitored. Have the pros do it.
We appreciate the McCaffrey still coming around our radio station after the little incident misunderstanding last year, so we appreciate it.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is a Thursday edition of The Payload every Thursday at 6:40. And we're all live from Vegas, right? Surely they wouldn't leave the star of the show, or the segment, I should say, back in Dallas, right?
Yeah, you should say the segment.
Ryan should come next year. I agree.
We think
Man, Carter yesterday while walking into the buffet. Right. Did one of y'all just burp coming back?
Yeah, it was me.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, Peyton hadn't been spotted up yet.
Hey, let's try to talk separately. We're bleeding today. We're bleeding over. But while walking into dinner last night, man, Carter was just raving about Ryan. This kid's a star.
He is.
What? You know, he was like, he's going to go somewhere and, you know, make that big time money. And he was just praising him. So that I wanted to get out there while Bobby was saying who the star back home was.
Ryan is very, very good at his job. We always talk about it. He's a star, unlike Peyton.
Oh, that hurt just a little bit. Your segment's not till when? 2 hours from now, Bobby, if we even have it today. So that's why it took you over a year to get it sponsored finally. But congratulations.
And it's Laufenberg's leftover.
Yeah.
It's not even a new one. It's like, Babe ran out. All right, fine.
Babe's like throwing me dollars on the street.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, guys, we are a little less than a week away from Valentine's Day. It's on a Wednesday this year, Choppy, not on a Tuesday like you said it is every year. It's on a Wednesday.
Amazing how that works, Peyton.
And it's good to be back, guys. It's good to be. It was a good 6 or 7 years without a Valentine, so I can finally not dread this day coming up. And I think I did everything right. You know, I think I did the flower, you know, gonna get some flowers or some chocolates maybe, but like, is that still in? Is that like, do we still do that, or do you go like big gift? Do we go big gift now? It's been a while since I had to buy something, so I'm just making sure I'm not screwing this up. I got the dinner plans.
It depends, man. If you have, I think you're in a good spot. You're like me. We don't have girls that like. If I bought Sarah a big gift for Valentine's Day, she would look at me and be like, "Why are you spending money on this?" Like, if you have a girl who
she just wants a video of a buffet.
Right. If you have a girl who is cool, where was your first date? Olive Garden?
No,
was that this one?
That's the one that failed, didn't come back.
Yeah.
We had no idea how his girl is in this area.
So, like, if she's cool with, like, no queso or one drink or Olive Garden, great. If she, like, expects you to take her to some fancy restaurant every now and then you probably can't get away with just a little bit. But, you know, it all depends on what you're dating.
This is your first one?
Yeah, first one in a while. I mean, we're talking 2017. Yeah, because
I meant with her.
Yeah.
Keep talking about the past. Man, I would go tradition. What'd you say?
Set the bar low.
You
don't want to give something like a fancy thing out on the first
like
one.
A diamond ring or something.
4 months in, because then it's like, okay, this is the new bar.
I made that mistake in our first dinner. She's like, I knew I was going to be with you because we got the whole bottle of wine. It wasn't just, and I was like, crap. So we should have just had like 2 glasses. And then she's like, yeah, we got appetizers and the meal. And I was like, I set it too high. Do you know if she likes flowers, Peyton?
Yes, I got her flowers for her birthday. She likes flowers. I mean, she's not like, like down to earth to them, but like she really likes them. She'll take the pictures of them. She likes putting up at her desk at work, so she likes it. But like, she's not a big like gift person. Like for Christmas, she was like, "Why are you buying me Christmas gifts? Like, we don't need to do this." So she's she's like Bobby with the birthday. She hated whenever I did a big celebration for her birthday. Took her out to dinner, bought her a bunch of gifts.
Mackenzie.
Yeah.
Great sign. Yes. If I were you, in my opinion, I would get her some awesome flowers, and then you already have the dinner reservation.
Yes, I do, and I can say it because she begged me to say it because she hates surprises. It is Culpeppers on Valentine's Day, so that nice steakhouse in Rockwall.
Wait, is it the same one you went to?
Wait, which one?
Didn't you go to Culpeppers already?
No, I didn't. No, because I told you this story like a month ago that I already booked the reservation a month from yesterday.
That's right. That's why. Yeah. That's why I was in my head.
Yeah, I think flowers in the dinner and you're good to go.
Flowers are good as long as, like you say, she's not down to earth about them.
Yeah, what did that mean?
What does that mean?
Well, like she's not like like just head over heels about. Like she doesn't like go, oh my goodness, thank you so much for the flowers. Like she likes them, but she's not like it doesn't. I don't think it boosts me up in like the.
You're trying to say head over heels?
Yeah. I think that's what I mean then.
Yeah. I think you're good there. But man, what a great foundation for you that she is kind of like y'all's wives, like spend, like she'll get mad, or don't spend, she'll get mad if you do. That's great. That's a great sign.
It is. You can always try to be unique with it, like Google, like creative.
I mean, you guys are fine. She's fine with you guys paying out the ass for rent, but other than that,
just Google like cheap creative ideas for Valentine's Day.
Oh,
you can find anything on Google, on Pinterest, Reddit.
Oh, Peyton, what about this? Do like a payload intro or like a fake radio segment where you're like talking about her like a minute or two, and it's like, and she be like, hey, did you listen to the segment today? And you play it for her, and it's like 3 minutes of just loving her, something recorded in studio on the side.
Or like it doesn't have to be, because she listens to Payload. She goes back and listens to that. So you could be like, look, I like broke into this segment at 8:20, and I just had to brag on you. And Sean tried to stop me. Sean was like, hey, can we get the segment back on track? And I was like, no, I got to tell the world how fantastic this woman is.
Bam, you're welcome.
Love the idea. And Tolos, hit us up too on the fan text 877-881-1053 to let me know the ideas for Valentine's Day. This is all great stuff, but it leads me to my next story here. So
and real quick, this is where I get screwed with TikTok, as my wife has sent me some necklace that everyone on TikTok is talking about. So now I have to go and try to find this freaking necklace because she's having my child. You know, whoever created this push present, like the child is my gift, like it's not our gift, you know, or like more her gift because the baby's inside of her. So that's how I'm getting screwed for Valentine's Day.
I've not heard of this, but I mean, it sounds reasonable. It sounds like you should have to go get her that. That sounds like if it's a TikTok trend, you should be on top of it, Sean.
Pepe, go ahead.
Now, Valentine's Day is close, so it leads to my next discussion here. You guys have all gone through the marriage process, correct? We've all gotten on the knee.
Choppy has.
Yeah, and Choppy twice.
Yeah, we went through. Yeah.
So there's a bunch of it. Depending on what girl you're with, it's like the do's and don'ts of proposing. And I'm not bringing this up because I'm about to get on a knee. I get it. We're still early in this. It was an interesting story. So I just want to bring it up. We're near Valentine's Day, and this guy, he proposed in a unique way.
You would be the type, though. You're dying to be in love. Mm-hmm. You're dying to be like. This is going to be. What do you think? Over under? If you're setting the Vegas odd for him proposing.
Oh, he'll be married before I will.
Wait, like walking down the aisle, married or engaged?
Well, I mean, I am currently engaged, Peyton. So
right, no, but me getting engaged,
you will get married before I do.
What?
And we're getting married this year. And
no chance.
You'll be married before I
don't
do.
Take those odds.
What month is her birthday?
January.
Oh, so we've already passed January.
Yeah.
It's summer. He'll be engaged by summer.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Ooh, okay. I think we're a little early on that, but so this guy, he proposed in a unique way to his girlfriend. He, there's you get nice scenery. You can do it at sporting events, whatnot. In public, whatever you feel like. But he did a little unique way. He got a tattoo on his thigh, and the way he proposed to her was not get on a knee, but pulled down his pants, and there was the tattoo. I mean, this thing is 10 inches. The tattoo is.
The tattoo?
The tattoo is the tattoo. This isn't Drake. We're not talking about Drake here. This is a tattoo. 10-inch tattoo, and it's like, will you marry me? And it's got a box of like yes or no. Now, if you did this to one of your, let's say you guys.
Was the tattoo? Was the box tattooed yes or no as well?
Yes, it's a like a stick figure of like a guy getting on a knee with a ring, and it's a girl standing up and it says, marry me then? Yes, no.
Okay.
Now, if you did this to your wives before you marry, obviously, but like, you're dating at that point, but you got on, you did this as the way to do it. Are they saying yes or no?
Well, of course they're going to say yes.
But then they slap you in the face, right?
I could teach a course on knowing if they're going to say yes or no. You never get engaged until you're like 100% sure. But I feel like the one that could do this is Ruben. I'm gonna bring Ruben's business out here. As yesterday, Ruben came up to me and he goes, I think I'm ready to get some piercings. I think I'm ready to get my ears pierced. And we were sitting down happy hour before dinner, and he said, I already got the place, I already got the price, my girl's down for it, 2 piercings. And I was like, is it in this tattoo shop down here? And then he goes and wins $1,000. Kid seems down for anything. He's ride or die. He's up every morning grinding and partying as well. So I feel like he could be talked into it. He's just like a yeah, sure type of dude. As he's going to get some piercings out here, and then he wins the $1,000 last night, so he can afford it.
Yeah. Now the real thing would be like if this guy has this tattoo, if you when you propose to her, you hand her a tattoo pen where she does the tattoo on the check.
Oh, it's just the market.
She marks it with the
Sharpie.
You can do the Sharpie too. It all depends. Is she a big George Strait fan or not? Yeah, a big '90s country fan. I mean, I think she would appreciate that. But Sean's right. You don't ask unless you know the answer. You don't ask a question that you don't already know the answer to anyway. In general, in life, Ruben would do this. You're right. He would absolutely. He's going to get his daith pierced. We're going to get him to get the daith pierced. That's what's going to happen.
Because I feel like this is something RJ would do. You know, we all know how he proposed out in the woods. You know, the gay lord, but. This is because
RJ would never get a tattoo like that.
But this is thigh high though. This is thigh high. You know, you gotta pull down the pants all the way. I feel like this is right down your alley, Chop.
Plus, are you a grower or shower? You know, you can't be doing this if
no blue chew.
If you're a grow.
I'll tell you this. I will say this. As I've gotten older,
unfortunately, that's what I am.
As I've gotten older, I mean that thing just it just. I mean everything gets bigger.
Oh,
it's
gravity.
Getting bigger. As
old age, old age, man.
Well, you and Corey
is that the myth?
I look. It's not a myth, man. Trust me. I've been in enough locker rooms with 70-year-old men to know that you know good times are ahead. Okay, let me just tell you that. It may not work, and if it doesn't, BlueChew.com promo code RJ.
Oh, well done.
But yes, gravity will take control at some point.
I would not have gotten engaged, by the way, if this is what I tried to do. She would have said no. She puts up with a lot as it is. Has to weather a lot with me. She would not have. This had to be executed in the right way. And if we do something like that, then she would go, "Oh, this is a sign that I'm not going to end up with."
Bossman Spittle's very impressed with Peyton. Culpeppers is not cheap. Very, very
nice.
impressive. He said he took a girl. Can I read this on the air? I love reading Spittle dating stories. I took a girl there, and she said during dinner, "Hey, I'm not really 47, I'm 54. Okay, odd, but you want to hear from You know, I'm not going to read the rest. I'm going to proofread this.
Come on.
I'm going to proofread this. I should have done that. I don't want to put the boss's business out there, but he is impressed with pay and hopefully the payload. Here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Best Buy's Window and Siding and the Low T Center. The Cowboys are blocking coaches from talking to other people. What's the fallout here from Radio Row? After we broke the news that the Cowboys were trying to get in touch with Wink Martindale, is Rex Ryan an actual possibility? And is Bill Belichick going to join Nick Saban on TV? All of that next on 105.3 The Fan.
from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a Tolo. In case you're new to the show or the station, that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Bobby, what was going on with the boys yesterday?
Couple different things. So the Washington Commanders, Dan Quinn, they had reached out and requested to interview Lunda Wells, the Cowboys tight ends coach, who's done a really good job over the last couple years with Schultz, Peyton Hendershot, Jake Ferguson, obviously, and kind of their progression. They wanted to interview him to be their offensive line coach. He was formerly an offensive lineman in his previous college days. He was actually considered for the offensive line coaching job here in Dallas last year before they decided to keep him with tight ends. But Dallas blocked it. They think really well of Lunda Wells, and so he ultimately is not going to get that chance to interview for the job in Washington. He will be staying put. And then we got an update. We got a new name to the defensive coordinator search.
Ooh.
RJ Choppy, are you familiar with the name Marquand Manuel?
I've heard the name before. Did he play
Florida.
the center field for the Marlins?
Yeah, that's him. Yep, he's Marquand Manuel, safety from Florida years ago.
Yeah.
Probably picked off Peyton Manning. I'm sure
he might
of
have.
people
I mean,
did.
everybody did at Florida.
Yeah, everybody at Florida generally picked him up. Played for like 5 teams in the NFL, was Dan Quinn's defensive coordinator in 2017 and 2018 in Atlanta. Last year served as the safeties coach, has served as the safeties coach the last couple years for the Jets. But Todd Archer reports that he got an interview with the Cowboys for defensive coordinator. So another name to throw into the mix, somebody who comes from that Seattle, Dan Quinn, Chris Richard, Gus Bradley type of coaching.
I don't want anybody who had anything to do with the Jets.
On defense?
Last year.
Oh, last year.
With this iteration of the Jets, right?
They had a good defense.
They did. There's no doubt about that. They did. They're a mess though. Organizationally, right? They're a mess. They can't. They have leaks everywhere. The coach did a nut job.
All right, let's do 24 hours later and reset how we feel, what we've been hearing about Rex Ryan, Wink Martindale, Mike Zimmer, Michael Lombardi, one of our favorites, former NFL GM with Must Listen Radio at 7:20 this morning. And at 8 o'clock, you're going to want to hear Jay Glazer. This is what I'm taking from Glazer, who has a lot of connections here. We think he's tight with Stephen Jones. We think he played a major role in getting Mike McCarthy hired. Here's what I took from Glazer in catching up with him yesterday. They want to run a similar scheme to Dan Quinn's. Mike Zimmer would definitely have the lead over Rex Ryan. So let's just keep it a scheme. Bobby, if it's a similar scheme to Dan Quinn, who would that be?
I mean, that would be Marquand Manuel, if you want to talk about that name, because that's somebody who literally had coached in Seattle alongside Quinn, and then when Quinn got the Atlanta job, he immediately brought Marquand Manuel with him. Coached there for 4 years, was the defensive coordinator for 2, was fired at the end of 2018, but then has been to Philadelphia, been with the Jets.
Who would be most opposite?
I probably either Rivera or Rex would be the most different from those. Okay. I mean, honestly, some of the stuff that you're looking at here with Zimmer and Wink and other things, it is different from what Dan Quinn likes to do. Dan Quinn likes to just kind of show you, hey, this is what we're doing, and we're going to go for it. All these other coordinator names that we're talking about have generally wanted to kind of disguise things, do some different stuff with, disguise blitzes and sim pressures, and that's not really Dan Quinn's game. But I think that what you're talking about in terms of A-gap blitzes and some of the stuff that we've seen Quinn use Micah Parsons with, that is a Zimmer technique that he really loves to use.
Yeah, look, I mean, I totally forgot about Wink because we had moved on to Zimmer's name and Rivera's name and Rex's name. Looking back, that would be the guy that, if you were going to go with a retread, that would most pique my interest.
7:20, the man who broke the news yesterday on the home of the Cowboys with us that they're trying to get a hold of Wink Martindale, Michael Lombardi in the number 1 air hot seat. We're asking every single guest that we have, why is Bill Belichick unemployed? Boomer Esiason on WFAN told this story yesterday.
I was told yesterday, and I do believe it from the source that I got it from. The source that I got it from, that supposedly Arthur Blank was bought into Bill Belichick and could have offered him the job.
Wow. And you telling me that Bill said no?
and I don't know why. Again, I don't know why guys say no, but I'm legitimately an NFL executive. Basically, told me that they believe that Arthur Blank offered Bill the job.
Wow.
Now there may have been some caveats to that offer.
Yeah.
You never know. It's never like, okay, Bill, I want you. Here's a 5-year contract. You do whatever you want. I don't think it was one of those. The way it was made sound to me was like, okay, I understand your concerns, but you're going to have to deal with some of this. And we want you to come in. We want you to be the coach. And then maybe he just thought better of it and just maybe said, you know what? I don't want to go right back in. I want a year away.
All right. Well, this, for me, changes a whole lot. That shows me that Bill doesn't want to coach. He wants control. And
he wants both.
Well, fine, but those things are totally different. Wanting to coach and wanting control, or wanting both are completely different things. You could just coach without the control. If he did this, I got no sympathy for him not having a job right now.
Well, I don't have sympathy because he's a jackass. But look, I get it. I know more football than anyone in the world. No one can top me in terms of knowledge. I know the history of it. I'm forward-thinking. I'm the greatest coach of all time. So why the hell would I listen to a different scouting director? Now, you want to talk about the last years in New England? I'm just saying what I would say if I was Bill. Why am I going to tie my legacy to someone inferior in terms of their football knowledge? You're not going to break down a draft player and tell me about the X's and O's and what he does, ability, agility, and all that stuff. So that's why he apparently won't bend on the personnel stuff.
I still think this sounds like a source attempt to save face. Like when we got the Ben Johnson Washington Commanders, well, let's say this about this person. Well, let's say this about the Commanders and their basketball guys, and how you're trying to make it look as positive for you as possible. I do feel like Belichick coming away from an entire hiring cycle where there was a ton of turnover. It was 8 jobs opened up, and he didn't, we had assumed, didn't get a single job offer. It feels like, oh, no, I got offered. I turned that down.
Right.
It was not up to my standards, not up to my specifications. I'm not doing that. It feels like an attempt to save face.
The same exact thing happened with Brady.
Yeah.
Will the same exact outcome happen where everyone else should have been in line more than just one person or one team? It's the same thing. Man, Jay Glazer at 8, he talks to all these players. I thought he gave the realest answer on, and he almost changed my mind on just not wanting Belichick to come fix the Cowboys and put them over the edge when he explains why Bill Belichick does not have a job. All right, these are the things you need to know here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Bill Belichick's best friend, Nick Saban, is going to ESPN.
Yes, he is. Nick Saban will be not only on College Game Day this year, but NFL draft coverage. How about that? He's going to join.
Wow.
He'll join College Game Day as an analyst. It was announced yesterday, primarily serving that role within ESPN, but he'll also be there for the SEC Media Days and the NFL Draft. He'll provide coverage on that. He will join Reese, Lee, Kirk, Desmond, and McAfee on game day, or at least that's who he appeared with last year multiple times and in the past. We still don't know what McAfee's status is going to be for game day. I have not heard an update on that one. He was kind of wishy-washy.
Go ask him.
Back.
He's right over there.
We need to say hi to him because he talks about us all the time. We talk about him all the time.
Yeah, whatever. Bet you following Zach fawn over him.
I don't think he's going to be that good. I don't find him to be that interesting of an interview. When he when he's talking X's and O's, it's great. I'll tell you where I actually like him more than X's and O's. When he talks program building, that's when I find him really fascinating. When he talks about hey, this is the culture I want to. I find him interesting as a lecturer. I don't think as an analyst he's going to be that good.
One of you guys sent an article over the possibility of, would you all watch this? Truckwreck.com text line, a coach cast. Saban and Belichick for a year, breaking down all these games like Peyton and Eli and Michael K and A-Rod. I would definitely tune into the first one.
Yeah.
I don't know. The lack of personality and fun in that room.
Oh, that's good play right there. You gotta clog the gap.
You know what I mean? I would be fascinated to see if it was a different world of football explanation.
So we've had a little bit of this before, like not with Saban. I don't think Saban said it, but you remember like ESPN used to do for the college football game.
Yeah.
They'd have the all 22 footage, and then they'd have like Gary Patterson or other coaches sit there and basically like break it down. And that's interesting. I think it's only interesting in like I think you can only watch that in pockets though. I don't know that I could sit there and watch an entire broadcast. I'd probably follow along with Twitter. I'd find whatever viral clip someone goes, wow, listen to Saban break this down, or wow, listen to. But sitting through a whole broadcast of Joey Molinaro impressions essentially would be really tough.
Dallas Stars in action last night.
And goals in both against Dallas. Here's Tavares, got Nylander loose. Tavares spins. Nylander scores! 20 seconds later, it's 5-3.
Maple Leafs television with the call. If you were reading Gavin Spittle's Twitter before puck drop, you would have probably taken the Leafs. Bad matchup for the Stars. Tough to play a back-to-back coming out of the All-Star break. Toronto scores 3 power play goals, and they were just too quick. Stars' defensive depth issues showed, and the Leafs got physical with them, changed the game in the second period. And after having one of the better penalty kills in the league, the Stars are now struggling in that category. They are in Montreal Saturday. Spits and Suds full Toronto recap is up wherever you find your favorite podcast.
You know, the Toronto struggles at home for a good team. For a team that is fighting for a playoff spot. They struggle at home. And the Stars have one of the best road records in the NHL. I think only Boston is better than the Stars on the road. Like, they're fantastic, and this is one they could have had.
What is this James Dolan story, speaking of the NHL?
Well, the NHL draft is in Vegas this year, okay? It's at the Sphere. Okay, that's pretty cool, right?
Yes.
So this is kind
because Dolan owns the Sphere.
Well, MSG owns this. Madison Square Garden owns the Sphere, and James Dolan owns Madison Square Garden. Now, there's reports that Dolan. So the Rangers want to make moves at the deadline, but this TSN reporter Darren Drager says they are not making a trade for this year's first-round draft pick.
I understand the Rangers want to add before the deadline, but there are some complications that might get in the way.
Yeah, including their first-round pick in 2024. And you're right, the New York Rangers would like to add a forward. I'm told that they did make an offer on Elias Lindholm, formerly of the Calgary Flames, now the Vancouver Canucks, but that offer clearly wasn't accepted. James Dolan, the owner of the New York Rangers, wants to protect the 2024 first-round pick so that the Rangers can be part of the spotlight at the draft in the Sphere, because Dolan is also the owner of the Sphere in Vegas. Doesn't mean that GM Chris Drury can't use another first-round pick, maybe in 2025, or acquire one, but the Rangers want to be part of the spectacle in Vegas.
Could you imagine? I don't ever want to hear one word about Jerry Jones again.
You're going to hear a lot of words because this is Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones would do the same damn thing. I thought he was talking about Jerry in the clip. Right. He would do the same exact thing. They had that at AT&T, and they were Rangers good, bad. What did you say?
They're a good team. They've been a good team for years.
But Jerry would think the same way.
We had these reports. We had these reports in 2018 leading up to the draft. People were saying, like, there's a thought Jerry, draft beat in Dallas might move up, make a big splash. Like, this was a conversation piece with Jerry. This is absolutely something that an owner would do.
They are right now the 2 seed in the East. And you don't want to improve you're only 4 points shy of Boston. You don't want to improve your team to try to get a cup. You've won 1 cup since 1940.
Yeah.
And you don't want to improve your team because you want to have a first-round pick at the Sphere? A thing that people climb?
God, I hate that James Dolan has so much power over that thing. And it is an awesome, awesome structure. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. Thank you all for watching on YouTube and Twitch. If you are, last time this guy was on, Tollers were raving about him. Former NFL GM Michael Lombardi breaks the Cowboys Wink Martindale news, and how much JFK does he want to talk with RJ Choppy? Let's talk about the Cowboys defensive coordinators and the rest of the NFL with one of my favorites, Michael Lombardi, next.
Football.
All right, here we go. Sitting down with us here on the home of the Cowboys in the #1 air hot seat. He's one of my favorite guests. He blew up the fan text with his last appearance on Sean and RJ. Former NFL GM, Football Done Right is the book. Michael Lombardi. What's up, man?
It's good to see you guys. Good to be here. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I don't even know where to start with you. I guess I'll start with you trending all day long yesterday.
What was trending?
You were trending.
Why?
Oh, no.
Because of your 20-minute appearance in Boston.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Was that a 20-minute back and forth on Belichick I was reading on the internet?
It was. I kind of got. It was. I had no problem doing it. But it was. I was. I'm doing a book. I'm doing my book promotion too, so I kind of walked into it. I had no idea what it was going to be, and then all of a sudden it came into Belichick's a horrible coach, and somebody had to stand up and defend him. So I had no problem with it.
What's their premise?
Their premise is he can't win without Brady. That's their premise, and that he's a horrible coach without Brady, and that it's just he can't draft, he can't do anything. So, but they're not, what I tried to do is try to be as polite as I could and try to set the record straight, And look, they had a bad year. They weren't a bad team. They had a bad year. The quarterback didn't play well. But, the Michael Fegler or whatever his name is, he kept saying, well, you got to look at the scoreboard. And so that's just a lazy narrative. But it was fun. I enjoyed it. It was good. They didn't promote my book, though, but it was good.
Did you think he not got Atlanta because of, was it just Rich McKay just wanted to keep his job?
Well, Rich McKay's been the consigliere since 2003. Okay, so, you're never getting Rich out of there. And Rich likes what he does. Now, they put out the release that said, well, Rich isn't going to be involved. If you've been the consigliere since 2003, Tom Hagen was still involved, even though they moved him away, right? So, don't tell me, you can put him in another building. He's on the phone with Arthur. And so, and then Terry Fontenot. Once I think the thing started, Arthur really wanted to hire Bill. I think it made sense to Arthur. I wanted to hire Parcells. I wanted to hire Gibbs. I got a chance to hire Belichick. I want to do it. And the longer it went, the more they were convincing him that it would be too hard. For example, they have no workout bonuses in their contracts. So that means no player in the offseason comes in and gets a bonus. That's what they've done. So for Belichick, that would be no, I want players to be here to work out. Well, that means they have to change. And all of a sudden, that change becomes, oh, my God, we can't do this. And then they just decided that, like Jerry at 83 years old, Arthur Blank just doesn't want to change. At some point, you say, I'll just roll with it. They've won 21 games in the last 3 years. Good luck rolling with it. I mean, this is the same front office that put out the press release that said we're not interested in Lamar Jackson. So when you do that, are you really committed to winning? So they chose Fontenot and McKay over Belichick. It has nothing to do with Raheem. Raheem was always McKay's number one choice, so we'll put that out there. He was always his number one choice, and he got the job.
So how do you justify the other teams in the league with all these openings not talking to or hiring the greatest coach of all time?
Well, it's what I call guard your desk. They're scared to leave they don't want to give up their turf, right? Let's take Tennessee. Tennessee decided to get rid of Mike Vrabel because he was too demanding.
Too buff.
Too buff. I don't even buy that. I mean, that's how is that even
either,
possible, right? So, they gave up him they wanted to do, they wanted to run with Rand Carthon. They felt like Rand can run the team. Washington, they're committed to Adam Peters running the team. They only gave Quinn a 4-year contract now. So it wasn't and everybody else that's gone into places are getting 6 years. In Carolina, I think David Tepper probably was intimidated. Look, there's only, at the end of the day, it's what Bill Walsh said to me years ago. We're only competing against 8 teams. So don't think everybody's trying to win now. We as fans think that, right? We think that they're all trying to win. But at the end of the day, they're really not.
Do you think there's a little bit of a silver lining for Belichick in that it looks as though, we've talked about this on the show a little bit, potentially there could be some better jobs that are opening up in a year. Philadelphia is going to be in a position of review. Dallas is there. People keep talking about, could Pittsburgh, could Tomlin or McVay or Andy Reid, could these people retire? Do you think there's a little bit of a benefit in maybe sitting out a year anyway, just kind of taking a look at what the landscape will look like next year?
I think it's always good to be patient, right? I think that's these jobs every job is predicated on the owner. That's really the job. And for somebody like Vrabel, somebody like Belichick, the owner has to buy into what they want to do as the program. If the owner is like say Josh Harris from Washington, who runs the 76ers too, who believes in load management, who believes in analytics, who believes in going to Dairy Queen after every win, that's probably not the right spot for him.
Michael Lombardi sitting down with us here on Sean and RJ. Football Done Right is the book. We will promote it. He's sitting in the A #1 air hot seat. So the news came out from Josina Anderson that the Cowboys interviewed Rex Ryan.
I knew that, yes.
You did know that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Help us replace Dan Quinn. We wanted Mike Zimmer. Choppy wants brand new ideas, youth, and now you throw Rex Ryan into it, Ron Rivera as well.
Well, I think it's an interesting thing. I was under the impression they were going to interview Don Martindale too from the New York Football Giants, which they should. I think they've been on the phone with Sexton, his agent, and talking about bringing him in. Whether they do or not, I don't know. I think he's one of the best candidates out there because if you watch what he's done with a giant defense that isn't very talented, that's who I would hire. I think Rex is at a point where, he's interviewed for a few jobs now. The defensive coordinator money is getting higher than when he was a head coach money, and I'm sure it's paying a lot more than ESPN, so there's an interest there. Rivera has other years on his contract. So if Jerry decides to hire Rivera, he can do his contract. Washington will pay the bulk of it and kind of time him up with Mike, whereas if he brings in a new coach, he doesn't have to fire a whole defensive staff. So I think there's a lot of elements in play here. Because of the uncertainty of where they're going to be next year. Rivera has been very dogmatic in approach and trying to get a defense coordinator job, even though he really hasn't coached defense in a long time. And so that would be an interesting hire if they went that way. I think Zimmer would be somebody that could really do a wonderful job for Mike. It would be two strong personalities in the room. They're going to have to handle that. I'm sure Zimmer's going to want to bring some of his guys with him that have worked with him before. Whether that could happen or not, I don't know. But there are a lot of good candidates between Martindale and Zimmer. They're two good candidates to me. I don't know about Rex as much because when you're out of the game as much as Rex is, this is the challenge you get into. If you don't work on the draft, like really work on the draft, you lose 3 years of the NFL because you lose all those players. And so I think that's going to be that would be a hard thing. He could come in and all his blitz package stuff, Martindale's already had it and taken it to another level.
When you are hiring a coach, a positional coach, are you looking at scheme fit of the players you have, or are you just worried about let's just hire the best coach possible and make it work?
What I'm looking for is somebody who could come in and make the players better. Somebody who's going to be a difference maker in terms of how hard is it to prepare against them. Like Spagnuolo, right? Spagnuolo wasn't a great head coach, but he's a very good defense coordinator. And when you go play Spagnuolo, you just can't get ready to play Steve in a week because he's got so many blitzes, he's got so many ways he wants to attack you. You got to understand it. If you're getting ready to play the Dan Quinn scheme or the Pete Carroll scheme, you kind of know that's pretty much you can get ready for that in a week. It's not that hard because they play certain things, they have tendencies. You can. To me, I want somebody who 1/3 of the time he's playing man, 1/3 of the time he's playing zone, 1/3 of the time he's playing man zones. So therefore, you don't really have a thing. Defensive coordinators are like baseball pitchers. If they just have a fastball and want to play man all the time, they're going to get beat. If they just have a curveball, an off-speed pitch, and play zone like Gus Bradley does in Indianapolis, they're going to get beat. But if they have all three elements and they can change those elements predicated on the game, they become more effective.
There's been a question recently. It seems like a lot of the fan base, what they want, it became a narrative that Dan Quinn cannot handle the Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay offensive scheme, that's the biggest thing that we need. We need somebody to counteract that. Is there a danger in trying to hire this position based on the idea of like, hey, we gotta get somebody for this one scheme and this one approach?
I always love when people say that. Then if you follow up with the question is, okay, like how would you stop the scheme? They don't really have any idea on that, right? They just want somebody. They just want to beat. What they really are telling you, they want to beat San Francisco.
Yeah.
And they want to beat that's really what they're telling you. They have no idea about the X's and O's of it. Look, I think to me, a lot of that comes into how you attack their personnel, how you set it up. I mean, let's go to the Super Bowl when they played the Rams, the Patriots. Belichick lined up in a 6-1 defense, which really caught McVay off guard. So he played an old school, high school defense, basically, where the edges were set on both sides. That's the kind of thing that gives them trouble when they can't run the outside zone and then they can't work their play action. All those teams, the San Francisco, the Rams, they really don't have a drop-back pass game. they have all their passes are off of play action. And so when they get behind, that's why Kyle, it's been remarkable. Before they won against Green Bay, they were 0-38 in the fourth quarter, trailing by 7 or more points. I mean, they just can't – why can't they come from behind? Because they don't have a pure drop-back pass game. So, to me, I want somebody that understands how to attack them, not necessarily understands the scheme.
Michael Lombardi here on The Fan. I asked this to Dimitrov the other day, and when I listen to your podcasts, you really break down X's and O's, 6-1 and this and that and fire zones. Do all NFL GMs have the X's and O's knowledge that you do? Should they? How many are just typing up on a calculator? I want your take on that.
Well, I mean, I was trained. I was in a car with Bill Walsh, and he hated scouts. And so it's 1980.
Oh, like you, Choppy.
It's 1984.
Totally dismissing Brian Broaddus' value.
It's 1984, and I'm just driving him around. There's no satellite radio. There's no cell phones, right? So it's just me and him in a car, and I'm deaf in my right ear, completely deaf in my right ear. And so I'm driving, and I got to turn my head to hear what he's saying. So we got into conversations, and after a while, he told me, look, you got to understand players and plays. He said the problem with most scouts are all they see are the player. They don't see how the player fits to the play. So if you don't understand players and plays, you're going to fall behind. And so you got to study it as if you were coaching. And so that sent me down a path. And then I worked for Al Davis, who was completely down that path. So, and then what the problem is, because of when you start talking about plays, the coaches feel like you're questioning what they're doing. So it's a little bit of a thin line you got to walk on, right? But to me, if you don't have the knowledge of the game overall from the scheme, you can't scout. Like, you can't scout. If you can't sit there and say, Kyle Shanahan wants guards that do this, you're not a good scout. Right? And you got to be able to figure that out. But most scouts scout outside in, not inside out, right? What does that mean? That means they scout, this guy's a good player. This guy's a really good player. He may not fit for what we do, but he's a really good player. But they could care less about, they just want to be able to go back and say, I gave him a make it great and he made it. I'm more interested in building a team that fits what the personality of the coach is. And for me, I want to have a head coach that sets the personality offensively, defensively, and in the kicking game so that when a coach leaves, you don't have to replace them with a new scheme like what they have to do in Dallas, right? Like, I want somebody who's going to come in and and build a Cowboy scheme. Right, but you can't have that in Dallas because that's not how they're set up.
It is like, when you're looking at it, you have two players, right? And they're kind of even, but you view one position as far more important. Is that the breaking point where, like, that positional value helps?
Well, let's take baseball. If you play third base for the Mets and you get traded to the Yankees in the afternoon and you play the night game at the Yankees, you can go play third base for the Yankees. Like, there's no real scheme fit. But you can't play guard for Kyle and then go play guard for Belichick. You can't, like, they're two different schemes, right? Some teams want to run the outside zone, which is more about getting on the second level, which is trying to use your athleticism. And some teams want to run more of a power type scheme where their guards keep the pocket. If you got Brady, you got to keep the pocket tight inside. So it's more about how it fits to what we're trying to do. And if you understand it, like, if you understand Kyle Shanahan wants to throw the ball in the middle of the field, right? You need inside receivers yards after the catch. You're not worried about whether a guy runs 4.7, 4.55, or 4.32, right? You want somebody who can catch inside. So a lot of it is about how you – so then you set up your grading system so that you define every position that you want. This is what we're looking for in this player. This is what we're looking for in that player. So now the scouts have a roadmap, right? And I think that's the hard part. But a lot of teams, they just scout. They just said, that guy's a first rounder, that guy's a third rounder, and I don't even know what it means.
Yeah, they don't manipulate the board.
We're talking with Michael Lombardi here on 105 through the Fed. You know, we had discussed this earlier in the year that stolen bases in baseball had started making a comeback a little bit. And people were like, oh, look, this is an old school approach that's making its way back. The mid-range game in the NBA has started making a little bit of a comeback. Is there anything in the NFL that you spot right now as a trend that you think, like, hey, this is going to be a little cyclical, this is going to kind of come back to an old school line of thinking?
That's a great question. I really think if you don't zig while everybody else is zagging, you're going to be caught off guard. This whole shotgun, I think, has run its course a little bit. Now, you need shotgun on certain downs. But I think under center, I think it's going to come back more because it opens up a play-action pass game. For example, Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is in shotgun way too much, and I've been screaming this for 5 years. The only play in football that the quarterback can block somebody on is a bootleg or a naked because somebody has to go out with them. So when Lamar Jackson fakes the outside zone and pivots around and comes over to the other side, If that end doesn't follow him around, Lamar could easily run a bootleg for 30 yards, right? So that the defense has to account for him. So when you're in an 8-man front and that guy's running with Lamar, you're really in a 7-man front, okay? So when you're under center, that's a harder play to deal with. Then when you're in shotgun, there's really no boot action that you can get off of that's going to fake anybody out. So I think under center has to make more of a comeback. I really do. And what are we talking about? What's the hardest thing for quarterbacks to do is when I mentioned that 1/3 man, 1/3 zone, it's figuring out what the coverage is. And when you run hard play action like Kyle does or McVay does, it separates the defense, right? So there's no longer I'm reading cover 7, cover 4. The defense has been separated because the linebackers pull in, and now I can either throw it to you or throw it to you. And it's an easier game to read. And I think you can only really do that when you're under center with hard play action. You know, what drove Al Davis crazy, he used to laugh at it all the time, is when people are in shotgun on 3rd and 12 and they fake the handoff to the offset back. Like, who's biting on that?
Yeah.
It's 3rd and 12. Like, who's doing that? Like, that's a coach that's just doing stuff to do stuff.
Go ahead, Bob.
Yeah, I was just going to say, one of the things that we had, Marquise Bell playing the hybrid safety role this year for the Cowboys, where he came down, played a lot of linebacker, was a little lighter. And we've seen some of these faster, lighter linebackers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you think that also is an area where people are going to start saying, hey, we're going to go back to the power run game because these linebackers are too small?
I think that's exactly what should happen. And, you know, the other thing, too, is nobody knows how to fit on two-back runs. Nobody knows how to really fit their run game against a running game that has a power run team. How do I fit, right? Everybody says, well, let's get an 8-man front, we'll stop the run. Well, 8-man fronts are great on a blackboard, but you still have to hold your gap horizontally and vertically, right? So it becomes a lot harder situation. I think, to me, there is some of that. And these linebackers, the reason everybody's going light at linebacker, it's because they're trying to get more speed on the field to defend the RPO game, right? Why does Buffalo have a hard time playing in the playoffs against a power team? Buffalo's a nickel defense with linebackers that are midget, right? They're 220 pounds. So they give up all these yards running, and they get in a game like they did against think about it. Kansas City had the ball for 22 minutes, and they had 27 points, right? And they averaged 7.7 yards a carry, a play.
Yeah.
So, like, they're not big enough. But why is Buffalo get away with it? Buffalo gets the lead, and then it becomes a nickel game, and so they're perfectly situated.
Right.
But when they get in the middle of the ring and have to box, they can't do that. And so that's the challenge.
The book is Football Done Right. He's Michael Lombardi. Tell us a little bit about it.
Well, it's just really it's a little bit about the coaching trees. It's funny. Everybody asks me why I wrote the book. I think one of the reasons I wrote the book is what happened 2 weeks ago in Detroit. 30,000 people show up to watch the Lions play, and they could have stayed at home in comfortable chairs. They could have not paid $20 for a beer, but they wanted to be around other Lions fans. And I thought Fox missed a great opportunity to tell the story about why this is a great franchise. It's the history of the game. The Raiders silver is from the Detroit Lions uniform, right?
Oh.
That's where it comes from. Al Davis saw that color, and he said, I'm going to put it to the Army Black Knights and make silver and black. The history of the game is really important. Like, this is a game this weekend where it's Bill Walsh's it's a testament to Bill Walsh. Andy Reid, West Coast. Mike Shanahan, West Coast. And we should honor that. And now Walsh is from the 49ers, obviously, but both teams were instrumental, and their success is the foundation of one of what I call the white oaks in the book, which are the coaches that started these coaching trees that everybody worked from. And Walsh, Paul Brown, Clark Shaughnessy, Sid Gilman, and Earl Red Blake, all those guys developed this within the league. So that's what I wanted to write about. And it's a history book with the top 100 players in it.
You have any new JFK material for Choppy?
I do. You gotta watch this Rush to Judgment documentary. It's incredible. They've got interviews with people. Mark Lane goes around, and it's all black and white. He was doing it back in the 60s. Of course, nobody paid attention to it because, God forbid, Lee Harvey was on the 6th floor.
You mean Brock Purdy?
Brock Purdy was on the 6th floor. Yeah. So it's really that's outstanding. That's really good. So I mean, I think what the good thing is we're starting to get some people in the mainstream media to actually pay attention to it. The idiots that think Oswald was on the 6th floor, they're slowly getting washed away. They're slowly getting washed away. I mean, if you stand there and tell me he was on the 6th floor, you haven't read one book.
I'm fascinated by it. I mean, I keep seeing things about the the autopsy, how they didn't even do one in Dallas. The Secret Service basically just grabbed him and got him the heck out of there.
I've been down this J.D. Tippett rabbit hole forever, and
the police officer
that they allege that Oswald killed, which he really didn't do. There's a really great book out. You only can buy it on eBay. It's called Two Oswalds, or Two Harvey and Lee. It's called. And the researcher Jack Armstrong did an incredible job. You can only get it on eBay. It's $80. It's the most researched thing I've ever seen. But there were two Oswalds at the Texas School Book at the theater. One was in the balcony, one was on the floor, and one guy actually looked like, I wasn't saying there were two Oswald. There was two guys. But I think what people should do, and it's in this documentary, if you just if you watch the video of when they say to Oswald, did you kill the president? He says, no, I didn't kill anybody. Have you been charged with it? No, no one's told me that. And then someone says to him, well, you've been charged with killing the president. And you look at his face and you watch his reaction, you will never think that Oswald killed the president. If you just watch that clip, you just know it. I mean, I've interviewed too many players to know that when I see their reaction to the question, when they give me an answer, I know what's the truth and what's not. And I don't care what anybody tells me. His reaction, he then figured out what happened. He then figured out he was the patsy.
Wow. Michael Lombardi here in the #1 air hot seat. Before we let you go, you got any Vegas hot spots for us?
I love Sinatra's over at the Wynn. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's great. I mean, it's a restaurant dedicated to him. Even the tablecloths are orange, which is his favorite color. So I love that place. There's great steakhouse downtown at Circa. Have you guys been to Circa yet?
No, but I need to.
You've got to go to Circa, and you just got to go see Stadium Swim. It's too cold to go out there. It's the most incredible sports book you're ever going to go to. And Barry's, the steakhouse down at the bottom of that, is really outstanding. I recommend it to everybody. Those are my two spots here in town.
Do you bet?
No, of course not. I never bet in my life. I wouldn't even know what to do with a window, right? Like I spent my
you work on VEASAN.
Yeah, but I handicap games. That's all I've ever done in my life. Is this team strong? This team's weak. This is how it's going to go.
Why are
to
they,
me, the strategy of the game, that's what I want to write about in my next book. I think what we've lost in our sport is the understanding of how to be a strategist as opposed to a tactician.
Michael, thank you so much, man. We love having you on the home of the Cowboys.
Guys. Thank you, guys. Good luck.
We'll tell Broadus you said what's up. Yeah. Michael Lombardi on 105. And Roberto Belt during the expressway. We are commercial free. Oh, thank you, Bobby. There's a water shortage here in Vegas, and Bobby was able to go ahead and get me a cup.
I wouldn't call what we have in Vegas a water shortage. I mean, there's a river in our hotel.
That's right.
If you want water, you got to pay $14 for it.
That's right.
So there's a free water shortage,
dude. So last night, I mean, I told the guys, it's like I tell my wife, I try to be upfront about it. We came back here. It was a chaotic scene and mess. Jay Glazer, who you're going to hear from in 15 minutes. I mean, waiting for him, standing up to do interview. We were exhausted. We were
very
exhausted.
tired.
I told the guys on the way home, I said, I'm just letting y'all know I'm in a nasty, mean.
Nasty.
Mood.
Very nasty.
Very nasty. Look at Ruben.
Was that a...
Hold it up for the fan cam. Look at Ruben bringing back all the breakfasts.
Look at this. Okay, so we've got ourselves.
Water.
You know what is that? It's a croissant roll with some kind of a raspberry thing on the inside.
Yeah.
Looks like a sfogliatelle.
Let's see.
It's an Italian pastry.
One bite. Everybody knows the rules.
This looks like it could be a quiche, but not really a quiche, right? It's got some green stuff in it, and then we've got a chocolate muffin. Could be pumpernickel. Not really sure. I think that's the one I'm going to go with.
Dude?
I think that's the one I'm going to go with.
Anyway, we're going back to the hotel, and I was like, I need to get a drink before dinner. I haven't drank since the first day here. I need to go to the bar. Let's get a happy hour. I'm going to get people over here. Corey, Zach, Bobby, Choppy, Tim, everyone ended up rolling on over for a little bit of pregame drinking, and I was like, yo, make it a double. Don't have a lot of time. Let me get a double vodka soda. He goes, you don't want to order a double. He goes, that'll be $40. I said, excuse me? And I was trying to get, me and Bobby were going to do shots of, what is it?
Bullet.
Bullet. I said 2 shots of Bullet. He goes, you don't want to do that either. That's $40 a piece. So the guy was trying to help me out. And I was like, okay, singles. And he's like, okay, wink, da-da-da. They give me the wink. and that's going to make me tip them more.
Right.
But for a double, just an extra shot of it, it goes from what I don't even know how much the single drink was, but to $40.
No, it's like it's 20. Like a
it's
single's
18. My single that I got was 18 plus tip.
So,
but yeah, it's you get the house. Boy, you got to watch out for this guy.
Why?
Because Bullet is a sipping bourbon. You
isn't.
You shoot.
Look,
you shoot like bottom shelf stuff,
Ralph,
right? That's what you shoot.
Ralph,
you
can I
shoot
call you
Trevor,
Ralph?
You shoot Trevin Williams. You shoot your Jim Beam. That you don't. Your Bullet. That Bullet's a sipping bourbon.
The bourbons that were up there, that was the one we were going to shoot. They didn't have a great, at least now I know they have more under that they don't necessarily have up top, but what they had up top that I could see, that was the one.
You shoot the well.
No,
you
don't.
shoot the well.
But I will say,
By the way, we're getting some text messages. Derek Collin, this Lombardi interview is amazing. The driver killed JFK. Robbie,
the driver did not kill JFK.
Robbie Loomis, Mr. Electric. Y'all could talk conspiracies all day long. So props for the Lombardi interview.
Yeah, Derek's a conspiracy guy, man.
Yeah,
like I think he's a flat earther. Definitely a moon landing denier. I love the fact that he's on, because I don't think the JFK is a conspiracy anymore. That is way beyond that. There were so many issues that went into that, starting with the autopsy that they didn't perform in Dallas.
I mean, that is a definition of a conspiracy, though. It's not a theory to you. It is a conspiracy. It fits the definition of a conspiracy. It was a conspiracy to get away with it.
But it's not like one of those like tinfoil hat things, right?
Did you, Sean, yesterday when you said, he gave you the wink for the extra tip and the extra, was that enough to cover over the fact that it took you 15 minutes to get his attention to even pour a drink?
Yes, it was, because I was going to stiff him. Bobby and Kristen were up there. I was furious. I was already in a pissed off mood.
Boiling.
I was boiling, and I was getting ready to have a verbal confrontation. And I was like, I already made up my mind. I'm going to drink this, and I'm not tipping zero nada. And I'm walking across the street to Caesars for dinner. But then he gave me the insight, and he told me not to order. It felt like it was a strong pour. He gave us like one of the shots for free or something. I don't know. He threw so many things at me. I felt like I was getting a deal. And when he did that, I said, you know what, man? I'm tipping you extra now.
He did,
and I wrote it down. And I went back to him again for the next round, and I tried to go overboard with it. That's how quickly I can be swayed.
I totally broke my tip rule. Normally it's $1, $2 for a drink, right? Instead of 20%. But when I ordered my drink, I forgot. I was an idiot. Because I was so surprised that I knew what a ranch water was. I was stunned.
Oh, yeah, RJ's trying to ask for tahini and stuff over here. Did they have it?
Yeah, they had topo. They had they had everything to make the ranch water.
But
he
did they
made
have
one.
the tahini?
Yes, but I was so stunned that when he said, "Yeah, I can make a ranch water," that I did not think, "Oh, add tahini to it." Tahini. Okay. So
I smack with a bag of Cheetos.
I said to him, "Oh crap! I forgot to ask you for that." And he goes, "It's no problem." And he just gives you another glass. It pours it in.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're supposed to do. The guy's
very good. I'm going back there today.
So I gave him the full 20%.
These are Vegas bartenders, right?
Yeah,
they're going to know what to. Like when we asked at one point, we were at the hockey game when Kristen wanted a Paloma, and we mentioned it. Like the bartender laughed. She's like, "Yeah, I can do that.
I can do it.
Don't worry."
All right, the list is out. The list that everyone's been waiting for.
Everyone.
In the afternoon on the G-Bag Nation, every day at this time, Barrett Sports Media unveils their top shows in the country. We finished at number 6, thanks to the Tolos. The KMC Masterpiece finished where?
I don't know, like 33 or something like that. No, I'm kidding. I think it was 12. Was it 12? I think it was 12.
Okay, but yesterday, much anticipation. All these guys trying to act like they don't care. They clearly do. Wolchuk and Eric, I think specifically. And it's out. The G-Bag Nation, who has been dominant along with KMC for a year, 1 or 2 in the ratings in DFW. Bobby, they finish?
They finished up. They ascended this year. Last year they finished 12.
The nosebleed difference.
This year, they come in at number 10. They are the number 10 major market afternoon show, which to me, I'll be honest, still feels like disrespect. I don't think you can have Tiki Barber and all of his awful takes ahead of them, which they do have. I think that this is I think that this is a miss from our buddies
I
at
agree it is a
BSF.
miss, and Tiki does have some terrible takes, but no take is worse than Andre Wadsworth over Peyton Manning on the draft board. So Broadus is still going to get dinged for that. In my
Do you
mind.
think this is Broadus holding them back?
What are you damn
I think
talking
that
about?
take on the
Wadsworth?
draft board
Yeah.
will hold him back into forever time.
This is
Ruben, how's it feel to be a part of the best show at the Fan? And with DJ
Thumbs
stuck
up.
with the other losers.
Do you think it's DJ holding them back?
Well, this week. This week.
but
it is.
honestly, because none of them are awake right now. What's really fun about this
Broadus
is
has already done 2 podcasts this morning.
yeah, you're right. What's fun is to mess with them over this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what's awesome.
We're like Drake,
because
views from the 6.
because I know it bothers Corey. What I've been hearing about Hagelin's mood this whole week, it probably bothers him. Bassett doesn't give a rip. And then like the nosebleeds guys, and I think they're the ones who are maybe not bothered, but they care. They care.
They're still young enough to care.
We've been in the game long
Yeah,
enough. We know.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's a nice compliment. But these lists, these program directors are not listening to our show throughout the country.
No.
It's the same thing as the Marconi stuff. It's all a bunch of BS and garbage. It really is. But we're not going to act like that.
No, we're going to
hold that
we're
over
gonna
our head.
hold this all over their head.
Because when we're walking in the hallway, all these media people in here, they're paying attention to this stuff. They really, really care about it. Because when we walk down these halls, I've had like 3 people be like, "Number 6."
Yeah, we get a shirt that says the 6. We need to get shirts like that.
Yeah,
What is
that you already have a January 6th, and now we can
Yes.
have. Listen, now we get a Sports Talk 6.
It's a wonderful day. Okay.
Shut up, stop.
Okay. It's
So
great people
I just,
all around.
I
Great
just,
people.
I
quite
love,
frankly.
I love that we can sit there and sun them with this.
Yeah.
This is a sun them, number 6 with the rankings that came out. So I can't wait to rub it in their face. Later on.
I'm just letting you know, Ryan, who we've already given a lot of praise to. I'm going to make Ryan mad here, but I feel like I need to. I'm going to go ahead and make my my Zoom background for G-Bag Jordan holding up the 6.
Oh,
there we go.
All right, he could be the best insider in the business. Many people think he got Mike McCarthy hired here. We know he's tight with Stephen Jones. What can Jay Glazer tell us about the Dallas Cowboys? Find out next on number 6.
Yeah, baby. How about that? Well, let's get to
Jay Glazer joining us here on the home of the Cowboys in the #1 air hot seat here, Las Vegas Radio Row. What's up, man? How are you?
How come you guys don't got a table, man? Everybody else got a table. You guys are standing up. What's going on with that?
Well,
you guys didn't pay your rent? What's happening?
Why sit when you can stand?
That's right.
My ass is sitting all day. You kidding me?
How surprised were you that Mike McCarthy came back?
I don't know how surprised I was by it. I don't think anything surprised me with Jerry. And honestly, I think, look, they didn't go out and really do anything free agency last year. He did a better job this year than he did last year. When you kind of look at it that way, and look what they did with Dak, I actually think it was a smart move not to just start all over again.
Why do you think they came up short? The different people you've talked to, your observations of it.
I don't know. I don't think they had the personnel defensively to do what they needed to do. So they got to do something. They got to really shore up their run defense, without a doubt. That's a huge thing. And man, I just think that they went out there. I think Dak was, you saw him. He was just tight, right? And but I do think, like again, I think this is the first year you saw Dak take a huge step, and I think this is just the start. And you just think about like what McCarthy's done with quarterbacks, whether it's Aaron Rodgers, with Favre, and people just think, oh, it's Brett Favre. No, you had to like reel Favre in, so he didn't just go do his crazy stuff. And then what he did with Aaron after Favre left and came back and left and came back, I'm like, that was an insane situation. And what he's able to do with him, and now obviously what he's able to do with Dak, the guy quarterback-wise is there's not a lot of teachers left in this league. There's play callers, but not so many teachers. He's a teacher.
If they go into this year with both on the final year, like a lame duck year, does that make for even the Cowboys get enough attention? Does that make it to the point where even they can't handle that?
No, I think you guys are I always say like your backup tackle gets more attention than center fielder for the Yankees. It's unreal. So no, I don't think so. I think that the more attention they get over there, I think the team kind of almost rallies with it.
Do you think there's a question about Dak's future now in terms of payment extension?
I don't know how they don't extend them with what the salary cap will be this year, but also we were talking about this guy being an MVP like a month ago, right? And then right, like
he's going to
high
finish
up,
top
right?
3,
and then a bad game in the postseason, and all of a sudden, man, he's not worth it. You know what? So no, I think they, if they're gonna have a chance this year, I think they got to get him redone, bring his cap down, and go after people in free agency, which again they didn't do a year ago. Give him a chance.
Do you think that the McCarthy-Dak pairing, though, do you think they're either going to rise together or go down together? Like, are their futures inextricably linked for the Cowboys, do you think?
I think so, yeah. I think if Mike can get him to grow even more, get even more out of him, then I think Cowboys will be in a pretty good position.
You obviously have all the connections. You know all the organizations. Our listeners, we have Jerry on 4 times a week. Our listeners, a lot of times, aren't happy with that. And they say no matter how long it takes, they're not going to win anything with Jerry Jones. It's the culture. Is there a Jerry Jones, just culture issue?
Well, I think that, look, there's the business of the Cowboys and then the winning of the Cowboys. And I think a lot of times they think that they could overlap and ain't no problem. But no, the business part a lot of times can get in the way of the football part. But also at the same time, when you're the most lucrative franchise on the planet, I ain't saying nothing to you. It's still a business. It's what you're trying to do. But you got to figure out, I think, somewhat a better way to almost separate the two out. But I don't know how you do that and still have them being as lucrative as they are.
Jay Glazer here on 105.3 The Fan. We've got a bunch of defensive coordinator names now. Michael Lombardi talked to us about Wink Martindale. They apparently interviewed Rex Ryan. We have been wanting Mike Zimmer.
Yep.
What do you think of the candidates? What are you hearing about any of them?
I would say Zim probably had an inside shot because he knows the Joneses so well, and him and McCarthy were obviously real good. I think Wink would be a great matchup over there. Match with them also. I do know they want to stay with the same defense that they had under DQ. So I think in the end, I would say that the leader right now. Probably, but this is also not me making a ton of calls asking, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see them going
My
with
ass
somebody?
took last week off.
Do you see them going the route of a first-time coordinator? Is that or is that out of the realm of possibility?
I don't know because I haven't asked. Like somebody from their staff, that was brought up to me. Again, I heard about Zim and some of these other guys too. I don't know the answer because I haven't asked.
With a guy like Rex, right, who's been out of the league for a while, I was in D.C.
I would see Zim before Rex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My question was going to be about being away from the game. How much does it really hurt versus someone like Rex, anyone, however many years away, diving back in with the changes?
Yeah, well, how long's Rex been away? I don't even know anymore.
About 7 years.
7 years?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what he does to keep up. There are certain guys who are away from the game and they constantly work at it. They're still on the phone with teams. They're still doing. Teams are asking them for their input on things. So I don't know what he does as far as that's concerned.
Is his personality?
Oh, he's hilarious, dude.
Yeah.
His personality is great.
But like, is that something?
I remember one time we were at the Jets facility and they crazy glued. He always liked to go in as like peanut butter. And it would always go in like scoop out peanut butter, and they crazy glued it on him. And he was just sitting there for like 20 minutes trying to get this damn peanut butter drawer open up, and everyone's just sitting in the back just hilariously laughing. I happened to be back there that day, and I'm like, this is the greatest day I've been here. This is the best day in Jets history.
I'm curious, you mentioned the defensive personnel going out making more moves in free agency, the Cowboys potentially. Micah Parsons said something like that recently. He said, look, I don't know that we had the right personnel. I don't know that we had the right players. I think we need to go out there and get players. Do comments like that from a star player like Mike, do you think that moves them?
I think when Leighton went down, that really hurt them a lot more than people realize. And they were able to – look, they lost Leighton and your cornerback. No, your corner,
Diggs,
right?
yeah.
And Diggs, right? Lost those two guys. Those are huge names in that defense. And it's just like, oh, okay, because what they saw with Deron Bland. But I think what they did with Deron Bland was like, oh, my God, they really coached him up. But that defense was to lose your two of your best players, probably two of your best 3 or 4 players. That's a huge hit for them. But they do need to shore up, I think, a lot of places on that team.
You were with Jimmy throughout all the Ring of Honor stuff, the Hall of Fame stuff.
Amazing.
What did it really mean to him? And can you just describe for our audience what that was like to see behind the scenes?
Well, I'll say this. Like, a lot of cool things have happened for me in my life and my career. But when it happens to your brother, there's nothing like it. And Jimmy's my brother, man. And I knew how much it meant to him. I knew how special it was for him. I mean, you saw us on our show the next day, and like the moment we started showing the video, he started crying. And you guys just know that hard Jimmy Johnson. No, Jimmy he shows his soft little underbelly when it comes to things like that. It was so special and so well-deserved. It's about damn time. And it was just, man, it's so cool to see him so happy and finally have that behind him. Was, I think for all of us, we say the best moment we ever had at Fox was when Jimmy got surprised that he was going to the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. That's the best moment we ever had.
Yeah.
And then it was cool after, man, we all went to this restaurant called Dan Tana's in Beverly Hills, and we go in there, and the whole place started singing happy Hall of Fame to him, like happy birthday. People throwing up napkins. A guy from ZZ Top was there. It was like it was like the Hangover for Jimmy Johnson. Yeah, it was fantastic. So it really meant a lot to Jimmy. And what's great about our show, man, what makes our show us, is we don't just together on like Sundays. Like, man, we spend holidays together. We vacation together. We go away in the off season together. We are brothers, and we fight like brothers. But more importantly, we love like brothers.
That head of hair ain't fair at 80, though.
Huh?
That head of hair is not fair at 80.
No, it's not. I mean, yeah. look who you're talking to over there, too.
At all.
Yeah, I got God's hairstyle. Like, God gave me this. I got no choice.
Jay, how can the greatest coach of all time be unemployed?
Because I think you look at how it is now, what works. Dan Campbell, D'Amico Ryans, Mike McDaniel, Sean McVay. It's, guys get beaten down constantly on their cell phone. Beaten down. Last thing you want now is get beaten down by that male figure in your life. And it used to work back in the day, and it doesn't anymore. And I'll tell you a personal experience story. I've coached 1,000 athletes in mixed martial arts, from football players to basketball to baseball to fighters. And about 4 or 5 years ago, Randy Couture, who's my partner and all this stuff, had a talk with me. I was getting this fight. He was just, I don't know if I can curse on here, but it's pissing me off, man. And like, I don't know how many times I have to tell this dude not to drop his hands. And I was like, dude, how many times I got to tell you, don't drop your hands? And Randy finally said to me, hey, you got to change how you coach these guys. I said, what do you mean? He said, don't tell them what you don't want anymore. Only tell them what you want. Like, every time you tell them what you don't want, they think you're bullying them, getting on them, criticizing them. And they just need validation. They need to know you believe in them. So you got to see if you could change your style and start telling them what you want. And I wasn't able to in a lot of cases. My style was my style. I get frustrated, and man, I think it's out of love. But I could see how an athlete today would think, no, this guy's just getting on me. And I think a guy like Belichick, he's not just, again, there's this air of paranoia that comes, right? And I said it during the season, I don't think you'd have a lot of places.
Wow.
Because there's a lot that comes in with him. It's not just Bill Belichick. It's that, paranoid Patriots way thing. And he's going to come in and probably want half the building out. And man, a lot of these people are like, hey, I don't want to get, like these owners, like a lot of these people in my family, I don't want to get rid of certain people here. And so there's a lot more than just bringing in a coach.
So if it was a situation where he may not have wanted control like that, he just wanted to come coach the team.
Yeah.
You still think his
I would
style?
take him 2 seconds.
But you still think his style would be a hindrance to some teams?
I think he's got to change certain things where you just can't beat guys down like that anymore. And that's like I had to talk with Dan Campbell about it. I'm like, Dan, what's great about you and keep doing this is these cats have nothing authentic in their lives anymore. Like they're either comparing themselves to somebody else's filtered highlight. It's a fraction of a day on Instagram. It's not real, or they're just getting crushed on Twitter all day long from like bots and like fake stuff. Like, could be like some 9-year-old kid in his mom's basement, but all their voices are just as loud. So I'm like, a guy like you, dude, who's just so authentic. That's what we need more and more of these days. But positive authenticity. The negativity, it just doesn't work like it used to.
Did you ever buy that Bill and Jerry Jones could work together, like Jerry said?
I don't know about that. I think they could say it on the start, but Jerry's still the GM over there, so I don't know how long we're left.
I saw you on McAfee earlier, and Dana White said he's putting on the greatest sports event ever at the Sphere. Do you have any UFC MMA insight to what he's going to do over here?
No, I don't. I heard he was going to do that a long time ago. I went to go see you two over here, and man, that was unreal. Yeah, I think it was incredible. That was unbelievable.
We'll let you leave with this. This is a selfish journalistic question because you obviously, your career's connections. Yeah. And I've really been bad, 13 years, like going in the locker room and establishing the rapport with the players when it's like, okay, they know I'm going to want something out of them or, try to get inside info. What's your approach towards that if you're teaching a journalism class?
You know what, man? So I always tell people, don't ever go for the scoop. Go for the relationship. And for me, like I'm here to actually talk about some ADHD that I'm promoting here, a drug called Qelbree, which is something I finally found that worked for me, which is non-stimulant. I always did the stimulants and those screwed me up. That was my experience, but this Qelbree finally got me where I could focus. I take it at night actually, which is different.
Wow.
Because of the ADD, I would go in these locker rooms. I would just talk. And also, I would talk to everybody, but not just the people who give me stuff. Talk to everybody. And you know what? Over time, too, I got one of the biggest scoops I ever got from one dude who's never given me anything before or after. Just got a out-of-the-box call from his wife saying, hey, this is happening. He wants you to have this. You guys have been friends for 15 years. He said, hey, might as well, if anybody's going to have it, let Glazer have it, bam. And it wasn't my intention to start this relationship so he'd give me a scoop. It's just that, man, the ADD got me to always want to talk. So that's what it is. Just have to be authentic. And then I don't think too many people have good give relationships. My whole thing is I'm going to give. If someone decides to give back, they give back. But I'm going to give. I'm just going to be of service to everybody in the world I come across.
Where else can our listeners find info about what you were just talking about?
Yeah, it's called Qelbree, Qelbree. And yeah, man, it's a game changer. I've tried over 30 anti-anxiety, antidepressant meds. None have worked, unfortunately. So I got to find other ways to kind of get the roommates in my head, talk a little bit better to each other, and kind of get this gray not to be so heavy on me. And for me to actually have some sort of medication that helps me with some of my mental health challenges is great. This was a game changer for me. I wish I knew about it 20 years ago before the other stuff kind of took over my brain.
Jay, thank you so much for the time. Enjoy a little bit of time off and some
Thank
Camus.
you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Camus, definitely, baby. Yep.
Jay Glazer, a number one air hot seat right here on 105.3 The Fan. He was pretty raw and real about the Cowboys and the culture and the structure. He'll join us at 9 in the number 1 air hot seat. But Woj is talking about the Mavericks' possible target on NBA trade deadline day. We'll tell you what the rumor is next. But there is no rumor. Trajan Wealth is here for you. You got to go ahead and hit him up and tell him Sean from The Fan sent you. It's TRAJAN Wealth.com. If you're not feeling the love with your current financial advisor with V-Day around the corner, call Trajan Wealth today. Tell them Sean from The Fan sent you. They have complimentary Tolo appointments in Frisco, Arlington, and Southlake. The number's 4.
injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby live from Las Vegas. We are at the Mandalay Bay. It is Radio Row, brought to you by A1 Air, the Low T Center, and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Jake the Snake Plumber, little Cowboy playoff bitterness coming up at 8:40 this morning.
Well, if you're still holding on to 1998.
No, that was pretty bad. In fact, when we were talking about the Packers game, it's like, what's the last time they had a loss this bad? The one that came to mind was losing to Arizona by 2 touchdowns at Texas Stadium was really bad.
That was the true end. You could see the end. Like that wasn't the end. I mean, you could see it. You could see the end from there.
That season was the very first NFL game I went to, the season opener against the Cardinals. They kicked their ass. Dallas did.
Today is NBA trade deadline day. We've seen Kyle Kuzma. We have rumors of Andrew Wiggins, but Woj said that the Dallas Mavericks are talking about P.J. Washington. What would that do for y'all's excitement level? P.J. is averaging 13.5 points and 5 rebounds per game this year. He's shooting 44% from the field and 32% from deep. So we've thrown Bobby Portis into this mix as well. And now P.J. Washington, according to Woj, is being discussed with the Hornets.
Unless you're talking about, to me, unless you're talking about getting a guy, and I know he's unavailable, but getting a guy like Dame, someone of that ilk, superstar, you're either trading problems for problems or role guys. Like, none of these guys are going to put you over the top.
Right.
P.J. Washington is not helping you win a round in the playoffs.
Right.
And it just doesn't really matter unless you're getting one of those major pieces, right?
What are the Mavs' top needs? Let's start there on the board.
Get you a nice head coach. I mean, honestly, the biggest problem is they need better team defense players, because when Derek Lively goes out, they're just a mess defensively. That's a big problem for them. I mean, they could use, obviously, if they genuinely go get P.J. Washington, that's all right. Grant Williams failed. That's what, because I mean, it's the same type of player. It's a guy who's got some 3-point range. I mean, I think P.J. Washington's definitely better, but it's a guy who's got some 3-point range. He's kind of tweener size, like P.J. Washington's 6'7", 230. Grant Williams is 6'6", 235. They both are kind of these, undersized bigs who have some range. His reputation has not been, or the metrics have not been as good for him defensively as they have been for Grant Williams throughout his career. But Grant Williams has been an awful defender this year, and so I don't totally care about that anymore. But yeah, I think if you can get somebody to do what you brought in Grant Williams to do and actually succeed in doing it, get P.J. Washington, fine, that's good. But at the end of the day, you're also going to need better team defenders.
Man, this goes to show you, P.J. Washington is like, if I were to do a poster boy on how different the college game is, I could have swore at Kentucky he was 6'11", easy. Just the way he played and the way he dominated inside. I thought for sure that when you just said 6'7", I was blown away. I had to go double check your work.
Did I say 6'7"?
No, Bobby
6'7".
did. Oh. I was like, there's no way he's 6'7". He's easily 6'11".
More mind-blowing than the blitz stats from Mark Ryan.
Right. That's just faulty research.
Here we go.
But this blows me away. This blows me away that he's only 6'7". That he's a tweener. He's another guy that is not a major focal point to a championship.
This just in from Todd Archer. Thanks to Adam Y. for sending it to me. Dan Quinn is trying to dismantle Mike McCarthy's coaching staff. This from Archer. In addition to blocking Washington from interviewing tight end coach Lunda Wells. Is it Lunda? Lunda Wells. Lunda! The Cowboys denied the Commanders from speaking with Al Harris. So Dan Quinn trying to talk to Wells, and now Al Harris and the Cowboys said, no, Matumbo.
I mean, okay, it's well within their right to do it. They have a history of doing this, where guys would like to go get an opportunity somewhere else. They would like to get the opportunity. Like Matt Eberflus had this happen in San Francisco, I think it was. I want to say it was when Shanahan first got hired there that he wanted to bring him over there, and they had denied it, and Eberflus was not happy. That he had made up his mind, all right, I'm leaving. I'm not signing any more extensions here. I'm gone because you guys are trying to stop any sort of advancement for me.
Yeah,
and so I do wonder if there's a little bit of a, all right, I understand, hey, you're under contract and we like you and this is a testament to us liking you, but I do wonder if it does create any sort of bitterness like, hey, would you just go ahead and let us be where we want to be?
Here's the thing, like also, you bring in a new DC, he may want to bring in his own people, but you don't know that until you bring in the new DC.
That's the big thing because it's like
they have to wait.
They blocked the Kellen Moore interview for the Bears OC job, the Chargers did, but as soon as Jim Harbaugh came in, then it was like, all right, now you can go interview. Because Harbaugh didn't want him. And so I do understand that aspect of, like, let the new defensive coordinator come in and pick who they want to pick.
Who was the celebrity that we have said could probably run for president and win right now?
Donald Trump.
After him.
Oh.
I've already won twice, okay? And it'll be a third time. Just you wait and see, folks. It'll be a third
I don't know,
time
The Rock?
very quickly.
The Rock.
Okay.
The Rock.
Exactly. Well, that now appears to be over.
The Rock, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, the world is turning on him.
This has not gone away.
No. The world is turning on him. At least the wrestling world. Once his safe space, all right, he helped bring back WWE during the Attitude Era. And he crossed over in the movies. The greatest movie franchise of all time, Sean.
Scorpion King.
Fast and the Furious. Scorpion King's top 5. But he crossed over into that, became a megastar, biggest draw in Hollywood. Well, now, I guess because of his ownership of TKO, which is now a partner with WWE, he's on the board of directors or something like that now. And after Royal Rumble, so here's what happens. The winner of Royal Rumble gets a title shot at WrestleMania. Okay, WrestleMania, first week of April usually, almost always. Well, Cody Rhodes won. Cody Rhodes has been looking for this shot forever. He's a lot of diehard wrestling fans love Cody Rhodes.
This is Dusty Rhodes' kid?
Either son or grandson.
No. And this was he had left over to what's the alternative AEW. He had went to AEW. Really bitter dispute last year when they had WrestleMania at AT&T Stadium. That was his return to WWE, and everybody freaked out like, "Oh my gosh, Cody Rhodes is back."
So, Cody Rhodes is he was on Raw the other night, and he starts talking to Roman Reigns. He's gonna wrestle Roman Reigns at WrestleMania. And then he's like, I'm not going to wrestle you, and I know someone who did, and the whole place is like, oh, no, they're going to do this. And here comes The Rock. And The Rock had come out this huge pop a couple of weeks back, just out of nowhere. And everybody can kind of see the writing on the wall. And wrestling fans are very, very fickle. They either want you to be all in or all out. Like, they don't care if you're all out. Like, if you're going to be all out, go all out. And leave us alone. But they don't want you to dip your toe back in and then leave, and dip your toe in and leave. They will turn on you very fast. John Cena was mercilessly booed out of the arena not too long ago. They want you all in or all out. And The Rock is kind of coming back in a little bit, and they're like, well, dude, you want to be a wrestler or you want to be an actor? Which one do you want to be?
Right.
Well, he comes out, and now he's going to wrestle Roman Reigns at WrestleMania.
Ooh.
And to start off Raw the other night.
Take that, Cody.
Right? To start off Raw the other night.
Marketing director Cody Rhodes.
Cody Rhodes.
This Cody actually does something.
Right. Is in the ring.
In WWE.
With Seth Rollins. And you can listen to what the crowd, they start chanting. And Rock's not even there.
Oh.
Rocky sucks.
You sure he's not in the back?
He could be in the back.
He could be in the
They
back.
start chanting Rocky sucks.
Is it 1996 again?
Out of nowhere. Wow. Unprovoked. At a house show, now they have these house shows that are done off camera.
Mom's basement in the house? Or?
Yep.
Oh.
His music comes on, everybody boos. Wow. The whole place boos. And it's like, man, if you lose your wrestling crowd,
you can never be president.
You can never be president. Because those are middle America voters right there, Sean. Okay, those are the voters.
Look, here's the thing. I don't enjoy WWE. I mean, I did as a kid. I was into it up until like teenage years or whatever. So I'm familiar with The Rock, love The Rock. So seeing this, I'm like, I'm all in. this interests me. If you have pulled me in, you have definitely chased away your base, is how I feel.
Okay.
So that's that was probably the wrong move. And now if you've lost that giant base, they will vote third party. They will move away from The Rock.
So finally an unlikable moment for The Rock. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How about this Gina Carano story? Do you want to talk about that?
Oh, sure. I mean, I love talking about this.
Or joking. Is that how you pronounce it? Did I mispronounce it?
That's how you pronounce it.
Okay, because this is a big conversation.
Which one do you want?
I don't know. Joking.
Okay, man. All right. I like this. I think you're going with this one.
I don't want to talk about this 7 o'clock kids in the car. Yeah. Nick Eatman listening with his children.
All right. People are accusing. Now you've seen the Drake video. Have you seen that, Ruben? You've seen that, Ruben. Yeah.
Yeah, we all watched it on your computer yesterday.
Okay, so Drake has this leaked video out there. Some are saying that he may have leaked it himself.
I would have.
I would have too.
Yeah, there you go. But now people are accusing him of jelking. And what is jelking? Well, those are exercises that you could use to make it grow like a houseplant. And they're accusing him of doing that because we would have seen this before at some point. If you had a rocket ship,
that's not true.
You're probably gonna, with as many photos, you're probably gonna let this thing slide out at some point. But it creates micro tears in it to allow it to grow and
elasticity.
Yes, it's like a rubber band. It's like a house plant, and they are accusing Drake of this technique called jelking. JELQING.
I still don't have any idea what you're talking about. Like,
If you could, hand me a pen real quick. How exactly is this technique done, John?
No, I'm not going to do that. But it's stretching. It's just stretching.
Okay, but this is like fake. A picture, a fake video. It's just a technique him to top the charts.
Yeah. Make it look
go platinum
a little bit larger than life, if you will. Look, it's all about the angle.
That's what you and Corey Majors both agreed on.
Yeah. Angles are very important. You got to know the angles of what you're dealing with here. If you're gonna be sending those kinds of videos out there.
He rapped about it in Nice for What. He said, "Got to hit them angles with your phone out."
Yeah, he did. That's a very good point.
All right, there you go. I think we're done with the discussion. Jake the Snake Plumber and are the Dallas Cowboys already releasing a hit piece on Dak Prescott to bring the number down or run number 4 out of town. That is next. But
This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
Jake the Snake Plumber getting ready to sit down with us. Daryl Moose Johnston. You're going to want to hear that at 9 o'clock here on Sean and RJ. But yesterday, a very weird article from David Moore, Dallas Morning News, who we know relays a lot of times information that we think is given from the Cowboys front office. It's just a weird, odd, random story. And here's the headline. Bortles, Tannehill, and the list of NFL quarterbacks with higher playoff success than Dak Prescott. And I'm like, why? What's the point? Are we that desperate for Cowboy content like the rest of the national media? And then we get here to Radio Row, and Broadus is like, And then Gavin Dawson said, are they going ahead and setting things up for an ugly negotiation, for negotiations? Greasing the wheels, a hit piece, as a lot of Tolos called it. And I was like, and I know my wife calls me naive a lot of times, but I was asking the guys on the way home, would the Cowboys really have David Moore write a piece about how Blake Bortles and Ryan Tannehill are more clutch and playoff winners than Dak, to discredit him, to insult him, to try to bring down his value? Would they really do that?
So I don't know that it would be that explicit, but if somebody in the organization was going to say, look, one of the things we're looking at, I mean, take a look. If you look at, he's got the same number of wins as Blake Bortles in the playoffs. So that can be that conversation that it leads to naturally, okay, I know, I can kind of fit that in without saying that's what you guys are thinking or talking about. And so I think that that's more of what it would be rather than something that direct.
Because nobody worries about, the problem is you're just looking at the win-loss record in the postseason. Nobody worries about how you got there. When you win a playoff, Tom Brady won a playoff game where he threw for 115 yards. Does anybody care about that?
No.
Nor, I mean, and now, should you? That's different. That's a different argument.
All right, let's bring in, speaking of quarterbacks and the Cowboys, someone who you may remember, unfortunately, from this.
Play action by Plummer. In trouble. Throws on the run. What a catch! Frank Sanders, one hand. Holy cow, what a grab.
Do you remember that, Jake Plummer?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
that
yeah.
Was fun. There were some tough games in that stadium, too, that were not fun. But that one, that was a good time for us. We that organization, the Cardinals, they needed that win right there. First playoff victory in 15 years, or 50 years, and the first playoff appearance in 15. And here we are playing a dynasty, and we take them down in their home.
Was that
pretty
a
awesome.
top three win in your career?
Maybe. I don't know. Yeah. I mean, probably with the relevance of it, for sure.
Yeah.
The fact that we were in the playoffs, like I said, the stadium that is now in Glendale and the Cardinals play in was past that season, as we were the cardiac cards and kept coming from behind and pulling out victories, and the vote passes, and now, the team is still in Arizona. I think if we hadn't had that season, that team is the Los Angeles Cardinals soon thereafter. And that was a huge, I tell people I never won a Super Bowl, but if you wanted to look at the magnitude of a victory for an organization, that was as close to winning a Super Bowl as you could for the Cardinals, just because we finally beat the Cowboys. Our fans finally saw that we were good enough. Oh, okay, we can buy into this team that's been here and hasn't won much at all. Now look at them. They're fun to watch. So, yeah, that was a big one.
You were obviously, I mean, you played at Arizona State. You were already kind of a hometown hero in that sense. Obviously, you went to high school outside of the state, but you'd become such a hero to people in Arizona from your time at Arizona State. Then you win that playoff game. Do you remember the energy coming back? Did you feel a little bit like, I mean, I could probably run for governor right now and win in this state?
Yeah, we were flying into Sky Harbor Airport, and there's lights on the runway, and we look a little closer out the windows, and I think there was some 8,000 people on the tarmac.
Wow.
Out there. They'd put a stage up, and it was like I said, it was a celebration because we won a playoff game. That's the first playoff victory in 50 years. Wow. That's a long drought to go on. So a lot of the fans were finally, like I said, buying in to understanding, okay, this team can do it. And, yeah, it was a great moment. Again, too bad we didn't go further. We lost to Minnesota that next week. But I got to step on the field with Randall Cunningham. Like, I was a little kid, like, wow, here I am with Randall Cunningham over there.
Yeah.
So we lost to Minnesota, which was too bad, but that was a great team. And I think, we do feel like we did something special because of what's now left behind is that stadium. That was a big pivotal year for that organization, and to be a part of that. And the great players on our team, Jameer Miller, Larry Sinners, Lomas Brown. I mean, we had some really, really good football players. And to be their leader and to be doing what we did, the way we did it. If you look back at that season, our victories, we had to win the last 4, and we did. And they were like the last one. I mean, we had to kick a field goal to win, and as time expired, and, it was just wild. Like, the way we pulled it out, the way we made it happen was exciting.
Jake Plummer sitting down in the number 1 air hot seat on the home of the Cowboys 105.3 The Fan. So let's get into what you are here for Radio Row for and what you're talking about today.
Yeah, I've been blessed with having some pretty amazing people in my life, and one of them is my partner, Dale Jolly, with Umbo. We teamed up together and brought in also Rashad Evans, who's a UFC Hall of Famer, to educate and bring to people functional mushrooms. And immediately it's fun because I say mushrooms and people are like, oh, they giggle like, what's in this bar? Am I going to be able to go on the radio later? Like, yeah, we wouldn't hand out psilocybin bars here. That's really a federal offense. It's still illegal, even though it's decriminalized in Denver or in Colorado and Oregon. It's still classified Schedule 1. So there's an entire kingdom, though, of fungi that have a plethora of benefits for the human body and for Mother Earth and for a lot of things. They're amazing at what they do without us really knowing much about it. We're learning more each day, and so I've been given that gift as a conduit to bring this knowledge to the people of, hey, this is something if you incorporate it into your diet, which is not very common in a Western diet. These are functional mushrooms, non-psychedelic, fully legal, but they've just got they bring a lot of benefits. It's a positive intervention to your daily routine for your own health and wellness. And I say your own health and wellness. Like, you're not asking a doctor, what's wrong with me? And he says, well, you're vitamin D deficient. What do I need to do? Well, I don't know. Oh, thanks, doc.
Yeah.
Can you give me something more than that? But these are, if you really dive into it, they've been used for centuries in Chinese medicine and in Eastern medicine. And there's a lot of research out there. There's a lot being done to continue that for people to look into and start understanding these at a deeper level, because we really don't know much about them. But I know from my experience it's helped me with a lot of things, whether that's resting better at night, recovering better, inflammation in my joints is gone. I feel like I stopped aging as fast as I was. Wow. And I don't want to say that to try to build our brand or anything, but I just feel like I was aging, and then now I've slowed that process down by my body functioning better and the balance that it's brought to my cardiovascular system, my nervous system, my endocrine system. I mean, these things, how they do it, why they do it, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a mycologist, but I do love taking these and benefiting from them, and I want people to know that there's something out there that if you're looking, it won't hurt you to try. And so we're trying to get people and actually having a 21-day challenge. The Umbo Performance and Recovery Challenge. So looking for people to sign up, go to getumbo.com. The new year passed, we're almost to March, and your New Year's resolutions or your new plan to get up every morning and work out might have fizzled a little bit.
Yeah.
Time to get that started again before spring. And 21 days, we're asking, me and Rashad Evans are going to have some daily guidance for you, whether that's waking up and doing a little bit of breath work, or getting up and just moving your body, having a glass of water, positive things that you can do to help set you on a path to have a good day and create, consistency over time equals results. We encourage people to take our mushroom products along with that time, whether it's our capsules, our Myco-Rise Arrest, or our tinctures that are great charge and recharge. We grow the mushrooms out in Fort Lupton at my farm, Myco Love, and extract them there in Longmont. So I put a lot of intention into this product to help people, and that's the exciting thing, to be able to bring this to people. And when I hear, whether it's old teammates or just get emails from people that have tried our stuff and they say, wow, this has really helped me, whether it's sleeping better, like I said, or just hey, I'm up now, walking, feeling more energy during the day. I mean, that's a gift to be able to provide that.
Have you found a mental health benefit? Big one?
Well, I mean, mental health, there's so many different layers to what you say right there.
Sure.
I mean, mental health can mean a lot of things, but yes, when you're
Like
talking
depression, anxiety.
yeah,
trauma.
I mean, just for example, working with the reishi mushroom. I mean, reishi is great for your nervous system. And listen, there's stress no matter where you go, no matter what you do. You can't eliminate stress. It's going to happen. Getting in your car and driving down the road can be stressful. It's how you react to that. It's how your body's system is programmed to react to that stress. Do you start freaking out and cussing people out, or do you go, turn on some Bob Marley and chill out? You you get to make the choice, but is your body in balance enough to be aware and make that choice? Now, I'm not saying that reishi mushrooms are going to cure your anxiety, but they definitely help you have a little more calm. And so I've learned just through using these and benefiting from them that we're learning more each day what these can do. And that's the fun part of it, is it's an exploration into this organism that's been here for a long time. And if we can help somebody, if we can help an athlete, go and approach a challenge that he hasn't been able to get over or hasn't been able to do, and we can help them get there, that makes him better, that makes the world better, that makes everything better. So we're just trying to be less of a brand and more of a cause of like, hey, let's see, like, let's level up, let's do what you say you're going to do, and if this can help facilitate that and be a positive intervention, then we're grateful to be able to bring it to you.
Thanks for sitting down with us, man. You're one of those names, those figures. It's I don't know the word for it, but it's like Jake the Snake, and it's like everyone, connects with it from back in the day.
Yeah,
so we
thank
appreciate you
Thank
sitting down with us. Enjoy the rest of the week.
Hey, thank you guys. I appreciate it. It's going to be fun being out here, and a lot of stuff happening in Vegas. And there's a game this weekend.
There is.
I'm told about that.
Jake Plummer in the #1 air hot seat on the home of the Cowboys. You're going to want to hear Moose Johnston. He's pretty blunt and honest on what the Cowboys are missing and what they need. Next on Sean and RJ. Sitting down with us here on the home of the Cowboys here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby in the #1 air hot seat, the Dallas Cowboy legend, Daryl. You guys told me that Moose. I'm sure that doesn't get old whatsoever. Moose Johnston on 105.3 The Fan. How are you?
Good, good. How you guys doing?
Well, we're kind of embarrassed. Every year we come here and, we're previewing mock drafts and not talking about America's team playing this game. So
my apologies.
Here we are again. We got to put up with it from all these
right?
Philadelphia and all these other stations.
Well, they're not here, right? They
they
don't got anything to talk about this year.
That's true.
They were sinking like a stone at the end of the season.
Yeah. Well, that's us. We're nobodies. How do you deal with it when they're like, how about them Cowboys, Moose?
We still got 5. We still got 5. So, I mean, you got to start there.
Yeah.
So that quiets a lot of the conversation down. There's a few teams that can continue to banter.
Right.
But that eliminates about, 27 teams?
Yeah. So,
pipe down. And then it's been hard. I don't know why they can't get over the hump. I know the expectations were high coming into the year, the way they were playing at the end of the season. What are we, 3 consecutive 12-5 seasons, or 12-win seasons, and still not getting beyond the divisional round is very frustrating. But for me, what I saw against Green Bay was really just a team whose big players didn't play big in the big moment. And that was not – everybody went to Dak Prescott, but that in what was going on with him and CeeDee Lamb, that was not a sack in that game against Green Bay. And we had Green Bay. Now, that offensive line got better during the course of the year, but there's no way they should have kept them without a sack during the course of the game. Micah Parsons disappeared. They got after him up front, ran the ball effectively. That was always the big thing. When you talk about box count, it's not always, you'll see us on TV doing the game and we're like, they got to, they're light in the box. It's 6 versus 5. Well, sometimes it can be 6 versus 6, but when it's 6 smaller guys, that's a light box.
Yeah.
And I think that's where Dallas gets himself in trouble a little bit. They've got great athletes that are physical, that aren't big, but if you come out and you're just going to do that time after time after time, eventually you're going to break them down.
I want to ask you about, we're having these Dak conversations about clutch, and we always argue on the show, is that actually a thing, all right, on the free throw line or the big putt? Did you play with guys or against guys where you felt like when the playoffs started that they would shrink or they would raise their game? Is playoff clutchness an actual thing with all your playoff experience?
I think clutch is clutch. It's just it's what stage are you on? Let's say you drop a touchdown catch in the end of September and your team loses that game and then you miss the playoffs by 1 game.
Right.
Wasn't that clutch? So something that you might not have thought was important, or we can learn from that experience. You don't have that opportunity in the playoffs. It's one and done. So it's just the finality of the playoffs that increases the pressure on it. So clutch should be all the time, and that way it doesn't become something that's surprising or something that's exclusive. If you're a 95% free throw shooter and you're making free throws all the time to win games, and then you miss at the end, is that because you weren't clutch or you just missed a free throw?
Right.
So I think the kicker's always right. They get all the blame, right? You miss a kick at the end of the game. Oh my God, we got to get a new kicker. Well, I'll give you 5 plays leading up to that kick that there's some other guys that need to own that responsibility as well. So I think clutch is just it's something that gets a lot of attention because of the finality of the playoffs. But to me, it's about the team, and that's where Dallas just seems to be a little bit out of sync. For us, when we played and we were winning championships, our teams were strong. I mean, the bond. I mean, we were beyond teammates. We were good friends, and that was what made us unique. One of the things that I saw in the Green Bay game is when Jair Alexander pushed CeeDee Lamb, and there was no response.
Yeah,
that's when I was like, could you imagine pushing Michael Irvin in that situation? And what would have happened? Alvin Harper. We walked out of the field at the San Francisco championship game in '92. I walked onto the field to an all-out war between the San Francisco DBs or the San Francisco wide receivers and our DBs. They were fighting pregame.
So, because you talk about in the contrast of the game and when the clutch happens, Dak's been getting off to slow starts in these games. Like he'll have not even 90 yards at halftime. When you go into a game and you don't perform going into the game and a big spot like that in a playoff game, That's not necessarily. Is that like nerves? Is that just bad preparation leading into it? What is that?
It's bad football, really. I don't know what it is. I don't think it's going to be preparation, right? Mike McCarthy and Dan Quinn aren't going to leave you unprepared going into a game like that. So it comes down to execution. And I think it was one of the things that Greg Olsen and Kevin Burkhardt were talking about during that game is CeeDee Lamb and Dak Prescott are not in sync right now. How do you get out of sync?
After like a record-setting season between the two
of them. Both of them. Why in that moment are you guys not seeing things the same way? So, there was just so many things that happened in that game that were unexplainable. But the biggest thing, to go right to Mike McCarthy, to go right to Dak Prescott, take a step back and look. It was everywhere. It was everywhere that day.
Moose Johnson here on The Fan. Where are you when it comes to Dak in the future and extending him and having him be the guy versus he just can't get it done in the postseason? Time to move on. Where do you stand with Dak as the future quarterback?
I think you have to take a long, hard look at this one. He's had opportunities. I really thought the biggest one that he let slip through his fingers was last year in the divisional round against San Francisco. Down 8 with the ball in your hand. It was 3 of the worst plays, and then that fourth play to Ezekiel Elliott was, what is that?
Yeah.
So I think that there has to be a look at what you want the future to be, because we see what happens to these teams when you sign that contract. When that contract goes out to the quarterback, and all of a sudden now you've already got salary cap issues in Dallas to begin with. You've got big signings coming up. You've got to weigh everything. Will McClay's got to look out to that future and say, okay, who's coming down the road that we have to have moving forward on a big contract? Micah Parsons is going to command a huge salary, and what Nick Bosa did last year, that's going to be something that's going to be interesting to watch the conversation about. And then you're talking about a quarterback on top of that. You're going to have to. The more you sign players to those types of deals, the more important it is for you to have those guys perform in those big moments. And if they're not performing in those big moments, can you afford to shrink your cap down to 3, 4, 5 guys and then play with a supporting cast that you may have concerns about?
There around here, there's been a lot of discussion from fans, analysts, everybody else, just trying to go like, why, with how consistently good for the most part Dallas has been over 27 years. I mean, they've had some down periods, but generally they've been one of the better teams in the NFC over that time period. How they've just had this string where they cannot get it done in the postseason. And a lot of people lately seem to be shifting it to, hey, this is just kind of a circus over here, and it's really tough to focus on the things that matter in relation to football with the circus. Obviously, you spent your whole career here, but now kind of like traveling around, seeing different facilities during the week, doing prep, and kind of seeing how other teams run and function. Is it that much different? Is it that radically different here in Dallas compared to the other stops around the NFL?
Yeah, it's very different in Dallas. I think one of the things you hear, we talked about Philadelphia right before we came on air, and you'll hear Jalen Hurts say, keep the main thing the main thing. What is the main thing in Dallas? That's the question that you have to answer. What is your main thing? Is it football? Is it winning championships? Is it the brand? What is the main thing? And if you're keeping the main thing, then great. That's what you have to do. But I think a lot of people feel that football has to be the main thing, and maybe football is not the main thing.
And is that as having those sideshows or having it to where it's sideshows is a bad word, but that struggle?
With distractions, right?
Distractions.
We talk about it during the year.
Yeah.
You don't want to have any distractions. When you are creating distractions, they're hard enough to deal with when they just pop up. When you create distractions, and not only a distraction, but what would we call a distraction on a daily basis? When distractions become routine, now it's hard. It's very, very challenging for the players.
Moose, we're trying to fill Dan Quinn's spot. They reportedly just interviewed Rex Ryan, or we just found out about it. Rex Ryan, Mike Zimmer, Ron Rivera, Wink Martindale from within. What are your thoughts on some of the potential fits?
Love Wink Martindale. I think Wink Martindale's defense fits the personnel that Dallas has right now. I mean, we all know Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer is awesome. Plays it a little bit different than Wink does. Rex Ryan's been away from the game for a while, so how does that weigh into this whole scenario? Ron Rivera is one of the greatest guys you'll ever meet. But as a defensive-minded head coach and bringing in Jack Del Rio, and you had those 4 guys up front, how did you not do more damage defensively during the course of the time? So, nobody's going to be the perfect fit. There's some good and there's some questions with everybody that you just brought up on that list. But for me, I think one of the more intriguing ones would be is Wink Martindale, because of the way he plays his scheme, the pieces that are already in place for Dallas. You have to be smart to play in Wink Martindale's defense. So if they feel that they can do that, that's where guys get home. We talked about it with Jim Johnson, right? And that's one of the reasons I would lean towards Ron Rivera. Jim Johnson was the hardest defensive coordinator that we played against back in our day. And we always laughed. There's going to be a free runner to the quarterback at some point, and how quickly can you adjust? And then how quickly is he on to the next way to get another free runner after your quarterback? And that kind of comes off of that tree. That's when you know you've got a really good defensive coach, is when you see free guys coming at your quarterback because he's doing something that you didn't expect, or he's found a way to break down your protection that you were not aware of.
What do you see as some of the roster needs that the Cowboys should address in the offseason?
I don't think you can ever have enough dominant edge rushers. When you see what Micah was able to do when he has somebody that you have to worry about that's out there with him, I think you got to kind of figure out exactly what you want him to be. Is he a stack linebacker? He's an edge guy. What do you want his role to be? Where does he give the defense the best opportunity to be successful and be one of those guys that can disrupt the game? So there's a lot of things that they have to answer internally. I'd like to see him get a little bit bigger at the second level. I know the linebacker position is very undervalued now, but you're starting to see teams, when we get to playoff football, we hear it all the time, we got to be able to establish the running game. And I think that was one of the weak things. I think Buffalo exposed Dallas late in the season, that you can get out there and run the football against these guys and control the clock, keep Dak and keep CD and keep all those guys on the offensive side of the ball off the field. That's how you do it. And that's, they've got to find out what they want to be as an offensive identity and start moving towards that way and be consistent all through the year.
Is Micah too small, like to not wear down at the end of the year, like in the postseason?
I don't know if he's too small. I just, I think you've got him doing a lot. I think it's going to be interesting to watch Aiden Hutchinson. I think he's another guy that's like that. He plays 96% of the snaps. And are you going to wear yourself down and break yourself down? Because you carry stuff from season to season. I mean, you start your first year and you're here, and then you're just you're trying to maintain that whole way. You just never want to drop during the course of the year, and that's one of the areas where I think the NFL is making a mistake. They're not allowing the players to be around their facilities long enough to make sure that their bodies are ready for the physical contact and the physical stress that they're going to apply for the next 24 weeks through the month of January. So I would like to see the NFL loosen restrictions and allow the guys to start training a little bit harder in their facility, not in South Florida, not in Arizona. Come to the facility with your players, with your strength coach, and train. I think that's where we separated ourselves. We have Mike Wojcik as our strength coach. There's been two teams that have won 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. Mike was the strength coach for both of them. Coincidence? I don't think so. I think it's the way he does stuff. And those teams were healthier, stronger, and angrier at the end of the season.
Broadcaster Daryl Moose Johnson here on 105.3 The Fan. Your broadcasting advice for Tom Brady. I'm talking about from like an X's and O's standpoint. What was hard for you to pick up on or learn or get adjusted to while calling games, person in your ear, cameras, the TV business?
Can you give pieces of information that are interesting and help people learn and build a passion for the game in the short amount of time that you have? It's easy on radio. We can sit here, we can get into details, and we can talk a little bit longer. But football moves very quick. It moves quicker every year with the pace of play and the style of offense that we see in the NFL. Can you be good at sharing your knowledge with the fans and be concise in a short amount of time?
Let's talk about the UFL. You were telling me a couple weeks ago, you're like, we need to ask Moose about future GM role with as much involvement as you have had in a lot of these other leagues. So let's talk about what's going on with this.
Yeah, it's spring football is something that's out there that I think everybody wants to see succeed. We tried it in the Alliance of American Football in 2019. We tried XFL 2020. USFL came on board in 22. Made it through a season for the first time in 40 years, crowned a champion. Last year, it was us and the XFL, and we both went through the season, and we both crowned champions. It was hard for one league to do it, so just think how hard it's going to be for two. So I think the fact that we've merged gives us the sustainability to keep spring football alive, and I think it is actually it's upgraded the talent that's going to be in our league next year. You had 16 teams fighting over all the talent that was out there. As spring alternative leagues, a different path to the NFL, now down to 8. So there's going to be more talent on the field. I think it's going to be competitive. We blended coaching staffs. We're getting interest now where we have people calling us to ask us if they can be a part of the UFL, and it's names you would recognize. So that shows that there's validity in what we're doing. And every single week this fall, when I was on location doing a game, whether it was Mike Tomlin, whether it was Kyle Shanahan, every coach I talked to, hey, how's the merger going? Everything going well in the spring league? We need you guys to succeed. This is something that's very important. We don't have the time up here to really get into the detail and get these guys reps at practice speed or at game speed. Even when you go to a joint practice and training camp, which is where most of these guys are going to get that opportunity, it's not what it's like in a game. So for us to be able to provide an opportunity for these guys in a non-traditional route back to the NFL is something that where game speed are the reps that they have to have.
What do you think is the biggest challenge or challenges? Like, what's a bold-faced problem in terms of getting even more of the country to buy in and become obsessed with it in the spring with some of the ups and downs that these leagues have had?
I think really a little bit with the spring is where's that sweet spot where we let the NFL finish their Super Bowl and give enough time to create that appetite for the football fan to want to rejoin. Then you've got to go up against the NCAA tournament. Then you got to go up against the Masters. So there's a couple of iconic sports events in the spring that you're going to have to deal with. And you have to be comfortable rating-wise that if we're playing on Masters weekend, our ratings might not be as good. If we're playing during the first week of the NCAA tournament, our ratings might not be as good. Once you get beyond, in my opinion, week 1 of the NCAA tournament, I think then the games kind of start to spread out and we can find some windows in there to have our broadcasts go on air where we're not in direct competition. So I think we've just got to be real creative and just keep it front of mind for everybody and have great stories to tell. And we do. You know, we've got Cavante Turpin. We've got Brandon Aubrey. I mean, we've got 2 in Dallas that are, I mean, they're fairy tales.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy played soccer. He was doing a corporate job, and then his wife tells him you should try kicking, and the next thing you know, he's battling against Justin Tucker in a game of tic-tac-toe on Pro Bowl week.
Daryl Moose Johnson here on 105 through the Fan. Last one. Did you have similar GM aspirations as Aikman? How much interest did you have in that field?
Aikman got his from me. Don't put him ahead. Don't put him ahead. I was the first broadcaster.
Yeah.
I was the first league guy. He's following in my footsteps.
That's right.
Copycat league.
That's right.
Yeah.
Copycat league. Hey, man, thank you so much for sitting
Fullbacks
down.
always lead. Always remember that.
There we go.
What a line to end it on. There's the Moose in the #1 air hot seat on the home of the Cowboys. I will apologize to Mike Bassick.
Yeah, what's up, man?
And figure out how Mikey feels about this Mavericks trade rumor on deadline day next on Sean and RJ. But time is ticking.
you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Sean, RJ, and Bobby, brought to you by the Low T Center and Best Buy Windows and Siding. And sitting down, a guy that I have to apologize to because I mocked and sarcastically laughed at his suggestions on yesterday's seafood buffet when Mike Bassick said, I'm going to attack the lobster. And I'm going to go. I said, stop. There ain't no lobster on this buffet. I've never seen lobster on a buffet. We're not
no
Maine.
comprende.
Now, it wasn't whole lobsters or anything, but there were lobster claws. And Mike, I said this morning, and you see if you could back me up. If you like seafood, that's the greatest buffet that I've had in my entire life.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Now, I've never been to the other 14 major hotels here that have buffets for $100.
Everyone keeps saying the Wynn's better. I went to one with Amanda a couple years ago. That was one of those high expensive ones. It compared nothing to last night.
Okay.
Nothing at all. And by the way, it was $85 at Caesars. Is it called Bacchanal?
Bacchanal. Yeah, I don't remember the Wynn one. I've never been to that one. The Bellagio one I've been to, that's tremendous. But it's been 10 years. I have no idea what it's like now. You know, these hotels, they change over so much over time.
You feel like you did your damage?
Yeah, I would say this. Well, yes and no. Everything's way more expensive in Vegas. So it was a good buffet, don't get me wrong. But that's probably a $50 buffet. But in Vegas, you kind of have to times it. If not times two, maybe a little less than two. But if I were to be with, let's say, my wife, I would rather go to a restaurant and sit down and order a meal for, let's say, about $100 a person, than go to a buffet. Okay. But it was great. I don't want to knock it at all. I had a good time. I ate quite a bit. But my opinion would be, like, if you're not like a super eater, and you can have a really nice steak or a really nice lobster with a couple sides, I would say that might be worth it more than paying $100 for that.
You give me your perspective down at your end of the table. My perspective, Choppy came out of the gates fast. The whole station went to the seafood first, it seemed.
Right.
It was a smart approach. Choppy came out of the gates fast with the monster seafood plate, but then he stalled. His tire had a lower PSI than our vehicle out here. And the nosebleeds with Eric and Zach passed Choppy and took home the win. Zach Wolchuk came back with a plate of just sides. Yeah. And I was like, that's going to ruin you.
Yeah,
that's
it was starchy, too.
It was mac and cheese. I hope I'm not
mashed potatoes, cream spinach.
And I said, that's going to put you in the ground. You won't touch it. And he almost finished the plate. It was impressive. Wow. And then you were next to Chiafalo.
Yeah, I thought Chiafalo, I was near Broadus and Chiafalo, and then Zach was close enough that I could see. I feel like Eric ate the most.
Yes. What is it? He must just have a metabolism that's insane.
How old is
he? He's eating wings out here every single day.
He's not 30 years old.
No,
he's
29. He's younger. He's taller, right? So you can spread it out a little bit more.
But still.
But yeah, he of course, and but the youth is big.
I'll brag about myself here. I got done eating. I did lose $40. I went and played craps and lost $40 in about 30 minutes. And then I was like, that's enough. Like, I'm going into the poorhouse because of this. I went.
Where are you with your allotment?
I'm probably down $50 now for the.
Oh, that's great.
For the week.
Winning.
And then I went to the workout center and got in 30 minutes of elliptical.
You're a son of a.
Because I was like, that was
night?
a lot. Yeah, I was like, that was a lot of food, and I'm not sleepy because I took a nap. That was a lot of food, and so I was like, let me go. If I'm not going to go to sleep, I don't want to just lay in this bed and do nothing. Yep. I'll go to the gym and get on the elliptical and watch college basketball highlights.
That's not the worst gym that you've been. I was there yesterday. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
it's not
especially
about
for
the
just
gym.
cardio.
It's about the full going to a gym after a buffet,
Yeah, that's
which
a little
no one in
much.
the world does.
That's a little bit much.
Overachiever or like that. But what happened? Oh, you know what Ruben did last night after the buffet?
No.
Won $1,000.
Really?
$1,000 he won on the slot machine.
Really?
Yeah.
Filled out the taxes and the paperwork.
That's awesome, buddy.
Yeah.
Filled out everything.
That is awesome.
Making it rain out here. And he's going to get some ear piercings that he decided on before we even went to dinner.
Had
a couple palomas, had a couple Mike Bassick palomas. Going to get both ears pierced.
In our hotel where they do the tattoos.
Yeah, he's going to get his ears pierced. He's trying to catch up to DJ's.
I think the other day I could have got Corey. I didn't go home with him after the media party. I think I could have, how drunk he was. I think we could have walked into that tattoo parlor and got like a tattoo.
Would you
Not
have
me.
gone matching?
I wouldn't have got a tattoo, but I think I could have convinced Corey in that moment to get a tattoo. Like the TX on my Rangers hat or the old T. I was like, I think Corey could possibly, I could have talked him into getting like the Rangers T like on the upper part of his shoulder.
I don't know who's less likely to get a tattoo over me or you, because I have absolutely zero desire ever to get one.
I'm not opposed to people who have tattoos.
Me either.
I think you're like that too, but I just I can't see myself liking ink on my body the rest of my life. I think I would get tired. Whatever I had, I think eventually it's really cool. I don't know. When does that coolness wear off? After 5 years, are you like, I mean, it's there, but it doesn't, that would be me with a tattoo.
Corey? I didn't want to come away, Sean, with a Mike Tyson face tattoo, so I'm glad Mike didn't try to set me up that way.
Awesome.
But I would, a big T like that for the Rangers after winning the World Series.
Which T would you get? The first T, the second T, or the new
T.
or the new TX?
Man, I like that one a lot. But probably the first one. Just go old school with it.
How much would we have to pay you to get the Low T Center logo tattooed on you?
$1 billion.
$1 billion. Okay, let's start crowdsourcing this.
Corey, how are you feeling this morning?
Better.
Okay.
Yeah, better. Yes.
So yesterday, Corey, I got to give it up. You talk about fighting through things. He showed up to the little mini happy hour. He wasn't going to have a drink. And then while walking to the buffet, man down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Man down.
Yeah.
He took a fall down the steps.
I misstepped on the bottom stair.
I'll give him this.
I was looking like over here, and I stepped and just went.
In our hotel?
So, no, at Caesars. So the steps we went down, it was a carpet and then a white floor. And it had a small brown strip on the first step, no strip on the next step, and then a brown strip on the next one after that. I think he didn't pick up on the fact, because he's getting old, that he couldn't see the differentiation between the white and the white, and he missed the second step.
I was talking to Wolchuk, and he was back and to the left, JFK, and he was standing like right there, and I kind of turned over my shoulder and was saying something to him and going down the steps at the same time, and just thought that there was more floor. So yeah, that's what Choppy's saying. Is I didn't even see the brown line.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Toenail felt a little weird. I got a little scrape on the arm.
Look at that. What did we ask? What was more bruised? His body or his ego?
My ego was definitely more bruised
He
after
said
that
my ego.
situation.
And then he eats the buffet, and then I was like, all right, I'm out of here. You guys go to the speakeasy. Me brought us. Boom. Corey immediately gets up, bolts to the hotel. We finally catch him at the stoplight as he was just gone. Did you make a beeline straight to the room?
When we saw Kristen, and we said hi to her, and she looked like she was ready for the night.
Yes.
She was ready to rock last night. And I was like, all right, well, where's Bobby? And she's like, I don't know. And so I'm like walking, and I see Bobby sitting at the thing, and I'm like, Bobby, your wife's literally right there. I'm waving my arms. I'm like, hey, he's here. Nobody saw anything, and then eventually he saw her and took off.
Which, by the way, we didn't even mention today that Kristen had texted her outfit to Amanda to get a review and then send her a shot of what I was wearing because I refused to even put jeans on. And Amanda's description of the night was that Kristen looked like a hottie and I looked like a naughty. So that's my ego.
N-A-U-G-H-T-Y?
No, N-O-T-T-I-E.
Have you noticed the women outside of the link on the kind of, I'd say, the main strip?
Are you talking about between the link and Harrah's?
The lady dressed like Mickey Mouse?
Well, some of them are just wearing, what do they call those? Pasties.
Stars.
Like, hey, you want a picture of me?
Yeah.
And it's just amazing to me, like, what happens in Vegas just on the street in public, that there's just women pretty much naked.
You should just ask him, what are you trying to cover up there? What is that? Didn't say show.
I guess that you would get a ticket as long as your nipples aren't showing.
It's the dumbest thing in the world because I can take my shirt off and show my nipples.
But it is.
Right now.
I agree.
Right?
Women should be allowed to.
Absolutely. What the
or
hell-
we
what's
should
the
have
difference?
to cover up one of the two.
Yeah, what's the difference?
Yeah, well, it's
Protest. Do
that
it
we
right
act
now.
like a bunch of horn
There we
dogs
go.
whenever we see it, and they don't. They're like, okay, put a shirt on.
So what happened
I mean,
to
my nipples are sexy. Like, people look at my nipples like, oh, my God, look at this. I think it's somebody out there finds them attractive. They don't
So
make
here's-
plays with them ever, but whatever.
what happened to the speakeasy plan? You had your whole Carmen San Diego clues set up, and now you want to go and
I was dragging. I knew I was able to do one thing. I could either go to the speakeasy or go to the blackjack table, and I wanted to gamble
because you couldn't go to the bathroom.
Did you win?
I did. I won $20.
Okay.
I was down.
He tried to go 40.
Dude,
He tried to say
I thought
4.
I couldn't remember what it was.
I
it was
on the-
4 chips, and I was like, well, I got to do my math.
I knew it was not going well when the other guy who sat down on the end of the table, we were watching him from afar. That other guy went like this at one point, and Chop put his head down and looked like he was just about to punch somebody. He was just dropping his chips. He did not look happy.
I was mad. I was getting worked on some garbage 21s that she was pulling, but I made a nice recovery. So I think I'm going to try to do the speakeasy today at some point tonight, because you have to follow clues in Caesars. You got to start at the fountain. Then you got to walk outside to a sign. Then you got to look to your right, and you got to spot this sign. Then
That
you got to
sounds
look,
fun.
and then you got to find it
dumb.
in between hedges.
Yeah,
I want to try this. I want to check this thing out. I think it's cool to have to
Do you
find
like
something
escape rooms,
I
Sean?
got a better idea. Ready? Here's my strategy.
Sleep.
You sit down and you go, I want a drink, and then they bring you the drink.
Or do it on a Ferris wheel,
You
too.
know, versus getting out.
I can do that in my
I
kitchen.
know.
Magnifying
lens and my
cool.
GPS.
It's like a sense of accomplishment. Like, I found a bar.
You haven't been able to find Frank Sinatra Way. How are you going to find the speakeasy following clues this
Tough
week?
street to Frank's
Boy,
dead.
I'll tell you
Frank
what.
is dead,
This
like my
morning, trying to get an Uber and trying to figure out where to get picked up at our hotel because they have the raging rapids in our
Yeah.
parking lot.
Las Vegas.
Like, it took me 20 minutes to walk around again.
If I was by myself here, I'd be screwed. I have to. I have to travel with someone. I have to be with someone. If I didn't meet you guys downstairs before dinner, I never would have made it. I am Ray Charles finding this stuff.
I got here early, Corey, and then they had 17 interviews recorded. So
You just sat here with them,
yeah, I
huh?
just sat here.
Oh, boo freaking who? Tell it to Kevin,
So
Mike.
now I'm going to get an email
You have
from
to
our
hang out with your
boss saying,
friends.
"Hey, you didn't fulfill your duty."
You're right here. I've talked to
Okay.
Spittle. He's in a great mood. Great show by us. So, the number 6 team in the country. And oh no, you guys didn't beat G-Bag. Well, crosstalk.
Oh, what did G-Bag get?
10.
Okay. Yeah,
10.
but I tell you what, if
Freaking
you
10.
add in the mid markets, I bet we wouldn't even be as high as 12.
Crosstalk with KMC is next. But let me get you set up at GimmeTheVin.com. Now is the time to sell your car, truck, or exotic. Gimme the Vin is buying in the car market.
Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
It is time to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece from here at Radio Row, brought to you by the Low T Center and #1 Air, Kevin Hagelin, Mikey Bassick, and Corey Majors. Good morning, fellas. What's coming up on the program?
Guys, Steve Largent at 10:30, Sean Marion 11:30, and then
Wait, Sean who?
Merriman, a good friend of ours.
Did you prefer that or Marion?
I did say Marion, I think.
I think for today, Merriman.
Okay.
Yeah, he's good.
General Marion.
Luke Kuechly at noon, Warren Sapp at 12:15, and Kellen Winslow Sr. at 12:30.
He's a soldier.
And then Tony Pollard at 1 o'clock.
Tony
he's
Pollard.
in jail,
Yeah.
Right?
If I asked
thought
this
he died.
real question to Sean Merriman,
no.
how do you think it would go if I said, how much do you think steroids helped you, and how much do you think it hurt you once you couldn't do it because you had tested positive for it?
It's a great question.
Like, I would really want to know that without being I'm not trying to be a D. I'm just trying to say, like, for real, like, we've seen guys in baseball on it, unbelievable. Off of it, go back to who they were for most of their career. Like, I would want to know, like, if he had to do it all over again, would he say, it was worth it because I got drafted in the first round, had a good contract, I've set up my family for life because of my football career / steroids helped? Or would he just say, I wish I would have never done it. I think I would have been as good without it. I don't know.
Great question. Warren Sapp, buckle up. You don't know what that could be. And how big of an issue do y'all think the Tony Pollard thing was from yesterday, of not knowing that Dan Quinn was in D.C. until Pat McAfee's show told him?
I mean, he's probably looking for his new team. He's not going to be on this team, so.
Yeah, he's disconnected from this thing right now, man. His agent's probably the only connection he has with the Cowboys.
Here's what I wonder. I barely knew the hitting coaches. Like, I mean, I can remember who my hitting coaches were for the most part, but you're not going to, like, I know Rudy Jaramillo was the hitting coach when I was with the Rangers, but Rudy and my dad grew up together.
Well,
for the most part, I'm not going to know the hitting coach because I'm not dealing with him. I'm dealing with my pitching coach. I'm dealing with my manager. I'm dealing with the bullpen coach.
Yeah.
So
But
I'm just
would
wondering,
somebody in the bullpen tell you that the hitting coach got fired?
But you're in the bullpen.
Yeah, wouldn't you know, though, like after a week, like if he got one of 30 manager jobs in Major League Baseball?
I think you guys look at it from the perspective that you care about sports. Most athletes don't care about sports in general. Like, they don't know. I guarantee you, I said this to Corey yesterday after hearing this. If you ask Micah Parsons, what's the salary cap in the NFL? He's about to ask for $30+ million. I bet he doesn't even know there is a salary cap in the NFL. Like, he would have no clue that there's actually a payment thing and that you can only go to a certain level. You can manipulate. Like, he has no clue. Most guys have no clue. I remember talking to Marlon Byrd about one of his free agent years, and he's like, honestly, Mike, I don't even know. Like, my agent just calls me up and says I'm signing with this team and going somewhere. Some guys are just like that. Tony Pollard probably is going to have nothing to do with free agency. His agent is going to call him up and tell him, I just signed you to this team. You're going there on a 3-year deal.
Is do you think most baseball players can tell you who's in what division?
50%.
Wow.
50-50.
Yeah, when Jake Plummer was sitting down an hour ago,
he barely knew he played in that game.
He barely knew he was here.
I do wonder, just kind of in the same vein that Mike's talking about.
He was cool.
When plumbers are done plumbing for the day, do they go home and say, can't wait to plumb some more? When electricians are done electricianing, they say, can't wait to go do more of that today. I mean, every catcher, Mike, you were like, hey, do you want to go do a bullpen? They're like, no, probably not, but I guess I have to. Like, that's any spare time they probably spend doing other things. And I feel like Pollard was just like, season's over, scram, see you later. Whenever I'll pick it up, I'm going to go see family, do whatever else.
Today is trade deadline day. Kevin Hagelin, I would love to hear your Dallas Maverick need issues and the response to the rumor from Woj that the Mavericks are talking to the Hornets about P.J. Washington. We do have a deal done. The Pacers are trading Buddy Hield to the Sixers for Marcus Morris, 3 second-round picks, but the latest Mavs rumor, in addition to Kyle Kuzma, in addition to Bobby Portis, in addition to what other
Wiggins.
Wiggins
Yeah.
is P.J. Washington.
Yeah, I've heard they think P.J. Washington is pretty great with that asking price. Kuzma and Portis probably make more sense.
What's the price supposed to be?
I mean, I heard they want a first-round pick, which is madness to me, but
Yeah.
I'd be more interested in the other two. And then, like, I see the appeal of Wiggins, or I know some people tried to float out Caruso. I don't think that's going to happen, but you need somebody who can rebound. You need some size, and those first two make sense to me.
You excited?
I don't think the Mavericks should do anything. You're so limited in assets in the future. You're going to have to trade. You'll be set till 2029. If you trade a first-round pick, you literally are screwed till about 2029 to make a major move. If you just do nothing today, and I'm not saying all these things will open up in the offseason, you'd have Hardaway Jr., you'd have Holmes, you would have multiple first-round picks. So you'd have now $30 million approximately in expiring contracts, and you would have 2 first-round picks to use to improve your team. If you trade a first-round pick to, let's say, Brooklyn, because there's Dorian Finney-Smith supposedly is on the table for them.
First for him.
Like, if they do that, then you have very little room to grow the rest of the team. You've decided, all right, our team is Dorian Finney-Smith and Luka and Lively and Kyrie, and we have to win a championship with these guys because we're done with first-round pick trading. We're done with having any salary cap room at all. You can mid-level exception a guy here and there, which is Grant Williams. That's the market for mid-level exception guys. So I'm in a weird place where I know this team isn't good enough, but I don't want to add to it because I think you can maybe make a bigger move in the offseason to help this thing out. I'd love Wendell Carter Jr. If you got Wendell Carter Jr. and Dorian Finney-Smith today, I would say, hey, this team has a chance to make some noise in the playoffs, and it has a chance to do something better next year. But I don't even know if you have enough assets to do those two things right now.
Something middling would be, and that's a word I've created, something middling would be too costly for this team right now. It's going to cost too much to do something that's not going to get you there. You have to do something massive and splash.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big move that can make you a champion, and there's nothing for the Mavericks can do. They need to earn rather than spend.
I'm not interested in role players. They're important. This team isn't good enough for it to be important enough.
I've thought about this too, is because Kyrie's only going to play 40 to 50 games a year, most likely the rest of his career. That's just where he's at. Do you need to make Kyrie kind of your not third best player, because he is great. When he plays, he's great. He's a top 20 player in the league when he plays. But knowing that he's going to miss 30 to 50% of your games, it's kind of like you can't rely on him to get you 50 to 60 wins, where you kind of need to be to secure that spot to make a deep run in the playoffs. So I'm kind of with you, RJ, like maybe Dorian Finney-Smith and Wendell Carter Jr., even though needed role players, maybe you have to go into the offseason and go, can we make Kyrie more of our third best guy? Because Luka's going to need a guy more for 72 games to really help him out.
Did you see another show last night?
I did.
What?
Matt Franco, the magician.
I see his billboard everywhere.
Yeah, and so
Is that the one that Lisa Ann got arrested at?
No, that's not right.
Not right.
That's comedian.
Quite the difference.
Yeah.
He won America's Got Talent several years ago, and I had watched that with Brandon, and so it was really fun.
Last night was good.
Yes. It wasn't as good as Cirque du Soleil, but it was very fun.
You're not trying to get into the sphere for you two?
You too?
Yeah.
They're a band.
Gross.
Oh, what's wrong with yeah. He's not going to like Bono's politics. He's
Every
not going
single
to that show.
person I'm here talking out here, Jay Glazer told us, you too.
It's
Dana
like-
White, you too.
Who told us the other? Your buddy told us that Nick had told us like the minimum seat is like $500 to get into that show.
Yeah.
They went to a live performance. We were watching the Grammys, and they go inside the sphere to U2, and Amanda goes, "Who asked for this?" Like she goes, every time U2 comes up, I ask myself, whoever asked for this? I mean, why is this being continued to be
Like, were they
forced on
on
us?
the iPod, the phone? Where did they have to that everyone wanted to delete
I
their
mean, they
album?
are one of the most followed bands ever.
You think?
I
still?
think they suck. I don't like them at
Wow.
all. I don't
think
find
they're fine.
I like a couple songs a
Yeah.
lot.
Joshua Tree's a classic album.
But like they are like they have obviously their demographic, for
Sure.
sure. But like in that demographic, they're just one of the most followed bands. They're selling out every night at $500 a pop.
I watched a documentary on them recently.
Well.
And it was David Letterman kind of was the guy running them through it and everything. And I thought it was really interesting. I never was a huge U2 fan, but I had a little more respect for like their story behind that afterwards.
Were you guys mad that you missed the guy climbing the sphere yesterday?
Was
while
it
you
real?
were on?
Yeah.
Yes, it was
That
real.
wasn't just something that was like digitally put onto the sphere, or
I don't think so.
Okay, all right.
Did you see what he was doing it for?
Corey GoPro awareness for
pregnant homeless women, or excuse me, people.
Okay.
So he was able to
Jeez, Kevin.
like get attention for that.
Oh God, folks.
I think if he tweets out a link, someone will do
Yeah,
it.
how about start a GoFundMe instead of just hopping up on the sphere?
How do you climb that,
He
though?
just proved
Like-
the Simpsons right, didn't he? Because didn't that Homer do that in the movie where he climbed up the dome and got up to the top?
Predicted something else. That's another thing they've predicted.
Okay, final night here. What is on the to-do list? What are you trying to cross off?
I would love if anybody wanted to go to the water Cirque du Soleil at the Bellagio, but I'm open for suggestions.
Have you gone to Absinthe?
I've heard that's the one, man.
The Cirque.
Yeah, I've heard.
That's
I
like
don't know.
the adult one, I think. It's
Oh.
like they.
I have.
If they're not naked. It's not like it's a strip
Right.
show, but like they have like adult like.
It's like what you see walking down the.
No.
boulevard.
Like they're. I don't even say the content is, but like the language they use, and
Oh.
they get the audience involved. Apparently, I've heard it's really, really good.
Okay.
Anyone else? Oh, Mr. Ross Tucker.
Hey,
Hello,
Mr.
sir.
Michael
Hello,
Parsons.
sir.
I might
Good to
go see the Dead Sign Museum after the show today. I don't know if y'all have ever heard of that. It's just a bunch of dead signs.
dead signs?
Yeah, all the old Vegas signs. They put them in this like lot out there, and it's kind of like a little walkthrough session out there. So I'm going to do that probably after the show. It
Michael?
opens at 2.
Anything?
I got to cut a soda commercial.
Oh my god,
that'll take a while. Half your day.
And Roberto, you have some liquor to drink that was just delivered to you?
Yeah, we're all gonna try this. I'm gonna make y'all all try this Bundy rum from Australia. It's apparently notorious for making you fight because of the sugar content that's in it.
And we just fought even before having it.
Exactly. Well, no, this will make us physically fight, not
Okay.
just yell at each other.
Cool.
Coming up
So-
tomorrow, Merrill Hodge on y'all's show, I think.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
I'm excited for y'all.
You want some Tim Tams? Drew?
Emmett Smith will join us as well.
Yes, he will.
We're back tomorrow morning with more tales. The KMC
You think
Masterpiece.
Emmett will admit Dak's not good enough? Everybody has on this
No,
radio.
Emmett will
though.
probably fight us over Zeke still. He lost that argument 2 years ago.
He wants Troy Hamburg
Zeke
back.
was the missing power force for the Cowboys. We'll talk about it with Emmett tomorrow. KMC is next.
Hageland, you got Corey Majors, you got Mike Bassick back at the studio. It is Alec Medford, and joining us until we tell him to go away, it is Bobby Belt from The Morning Show. Now, yesterday we started to go through some of these things, more questions and answers that will decide who wins the Super Bowl. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Well, I'm kind of concerned because I heard that Bobby ruined the morning show, and now we're about to have him on our show.
Jimmy in Plano did say that.
Yeah, I've heard
That was
it.
a long time ago, though, right?
Yeah.
That I ruined it, or a
Yeah.
long time ago that he said it?
Probably both.
Yeah, I mean, what? I joined November of 21. So yeah, probably about there.
Holy crap,
Or
has it been
22,
that
November
long?
of 22.
Oh, my God.
I think it's going to be all right. I think you'll do just fine.
Yeah, we did great at Noah's Fine Watches and Jewelry. That was fun.
Good.
So
That was good. Yeah. So yeah, I think it'll be all right. That's
All
where it
right.
rocks.
Who wins the matchup on Sunday, Travis Kelce or the 49ers linebackers? Like, who do you like in that head-to-head matchup?
Are they going to put a linebacker? Are they going to put Fred Warner and say, "Hey, this is you"? Or I don't think they would do that.
Doesn't Travis Kelce win every linebacker matchup?
Well, Fred Warner's different. He's unique. Like, yeah, that's a dude that can do everything. He's just as athletic as Kelce. But I mean, I think they're throwing double teams at him, safeties. I think they're doing what the Mavericks did to Kobe and stuff. They're just saying we're throwing everybody at you in this game.
yeah, I mean, Dre Greenlaw is pretty good in coverage too. It doesn't necessarily have to be that, and it could just be something where they're passing him off in zone coverages and trying to take him that way. But
Which has been effective.
I think
this
he
year.
still wins though. Like I think he still like at the end of the day, you look back and you go, "Dang, he had 4 catches for 80 yards and a touchdown." And you're like, that's a victory right there.
a great example of it is just the touchdown that he scored to open the game against the Ravens. Like the Ravens played that perfect. Like he was blanketed, and Mahomes puts it on the outside, and he still catches it in perfect coverage. I think that it's the old cliche. It's the can't stop him. You can only hope to contain him. That's Travis Kelce.
And you remember that one play where Mahomes looked like he was done, and then all of a sudden he's running to the line. And you're like, he's going to run for a first down, and he stops, floats the ball,
Right.
and Kelsey's like, no way this dude can catch it. Somehow just reaches out and those two right there, they have some sort of relationship that's unique. Their success together is amazing.
I agree with all of that. And San Francisco has been very good against tight ends this year. 7th fewest yards, but maybe more importantly, 2nd fewest yards allowed after the catch. But that's just for the entire league. This is obviously a special connection with Mahomes and Kelce.
Yeah, and look, I mean, to be honest, if you want to talk about, I know this sounds like something that people wonder sometimes, like, well, how realistic is it to look at this as an advantage? But I genuinely think it is a lot of times for teams. Like those 49ers defenders have the ability to practice across from George Kittle every day.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I mean, he can mimic a lot of what Kelce does, and I think that helps prepare them in a way that other teams are not equipped to do. But again, it is still Travis Kelce, and he's still going to get his.
The other thing too is like because one of the factors of San Francisco is they're physical, right? Like they hit you, they just wear you out. By the time you get to halftime, you're like, man, is the game over yet? Travis Kelce, that's not a factor for him. He's like, no, that's part of my game. I love this part of the game. So be physical with me. No, good luck. I'll still fight through it.
Do you think, I know I'm going to Cowboys here, when you watch playoff football, the Cowboys aren't a playoff football team. Like, they can't handle this, what you just talked about. They can't handle that. They cannot handle San Francisco's physicality. They obviously couldn't handle Green Bay's physicality. I just look at it and wonder if the Cowboys are looking at themselves. We asked them 2 years ago after losing to San Francisco, Are you guys ready to handle the physical nature of kind of playoff football the way San Francisco manhandled you? And they said, Yeah, we think so, and it's 2 years later, and watching these playoffs, I think you just brought up a great point, is Travis Kelce can handle that. The Chiefs can handle that. I'm not saying the Chiefs are going to win. I actually think San Francisco is going to win, but like these two teams show how strong they are, and they will not be intimidated by another team's phicality.
I think Jake Ferguson is that guy.
I could see that.
Like that dude has
but
that.
There's
physical,
not a lot of them.
You're right. There's not enough. We need more Jake Fergusons, and that's the old coach thing, right? If I had a whole team of Jake Fergusons, we'd be blah 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 blah.
Really slow.
Yeah, that's
I mean, that's a good point for Mike, though, in terms of just the way that they've talked for 2 years about like, oh, we're going to address this and we're going to do this. That's why, to me, I think relative to the rest of the NFL, the Cowboys in a lot of ways are. The messaging that comes out of there can be a little more thin-skinned at times than other places. They don't like being challenged. They're like, well, I think we're pretty physical. I think we're this, we're that. That's why after the way the season ended, to me, it's like you are not allowed to get offended by any question about your team this offseason.
Yeah.
You can't push back and say I actually appreciated Steven's line when he was at Senior Bowl where he said, look, at some point we just have to prove it. Like our words kind of mean nothing, and so they have every right to be mad. And I think that's a shift in tone from the front office that I actually appreciate.
Will the Kansas City receivers continue to step it up? They were awful in the regular season. Led the league in drops, 28. Led the league in drop rate, 12%. In the playoffs, they've cut that in half. Only 2 drops, 6.1% drops. They've clearly been playing better. I'm not saying that means they've been the best, but they've been playing a lot better.
I don't know if you saw, but Sky Moore has been activated, Mike. So there's more
great.
Sky
Well,
Moore
they're
in your
screwed.
face. I think what's really what I
Next
really
thing you're going to say
enjoyed.
is Kadarius Toney's going to be on the team too.
What I really
my
enjoyed
Lord.
about it was kind of watching the way that they played things off Kelce for Rice so that he could be in open spaces and have open lanes to even go further with. I think that Andy Reid's going to develop more of that and have more of those designs set up. But the Valdez-Scantling catch was the one. Like that changed. They said, all right, that's dagger right there.
I think in the Buffalo game he had a huge catch,
and
too.
so like those are unexpected to me. I don't expect that. I expect Kelce and him and Rice to be pretty good. But I didn't expect anything from Scantling. And then again, Mike, as we were discussing yesterday, they did such a good job of seeing if there's something deep, but then checking down quickly, and that's why Mahomes was able to start off so hot in that game.
Watching ESPN, they've given a lot of credit to Patrick Mahomes, just saying, all right, what can these receivers do? Through these 17 games, as they have failed as a unit, they've been really bragging on Mahomes, saying he has never given up on these receivers. He's taken all the responsibility for what has happened, and they're saying this is where I do not have this eye. I think you do have to be a somewhat of a former professional football player to say he's throwing the ball a little bit shorter or he's doing these things. He knows that Rice can catch the ball on the move. He knows that Valdez-Scantling struggles catching the ball on the move. So that pass to win the game, he's almost like, hey, I've had this pass before. I led him perfectly and he dropped it. I will just throw this one and leave it a little bit short, knowing like, hey, you're more of a you're more of a cradler catcher rather than snatching the ball out of the air. Let me throw you a cradle ball here. And so I think that it's yes, they have become better, but I do give a lot of credit to Patrick Mahomes going, all right, I know what these guys can't do. Through 17 games, I know what they can do, and I'm going to make this game easier on these guys.
Yeah, I think Rashee Rice has really kind of come into his own recently, and that's a guy that I liked a lot coming out of SMU, and I think that's somebody that's the natural progression you want to see. Like, for instance, all the stuff we talk about with Jalen Tolbert and how frustrating that's been with his slow build to what you need. I think that's not been the case. Early on, Rashee Rice had a lot of trouble, but when you watch, I think you're seeing all the steps, the marks that you're hitting that you want to see out of that, to where I think he is prepared for this game. I think he is ready to be that. Now, can MVS continue to be that guy? I don't have any faith in that just because he's been remarkably inconsistent his whole career.
Yeah.
But Rice at least has shown an ability to continue to progress and step up with the moment.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, ranking the all-time Super Bowl QB matchups. Which were the best and which was the absolute worst ever? Let's talk about it live from Super Bowl Radio Row in Vegas on 105.3 The Fan.
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from two-time Stanley Cup champion Greg Ludwig and NHL reporter Sean Shapiro. It's Spits and Suds, 3 times weekly on the Odyssey app or wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
KC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. And as always, want to thank all of our really cool sponsors for helping us get here. Low T, of course, leading the way as our presenting sponsor. Also, Best Buy Windows and Siding. And I do believe in a minute we're going to have Malik Jefferson rolling up to the #1 Air hot seat. So before we get to that, I did have one more question if I could throw out for you guys. And I kind of told you all about this off air. Will somebody for the 49ers besides Nick Bosa get pressure on Patrick Mahomes? So if you look at the postseason, Javon Hargrave, solid during the regular season. In the postseason, 59 pass rushing snaps, 0 sacks, 0 QB hits. Chase Young, 51 pass rushing attempts in the postseason, 0 sacks, 0 QB hits. There's been 11 QB hits by the 49ers in the postseason. 9 of them are from Nick Bosa. 2 of them are from the rest of the team combined. I get it. Nick Bosa, he does his thing. Can they get pressure outside of just him?
I feel like you're bringing up a lot of good points. Corey, I feel like if it's only Bosa getting pressure, then Kansas City's going to win this game. So
yeah.
I'm predicting San Francisco's going to win this game. So I would say then, yes, they will get pressure some way, somehow from other people.
I mean, you didn't name anything about Randy Gregory, like his impact, Kevin.
Yeah, man, he loves riding that pony in the playoffs.
I don't know.
He finds guards and he jumps on their back and he says, "Hey, can I have a pony ride?"
Well, that's definitely not going to work for them.
Okay, to kind of rock along with that, though, 2 weeks off is good for their legs. The other thing is this season they haven't quite been that same group that we always expect
Agreed.
out of it. And I think that's one of the bigger factors is they rely so much on Nick Bosa's opportunities. I think Fred Warner will probably have 1, maybe 2 blitzes at big moments that he dices through there, and you're like, oh, wow, how did that happen? But Mahomes is, like, when you say pressure on Mahomes, it's different than pressure on Dak. Different than pressure on almost any other quarterback, maybe Lamar, but like he just feels the pocket so well, and then he steps into spaces and makes this room for himself. So even if it's pressure, it's not the pressure with him, Kevin. It's the sack. Like that's the real thing. The pressure is fine for him. He can handle it.
I think you're onto something. That is actually something both of these quarterbacks excel at. Is pressure conversion rate to sacks is very low for both Purdy and Mahomes. And so getting pressure is great, and it might alter your plan. But we've seen plenty of times. You saw this with Brock Purdy in the NFC Championship game. You've seen it with Patrick Mahomes, I don't know, like 50 times. Putting pressure on him does not necessarily throw off what's going to happen.
As you mentioned, Purdy and his taking pressure, I just think to myself, he could become the #2 quarterback in the NFL. If he wins this Super Bowl, God, there's been so much built up on him nationally that he's not the guy. That I'm just wondering, gosh, if he wins this thing, I think it's going to be, well, Mahomes is still better. I don't think there's any way to be better than him. But I'm thinking to myself, wow, man, Purdy is getting built up in a way that he's not good enough. And if he is good enough, do we now go, well, it's Mahomes 1 and Purdy's #2?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what?
How would you like some basketball news?
Okay, it's the way you're saying this. I'm just reading your body language and the way you're talking. You're looking at me like the Mavericks have made a trade.
Hey, Mike, how would you like some Mavericks basketball news?
Okay.
Per Woj, and the draft compensation part's probably going to be the key and to tip how you feel about this deal. The Washington Wizards are nearing a deal to send Daniel Gafford to the Mavericks for Rashawn Holmes and draft compensation. At this moment, I do not see what the draft compensation is. But we had a conversation about some of the key wing players, whether it was Wiggins or whoever. We talked about Kuzma. This is somebody who can rebound the ball for you if that's what you're looking for. This is a true center. You want to kick him out and work him at the 4 with Lively, although I assume you would work Lively more at the 4 and Gafford at the 5. This does fit a more pressing need for the Mavericks. I don't know what the rest of the compensation is, though.
So I do love this in that the player you're getting. Until we know the draft picks, that could change my mind. It better not be a first-round pick. But if you look at when I said Wendell Carter Jr., who I really like.
Yes.
Do you have the draft pick compensation?
No, no, I don't.
But he's averaging 11 points and 8 rebounds. He's 25 years old. He'll turn 26 next season at the start of October. 6'10", 234, a guy who rebounds, a guy who's athletic, a guy that doesn't need the ball to be successful, because you're probably not going to get the ball a whole bunch when you have a healthy Luka and a healthy Kyrie. You're going to get lobs. You're going to get opportunities like that. But so they need somebody to help out Derek Lively Jr. because you only have one center on your team. So now you have two and a guy who can pick up 24 to 30 minutes a night.
And this is a player, as we wait to see the draft compensation with the Mavericks per Woj on the brink of picking up Daniel Gafford, that will be pairing with Lively for a while. Yes. So this is not a expiring contract deal or anything like that. He's somebody who's under contract for the next 3 years. So this year and 2 more years. And you already brought up he's going to turn 26. So I realize the NBA structure of age can be way different, but still a younger player to pair along live.
Now, the interesting thing is he doesn't shoot three-pointers at all. Like, literally doesn't shoot them at all. In his career, he shot 1 in his life in the NBA.
Job.
So
did he make it?
You are and it might have been a half-court heave. I have no clue, but you're looking at a guy who's very similar to Derek Lively. I don't think the potential's there. Derek Lively has the ability, I think, 2 to 3 years from now to maybe make an all-star team. It's very tough at the center position when you have Jokic there and stuff like that. But I look at this and go, okay, you're getting what you need. You're getting an athletic big who can switch on to littler guys, because there's a lot of switching in the NBA. So if he has to guard, let's just say you're playing the Clippers and he has to guard Leonard or he has to guard Harden, it's like, oh no, he's going to blow right by that guy and now we're screwed. He's athletic enough to play defensively against multiple guys, and then he is a leaper. He's a Derek Lively offensive player, around the basket, putting the ball back in off of offensive rebounds, getting a lob and dunking it. I think the great thing is, I know I hate on this guy, but as long as you're healthy, you will never see Dwight Powell touch the court again until the game's over.
Well, you will probably love this too, that feeds into that. I was looking on StatMuse. He has a 70.8% scoring efficiency, which would be tops in the league. So when you talked about not needing the ball, but when he does get the ball, it is usually converted, although clearly in a smaller sample size, he's exceedingly efficient when he gets the ball.
Yeah, I think this is a good, it doesn't put the Mavs over the top, but this is something that they desperately needed, Corey. So now we won't talk about, well, if they score 130, will they even win the game? Like, I do think now, that's a big number, but if the Mavs can get to kind of over 120 points in a game, this will really help that they should be able to win, because when Derek Lively is hurt or he's out of the game resting, the other team can do whatever they want around the basket.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching some things, and he seems like a pretty decent passer too.
Yeah.
From the top of the key. I'm not saying from down in the block. It seems like he can do some things there. And when you say leaper, I don't see the he's not on a pogo stick, but he can jump, and he's physically big. And this is nice to see. And I think part of the rotation now. Do I go? All right, we still have to find something else. Is there one other thing that this team needs that's not just Kyrie, Luka, and those two guys?
I do know this. I was watching a video, and people were breaking this down on the Mavs. When Dorian Finney-Smith just the other night was sitting, he's intentionally sitting out because they're trying to trade him and they don't want him to get hurt. He's sitting out tonight's game already. So maybe he is kind of hurt, but they're just making sure that they don't hurt his trade value at all.
Yeah.
They're saying if you read his lips, he tells Jaden Hardy, I'm coming back.
Oh.
Now, does that mean I'm coming back to play? Does that mean I'm coming back to Dallas?
Yeah.
That's where you got to go, okay, if you read his lips right, he didn't say I'm coming back to the Mavericks. What does that mean? I think he could help out a lot, because that's a guy defensively who's a premium defensive player who knows the system, fits in with Luka, great friends. By the way, Gafford averages right now 2.2 blocks per game.
Seventh in the league
this year. So you're talking about
He's got good
defending
sense
the
for it,
rim.
too.
So if a guy does get to the basket, he does make it difficult to score over, just like Derek Lively does.
Yes, and look, the other thing is when you were talking about Corey, I'm really curious about this. When you were talking about next moves for the Mavericks, I'm very interested that they took on a longer-term player that clearly fits in this system alongside Lively. Is now you have another person that you're like, what about next year? What about next year? So I don't know what that means for the rest of the day. But this is already a good. I think it's a good move for the Mavericks. Depending on, you might change if you're like, good lord.
So you're thinking you said rest of the day, longer term is a great addition to the plan, but now maybe find a mercenary. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because you think about, and I don't know if you can afford that. We've talked about this before. I don't know if you can afford it, but now you have theoretically, let's say you feel like you have at least 6 players that you see as part of this team going forward in terms of Hardy Green, Kyrie, Luka, Gafford.
Is Green?
Well, yeah.
As much as they were trying to consider moving him in this conversation.
For now, Gafford and Lively. And that could shift, but at least you're looking at, hey, this maybe fits together more like a basketball team.
Yes. And that's where Jason Kidd, I don't love everything he said on his quotes when he was talking about Luka being better than Dirk and he's ready to be Jordan, Kobe, LeBron. I think there's a way bigger step he has to take in figuring out how do I win 50-plus games a year consistently. And I know Dirk had better teammates, but he was just doing that every year in his prime. Like, we're going to win 50 to 60 games every year no matter what, no matter who's hurt around me, no matter what. I know how to win 50 regular season games. Luka has to get to that point. I think this helps. And I was just going to throw this out. He is still in rumors. I did see who's the really heavy guy on ESPN that is LeBron's best friend.
Windhorst?
Windhorst. He was saying that he thinks Miles Bridges is going to get dealt today. The issue is the Mavs.
Did you see what Miles said about that?
Yeah, he's blocking everything.
He's blocking all. Here's the thing that's tough
is the Cowboys with their defensive assistants.
The Mavs could only give him mid-level exception, which means he would be perfect for this team if you take out what he's done off the court. But on the court, he would be perfect. He could be your guy that gives you 25 a night. He would be your guy who's a great defender, a guy who's as physically strong that could take on Kawhi Leonard's. The issue and the problem is then he would be a free agent and you can't compete in the market because you don't have his bird rights.
Just another thing to throw out there. The Knicks also made a trade. They're picking up Bogdanovich. And so they're
Which
making
one?
Yeah.
I mean, that is
fair enough. Bojan Bogdanovich is, and so we'll keep an eye on that. 2 p.m. when our show ends, the trade deadline ends. 2:05 usually.
Do you think Gafford can be ready tonight for the Mavericks-Knicks game?
I don't know.
Where's Washington at? Can we get him? Because Derek Lively's obviously dealing with nose surgery.
Yes, and obviously Luka's got his mask going now.
Yeah, of course he'd be ready for tonight. All Jason Kidd's going to say is go out there and be big, man.
I was told
Just go
by our
out there and
buddy
be big.
Wall, Luka had to take off that mask early in the game, and I thought it was because it was uncomfortable, but he told me that supposedly it wasn't mandated by the NBA, and I'm like, you mandate mask? Like, what was wrong with his mask? It's just trying to cover
It's like a throwback
contusion,
3 or 4 years ago.
So I'm just going to assume he was uncomfortable with it because after the first time out or whatever, he took it off and then played without a mask.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we might react to more of this Mavs trade, picking up Daniel Gafford, but also we will talk with Pro Football Hall of Famer, who was also in Congress. It's Steve Largent right here on 105.3 The Fan. this going. The Mavericks are in the midst of finishing a trade for Daniel Gafford from the Washington Wizards for Rashawn Holmes and a to-be-determined amount of draft compensation that will probably tip the balance one way or another how we feel about this deal in particular. But right now, on the number one air hot seat, that's right, we take this seriously, it is Pro Football Hall of Famer Steve Largent. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Now, I've always been curious, as you have such an insane resume, is it better to introduce you as former congressman, former Pro Football Hall of Famer? Like, what's the number one line on the bio?
With him right now, so I'm going to go with that first.
Okay, that answers. Do you get a special congressional coat as well?
I don't get a special congressional coat.
There you go.
I'm sort of wishing a pox on the whole Congress, but anyway, that's another subject.
I feel like you'd find a lot of people who'd probably agree with you on that.
Yeah.
What happens if you change sizes? You either get bigger after you get into the Hall of Fame or you get thinner, because guys can do that, especially former NFL players. Can you call up the Hall of Fame and say, hey, I need another jacket. I don't fit in this one?
I haven't had to do that, and I hope I don't have to.
Okay.
But, I feel like that I'm moving closer to needing a bigger jacket than getting a smaller jacket.
One of the most elite receivers in your time, and I wonder when you look at kind of the way things are now, you go, man, this would be a fun era to play in.
Exactly. That's what I tell everybody that will listen to me. I enjoy watching the game more today than I did when I played, because they're throwing the ball so much more. And it really is a pass-happy league now, and I love it. I love watching the game.
I heard Kyle Shanahan talking about, like, the way their splits are and how when he was looking at things, everything was so wide. And he said, he brought things in because he was a receiver in college, and he said, there's more ways to get guys open with these bunch routes. Do you look at it that way too and go, I like the one-on-one matchups or all these paths to kind of open lanes for me there?
There's so many ways that you can talk about the game, you can play the game, and he's got a system and it obviously works for him. He's been in the Super Bowl before, and so you can't argue with that. But I think there's a lot of ways to play the game, and he's found one that works for him, and more power to him. But that's the part of the game, that's the piece of the game that I always look at. And unfortunately, with just watching the game on television, you don't get to see as much as you'd like to. But,
downfield, especially.
Yeah, exactly. So, but nonetheless, it's still a really fun part of the game.
The y'all's style back then was so much more physical. Rub routes would have just been fights. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Like,
right.
The defender could karate chop him.
Yeah. I mean, we perfected some of those rub routes and things like that, and standing in front of the defensive back so that you can get the other receiver open. But it's a different game today, and like I said, I love it more today than ever before.
Is that why your stats weren't that great? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We get this in the conversation all the time when people are like, oh, look back at Steve Largent and look at his numbers compared to now. And I'm like, oh, my goodness. Do you still engage in those conversations about why the numbers are so different? Or you're like, hey, go read up on how football's changed?
When I passed the records that I passed for most catches or yardage or whatever, I knew that it was a point in time. And that somebody eventually was going to pass me, and it didn't take Jerry Rice long to pass me. So he was the next guy. But then there's somebody that's going to pass Jerry, and there's somebody that pass him. But just because the game's changed and played differently than it was when we played, but I don't worry about that stuff.
Who's your favorite right now receiver to watch? Because CeeDee Lamb for us, going into the season, it was he's not a number one. I was like, wait for this dude to get his opportunity. When you watch receivers right now, who's the guy? Yeah, exactly. And then he goes out and does what he did this year. Who do you really enjoy watching?
Well, I have to say DK Metcalf.
Him and Lockett are I love that.
And
Jackson.
Lockett too. I mean, Lockett's from Tulsa. He's my hometown boy. But DK is a guy that has unbelievable potential. He's got incredible size. He's 6'4", weighs 230 pounds, playing wide receiver.
He looks like he was chiseled out of granite.
Yeah,
honestly,
exactly. I mean, those guys were tight ends or tackles when I played. But he really is. I mean, he's if he's not going to get the ball, he's downfield blocking for whoever got the ball. I mean, he doesn't have this whole game put together yet, but he's pretty darn close.
So when I was riding buses in AAA, getting around 30 years old, I figured I better figure out something else because this baseball thing isn't going to set me up for life like I thought it might. But you were a great football player. Probably, I don't know what your lifetime earnings were in football, but probably made a good enough living that you could say, I don't really have to do anything else. At what point in your life did you say, I might want to get into politics?
Well, that was my wife who said that I needed to get into politics, by the way. But, the thing is my first 3 years I played in the league, I made $28,000, $35,000, and $42,000. That's not a lot of money anytime.
Yeah.
And so, that was the contract that I signed. It wasn't until my fourth year that I made $100,000. And, that's a lot of money, but, it's not the kind of money that people think you made as a football player. And it sure isn't enough to last your whole life.
Right.
But, I was able to play longer, and every year I got a better contract like you normally would. But it was, the experience itself was just an amazing experience. But I tell you, I had a job every off season. And it was because I was exploring what kind of job I'd like to have after I get out of football. Whenever I get hurt or I'm cut or whatever, so I worked in what's the shoe store.
Foot Locker.
Yeah, I was at a Foot Locker for 2 years. I worked at a crime lab in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Whoa.
Worked in the crime lab for about 3 years.
When you were selling shoes, where people are like, "Hey, you're a Pro Bowl wide receiver."
He was the best shoe salesman.
It was early enough in my career when I did that they didn't even recognize me, and most people don't recognize me anyway because I'm smaller than they expect. But it was a different league then.
Yeah.
A totally different league.
Yeah.
I don't know how much more time we have, but crime lab. I need to know more about that experience. Was it like everything you see on CSI, or was it like a lot lower key with that?
It was a little lower key,
okay,
but it wasn't that far off from what you see on TV. We weren't actually endangered. Going out and arresting people, but we were looking at evidence that had been put into the lab to see just if the person was telling the truth or not, and so it was fun.
But these were responsible people that would never throw a piece of evidence to you, right? And be like, "Hey, catch this, Pro Bowl."
I got a little of that.
Okay, that feels very reckless. I was curious. Obviously, as Cowboys fans, we're in the midst of a lengthy playoff run of sadness. Is when you come to the Super Bowl, everybody wants to talk to you. Is it at all bittersweet at all knowing that,
yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. When I come here, I think, man, I would have loved to have done this when I played. I played 14 years and never got to this level. We got to the AFC playoff, the AFC championship game against the Raiders. We lost, but that was as close as I ever got. And, so there's a little something in my heart that pulls on me when I come here and think about the experiences that these two teams have this week and the game they're about to play. But, over time, some of that goes away.
What have you thought about, what do you think about these groups of wide receivers? Because obviously more credit goes to the 49ers, and we've talked a lot about the improvements in the playoffs the Chiefs receivers have made.
Yeah. Well, I think number one, they both teams have really good quarterbacks.
Right.
And I think that they both have really good tight ends. And even though the receivers for Kansas City haven't played great most of the year, they've amped it up in the in the postseason, and so they've played a lot better. And Mahomes, it shows. So I think both teams have good receivers, have good tight ends, have good quarterbacks. But I would say, if I were betting on the game, and I don't bet on the game, and here we are in Las Vegas, but I would just go with the more experienced quarterback, and believe it or not, that's Patrick Mahomes.
Tell me about the secret Hall of Fame dinner that's going on. Let's see if he does it.
Which Hall of Fame dinner?
The secret Hall of Fame dinner. Can you tell me about it?
Well, there's an event that the Hall of Fame hosts tomorrow, and I'm going to that. But I don't know any other secret.
Look at him
Hall
keeping
of
the
Fame.
secret still. They're committed. I'm proud of you.
Hold on, are you
Steve.
insinuating there is?
I was trying to lure it out of him just a little bit.
Well, there is a meal that we have during the week of the induction ceremony where it's a lunch that we have that is only Hall of Famers in the lunch. And that may be what you're referring to.
Well, I always love the idea of John Madden saying y'all's busts talk to each other, and I just imagine there's a secret dinner somewhere.
Do you guys serve pork rinds at the secret dinner?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So, is there anything we need to talk about? Anything you can tell us about the Gridiron Greats Association with pork rinds?
Right.
And
Well,
everything?
thank you for that. I'm actually here for the pork rind industry because they're giving money to Mike Ditka's charity that goes to former players that the game was really built on these guys' backs who really didn't make a lot of money. I talked about how much money I made when I first started, but these guys made even less oftentimes playing in the 60s and 70s. But these guys are hurting, and these guys need help, and they need counseling, they need medical help, and Mike Ditka saw that and started a fund. And so I'm trying to help him raise money for this fund to help former brothers in the NFL.
And it's the Gridiron Greats Assistant Fund if y'all want to go check that out. I know you got a roll. Thank you very, very much
thank
for
you guys.
jumping on with us
Appreciate
and for
it.
bringing the jacket. That's amazing.
Thank you very much.
Ladies
Appreciate
and
it.
gentlemen,
Thank
Steve
you.
Largent on the #1 hot seat right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike.
Yes.
You have a decision here.
Okay.
And I think I know which way you're going to go.
Tell me.
Do you want to go into some baseball nuggets, or do you want to talk more about this Mavericks trade?
I want to talk a little bit more about this Mavericks trade right now because there's more news on this, and I'm not sure this is the best news.
Oh, no.
So the Mavericks,
I'm so excited.
The Mavericks don't have the draft compensation to make this trade work, according to Mark Stein. They're working on another deal to send some, I don't know who it is.
To get the draft
like
compensation?
Omax Prosper, Jaden Hardy. I have no clue who it is. They don't have the draft picks needed that Washington wants for this deal. So Mark Stein is reporting the Mavericks are working on a secondary deal right now to get the draft picks from another team to send to the Washington Wizards. So I would say that this deal is I don't want to say it's just 50-50, but we've seen deals fall through like this where
Dead in the water.
where you agree to a deal and they're like, we agree to this as long as you get, let's just say, 2 second-round picks to us. And the Mavericks are like, well, here's the deal. We don't have 2 second-round picks. We traded them all already. We will go try to trade somebody else.
Would that be your guess? 2 second-round picks on the comp?
That would be my guess. 2 to 3 second-round picks.
Okay.
I would go up to 3 because I know that, heck, last year Jay Crowder was traded for 5 second-round draft picks. So I don't think there's no way to go get 5 second-round draft picks.
Sure.
Like, I don't think there is. But I don't know what they're looking for right now. But there has to be another move the Mavs are making to get draft picks from somebody else to send to Washington to make this trade go through.
If the deal ends up looking like that, so essentially you break it down. Let's just say, we'll just go with a couple of hypotheticals here. So then essentially it's Rashawn Holmes and Omax for Daniel Gafford. Or
I'm okay with that.
Okay. What if it's Hardy instead of Omax?
I'm okay with that in this. Not that I would love the deal, okay? Because I do like Hardy. I think Hardy's going to have a really good 6-man of the year type of career.
Yeah.
Come off the bench as a smaller guard. He's not much of a point guard, but he's going to be able to give you 15 to 20 points a night in his prime. So he's kind of like that guy, instant offense off the bench. We never want Jaden Hardy running an offense. He can't dribble well enough. He can't see the court to save his life right now. He's young. Maybe he'll get better at that. But he is a really good shooter, and I think he's going to keep improving his scoring. But if you had to give that up, because you have Kyrie Irving and Luka, there's not much playing time for a Jaden Hardy. To get a big guy that's 25 years old under a 3-year contract makes sense.
Well, we thought the Gafford deal was done. We will keep an eye out on the Mavericks' attempts to pick up the compensation needed to complete the deal to get Daniel
Never gonna
Gafford.
happen.
And Corey is already convinced that
trade
deal
Luka now.
is dead. Right now, we bring to you on the #1 hot seat from Mesquite Petit, the man who broke my heart by going with Texas over Texas A&M. It is Malik Jefferson. I just wanted to let you know that's where I was coming at with this interview to begin with. It hurt me. I was like, this guy, he's going to be the best. There you go.
There it goes. Perfect. That's funny because I always tell this story, and I really haven't really told it on media, but the upcoming days of me being finishing my recruiting process, I really want to know who the defense coordinator was, or the defense coordinator, head coach, something like that. I can't remember, but
we go through a lot of
it was just everything was kind of all over the place. It wasn't organized enough for me to be like, okay, I'm set. I know this is gonna be my coach, and it's funny because the day they declared Chavis as the D coordinator, I was already moving in my dorm room, and I would have loved to play for Chavis. Like, we had a great relationship. And
so if we would have just sped along the process, maybe we could have.
Honestly, that would have been a big deal for me because I actually enjoyed him as a coach.
I've always been curious about something on recruiting. Clearly, people's reactions to recruiting has gotten completely out of hand.
Oh, man, it's wild.
Because, like, when you went with Texas, I was sad, but no part of me thought, hey, let me go harass this high school kid. But that's what recruiting has turned into in a lot of places. I know it's probably a small amount of people, but that's got to make you sad for you and other athletes that go through this.
Yeah,
right?
we kind of probably did a poor job of doing that because the announcement stuff kind of makes it more exciting for these kids. And when there's guys flipping and throwing hats and kind of disrespecting other schools, it's just like, just pick your school. Like, just pick where you want to go. So a lot of heckling and stuff started happening. I started seeing that trend whenever kids were doing that. A lot of fans and locals, whoever, were kind of harassing them. But, you know, hopefully with the transfer portal, I talked to one of my friends. He's a coach at a high school now, and it's madness of how this is working because a lot of these kids are not getting their scholarships anymore because there's kids transferring from other schools taking their spots. Yeah. I said, we have to come up with something. They need a system because these guys out of high school need to be going to college and having their full rise and having their opportunities because that's not fair to them that somebody else is not playing good at a different school.
To your point, it used to be where A&M or UT would say, let's just say your grades aren't as good. Go to Blinn. Go to some place like that. Play for a year or two. Get your grades up. Play every down. And then we'll go get you as long as everything's working out. We have a great relationship with this JUCO or whatever. But now, like my son is a freshman baseball player. He's going to be a college baseball player. But I'm like, is it better to go to UTA in Arlington for a year or two rather than to sign with, let's say, A&M? That's his dream. Sit on the bench, and then they bring in a junior from Stanford. And then like, well, I thought I was recruited here to be my sophomore and junior year a player, but now you just recruited 3 kids for my spot out of other major universities.
And they're not suffering any penalties, any sitting out, which I think that was awesome for us. It prepared us for what was going to happen for me personally in the NFL because it's like you couldn't just leave when you wanted to. They kind of made the decision for you. And that they're taking advantage of because these guys are leaving just because they're not playing. And I'm like, what happened to the old school competition? Like, go out there and work harder than the next person. You know,
why should I compete when my new offer's right there?
That's true. And then a lot of the stuff is, I hate to say it, a lot of stuff is political, and they're going to want the guys that they want to play out there. And so I'm going to leave that where it's
well, I don't know, is it real politics or is he just saying like political within, sports politics?
Anybody who thinks like political, like the actual realm of politics is dirty, you can check out plenty of other businesses. Sports is no different.
It's pretty up there, especially with the NIL stuff now. Yeah. They're looking at everything as these college players. I mean, they're making more money than most NFL guys nowadays. So,
Malik Jefferson joined us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. I'm not trying to ask anything about like who should, but the Cowboys defensive coaches. Can you tell us a little bit about like the Al Harrises and the Dirties and those guys?
Yeah.
Did you get to know those guys?
I love Al. I had a lot of personal talks. Al's a former player, so it's easy to just connect with him. We have a lot of personal talks, and throughout the season we talked about stuff, trying to, change the culture. Our defense struggled a little bit this year. We did the best we could with what was thrown out there, obviously, and, that starts from the top. And only thing we can do is just keep fighting. But there's a lot of good guys in that room and on that squad. So
what do you? I was hoping you could expand on what you mean by that. When it starts at the top, are you saying talent? Are you saying scheme from the previous defensive coordinator? Because Micah said something like that. I'm just trying to figure out a little bit more.
He said scheme?
No, he didn't say scheme. He goes, hey, I don't draw up the plays. I just go where I'm told to go.
See, and that is a good and bad attitude. But when you want to win, you're gonna do whatever it takes. And I'm not saying Micah is wrong for what he said or anything like that. Just for me personally, like if I know we're struggling and if I know there's something that's not working, I'm gonna at least talk to the coach. He was out there more than I was, so I'm pretty sure he had a pretty positive impact on what he could say to the coach and try to get adjustments or whatever may happen on the field. But if he felt that way, he definitely should have, spoken up and said something to coach and maybe it helped our defense a lot more this year.
When I hear from the top, I kind of looked at some of the positions and I was like, we got a bunch of safeties at linebacker. We need some other opportunities there. And so my thoughts on the top are a little bit different on that. So, but you
have an interesting look on your face right now. What are you considering saying or not saying?
I love the guys that played this year. I don't think it was their fault, and I did everything I could as far as a veteran to help them play their position and play faster. It's a lot harder to tell somebody to do it instead of showing them, and it kind of sucked. And I've talked to my coaches about it, everybody about it. It really did suck that I was not able to be out there playing with them because I had 2 years under the system with Dan. I played in the preseason the year before, played very well. This year I played very well in the 2 quarters I played. And so I had the respect from my special teams coach to be out there. He didn't need to see any more because of what I've done through last year and then this year's training camp and even in the preseason game. He didn't really need to see me that much. But I just never got my shot. And it sucks. But at the same time, those guys are going to be better off, and they learned a lot this year, especially about just being a role player and having to accept that and become great at that because those opportunities are opportunities to play in this league, and that's a big deal. So you have to understand, once you get those opportunities, I got to do whatever it takes to have that job.
Who do you believe can help you more in the moment of the game? Is it a player in the battle with you, or is it a position coach or a defensive coordinator?
Always a player. Always a player. As a linebacker, I'm relying on what everybody else is seeing because I see stuff as well. So coaches, they can see stuff from up top and everything, making sidelines adjustments to small things. But actual playing and seeing guys' tendencies and weaknesses and what they're showing you right in front of you is a huge deal because if you're communicating with that person that something's going to happen or they're going to do something different, you have to compliment them, especially as a linebacker. You have to be able to compliment the guys in front of you and behind you sometimes.
What's your plan this coming up season? What are you doing?
I'm just gonna work out until I get I'm a free agent, so I'm gonna work out and see if anybody wants me.
You're welcome on the show.
I'm not. Hey, I don't mind coming on, but
we'll have a weekly with you. You're good at this.
I actually enjoy this. It's pretty easy talking, and I'm always trying to be respectful of everybody's positions and opinions, and hoping that everybody respects mine at the same time. So football work itself out, and I know people have always questioning where I am, why I'm not playing and stuff like that. Hey, I just need somebody to believe in me and give me a fair chance and a fair opportunity and to go out there and actually show you what I can do. So it's fun doing this though. I can talk to you guys all day. And,
well, I appreciate it very much.
Yeah.
You'll also learn about how we have to get to commercials because the producer we've already.
I do have a good friend from Mesquite Poteet. I just need to know how much he's in the history of Mesquite Poteet. Jason Jennings. Have you ever heard of Jason Jennings?
I know Jason. Jason actually has a facility either in the Colony or Little M.
Okay.
And he's still teaching kids baseball. So I love that. I need to go surprise him one day at his shop. So that'd be dope.
Coming up next, thank you very much for jumping on with us, Malik. Coming up next, you thought the Mavericks news was interesting. I have Adolis news for you next, right here, live from Las Vegas, Super Bowl Radio Row on 105.3 The Fan.
They are 3 lifelong DFW.
you very, very much to Low T Center for making all this happen. Also, Best Buy Windows and Siding. You've seen those confessional videos that Carter's been cranking out, especially after Ruben won all of the money. Is Best Buy Windows and Siding has been making that happen. We have a lot of stuff that's been transpiring today. It's really cool. We've already talked with Steve Largent and Malik Jefferson. We've got Warren Sapp coming up, among other people. Tony Pollard coming up. But in the midst of all of this, there have been Mavericks trades, almost trades, and news about Adolis Garcia. Do you want to go back to the Mavs first or hit Adolis first?
I want Adolis.
All right,
I think everybody needs the
they're the
Adolis
champs.
information right
Okay,
now.
it has been since 2000 that the Rangers actually went to arbitration. Today was the day set for the arbitration hearing between the Rangers and Adolis Garcia. He was asking for $6.9 million. The Rangers were offering $5 million. And remember, in arbitration, there's no meat in the middle. One person loses, one side wins. All right? And so it was going to be one of those two numbers. And plus, you have to kind of argue against your player. That's the appeal of skipping arbitration, because you have, oh, well, he wasn't that great at blah, blah, blah. They have reached a 2-year deal with Adolis Garcia. I know this is the first of his 3 years of arbitration, but essentially he's like, hey, let's skip this process next season.
Yeah.
And if we need to run it back for 2026, which would theoretically be his final year of arbitration, they will. But we knew Adolis wasn't going to go anywhere.
Right.
But if you can avoid that process, that feels smart.
You want your players being happy. If you have a player that had to go to arbitration, even when they win, they're not happy. Does that make sense?
Of course.
Because you had to go to court and you had to hear your team bash you on why you're not worth the money you're asking for.
And remember at FanFest 10 days ago, he said he was definitely disappointed, a little disappointed that they hadn't figured it out.
And so now he gets a 2-year deal. I'm not saying that he is on top of the world. I'm sure he wanted a 5-year deal. But now to get a 2-year deal for the team to come to an agreement where everybody shake hands and they smile and say, all right, 2-year deal. I don't have to go to arbitration. I'm happy with my number in 2025 also.
Yeah.
We don't have the details yet.
I haven't seen that number
We haven't
yet.
seen. I'm going to guess. My guess is $15 million. 2 years, $15 million.
Okay,
I was
going to say maybe 16, but I think you're because wouldn't you guess first year they meet in the middle, then you take a logical jump. So 6 and 9 to 15 makes sense.
Yeah, or 7 and 8,
9,
or
yeah.
it could be 7 and 10.
Sure.
Or he gets 17, and good for him. He deserves it. Without Adolis Garcia, you're not beating the Houston Astros for sure. I mean, he had 72 RBIs in 7 games. I think was the record. So.
I'm loving the Astros posted the play it back with Altuve hitting the home run and Evan Carter not knowing how to jump, like you said, Kevin, and then all Rangers fans are posting the Adolis 11
Grand Slam,
and all that. And they're like,
RBIs.
play that back again. What happened after? I'm loving that part, and I also love that you do have the dude who is your attitude. And he might be a little happy, but he might still be like, you know what, I still have to go fight for stuff. But you have the dude that is that guy with the attitude, and you have a rivalry against Houston, and you know that you can go toe to toe with those guys.
That's great news. He was going to be a Ranger no matter what,
Yes.
but I think that if he
Happy
would have gone to
Ranger.
arbitration, he would have been an unhappy Texas Ranger. So now you get him coming back and excited that he knows for the next 2 years he's making the money that he feels like he should be compensated.
I do wonder, though, is he happy and motivated still? Or is he – because you know how I feel about contract season. He was great this year.
No, I definitely do because, look, here's the deal. He never got his all the money deal. I know that sounds ridiculous.
He's got to keep earning.
Last year I think he made a little over $1 million.
Yeah, it was $700,000
for a human
yeah,
is a lot. This deal is going to save
even
us,
non-humans.
Yes,
probably
that's
a good
true.
amount of money.
$15 million. That's a lot for a regular person, but it's not the all the money deal. So he's going to say, "Hey, at this point, could I get $15 million in arbitration for 26? Could I actually get a long-term all of the money deal?" So I definitely think he'll still be motivated.
All right. Well, that's happy Rangers news for me. So my radio row this week I just got happy.
And I think we should be happy about the Mavericks. They got better today.
Yes.
And we don't know. The date's not over. The trade deadline, I think, Texas time is 4 p.m.?
No, it's 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Texas time. Okay, thank you. And so now the Mavericks, the deal is official. So as we were nervous about Mark Stein's report that they're trying to find the draft compensation necessary, it looks like they found 2 second-round picks from Oklahoma City. I was reading that from Mark Stein.
And in case you missed the beginning of the show, the player in question, Daniel Gafford, and I have seen a couple of texts just like this for Rashawn Holmes and the aforementioned draft compensation. From the 469, who the F is Daniel Gafford?
Good question. Part is not a good.
No.
I don't think this is us blowing smoke up anybody's butt about how great he's going to be either. I think this dude is going to be a solid piece on this team, though.
Yeah, if you want to go get another big-name player, you can. I mean, you could have picked up Westbrook. You probably could have figured out a way to pick up Draymond Green. You maybe could have figured out a way to get Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins.
But this is a need.
Yes.
This is a necessity.
This is a necessity. We talked about scoring efficiency. The 3 most efficient scoring players in the league when they touch the ball are Derek Lively, Dante Exum, and Daniel Gafford. Now, that is at least a product of the fact that the ball doesn't run through them as much. But the good news is, Mike talked about it, 45 minutes ago or whenever it was. They don't need the ball in their hands. They don't need the ball to operate through them. This is somebody in Gafford who gets rebounds and blocks shots. If you don't know who he is, that's totally fine. This is one of the things this team needs.
I'm not saying he's this guy by any means. His physical frame looks like Anthony Davis. The way his shoulders are built, I'm not comparing him to that.
I understand what you're
saying. I'm just saying if you know who he is, that's what his physical frame looks like.
And you're not going to know. He was a second-round draft pick out of Arkansas who went to a crap organization who hasn't made the playoffs in it feels like 20 years.
Right.
I know that they have, but it's a horrible organization. They're not on national TV, and he's had to work his way from being, I believe, the 38th pick overall 5 years ago to now being a guy who gives you about 10 points and 10 rebounds a game. I'm rounding, up a little bit. But here's the deal. I'm looking this year. Dwight Powell has played in 44 games.
You knew that was
and is averaging 4.2 points and 3.9 rebounds and 0.4 blocks.
How are we going to find him minutes
So
now,
you
though?
replace Dwight Powell with this guy who's going to play more minutes than the 15.7 Dwight Powell's averaging. But Dwight Powell in his career averages 4.5 rebounds a game. This guy right now is averaging almost 9 rebounds a game at 25 years old. This is a huge upgrade. The thing is you're upgrading from arguably one of the worst rotational centers in NBA history to a guy who can play in the league, who can compete against players. He'll make the game a little bit, not difficult. I don't even know the right word because nobody makes the game difficult on Jokic. But he's actually an NBA rotational player that all 30 teams would say, if I have Daniel Gafford, I'm finding 15 to 25 minutes for this guy.
And this is going to be a really boring answer because people are going to want to know, what does that mean for a championship run now?
Yeah.
But
you're far away.
Yeah, what I think is this is another piece on the front court, which you were wildly lacking, that is here for a while. Like, obviously, we hope Derek Lively is going to continue to get it better and be here for
Can you imagine that duo with Luka for the next however many years?
Yes, for 12 years, and hopefully. But for Gafford, he's under contract for the rest of this year and the next 2 years, and he's about to turn 26.
Yeah.
So this is somebody that you can say, all right, I got 2.5 seasons with him, with Lively, and you're starting to build a front court that you feel better about. I'm not saying world beaters or anything like that. You feel better about.
Last year, you had no centers on your roster. Right. Literally 0 that could play in the league. Magoo didn't care to be
you
here.
said you weren't going to say that anymore.
I don't care anymore.
We got Gafford. Now he's happy.
We got Gafford. We're great. And then you had Dwight Powell. So literally you had no centers in the NBA that should play. And now you have 2. You have a developing 19, almost 20-year-old who looks like could be a really good player in this league for a long time, who you have control over for a long time. And then you got a 25-year-old who's a good rotational big guy.
Yeah.
So I give Nico Harrison, I'll give Mark Cuban the credit here. They went from having no centers in the NBA the last 2 years to now having 2 guys,
2 centers
that can play in this league, and one that can develop into a guy who might be 15, 16 points and 12 rebounds. I don't know what the ceiling is for Derek Lively 2 to 5 years from now.
And I know you're not necessarily experimenting, so I'm not saying this has to be a big thing. I want to see Gafford play alongside Lively with Lively at the 4. just in short spurts. I want to see what that looks like. I know they don't have
That's a
time
big
to like,
lineup.
hey, let's just experiment along the way. But I would like to see what that looks
I'm
like.
not opposed to that, but you better have. I'm not like the biggest fan of this person. You better have Tim Hardaway Jr. as your third guy out there because literally you're going to have 3 guys in the paint for defense.
Yeah,
just hanging around, going, these guys can't shoot. So it would make it tougher for Kyrie and Luka to find their space.
I do agree.
I don't know, Mike. The more I agree on having
Are you
Tim
thinking about
Hardaway out there.
AAU, Derek
But-
Lively?
Well, and I'm not. No, I'm not asking them to shoot threes. But I think might be. You're right on the 3 guys in the paint. But I think there might be other ways to find space for Hardaway too there because they know that they can get some rebound. That might be fun. I see what Kevin's saying. Let's see if they can.
I don't
But
mind trying.
It's not
but
today's NBA.
You would not want to have, let's say, I'm throwing out Derek Jones Jr. out there with those guys. Like they would be like,
Yeah,
crap,
yeah.
we don't have to guard anybody on this court except for Luka and Kyrie.
Yeah,
and you
I
have to
want to
guard
see it in
lobs.
shorter spurts.
But to your point, that would make for the other team, they go, crap, we're not going to get 15 offensive rebounds a game. We're going to struggle to get offensive rebounds. So the other thing too is teams crash the offensive boards against the Mavs because they're not worried about them getting a defensive rebound,
Because all
and the
their
guys
are three shooters
right, because
and
only
escaping.
Luka is a rebounder that can actually outlet the ball on a good pass. If Kleba, Dwight Powell, Derek Lively get the ball, they have to go hand the ball off or quickly get the ball 5 to 10 feet away to a guy to dribble it up the court. So it would make it a little bit more difficult if you had 2 premium rebounders with Luka in the game to get offensive rebounds and to want to crash the offensive boards.
I really enjoy this. It makes it feel like Reggie is here on Radio Row.
Did he text us?
But if you have 2 centers, do you really have any centers? That same line of logic for quarterbacks does not necessarily translate.
If you have 2 catchers.
But I definitely appreciate what they're
48
doing.
minutes a night, the Mavs have a center on the basketball court.
That's
That's
important.
awesome.
Yes.
We've had last year you had 48 minutes of having no centers on the basketball court. So
Yes.
you went from 48 non-center minutes to now 48 center minutes.
I have 2 things I want to say here, Kevin. One is, look, I know what T.O. was as a player. That dude's still in fantastic shape. I just saw him walk by.
Okay.
I'm just like, how, man? How does the genetics on that guy? The other thing, too, is, Kevin, we're traveling back home tomorrow. I know we got spring training coming up.
Right.
We have another travel date in between.
Oh?
It does look like February 20th. We're going to go to Nebraska, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we are heading to Nebraska, going to Tom Osborne Way, and we will be at Nebraska Furniture Mart on February 20th doing
Off
our
Eric
show.
Crouch Boulevard.
Right there off Eric Crouch Boulevard with Tommy Frazier Lane. It's going to be so much fun.
And Greg Buckner, since we're talking Mavs.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we haven't gotten to do a whole lot of our staples, so it's time from My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Well, I have a
Honey at 7% ABV and Blood and Honey Light coming in at 4.5% ABV. It's time to choose your side. Visit revolverbrewing.com to learn more. Enjoy responsibly. Must be 21 plus.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. Thank you very much, courtesy of Low T Center and then Best Buy Windows and Siding. And we've had an ever-flowing roll of guests on that number one hot seat. And Corey...
That was Kurt Warner. I love him.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I know we're going to
awesome.
do My Buddy's an Idiot. I thought maybe you saw Kay Adams.
No, I'm going to go check out her set here in just a few minutes, see how that's going over there.
Okay.
But no, Kurt Warner, like, he's just, I don't know, man. I really like him. I just think he's funny. He's informative. His information's really good. And he also did that video taking shots at Bobby in the Sluggo situation. It was really funny for me. So he was like, you know what? I'll body slam with you. Let's do it.
I never watched his movie. Did you ever watch his movie?
Oh, no. Because I feel like I got the whole story because, again, Kevin, that's when I made that 13-1 odds bet.
Oh, yeah.
Was when he was the quarterback. So I was like so invested in what that team was doing. It is fascinating how, a lot of people are like, I'm a fan of this team. But we also, like, find stories along the way throughout years that we get really invested in.
All right. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or are they too afraid to go talk to Kurt Warner? No, I'm just kidding.
This would be like the third time I've been around him, and I was too afraid to go and talk to him because remember we were on the airplane with him, and I wouldn't do it.
Multiple people have called me a wuss because I didn't say hi to Trevor Lawrence. We walked by Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, what was the deal with that?
I just felt like he was with his wife in line to go into, I think it's called Citizen or something, some restaurant here at the Mandalay Bay. And was it Ruben? Was it Carter?
It was me and our good Tolo Sean. We were walking, and he goes, "Hey, that looks like Trevor Lawrence." And I went, "That is effing Trevor Lawrence."
Yeah.
Mike, come here, look at this.
6'6" beast of a man.
Yeah, and
just beautiful hair.
Oh my God!
I said, "Mike, do you want to go ask him for a picture?" And he was like, "Let's go." And we walked over there, and we got right up to it. And Mike goes, "Just take it like this." And I was like, "All right, man, I got you."
I just didn't want to bug him. He's with his wife. He's in line. Nobody knows who he is, and if they do know, like I know, and like you know,
yeah,
they're not bugging him.
Would you just think about walking by and just being like, "Hey, man, I think you're awesome," and like not causing a scene and just walking right on by?
I guess I decided not to. I decided not to bug him because,
You know what,
hey,
Mike?
I've staked my whole career on you being great at football. Can you start being great at football?
Fear not. I am going.
Trevor Lawrence is going to be here today.
Not yet.
Oh.
But I am going to talk to Tony Khan today, and I can ask him about Trevor Lawrence and be like, "Hey, can you bring him back around? Can we get him on the show?"
Oh my God!
I'll see what I can do.
I pass out.
Do you think you love? Do you love Trevor Lawrence more than Corey loves Kay Adams?
In a different way, I think.
Sure. I hope.
Do I love him?
You just said you would pass out.
I want him to be very successful. I think it'd be really cool if he the status he has to live up to is Peyton Manning.
Sure.
That's the tough part about what he did in college and where he was at to everybody's thinking. And I thought he could. He hasn't so far. He hasn't. And maybe that's just too much pressure. Maybe it's just not a good enough organization. I don't know, but I do love him. I want him to be successful. I think that he has all the talent to do it. It's not coming together as quickly as I thought it would.
Yeah, when you see a C.J. Stroud go do what he did, you're like, man, how did that happen so quickly compared to what this guy's supposed to be?
And it looked like until this last year, it looked like that was the trajectory of Trevor Lawrence, but then he didn't take that next step.
I mean, obviously, Urban Meyer didn't help him in his first year.
Sure.
So his second year, he takes off. And does what C.J. Stroud did, and then you thought, well, now there's going to be another step, and instead it was kind of a half step or a full step back.
Yeah.
Now, 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved on the truckwreck.com text line for My Buddy's an Idiot. Oh, this is harsh. From the 214, my buddy's an idiot because he got Post Malone tickets. He's in his 50s. Some people just have bad taste in music. Here's the thing. When they brought it up earlier, I'm not a fan of U2, but I don't begrudge anybody who wants to go see and party and watch U2. I think you should cut that guy a break.
I like their songs. Not all their songs. They're popular songs. I enjoy U2 songs. The thing is I'm not paying $500 to see anybody sing.
I'm with you,
just
man.
not.
What about Trevor Lawrence?
No, I'm not paying $500. I mean, I paid a lot of money to go to like the ALCS. I'm going to try to remember the exact amount, about $600 for 3 tickets to the ALCS for me and my boys to go watch that. So about $200 a ticket, but I just can't pay $500 to go watch YouTube by myself.
I will say the Sphere, it's its first year. It's an attraction. It's this weekend. It's this week. You know, like that's why the price is what it is, supply and demand. That's the whole thing that it is this week. But U2's show is something I would like to see. Everybody always told me that whenever they went, it was a really good show. But in that place, I want to experience that because I know what they can do. They do a lot of lights. They do a lot of those things in the background. And so there are things that, like, man, can you imagine, like, seeing The Wall, Pink Floyd's The Wall in the Sphere and how something like that might look? Like, I'm looking forward to the future of people going, let's design our show, our set for that thing specifically to see how that goes. But I can't do that. Now, Post Malone, that's interesting. We you know, our buddy knows Posty. He or Austin as he calls him. So like that's an interesting. My kids like his music. They like a lot of music though, huh?
Is his last name Malone?
I think there's a different story. We'll have a conversation with that. But it's after Malone. So
I like how you say that quietly, but you're still on a microphone. So
everybody heard what I said.
Yeah.
I just saw Jamar Chase.
I just saw Pawn Star dude, baldy Pawn Star guy.
Today's the day where we're going to be distracted by the people we see the most.
I'm very concerned about how Mike would flag people down.
Hey, Pawn
Star guy,
guy from the pawn shop.
Come on over.
I've seen your show. It's pretty good.
Now, what's the deal? Now, you have to throw in Deadspin for My Buddy's an Idiot. And I know you might be thinking, hold on, does that still exist?
I've been there in a long time.
It does. Neither is anybody else. But they're being sued. I don't know if you remember this story. Is Deadspin put up a picture of a 9-year-old Chiefs fan saying he was racist and culturally appropriating because he had blackface on with a headdress at a Chiefs game. Now, you look at the rest of the story, and they only showed part of his face. His face was painted red and black for the Chiefs' colors. And he did, in fact, have a Native American headdress on, probably because his grandfather was a tribe elder, and his dad is part of the tribal reservation right now for the Chumash Indians. So, you know, that pretty much is his family heritage.
Look, and I'm not saying I do this, but when it comes to something sensitive like that, try to get it right. You know, like just try to get it right.
Plus, he was 9.
Yeah,
I don't know if we want to factor that in.
Hold on, you're saying don't dismantle a 9-year-old kid?
Look, if they do something wrong, for sure, that feels tough for a used-to-be national website to put that 9-year-old kid on blast.
That's why they are. I mean, like, that is what it is right now for them, though. Like,
and they willingly chose. There's a picture of him with red and black paint on. They willingly chose only the half that was the black paint, and he was like, this little kid's doing blackface.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't appreciate that from them.
No. And now they're getting sued. Do you think, we talked about it earlier, do you think the guy who climbed to the top of the Sphere is an idiot, or is whatever fine he's going to have to pay worth it for the attention he's getting for his Facebook page?
And I don't know, like, what fine he's going to have to pay. I don't know how that goes, because it could be a lot. But I bet he believes so much in it that he feels that way. Did we get a picture of him on top of it?
Yes.
And like his, like on top with his shirt that says, "Hey, this."
I couldn't really. I saw he was on top of it, but I didn't see the shirt.
I
with
saw
the
how
link
high he
and
was
everything.
climbing in the video, and I was like, "Man, that's." But in my mind, I'm like, "No, that's something." But then I thought, why would the Sphere do that? Why would they have a digital thing that does something like that? And that's just encouraging people to do it. It's dangerous, man. It was very dangerous for him to attempt. it was an interesting cause, and it definitely got a lot of attention for something like
Are
that.
security people going to lose their jobs because of this?
But here's the other thing, probably. No, probably not. But the other thing, too, is I don't know if it worked, because I feel like a lot of people probably saw the video and, oh, my gosh. And then that's where it stopped. But
They
the
didn't
next
go track down
the
the
next
cause.
phase of it is, that when you brought that to me, I was like, oh, well, that's even more interesting. So
Yeah.
so I do feel like
Homeless pregnant women is what he was trying to draw attention to.
Yeah, and so I just feel like maybe like it was a stunt and it got attention. Hopefully the cause gets some attention along the way too.
Now, I don't think this person will really have to face this, but you just mentioned a stunt that caused attention. The guy who flew a drone over the AFC Championship game, theoretically, he could face up to 4 years in prison. Now, I don't believe that's gonna happen.
Is that terrorist attack? Terrorist threat?
Yeah, you flew a drone within 3 miles of a stadium that had at least 30,000 people in it. Like, I'm not sure how we came with those specifics, but that's what it was. And so he was knowingly registered flying an unregistered drone, and so all of that could put him theoretically in jail for 4 years. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but wouldn't you want to read up on that before you're like, hey, I'm going to fly a drone?
Yes, I think, but
it's a lot of reading.
But I also probably wouldn't. I wouldn't think about it either. I'd probably just be like, dude, how cool would it be to see inside, to get a video of inside there? And that's probably all I'm thinking about. So that would be on me because I'm probably not. I don't know the rules for flying drones anyway. So
I have no clue what flying Can you fly it in a neighborhood? I feel like if you fly it in a neighborhood and it goes over a backyard, you're violating some sort of privacy law.
I bet we have a lot of people listening who know the answer to that.
I know two things. One, whenever Avery got his drone, we went out to a park, it flew off, and we lost it. And I was like, oh my gosh, it just took off on its own. And two, one night I was driving and I thought I saw a flame in the sky, and I was like, what is going on? And it was 50 feet up in the air, and I was like, what is going on? And it was just a hovering drone. So I'm kind of curious, what was that? Were they just getting an overnight thing? I don't know, but I was scared that we had a flame in the sky. So drones are interesting, bro.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
You looked at me like I'm going to have a comment off of that.
I don't know.
I got nothing.
Coming up next, we're live at Radio Row in Las Vegas. It's time for some gridiron gravy. We'll talk more about prop bets later. But are these the best two bets made on the Super Bowl so far? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Your weight goes up, it goes back down, and it's like a roller.
This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
And goals in both against Dallas. Here's Tavares, got Nylander loose. Tavares spins. Nylander scores! 20 seconds later, it's 5-3.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. Mike is shaking his head because he is disappointed at that result. The Stars lose to the Maple Leafs 5-4. The Stars had won 4 straight, 7-10. This was their first regulation loss in their last 7 games. So I agree with you.
You told me people in Canada can't play hockey.
Well, no, they can't
I
win
told you we played the
championships.
Cowboys of hockey last night. They don't win the Stanley Cup.
The other thing too is like I know Wedgwood's had a pretty good run with us, but Ottinger gets the night off and everything.
Last night was less good.
But the factor I think that is disappointing is the power play. We give up points on shorthanded again, and getting in those situations. I mean, what 3 straight goals on shorthanded? So They got to be excellent at that. That's something I need to see excellence from.
And for most of the year, 3 straight power play goals.
It was 3 straight power play goals for Toronto.
Yes, it made it sound like we had the power play,
Yes.
and I was like, oh man, we
were
don't
shorthanded,
remember
yeah.
that at all. But yeah, they had been really, really rolling before that. Do we need to go to the Corey News Desk for anything else?
Oh no, it's not news desk.
Okay.
Just there is an update though. I'm feeling almost exactly the way I should be right now, guys. So I'm back. I'm back to almost 100% Corey
From
right
Tuesday night?
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah. You should have seen me
You've
yesterday.
never drank before?
Correct.
If you drink too much, the next day is a
really
bad day. And then the day after, you start getting back to normal. And then you say, I don't think I'm ever going to drink this much again, this and that. And if you have a problem, then you just do it the next day. If you don't have a problem, you forget about it about a month or 2 months later, and then you do the same thing again. And then you're like, why did I do this again?
Yeah. So I'm almost 100% Corey right now.
Okay, right now, with 100% Corey in tow, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Dip.
Yeah, here we go.
You might not love this first story. In fact, you might not love it a lot. So the Pro Football Hall of Fame gets announced tonight. We've been talking about how Darren Woodson should be in the Hall of Fame for, I don't know, like 8 years. The Chicago Sun-Times is reporting that Devin Hester, Julius Peppers, and Steve McMichael are in. Now, Steve McMichael is not a modern class recipient. So that
WWF wrestler?
He wrestled for WCW, actually.
Oh.
It's really sad now, though, because he has ALS. He can't participate in any of this. But the other two, Peppers and Hester, I'm not saying Julius Peppers is a surprise or unwarranted, but Devin Hester feels like one of those pivot points that Darren Woodson was going to need everything to fall his way to get in. And if Devin Hester's in, unfortunately, my guess would be that Darren is not going to make this class, which I think is...
I've given up on it.
It's ridiculous.
He's never going to get in until it goes to Veterans Committee, whatever they call that for the NFL.
Yeah.
He's
the next centennial.
I mean, I'm not saying it's a waste of time. He deserves to be in, but he's not going to. He doesn't get close enough. He's never been where you're like, oh, he almost made it. He doesn't even almost make it.
At least he's broken through. This is the first time he's made the finals, and it's happened back-to-back years. So at least that's something, but you're right. We don't go, he was the next one out. So that doesn't have to mean he's not making it, and that's just a Chicago Sun-Times report. But if that report is accurate, that's 2-year spots right there.
And that's all right. I'll just wait it out. I'll be mad later, Kevin. Can I not be mad now?
Okay.
Because then it happens, and I'm like, oh, why was I mad in the first?
Because Adolis got a 2-year contract.
Adonis Garcia. That's what John Heyman put. Come on, dude.
I mean, that looks right.
I mean,
that looks right.
There's 99% of men want his body.
Yes. Well, to look like him.
Yeah.
No. That part of that 99% is not just to look like him. Right?
But what percentage of that 99%?
He does look like an Adonis.
10%.
Okay.
That's what I'm gonna go with.
But the fact on Woodson though is like just the way we know him. I wish everybody had that opportunity to chat with him, because you find out how awesome of a guy he is, and the play on the field was just as deserved as the stuff he did off the field too.
Now, you know how Matt Rule is not the coach of the Panthers anymore?
Yes.
He's at Baylor.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm just
Did
kidding.
you see where he said he wanted to draft Brock Purdy, but he got vetoed in the draft room? This is something I'm always fond of. Oh, that guy who got drafted really low that literally nobody else wanted?
Yeah.
That was my guy.
Everybody had it. Well, I won't say you have traded picks, but everybody pretty much had 7 chances to draft him.
Yes. And he was like,
And on
no,
the
I wanted
seventh,
him.
and on the 7th pick for San Francisco, they decided, what the heck? Let's not take the risk of him going into free agency and somebody giving him $10,000 extra that we don't have or whatever.
Yeah.
So
It's a bold claim right there.
Did you hear Shanahan talking about Purdy in that kind of competition thing early on, and how, like, hey man, every time he did reps, you could see that he was improving. And then it got to a point where if he'd have 3 reps, all 3 reps were the same, and he was the guy. You could tell he was the guy. Now, Shanahan may have been slurring a little bit. I'm not going to make any accusations.
Oh my goodness!
But even still, he was like, you could tell he was the guy. So I don't even know if Shanahan ever believed it, until finally he was like, hold on, in practice, he's doing the things I'm asking him to do.
yeah, I don't think they even believed it until like 4 games into playing in the regular season.
Yeah.
We're like, we might have something here. It was devastating for that organization when Trey Lance got hurt the first week of it was first week against Chicago. Maybe his second week.
Yeah.
But Matt Rule knew
he
the whole
loses
time.
to Chicago. Then the next week he gets hurt, and they were probably devastated, going, "I can't believe this. That we are going to have to Jimmy Garoppolo this thing again." And they got lucky in a way.
I want to know what you guys think of these 2 Super Bowl bets. These are some big time bets right here. Somebody bet $200,000 on Brock Purdy to win Super Bowl MVP. That will pay out $450,000.
That seems like a pretty good bet.
Okay.
That seems like a reasonable number to provide to get that kind of money for him.
I'll put in the books today. I'll just see if I bet $200,000 on Evan Carter to win Rookie of the Year.
Actually,
it's 3.5 to 1. So if
all right, so you can carry away $700K.
It's 5.5 to 1 for Wyatt Langford to win Rookie of the Year.
Ooh, okay. I want you to consider this bet.
Which one should I put $200K on?
Wyatt Langford.
Okay, because of the payouts better.
Yeah, that'll get
I'm
over
with
a
you on
million.
that. I think
that'll get you over $1 million.
Like with
man,
the Purdy
you're
thing.
right. You want to get in on this one?
On 200,000?
Yeah, $200K.
Yeah.
For Wyatt Langford.
And so, what percentage would get me about $1,000 out of that? If I give him
Probably
$1,
not enough to let my
No. So you want me to
that's
put in
not gonna get you-
199,000 of this?
Let me know what you need that we can both be happy here.
All right, you guys are going to think this is a stupid bet, but I want you to hear it out.
People have a lot of money. Not
Somebody
us.
bet $100 on the Chiefs to score exactly 2 points in the Super Bowl.
Okay, that's going to pay out a lot.
How much do you think?
I would guess it's 100 to 1.
I would guess it is 3,000 to 1.
20 million to 1. I just wanted to make sure I went. Your thumb was going up, so I was like, let me go to a number where the thumb has to go down.
22 million
I
to
only
1.
wanted you to go up a little bit more.
1 million to 1.
It's 10,000 to 1, which means
I was closest.
if this
3,
bet
yeah.
hits, he will win $1 million. Off of $100, he will win $1 million.
It's a waste of $100.
Yeah, he wasted $100.
Probably.
But
would you bet $1 on it to win $10,000?
actually, I would bet that $100 just so I could walk around and be like, guys, I might win $1 million. The story for the next couple of days is fun. That's
I
a
would
$100
rather
fun story.
Bet $100 that they don't score exactly 2 points, which would probably get me 1 penny. But at least I would get 1 penny out of this deal. In fact, I have a slip here for $1.66 because my $20 went down to $1.66.
Oh.
But I feel like I have to cash it in because that's more money that the casinos are going to get.
That's true.
Because how many times do you have $1.60 ticket? You're like, I don't care. It's $1.66. This is actually embarrassing.
Keep
Going
it
up,
as a souvenir.
going up to the cashier and being like, can you give me my $1.66?
No, demand it. You're like, I need this fast too. Yeah, give me my cash.
Here's what losers look like.
You know what? And keep the 6 cents.
You only lost $20.
Well, only $18.44.
Okay, well, so I'm not. You didn't get
was good math.
devastated or
Proud of you.
wiped
I can
out.
do that now.
I don't think you could go back to DFW and be like, Vegas took me.
I think I did it wrong too. It's $1.34.
It is.
Yeah.
I'm missing it. I'm missing a 10-cent.
Yeah.
Are you embarrassed?
Yes. What if I argued? What if I went up to the cashier and they gave me $1.34? I said, "My butt, you owe me another dime." And they're like, "No, we don't. Here's the math on
Sorry
this.
about that.
You have to carry the one.
I'll pay you a
6 +
dime
4
to
is
make
10.
that happen. I'll
You
definitely
carry
make
the
that happen.
one.
Couple more quick notes for y'all is Andy Reid said you should probably go ahead and look at Nick Allegretti to be their starting left guard. Joe Thuney missed practice, and it's not looking good. Essentially, they said the strength regaining is an issue at this point, so they're going to have to adjust on the offensive line.
That's tough.
Hey.
That's real tough.
Niners.
I'm you were talking pressure this morning. Again, I don't think it phases him whenever it's around him. I think whenever he gets brought down, that's a problem. And being able to do what you do in the running game up front, you got to have the ability to move the middle of that offensive line. And without Joe Thuney, that's a tough one, man. That's a tough one to lose.
And then the Cowboys are also interviewing Jets assistant Marquand Manuel for their defensive coordinator job. So it does at least look like they're spawning out and going after like maybe different candidates than they would have in the past. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We are live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. And coming up next. Brought to you by the Low T Center and Best Buy Windows and Siding. And the A1 Air hot seat's going to be very busy over the next hour.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we got Luke Kuechly. Plus, get ready for Warren Sapp. We'll have it for you next right here on The Fan.
This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. Thank you very much, Low T Center, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and A number one air. We've been rocking that A number one air hot seat all day long. Hoping to talk with Luke Kuechly in just a minute. But in case you've missed out on a lot of happenings of the day, Daniel Gafford, that he is being traded to the Dallas Mavericks. It looks like for Rashawn Holmes and 2 second-round picks, which the Mavericks had to go procure from Oklahoma City. And Adolis Garcia agrees on a 2-year deal that will avoid the arbitration hearing today and buy out next year's arbitration. I don't know if I've seen a final number on that. Our guess was maybe 2 years, $15 to $16 million. We will get back with you on that, about the specific number.
Sounds like it might be $14 million.
Yeah, that's
$14 million?
Alec, yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I did not hear you there, Alec. All right, so 2 years, $14 million. All right, so we didn't get it, but we were decently close.
Yeah, I said 15.
Yeah, and you were better than I was.
So Adolis is probably, like, gosh, that guy said I was going to get 15. I should have held out for $1 more million.
I don't know if that's necessarily what I was going to take away from that. Now, we talked about...
It seems really cheap for a dude who gets you 100 RBIs
Absolutely.
a year. And plays great right field defense.
P.J. Washington to Dallas. Oh, hold on, Kevin. You want more information on this?
No.
Breaking news.
What do you
Breaking
got?
news on Kevin, this story. Sham Charania is saying that Charlotte is trading P.J. Washington to Dallas for a package around Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and a first-round pick. That is from Shams, according to The Athletic.
Oh, is it the first-round pick that beat you down?
that's frustrating.
I mean, we talked about in the crosstalk. I thought that felt like a high price for him.
They're making moves, though.
And that's another front court player, obviously.
They're not just sitting back.
He can wing it, too.
You can get better. Now, obviously, that's more of a small wing player. He's not, he's better. We wanted P.J. Washington over Grant Williams.
Yes.
In the offseason. The problem is P.J. Washington was more than a mid-level exception, so it was going to be you're going to have to do a sign-and trade, which made it very difficult to get P.J. Washington. So they kind of get the guy who I think they wanted more than Grant Williams by trading Grant Williams. I think the issue is now with the pick going to New York and then a pick going to Brooklyn in 2029, and now most likely either your 2026 or 2027 first-round pick going to Charlotte, you are limited in the offseason in what you can do. You now are going to be limited in your assets in the offseason. So
Can I devil's advocate this just a little bit?
You always do.
Okay. I think I'm with you.
Yeah.
I really do about the first-round pick. Here's what I will throw out, because we talked earlier about the players that are going to be here for the next 3 years.
Right.
P.J. Washington is another player that you've got with you for the next 2.5 seasons.
Yeah.
So do you think the Mavericks look at it from the perspective of, let's say now, Josh Green, P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford, Kyrie, Luka, Lively, they feel like, hey, we're starting to build at least players that we know will be here for a while, so that will hamper them in the offseason at least. Oh, and Hardy, obviously.
Yeah.
At least they feel like for the next 2.5 years, we have a better sense of who is definitely going to be here. Is that too optimistic?
No, that's that. I think that's how they're looking at it. P.J. Washington, I almost said Tucker, has to be better than what he's been in his career. He's only 25 years old. He'll be 26 in the offseason. He has to be better than what he's been. And so the hope is, to me, the Mavericks have to make this trade, which they are, saying he's going to be better with us. He's going to reach his potential with us, because he has not reached his potential in Charlotte.
Do you think that the Luka bonus that we saw with Tim Hardaway Jr. to a certain extent will kick in for Washington when it comes to his shooting? Because one of the things that we've talked about that is a huge asset for Luka and for this team is he gets you different looks. He gets you more wide open looks, if we're being honest.
But I feel like LaMelo Ball does that in Charlotte. I
Okay,
don't know
you don't think
I
it's
don't know
that
the
much of a
huge
difference?
upgrade. I understand in Washington they got crap players over there, but I look at this in PJ Washington because I was looking at Miles Bridges too, right? And you're looking at different ways because Charlotte has been a team the Mavericks have been connected to, and I think of it and I go, yeah, there could be an uptick to your point, but it's not like when you go from, let's say, Brooklyn, where recently after trading Kyrie Irving they haven't had a point guard to set you up. That's why Dorian Finney-Smith is struggling so much in Brooklyn, is because he doesn't have, to your point, working off of Luka. But Washington, Bridges, whoever's working in Charlotte, there are games where they're working off of Ball having it, and he does give you pretty darn good looks off of his skill.
Do you like, I know you're going to lose the first-round pick. I'm not trying to discount that. I hope you know that, Mike. I'm not like, get over it. I'm not discounting that at all. I am pleased on the flip side that Hardy and Omax are staying here. I kind of assumed, if you would have told me both of these deals at the beginning of the day, I would have assumed something would have moved out on that front.
To your point right now, you do have your 2 first-round picks that you drafted last year. You do have Green, who I do think his value is very low in this league.
Yeah.
And then Hardy, who I think has potential to grow still. So you still have those 3 young guys, or even 4 young guys. Lively's going nowhere. And the thing is Grant Williams wasn't working out here. He didn't work here. It probably wasn't going to get much better. And so they look at a guy who they liked more in the offseason, just couldn't get in PJ Washington to really help out. So I'm excited. And Curry had nothing left. Like you
weren't using him.
Yeah, and so look, his dad Dell calls the games in Charlotte. That's where he lives. He's going to be kind of a fan favorite there if he gets playing time. That one of the Curry boys is there where Dell grew them up. So I understand from Charlotte's perspective, they are 10-40 this year. Like, we're going nowhere with this team. So PJ Washington hasn't helped them win. They thought he would. He didn't. And so, but PJ Washington, I think you'd agree with me, he has to be better than what he's been in Charlotte.
And, okay, you get to pick one thing that's better.
Mm-hmm.
3-point shooting or rebounding capabilities?
3-point shooting.
Okay. I just wanted to check.
I think that can get better.
Okay.
I'm not sure at his size that
you don't think he's going to be a better rebounder?
I look at his second year in the league, he averaged 6.5. That's the best he's ever done. He's about a 5-rebound guy.
Yeah.
Person.
Yeah.
But that's better than Grant Williams here.
True.
So you get a little bit.
Is that still with the size you have at center now, like with 2 guys like that, is it still going to be stand around and wait for a 3 for you, or is there going to be some more options there?
For PJ?
Yeah.
He has more options. He's a better one-on-one player, but he's still, with Kyrie and Luka having the ball, he will be a starter.
Around.
So Gafford, I think, will come off the bench and share the minutes with Lively when you're healthy. I think PJ Washington takes – Grant Williams had been out of the starting lineup now and was out. He's going to take Derek Jones Jr.'s spot.
Okay.
So I think he's a starting player.
And then
for
Jones
you.
as a fill-in is pretty good.
And Jones, I think, comes off the bench.
I got to add on for you.
All right.
Is per Shams, the Mavericks get back 2 second-round picks.
So I wonder if those...
Because we talked about picking up the 2 second-round picks from Oklahoma City, and now you see that, but that might just be they're like, hey, we got to have something.
Yeah, that's good.
And then maybe
I like that.
If they want to make another, lower type move, I don't know if they got something from Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
and so if they did,
and
then they have another couple second rounds to work with, maybe that's it. I don't know. And sorry, Kevin, I saw Terry McLaurin.
I was wondering who you were looking at.
There's just the Jamar Chase is up there, Terry McLaurin, like all the receivers, all the elite receivers in the league right now are popping around. It's awesome.
I mean, that is very, very cool. But for Mavericks fans, as it stands right now, and look, this sounds ridiculous on an already very busy day. You still got about an hour and 50 minutes to go. I don't know if something else could be in store, but you picked up Daniel Gafford, you picked up PJ Washington. So you're talking about helping out on your rebounding. You're talking about helping out on the wing and shedding Rashawn Holmes, Grant Williams, and Curry in the process.
Here's the good news. I think the insanity of Mark Cuban saying we have all the most underrated players in the NBA. Nico Harrison has come in with Jason Kidd and said, we don't, Mark.
Yeah.
We don't have any centers on this team. I know how much you like Dwight Powell and Maxi Kleber. We have to get better than this. And so this is the good news. They've watched the team, like, at least I'll say I've watched the team and go, this isn't very good. This is an average NBA team who can't make it out of the first round of the playoffs. And they've now made moves to say, hey, we know that. We know this isn't a very good team. We know that this team can't go very far. Let's see if these two young 25-year-old athletic guys can help us out. So I do like it from that perspective, and I do like that you got – it's weird. 1 first is probably worth about 4 seconds.
Right.
But you did get back 2 second-round picks, which
Yeah.
could help you out. And if it's
A half-off
Charlotte's
deal.
this year's second-round pick might be the number 1 pick. Like it might be it might be the 31st pick in the draft.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We're live in Radio Row in Las Vegas. Coming up next, let's talk with Super Bowl champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer Warren Sapp. Next, right here on the Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
You're going to have to wait until tomorrow, or there was a scheduling conflict. I will let you decide, but we will make that happen. In his stead, a different type of intimidation comes to the table in Maggie Gray. How are you today?
Just as many career sacks as Warren Sapp guys. No, thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. Now, we got a lot to talk about, but I'm going to let you lead the way. Perhaps you know what we should be talking about right now.
Well, I appreciate it because I stopped by to see you guys because Emmitt Smith, of course, the legendary Cowboys running back, you guys know him.
He's going to be on with the morning show tomorrow.
You heard of him. He came by our set, Maggie and Perloff show, and we've interviewed Emmitt a couple times. You guys know he is incredibly measured. He's incredibly media savvy.
Yep.
He's such a gentleman. He's lovely to have as a guest. He's not usually critical of the Cowboys, though, because I think he sees the inside. He knows how the sausage is made, and he gets how everything works over there. That was not the tenor and tone today. The clear frustration over the loss to the Packers was palpable. He said and told us that if he was the GM, Mike McCarthy would be gone because of how bad the team looked in that playoff game. He said that the reason he believes that Dak Prescott struggles in big games and cannot get over the hump is a lack of preparation. He pointed specifically, not actually to the playoff game when he was illustrating his point about that, but rather the win against the Detroit Lions. And how when the Dallas Cowboys got the ball back with about 3 minutes left to go after the Jared Goff interception and could have salted away the game, 3 straight pass plays.
Agreed.
Executed what was a bad Mike McCarthy game plan or whatever, but he said Troy Aikman wouldn't have done that. Take a sack. Don't throw the ball out of bounds. Be aware. He said that it's either a lack of preparation or, and this is his quote, not mine, he forgot he was playing a football game.
Oh, my gosh.
This was unlike anything I've ever heard from Emmitt Smith. He was clearly frustrated, and it's funny because that's a win. Dan Campbell and the poor decision to continue to go for 2 after the penalty got all of the attention from that game, but Mike McCarthy's game management, that could have and maybe should have cost the Cowboys a win.
Sounds like Emmett was listening to our show, too, on a couple of those things.
Good. Okay. Sure. I didn't ask him that, but he was ready to go. He had the receipts. Obviously, he's super knowledgeable. He's really still into the team.
But he's frustrated.
Yeah, he's super frustrated.
That's what it sounds like. He's frustrated as a former player that has the ear of the guy who could make those decisions change. Or maybe he doesn't have that ear because I'm not the GM.
I didn't ask him. Right, he said, and I'm not the GM. But he also said, there was a moment when Troy Aikman had given an interview where he thought maybe just the pressure of having the star on your helmet becomes more intense as you get into the playoffs. Emmitt was not having any of that. He said that never happened to Troy, and never happened to him, and never happened to Michael, and it shouldn't be happening now. It's more of a lack of preparation than not being able to meet the moment, because he believes that, despite America's team and all the attention that the Cowboys get, that this is not supposed to be a team built on hype. That was his words. This is supposed to be a team built on winning. And instead, it's gotten to a point where this is a team that's about hype and it's not about winning.
That's a really interesting point because I know we can look back now and see how hyped the 90s Cowboys are, but they didn't take off because Emmitt Smith was the most dynamic personality in the world. They just kept winning Super Bowls, and that's the same thing for Troy Aikman. He was very measured with the media as well. Now I get Michael Irvin. He's always had personality for days. He'll be on our show tomorrow, but they got that notoriety and that hype because they just kept winning. Not because they were like, wow, look how flashy these guys.
They also had the ringleader at the same time saying, hey, I'm really good at getting publicity. So they had this perfect combination at that time, but they've lost that one part since, obviously since Jimmy Johnson left.
So to that end, we did talk about the coaching. So because Emmitt Smith was so critical of McCarthy and, again, told us that if he was the GM, then McCarthy would have been fired. He said, and he was surprised they didn't make the move, he said, because of how bad they looked against the Green Bay Packers. And, again, these are his words, not mine. We asked him, could he see Bill Belichick ever coming to coach the Patriots? And he, kind of laughed and scoffed. He goes,
The Cowboys.
Excuse me, the Cowboys. I'm sorry.
I could
The
definitely
Cowboys.
see
I'm
Belichick
sorry.
coaching the Patriots.
We watched it for 25 years. Sorry, Bill Belichick coaches the Cowboys. Excuse me. He said, he laughed. He goes, those two can't work together. Quit fooling yourselves.
Agreed.
Then in a moment said, okay, Jerry can work with anybody, and sort of got a little bit more measured, but his initial reaction was, quit fooling yourself. They're not going to work together. Or he didn't think.
Did he give you his stump speech for Darren Woodson being in the Hall of Fame as well?
We did not get to that.
Okay.
We had to get to some other more urgent matters.
It's urgent for us.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's
We've
the
been
most
waiting
urgent.
line.
Okay,
It's not, it's
He's
not
such a
looking
great
good for
guy,
today
so
either.
kind.
So
Oh, yeah.
I just
Okay.
have one of my friends texting me, I love this lady.
Wow. I love you
wonderful.
too.
She's great to listen
and
to.
I don't know how my mom got your number, but that is really cool. You're friends with my husband, I guess.
it could be our morning show, one of our morning show hosts too, who is not a fan of Mike McCarthy. So that could be Bobby texting
No,
and being like,
it was
yes.
a listener who just obviously there's a lot of Cowboy fans who feel the way Emmett is feeling, and I think the tough thing is now it's not a one-off for Dak Prescott or Mike McCarthy, but for Dak Prescott, it's 2-5 in these games. And if you take out the first loss where he did play well his rookie
Against the
year,
Packers, yeah.
he can't even throw for 90 yards at halftime. At halftime, he's always put the Cowboys, whether it's Mike McCarthy, whether it's Jason Garrett, he puts the Cowboys in a situation where you're always down by 2 scores. And now you have to come back with 30 minutes left in the game, and you are down by, in this case, 27-7. But even against Jimmy Garoppolo, played horrible against the Cowboys. He still played almost as horrible as Jimmy Garoppolo in that game. So it's a consistent with Dak. When it's a do-or-die situation, he will play close to the worst you've seen him play.
I can imagine how frustrating that is for you guys. And clearly, again, Emmett, and this is all his words, not mine.
Yeah.
I mean, he was venting, quite frankly, because I think it's still pent up. It's got to be still really fresh for you guys, that terrible loss.
Yeah, I think the other thing, too, Kevin, is we've heard a lot of people be critical of Jerry, or Cowboys players be critical of Jerry, be critical of things. Never hear them being critical of Dak. They go back to his leadership always, and, hey, look, you got that first. They're never that. So hearing him say something like that's interesting regarding Troy and the star on his helmet.
Yeah, and it's funny because Dak Prescott hasn't won a Super Bowl, maybe you think, all right, if the play call comes in, and even all right, I shouldn't be throwing in this situation because we're trying to milk clock, we're trying to get them to burn timeouts, whatever the situational football aspect. Can a quarterback override a coach? What can you do? Can Dak Prescott, does he have the authority to, change a play or whatever? And I think Emmett believes he does, or he should, and he's not. That was sort of a part of reading between the lines.
And I think for Emmitt Smith, I was a kid that my grandfather had season tickets in the 80s and 90s. And I went to the game for free because there was 20,000 empty seats. And when my grandfather would hand the guy 4 tickets and I was the 5th, a little 8 to 10-year-old boy, like, we don't care. There's 20,000 empty seats here. So Michael, Emmett, and Troy came to the Dallas Cowboys when there was only 40,000 people in a 60,000 seat stadium on a consistent basis going to see them. They had to win to be important. The Cowboys weren't important in 87 through 1990. It was in 91 when those guys made the Cowboys relevant again through winning football games. And Dak and whoever else, they actually don't have to win to be some of the most relevant people in this sport.
I think it's interesting. Stephen Jones was asked during maybe the Senior Bowl, and he was like, Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, you trust them. And you know how we all feel about Dak. Well, they feel about Dak that they have to build a team around him. That's how they feel. That's an honest assessment of what they feel within that place. It's not the same. Mahomes goes out, he makes a pass out of bounds on a 3rd down and says, I live for another day. So that exact topic that you're discussing right there, they do feel they have to build a better team around Dak than they do say he's the guy that just does what Mahomes does out there.
Have you made a Super Bowl pick? Would you like Reddit to help you make your Super Bowl pick?
Is Reddit helping me?
Yes.
And they're better than my picks this year, so I'll take all the help I can
Well, here's
get.
the thing. One person in particular is worse than any of y'all's Super Bowl picks, and that's why we should use this to our advantage.
Okay.
There is a user on Reddit who has incorrectly predicted the Super Bowl for 16 consecutive years.
That's awesome. That's a skill.
Yeah, that is.
That's weird.
They just get it wrong that many times? That's consistency.
Their prediction is the Chiefs, and it starts like this. Why, oh, why are the 49ers the favorites? I keep scratching my head all week, and I get that, but then I think about the fact that this person has posted their Super Bowl picks for the last 16 years and has been wrong every single time, and think advantage now 49ers.
Yeah.
I tend to see, so the very first moment after the NFC Championship game ended and they set the first Super Bowl line, and it was, I believe it's San Francisco, and it was -3 or 2, wherever.
2.5, yeah.
Immediately bet it. Because I just watched Patrick Mahomes go into Baltimore, and before that Buffalo, and beat Miami. I'm like, they're on a heater. The wide receivers have figured it out. The defense is playing amazing. It's not even about the offense, weirdly. So I bet it immediately. And now, over the last 2 weeks, I'm doing the second guess. I'm like, Also, there's something actually kind of personally at stake for me on this one, because I've been a little bit, well, I'm not critical of Brock Purdy. I think Brock is an amazing story, and he's playing, he's had some incredible moments. The comeback against Green Bay, and then the second half against the Lions, where he got a little help from the Lions, but again,
he's shaky early. Yeah.
He's shaky early. That's the truth. That doesn't make you a Brock Purdy hater. He just didn't play well early in the game. So I didn't understand how Brock Purdy was getting MVP consideration. Now as a finalist, like, good quarterback, more than capable to win a Super Bowl, all that. But MVP? I mean, what are we doing? Christian McCaffrey, Lamar, so many better seasons, I thought, and more responsible for the success. If the 49ers win the Super Bowl, we had a listener send me a Brock Purdy for MVP t-shirt.
Awesome.
If they win,
Yeah.
I've got to wear it for a month straight.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, you don't want to do
month.
that.
Can they send you multiple ones? You don't have to do
We have all these details to figure out if they win. Can I wash it? Does it have to be like touching my skin? Can I wear something under it?
Yeah.
Can I like wear it as a hat or like a armband? How creative can I get with it?
Yeah.
So I personally have a lot at stake on the line in this game.
That is a lot on the line.
Yeah,
Well,
we don't want San Francisco to win anyway, so
No,
I think we're okay with that.
I
with
do not.
being on
I
your
would
side
imagine
this
you
one.
guys are.
I don't mind. I think Brock Purdy's a
Okay,
good
all
guy.
right.
that's enough out of
well,
you, man.
Maggie, thank you for stopping by, for giving us all the scoop on Emmett. Where can people find that audio if they want to go search it out
So right now it's on social media. So if you're on X or Twitter, it's at Maggie and Pearl, or at Maggie Gray, or at Andrew Perloff. My co-host was McLovin on the Dan Patrick Show for 12 years, and now we have our own thing going at CBS, which is really cool. It's all there on social now, and that's where you can find it for now. Immediately, it's all there, and it's all Emmett's own words. And it's subtitled, and you can, in any form you want, you can hear the frustration in his voice, too.
That's
Outstanding.
awesome.
Thank you very, very
Thank
much
you guys.
for stopping
I'm
by.
such a huge fan of your show, by the way, so thank you for having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Maggie Gray right here on
That's why we're
105.3
number
The
12.
Fan.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do know what you're talking about. All right, we're going to keep on rolling. You're free to go. We are going to keep on rolling. The content doesn't stop. People jumping in, jumping out of the #1 air hot seat, and we appreciate it very, very much. And I do believe coming to the table after this, another lovely, lovely Hall of Fame jacket that is rocking out there. We've got Kellen Winslow Sr. And just for a quick recap for people who have been tuning in, tuning out, doing their life, having their work and everything like that, the Mavericks pick up Daniel Gafford. They pick up P.J. Washington today, and the Rangers agree to the 2-year deal with Adolis Garcia, which will avoid arbitration and buy out next season's arbitration. So there we're caught up on the things that the Metroplex folks are locked into. Now we bring in another Hall of Famer, Kellen Winslow Sr. Good morning, sir.
It says it's on.
Yeah, we might need a little help right there.
Is there another Hall of Famer in the building?
We did get to talk to Steve Largent. So
I didn't realize Steve was in the Hall of Fame.
Man,
when did that happen?
I mean, I guess a long time ago.
Yeah, I think it was 1995.
We tried to retroactively compare his stats and get him booted out. So he gets to. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. We would not do such a thing.
He wouldn't tell us about the secret Hall of Famers dinner. Do you have a secret Hall of Famers dinner?
I
that
can't
you wanna
tell you about it.
See,
I just can't tell you
Nobody
about
will
it.
tell me about this.
See, Steve didn't give him anything. Now you've just fed into his weird paranoia about never getting to go to this. Now, Mike asked an interesting question earlier that I am now really interested in. If you get bigger or smaller, do they adjust the Hall of Fame jacket for you?
What are you saying?
Theoretically.
Some people.
What are you saying?
Theoretically.
If some people?
Yeah, if some people out there got, bigger shoulders.
You get another jacket, but you keep the patch.
Oh,
okay.
That's awesome.
That's patch. I was the 180th person inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 1995. Just happens to be the same year that Steve Largent went into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Who's the better Hall of Famer, though?
Who's the better Hall of Famer?
Yeah.
Well, we were both number 80, and I got number 180. So
They
would
kept
that
it closer
be
for
me?
you.
Yeah.
There's an argument to be made.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Steve is gone, so.
Oh, well,
I'll go.
Steve is gone?
If Steve, well,
he left the
from
building.
our table.
Well, he
if
was
he
like over
comes
there.
back,
All right. I
I'll
thought something
take
happened
Steve
before
Largent
we had
No.
breakfast this morning.
Yeah, no more breaking news.
No, Steve, no.
Hopefully not right now. What a
This is
muted
my favorite
reaction that would be.
interview
It's like, oh, Steve's gone? Well, we all move on.
At our age, you just never know. Sometimes I don't turn on the news because
You never know.
Now-
found out I passed away.
One of the things that's been a big story of Super Bowl week is the practice field and the conditions for the 49ers. I was kind of curious, how big of an impact will that make it? Because the NFLPA has come out and talked about it. The 49ers are like, it's good enough, I guess. How big of a deal is that leading into the biggest game of the year?
Did Taylor Swift's roadie group install the field?
I don't
I just
know
want to
that
start
to be the
another
case.
rumor. I just
Good
want to
question.
another conspiracy theory. This was going to affect the score, the odds in Vegas. We're in Vegas. So
Yes.
it's going to
Yes.
affect the odds of the game. I don't know anything about the practice facility for the 49ers that they've got, but I do know that you have to have great conditions to prepare. And if there's something that's subpar about that, it just would not be fair.
They had to move to a college, and they have been very clear that it's not great. It's good enough, So that feels like a tough break to me.
It is. And somebody in the NFL operations office is going to pay for that.
I
will.
definitely see
that.
The world of tight ends is amazing to me because now you see all these
Is
guys.
that a personal statement?
No.
This is my favorite
The position
start to a
itself. Yeah, I'm
question
telling this is amazing. No, the position itself. It's amazing because the way that it's changed over time, but also like the unity that these guys have. You see Kittle and Kelsey having their camp, their tight end camp,
Of course,
and everything, and they're trying to grow that position with the younger players coming into the league. And I just kind of curious, like when you see the way it's evolved and developed, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, they should reach. I think they should reach out to some of the older players who play tight end and who can help them grow that camp and that concept. What we did in San Diego, a lot of people say was the start of the tight end position, and they sometimes say, "Well, you Kellen Winslow revolutionized the tight end position," and I go, "No, I didn't, because I don't call the plays.
Right.
I don't set up the offense." Don Coryell, who just got into the Pro Football Hall of Fame last year, who should have been there years ago, was the coach who decided to take out the fullback and to put the tight end in and to use the tight end in the way that we did. I'm not the first talent who could do that. There was a guy by the name of John Mackey who would have been great in that offense with the Chargers. Charlie Sanders, Charlie Young, on and on, tight ends who could have done the same things that I did. I just happened to be in San Diego when it all happened.
Somebody recognized, hey, we got something different here.
Yeah, we got something different here. He's smart enough to know the assignments at the different areas. We can move him around. We had to learn, all the receivers had to learn X, Y, and Z, all three positions, because you might be the X, Y, or Z at any given time and understand where you are in that formation. So it gave us an opportunity to move around a lot to confuse the defense or to force the defense to simplify what they were doing.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then when they simplified what they were doing, it was simpler for the quarterback, our quarterback, Dan Fouts, to make a decision on what to do with the ball. So instead of them dictating to us what we were doing, we were dictating to them what they could or could not do and taking advantage of it.
So when it comes to this Super Bowl week, a lot of former players say they love it because they get to see a lot of guys that they don't get to see much anymore. I was wondering, do you still text and call some of your former teammates.
I don't
a
like
lot.
those guys. They really. I mean, geez, just because you shower together, they think you should stay in touch.
It does make sense. Like
Well, okay. Now that I say it out loud, it does make sense. Yeah, we do. Sports is a people business. And just like most organizations, if you're not treating your people well, you're not going to be successful. And those organizations that are able to keep that lineage, that legacy going through the alumni who are close to each other, it really is special. And that's one thing that organizations in today's football world are going to have trouble dealing with because of free agency. There's so much movement. I played 9 years in the NFL. Dan Fouts was my quarterback for 8 of those years. Charlie Joyner was the other wide receiver for 8 of those years. You're not going to see that. All three of us are in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You're not going to see that very much in today's game of free agency. So to be able to have those ties, I watch their kids grow up. They watch me grow up. We stay in touch with family. When there's someone is sick, we rally behind them. So yeah, that's very important. And because sports is a people business.
You know, it's interesting in today's world of sports. I played, my dad played Major League Baseball, is when you go into clubhouses now, and call them clubhouses instead of locker rooms, the guys are individually on their phone. They're not having what you're talking about is these relationships you build. And I always wonder what the relationships are with today's football players, because in baseball, a lot of guys are just on their cell phone. And when the game's over, they're not eating dinner afterwards together in the clubhouse. They're jetting out of the clubhouse as fast as they can.
You know, guys would go out after practice sometimes, and during the off seasons, we would do trips together. Hawaii, we'd go down to Mexico, have dinner from time to time. The offensive linemen always had dinner together. So those types of things are important in building a sense of an organization, or, for lack of a better term, family.
Yeah.
Because when you have a close-knit type family, things don't seem to slip through the cracks like they do when you have an organization that's not really connected. And you can tell some organizations that are not really connected because they will never win. They will never win.
Do you think Patrick Mahomes is really onto something? Because, Corey, you showed me this story. He's like, hey, don't go do anything. Don't go see anything. I'll bring you all back to Las Vegas if we all stay tight, follow the rules.
Exactly.
That seems like the way to go, right?
Yeah, that's the leadership in the quarterback position, setting the tone for how we're going to prepare for this week, and reminding guys what they're here for. And you have to have leaders who have the permission of the coaches to take that type of role, and coaches want the leaders to do that.
Talk with Kellen Winslow Sr. right here on 105.3 The Fan. And don't worry, Mark, we're also going to get you involved at any point.
He's just cracking all these jokes, and we love it. Get ready. I hope you get your stand-up set ready.
Yeah, I'm
okay,
ready.
good.
By the way, I'm at Caesars 2 nights next week.
There we go.
I would definitely come see that show. Absolutely.
But would you pay?
Uh-huh.
Well, you're here now.
Okay, well, all right. See, that's why I can't get a gig.
Yeah.
I got to get an agent.
Okay. Well, we'll talk about Gridiron Greats. You'll give me seats to the show. It'll be great. I was curious about the Hall of Fame announcement gets made tonight. As a Hall of Famer, do you take more, pride or pay more attention into each class and be like, okay, I like it, new guys?
For the secret dinner.
The secret dinner, we talk about these things, and we have a secret handshake that I can't show you.
Sure.
Dang it. Or do with you. For me, it is still hard to believe that I'm in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's humbling. Here's a guy who played 1 year of high school football, who wasn't very good his senior year of high school football. I had 17 catches in a wishbone offense. I think it was 17 catches it was under 200 yards. And I had 1 touchdown and 1 2-point conversion. The defensive end on our team had more touchdowns than I did. Okay. And to end up where I am here, it's a fairy tale. And everything that I've been a part of, I can take very little credit for because I've been surrounded by great people. by great players, by great coaches who always thought more of me than I thought of myself. I'm very fortunate.
And one of the things that I love that you're doing, and we had the chance to talk with Steve about this earlier, is y'all are working to help a lot of the players from that era, and that's where the combination comes in with Southern Recipe Small Batch, Pork Rind Appreciation, and also the Gridiron Greats Assistance Fund.
Mm-hmm.
Can you walk us through maybe how this partnership came together and what people can do if they want to help out?
Oh, absolutely. And by the way, big fan of the show from Dallas all my life.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
KRLD. I'm a fan since Brad Sham. So,
Okay.
You guys
Outstanding.
rock. And we've got a plant right down on Singleton Boulevard. If y'all ever want to come eat pork rinds right.
Okay.
Yes.
Look at Corey's face right now.
I love fresh pork.
Oh, they're
amazing.
unbelievable.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
How do you guys feel to meet your only fan?
That's not what the numbers say, Kelly. That's not what
The numbers say we're number
say.
one, so I'm going to say that we got.
And
He's
they
the
are.
one listening. That's a
number.
So 15 years ago, we were sitting around the office and we said, how come there's a potato chip day and not a pork rind appreciation day? And so we literally started talking to our congressman or whoever you get to do this, and we got the governor to sign a piece of paper that said, the big game Sunday is pork rind appreciation day. We're a family-owned company, and we said, who can we help? We're going to talk about this a lot. Who can we help? And we just lucked into Diane Dicka's brother was my across-the-street neighbor, and we just lucked into the Gridiron Greats and this foundation and this group of people that do so much, because you guys know ex-Cowboys in Dallas.
Yeah.
They made $10,000. They had extra jobs in the offseason sometimes, too.
Steve Largent said he sold shoes.
Yeah, at Foot Locker.
Yeah. And so they did not have. And so when we saw somebody really putting a lot of money and focus on helping these guys, before the last two collective bargaining agreements, there was no safety net. Literally, we're flying people to Dallas, doing knee surgeries, doing their rehab. To help them, and coaches doing all of that. And so that's why we got involved. And let me also point out one thing. You guys have been here before. You never wear a camel blazer to this event.
That's right.
You will disappoint more people than anybody in the room. You cannot wear a camel blazer. These jackets are important.
Yeah.
And Coach teams us up with great players like Steve and Kellen every year to help us get the message out and raise money at gridirongreats.org. People can still buy tickets to the party tonight here in Vegas. Y'all know it's one of the best parties. Cigars with the Stars is one of the best parties in Vegas. And we're just so excited to be a part of the team with Coach to help these players that, like Mel Renfro, like Kellen, that and you guys get this too. They're a band of brothers. To watch Mel Blunt and Mel Renfro and Dick Vermeil all sit around having fun together, cutting up, is just it's surreal. It's the reason we're all fans.
And I got to say, I really appreciate what you guys do. You can respond to this if you want or not, because a lot of times I'm very displeased at the roadblocks that the NFL in general puts up to seemingly support the people who help build this game into what it is. I know there are programs in place, but also I feel like sometimes the hurdles in those programs are a little bit too much, and I wish the NFL would be more proactive in taking care of the people who made this the unstoppable juggernaut that it is right now.
Well, over the last two collective bargaining agreements, the NFL and the union, we can't let the union off the hook.
Yeah.
Because they have a responsibility also.
Agreed.
Because we're doing revenue sharing. The players get 48, 49, whatever it is now, % of that revenue. And they have funds to put this programming together. And now it's teaching the former players or retired players how to use these resources that are out there. But for a while, the union thought it wasn't their responsibility, which is totally, can I say ass backwards?
Yes.
That sounds good to me.
Okay.
Ass backwards. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was totally ass backwards that they were responsible, and we were putting everything on the owners. So now we're starting to get into how this really, really works, and now it's about teaching individuals how to take advantage of the benefits that are out there.
Man, I appreciate you guys very much. Where's the party going down tonight? If people are listening in Vegas and they're like, I want to make this happen.
The M Casino and Hotel. It starts at 8 o'clock. You'll see everybody will be there. It's a great party, great food, and of course, great pork rinds.
Awesome. You better.
Available.
Yeah.
for
All that smell. You'll be all right. You'll find it.
And gridirongreats.org if you want to learn more about the organization itself. Guys, thank you very much for not only what you do, but for popping in today. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all. This is a real thrill for me. Love y'all show.
It's a thrill for us.
There you go. Thank you very, very much, Kellen Winslow Sr. and Mark Singleton.
I'm going to go follow him and see if he goes
you
to
have to stay on the show.
The dinner that I'm really trying to
They're
figure
allowed
out.
to leave.
Okay.
You have to
Just wanna
stay.
hang out with him all the time. He's awesome.
Okay. After the show.
Okay,
After
deal, fine.
2 o'clock,
Yeah.
you can go and bother them and everything like that. All right. In the meantime, let's transition. I know there's not a lot of time. Mini Mike likes it. Is it going to bounce back to NBA?
I think we really need to talk about
Okay.
it because this is a big day for the Dallas
It
Mavericks.
is.
I will say on Twitter, a lot of Maverick fans are happy.
Okay, good.
So I just
They
just
should be.
scanning because I'm scanning for possibly more trades. Now, like I looked at this. I do think these small trades are big trades right now in the NBA because the Mavs are trying to compete with a lot of teams. Denver, Minnesota, Oklahoma City are all up top. Those are the teams that look like they have a good path to make it to the second round or further in the playoffs. But you have Phoenix just traded for Royce O'Neal. I think
I heard he was on the block, yeah.
Right, that's one of those small moves where, like, yeah, they already have their superstars with Booker and Durant, and Beal's a star. I don't put him in superstar category, but he's like that star. They're their third guy and a star. But they need help with other guys, right? And so they're making moves for another guy. The Mavs need a little bit bigger move. They're not as good as Phoenix is on paper. So I think that this is really interesting, and I think teams like Denver, the defending champs, have to look at Phoenix making a small move, Dallas making two, what you'd consider smaller moves. These guys aren't future all-stars in Gafford or P.J. Washington, but they are moves that I'm sure Minnesota, Oklahoma City, some younger teams having very good years go, ooh, if we had to match up with those guys in the first round, this looks a little bit more difficult than, hey, all we have to do is slow down the three-point shooting and they will die.
And in my mind, Kevin, you've addressed the biggest thing that we were
Rebounding
wanting to address.
and wing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, not necessarily the production, but the position.
Okay, yeah.
Because Lively we like a lot, but you can't wear him out. You can't use him all the time. And you feel like you have something that can work with him. So that's one of the things you addressed. And then with P.J. Washington, I think Mike's dead on with there should be more there. Hopefully we can draw that out of him. But you addressed one big factor, and then you're like, we're not just sitting around waiting, doing something that's not going to be anything.
And I'm not trying to slow down anybody's expectations for this year. I'm not trying to say you can't make it to the second round or anything like that. One thing I do like about these moves is you have pretty reasonable costs by NBA standards for Gafford and for Washington. And these are people that you add to the group of players that you can look at next year and be like, I know these guys are going to be on the team, or they can be something that people would genuinely want to make a deal.
Today's the 8th of February. The last time P.J. Washington played in an NBA basketball game that they won was on the 22nd of January.
Ooh.
Just to give you an idea. So here's what I can remember.
Are you about to talk about Antoine Jameson and Brandon Haywood?
Well, not Antoine Jameson. Karan Butler.
Karan Butler, yes.
Yes, I'm
Sorry.
about to talk about Karan Butler and Brendan Haywood. And they did that interview, and they're like, we couldn't believe we had been in such a dead situation. And we're talking about Washington Wizards and Charlotte Hornets now, but they were in Washington. And when they got traded to the Dallas Mavericks, and yes, they did have at the time Dirk Nowitzki. They were a perennial 50-win team, a team that had just been to the NBA Finals in 2006 and put up a 67-win team in 2007 and had the disappointment. They're
had Dirk.
We went from only winning this many games and just like we're just playing out the season to, wait a second, we're playing for something. We can help a team maybe go deep into the playoffs. So I'm just wondering this. I don't know this. P.J. Washington has never been on a good team. He's only been in Charlotte. They've always been a bad team from 2019 on. It's always been a bad situation in Charlotte. Washington has been a bad situation for Gafford's career. I'm just wondering, coming to a team that has Kyrie Irving, has Luka Doncic. I know they don't have a great record. They're fighting to make the real playoffs. I just wonder what you could get out of them attitude-wise that they've now gone to an over 500 team wanting to compete for a championship, that they have maybe an attitude adjustment.
Has this helped you come around on having to lose the first-round pick? Because you did have to send a first-round pick away. You are bringing back 2 second-round picks.
Well, yes and no.
Okay.
On the 27th of January, P.J. Washington had 43 points. I'm not saying he should average 43 points. He's so inconsistent. The last game he played, he went 2 of 11 for 6 points. Like, just to give you an idea on how inconsistent his season is. In his games in February, he scored 6, 15, 22, and 5. That's an inconsistent player. That's a player you can't rely on to give you 15 points a night. You're either going to get possibly 25 points or 5 points. It equals out to 13 points a game. Can we get consistency? I bet off the air, now bringing it to the air, I said, Corey, I bet there's so many general managers and coaches that look at 25-year-old P.J. Washington and 24 and 23-year-old P.J. Washington and go, we can get 20 points a night out of this guy. He's talented enough to do this, but he's not doing it in Charlotte. So that is now the goal of Jason Kidd and the Dallas Mavericks is this guy should be averaging close to 20 points a game on a good team. Why isn't he? And now it's up to the Mavericks to take this talented player that's been inconsistent in the NBA and make him a consistent somewhere between 15 to 20 a night with the defense, with the 5 rebounds.
Kevin, I just want to say I'm proud of you, all right? Kellen Winslow Sr. was a fantastic person to talk to.
Yeah.
And in the moment that he was sitting here doing his thing, your boy C.J. Stroud strolled by.
Oh, he did?
And I'm glad. And so now I'm actually not proud of you because you didn't see it. If you'd have seen it, I do wonder if you would have been like, hey, C.J. Stroud, his boy?
Oh, his boy. I thought you said his voice for some reason. I was like, okay.
Yeah, and he went by, and I think he was going to be over there doing some stuff. And I know how much you care for him and his future as a Texan.
Awesome. I didn't know Bounty was so popular with football players.
Dude, they got wings, bro. Everybody loves wings.
Are good,
they are.
too.
I've eaten wings every day. Chiafalo says he hasn't spent any money this week because he's been eating wings.
Company's going to be really proud about that. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block, starring Corey Majors and I believe a very special guest.
Man, if Tony Pollard is everything we think he is, then yes, it'll be special because I have nothing else prepared. Next on The Fan.
It's time to Studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas. Secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Las Vegas on Super Bowl Radio Row. Thank you once again to the Low T Center for making this happen and for Best Buy Windows and Siding. And right now, on the #1 air hot seat, so you know it's going to be tough, we bring to you Tony Pollard. How's it going, man?
Doing good, man. How y'all doing?
I'm good. It feels a little weird that I technically don't officially say Dallas Cowboys Tony Pollard.
Mm-hmm.
I guess we'll just dive right into it.
Oh, my gosh.
Look, he knows we're going to ask. You're aware that we're probably going to ask, hey, we're the home of the Cowboys. You're on the Cowboys, or are you? What's the story there? Do you take some time to just decompress from football altogether, or is there already early discussions about, hey, what can we do to keep me around?
You definitely have to take time to, decompress, get away from things, just with it being such a long, taxing season. But at the moment, it's really it's hard for me to tell right now. It's early in the year, and technically the season's still going on. So I say after the Super Bowl and once the free agency market gets going, then we'll have a better picture.
Is that why you didn't know about Dan Quinn?
I hadn't been on social media really. I got
decision.
Rid of Instagram, Twitter, so I missed a lot of updates and things that came out.
Everybody's losing their mind about. They're like, "Oh my gosh, this is." And I'm like, "Come on, man! You get away from the game for a minute. You step away from all of it every once in a while."
Mm-hmm.
If I could, I'd go off the grid, throw the phone away, and just be out by the pond fishing every day.
And this might be too simplistic, but I also wanted to be like, Tony Pollard plays on offense. It's not like your offensive coordinator left. I feel like they would have been like, hey, just a heads up, if and when you come back, might have a totally different system. So that was something that popped into my head along the way.
I like the chain, man. That's subtle. That's it's not too out there and everything. That's nice and subtle.
I appreciate that.
I do have a question regarding bathroom etiquette. All right, so I was just standing next to J.J. Watt in the bathroom. And
wow, I almost tackled Emmitt Smith coming out of the bathroom when he was going into the bathroom. That would have been pretty awesome. He probably would have spun out of my tackle. You're right.
Sorry, this is the show that you're here for.
But the thing is, I wanted to talk to J.J. Watt, but I was like, bathroom seems like the wrong time. Are we all in agreement that bathroom is the wrong time to chat?
I think we all can agree on that one.
Okay. All right, we did good there.
Yeah, you did right. You did right.
I'll catch him somewhere else.
Good job. If it was, I'm trying to think who would have broken that rule for you. I'm trying to think who it would have been that you've been like, I got to say something.
I did have a time where I was in the bathroom, and a guy said, I never thought we'd meet this way. And I was like, oh, my gosh. And he was like, big fan of the show. So I was like, okay, all right. So it worked out that way. That was one of the first times I was ever recognized in public.
To each his own.
Okay, I might not convince you on this. Is there somebody in life that you would consider breaking that rule for? Like, they just rolled up. Like, if Usher just rolled up at the bathroom, would you be like, I gotta say something now?
Not in the bathroom.
Okay, that's fair.
All right. The rule is the rule, Kevin.
Okay,
we
fair.
decided.
If you had your perfect Super Bowl halftime show, who would it be? Obviously, Usher's doing it this year, but if you were in charge of next year's halftime show, who would be?
I can name several artists.
Yeah, let's say
put
they
your lineup
collaborated for a halftime show.
I would keep Usher. I would come with like Bruno Mars.
That's a good one. That's an entertainer.
And probably Beyonce.
Okay.
There you
Man,
go.
you got a star-studded lineup. I like it right there.
Yeah. Every time I rolled through Memphis, I always felt like Timberlake owns all the radio stations there. I would be like, man, he's playing on everything here. I think he actually does have a radio station down there too. So the running back market this season, where in the way that it's all been kind of going, how's that? Like, does that affect what you're seeing or your feelings on things, or you're like, no, I'm landing in a good spot no matter what?
It definitely plays into when you're weighing your options and things like that. But like I was saying earlier, it's kind of hard to tell this year because we're still technically going on.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, once the Super Bowl's over with and free agency gets started, then we'll have a better picture of how it's going.
It's interesting in baseball. I'd have friends that would become free agents, and they would tell me, my agent's handling all of it. I don't do anything. And then some guys were hands-on. Do you feel like in this case you'll be hands-on, or you'll be a guy like, look, my agent's handling that. I'm getting ready for a season. When my agent tells me there's a deal, we'll sign a deal.
Yeah, pretty much the second option.
Yeah.
A little bit more, just let my agent do the dirty work.
That's why you
do
hired
all of
him.
that, and yeah.
Yeah.
Did you get frustrated this year? Because last year you had some explosive plays, and this year there was like, man, every once in a while there'd just be a clip of the back of the ankle, and it's like, dang, I almost had it right there. Was that frustrating to you, or was there something else that you were feeling throughout the season?
Yeah, it was definitely frustrating at times. Just not being able to have those explosive runs as many I had last year, but a lot of that came with our scheme. Our scheme was different from last year. I feel like last year was more of a run the ball to pass the ball type scheme.
Yeah.
And this year was more of a pass the ball to run the ball scheme. So it kind of played into our play call and the way we did things on offense.
What's it like running behind Zach Martin, though? Like when you – I like that face that he makes right there. That's a –
Man, you hope they run the ball every play. If you run to his side, you're in good hands.
I kind of feel that way a lot of times about the left side of the line, too.
You're really in good hands the entire line.
Yeah.
Our whole line is legit.
We always hear about, like, how close the offensive line is. How important is it for the running backs to, like, not be in that crew, but, like, kind of get that continuity and that relationship going?
Yeah, the running backs definitely have to have a bond with the O-line. You definitely have to be in close with them, communicate with them, talk to them around football, outside of football, just building that chemistry.
Is there anything in particular that y'all bonded over non-football stuff? Because, like, you do football all day. I imagine you don't want to get off of work or be done with practice, be done with film study, and be like, let's talk more about football. Is there anything, because we bonded with Zach Martin over The Sopranos, and is there anything in particular that y'all bonded over?
We went out to eat before. Went out to eat, got a couple drinks, just chilling, vibing.
Yeah.
So when it came to the playoff game, we're texting each other because obviously for a living we have to talk about it the next day. When it became 27-0, we were pretty much like, what the F is happening? You're in the game. You're on the sideline. As that game in the first half gets to be 20-0 and then 27-0, how are you guys trying to handle that? You're looking up at a scoreboard and going, I'm assuming, what the F is happening here?
Personally in my head, I'm telling myself, I know on offense we're gonna go out there and we're gonna make up for the miscues that we had on offense, and we're gonna get the ball in the end zone several times. So I was thinking that we'll come out on offense strong, get a touchdown, defense would shut them out for the majority of the game, and then we would be back into the game. That's how I was looking at it.
Yeah.
And then it really was just a little bit too little, too late.
How tough is it to change momentum in an NFL football game, especially against another playoff team?
It's tough. It's any given Sunday. Any team that you play against can come out with the win. So it's definitely tough when you put yourself behind like that.
We had this argument all leading into the season, and then throughout the season, and I think everybody kind of came to the conclusion that anybody that said otherwise was wrong. But people were saying at the beginning of the season, CeeDee Lamb was not a number one receiver.
Preposterous.
And I was like, you guys, you're going to watch this guy a little bit closer. And by the end of the season, I think everybody was like, okay, we finally figured that out. The way that dude works in practice, the techniques that he works on, you see that translate out on the field that way too?
Definitely. Everything that you see in the games, like if it's a week that he had a big game that week, like that week in practice, he had big practices all week. Like he was the guy getting most of the ball, making plays at practice. So it definitely correlates from practice to the field.
And that relationship around the room too, everybody starts going, because we would talk about Dirk Nowitzki a lot, and we were always like, we feel good because we got Dirk. And I always felt like when this year I was like, I feel good because we got CD.
Yeah,
Definitely.
By the time you got to Saturday, where you're like, you already know, like about
Yeah.
CeeDee Lamb, you're like, I already know.
Yeah.
Now, the last 2 years, what do you feel like you've shown the rest of the league or the Cowboys? It can be however you want. What do you think you've shown in the last 2 years? Because obviously, I'm sure you get tired of this question and you hear it as, oh, is he a number one? Blah 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
In the last 2 years, what do you think you've shown in that respect?
That I'm not a gadget guy. I'm not a here and there type player. That I can be a every down player. I can be there on third downs. I can be there on third and short goal line runs. I can be there to pick up pressures. Being able to do it all.
Was there anything along that way that was the most irritating, because I can imagine as a running back, which clearly I am not, is you can't convert on 3rd and 1. That would really piss me off if I heard that all the time.
I mean, I stopped hearing it once I got rid of.
Yeah. Social media. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a very good point.
Your pass protection this year became like a point of why did you start saying I want to do this better? And was somebody else come to you and say, hey, you need to do this better? Where did that start?
Honestly, I feel like I've always been pretty good in pass protection. It's just the repetition, just being back there more often and getting comfortable with it. And because I've always been able to go in there and pick up a blitz and stop a guy coming to hit the quarterback. But when you just do it over and over, you get better, and you find ways to simplify it and make it easier for you. So
you see there's some of those guys you're like, all right, I'm gonna have to hit him in the hip or something like this one. Like, who was you see a blitzer coming through that you're just like, I can't wait to light this guy up.
A lot of it depends on like the angles and how far I'm aligned and how close the linebacker's the line. If he's inside the line and he's blitzing from right there, like I can't go to him and just fit him up. Like, I got to run, shoot, and throw at him because I don't have time to do all that. So just being aware, learning those type of different techniques, and just over time getting better.
So one of my buddies that I grew up with, we call him Little Ricky Williams, because he was the one that went to Texas Tech and then played a few years in the NFL. And he said it was a tougher moment for him. His first ever game at Texas Tech, they played at Tennessee. And when he got hit from high school to college, that first time he hit the hole, it was a different game from going from Duncanville to playing against Tennessee. I'm wondering, was it bigger for you that first time you took a big hit in the NFL or the first time you took a big hit at Memphis?
I would say probably the first time I took a big hit at Memphis.
Yeah.
Because Memphis, I was doing a lot of open space things, so the hits that I was getting were like guys running full speed, getting the load up, and like I was doing kick return, I was a receiver in the slot, so those full speed collisions. So I definitely would say the Memphis hits.
Since the time you've been in Dallas, have you shifted barbecue allegiances at all? Have you come around to the Texas way at all? Where do we stand on that?
I definitely like Texas barbecue. But Memphis is still my favorite.
But we can like all barbecues. It doesn't have to be an either or scenario, right?
I'm saying if I had to pick, but I like both for sure.
What's your go-to barbecue order?
Fill out a 3-plate.
I like Hutchins. So I normally get some ribs, get some brisket, some pulled pork, and probably get some green beans, macaroni and cheese, peach cobbler.
And how much sauce? Is it a little bit of sauce you're putting on? No sauce? A lot of sauce?
I don't put sauce on. The only thing I put sauce on is the pulled pork.
Okay.
Yeah, and Hutchins good too.
Yeah,
and I want some Hutchins right now. As a matter of
I just got a little bit drooly.
Well, they're going to talk about eating for a minute. Something I thought you'd be uniquely qualified to give some insight on is the hip drop tackle. Mm-hmm. Now they're talking about getting rid of the hip drop tackle, and then the NFLPA said that would be detrimental to the game. Yeah. What do you think about that?
I mean, I like the idea of them trying to do it and protect the players, but me playing football my whole life, knowing football, I played both sides. So I know, I don't think you can realistically get rid of that type of tackle. It's football. You're trying to tackle me, and I'm trying not to let you tackle me. So it's going to be awkward sometimes. It's going to be weird positions that's not,
which unfortunately lead to injuries sometimes.
Exactly.
Everything, yeah.
That takes me back to the first time we ever talked at training camp, and you were like, "I'm trying not to get hit. That's my whole goal is to run away from them."
That's always been my goal.
I don't want to take on hits. That's not my thing.
Do you have a specific rooting interest in this Super Bowl? Because, not to say anything bad about the 49ers, but I'll just say screw the 49ers. I would like the Chiefs to win because of the way some of these seasons have ended. Do you have rooting interest in this game?
If I had to guess who was going to win, I would go with the Chiefs. I just can't go against Mahomes. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
He's different, man. He's a different player.
You don't have to comment on this, Tony, but I think if I had to put my money on it, I think Kellen Moore is going to pull for a Tony Pollard in Philadelphia. So if I had to put my money on it next year,
man,
Tony Pollard
doing all the tampering before the season's over.
But I think Kellen Moore is going to be talking to that front office in Philadelphia and saying, "I want Tony in my system."
One of my biggest fears. It really is.
Well, he's not. He can't say anything about
Yeah,
that. So
don't say anything.
sorry about that.
Blink twice.
No.
Okay, all right.
Man, thank you very, very much for jumping on the show today, but also for everything the last several years. Hopefully, we will continue these interviews going forward, but I understand it's a business, so appreciate your time, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you having me.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Pollard right here on 105.3 The Fan, the #1 air hot seat. Coming up next, let's talk about the Stars. Let's talk about the Mavs. Plus, we just might have another special guest for you. We'll do it all next, live from Radio Row in Las Vegas on 105.3 The Fan. Moves today. They pick up Daniel Gafford for Rashawn Holmes in a pair of second-round picks. And then in a separate deal, they pick up P.J. Washington and 2 second-round picks and send out Curry, Grant Williams, and a first-round pick. So a lot of happenings today. And I do still believe that the second-round picks acquired in that trade are not what they're sending for Gafford. I believe a separate deal was made with OKC to procure those.
Yeah.
But a lot happening today. Mavericks play the Knicks. Obviously, you will not see those players this evening. We'll build up to that.
In a way, you only lost one player tonight, Grant Williams.
Yeah.
Rashawn Holmes never plays.
Unless it's a destruction.
And Curry really never plays either. Like I was interested in bringing back Curry in the offseason, but through 50 games, he really doesn't play. So,
but I'm feeling positive about the day for the Mavs.
They got better.
Yes.
They definitely got better, and they picked up 2 25-year-olds. These aren't guys that are
under contract for the next 2.5 years.
Right. They're not near the end of their career, or you're worried. They're hopefully about ready to enter their peak.
Yeah.
I would say between about 25 and 30 years old, you're at your peak in the NBA because you still are very athletically gifted. And also you're understanding how to take advantage of situations, understanding the league and what you can do and what you struggle to do.
Now, Corey, I know your answer or the answer to my question is going to agitate you. How many experts from ESPN do you think they should ask about who's going to win the Super Bowl?
3.
7.
3 to 7.
Okay, 5 was the next number I would
You have
go
to have
with.
an odd number, though, because if it's 8 people, then you're like, oh,
Well, this is really going to infuriate you then. ESPN has gone the bold route of asking 64 of their experts.
I can't say that all of them are as good experts as the other
I
ones.
like it. You know, we're getting close to March Madness.
Too many,
This is the March Madness without those fake games
Now
they
we're just
put on
letting
Tuesday
all the
and
experts
Wednesday.
in. I'm an expert. It's like baseball letting so many playoff teams in.
And the final score, 32 to 32. No, I'm just kidding.
They have to go on penetrations.
They don't do that anymore. That was like a long time ago for Texas
32 to 32,
high school football fan. No, it was not. The Chiefs, 49 picked them. Only 15 picked the 49ers. So a massive advantage for the Chiefs and a massive advantage to us because we have Eric Chiafalo on the show.
What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy. How you doing, man?
Dude, I'm starting to get nervous about the Chiefs selection because everybody's sort of on. Everybody's at the place now in the world where it's like you can't bet against Pat Mahomes. And now I'm like, oh, my gosh, should we be going the other way on this
Did
now?
you see the Reddit guy?
I did see. Oh, the 16 straight.
He picked the Chiefs.
He picked the Chiefs. Yeah, that's it. That's kind of an omen. I'm starting to get nervous. I still think the power of Mahomes won't allow for me to fully go Niners by the time we officially pick this thing tomorrow, but I'm starting to get a little bit nervous about it. Too many people are on the Chiefs now.
Who would be – I mean, you could probably figure out the very first of this. When it comes to Super Bowl MVP, of, again, the preposterous 64 experts, 38 picked Patrick Mahomes. Brock Purdy is actually fourth with only 3 votes. Travis Kelce and Christian McCaffrey were next. Then Fred Warner, Chris Jones, Deebo Samuel, and Isaiah Pacheco each got 1 vote. So not surprising that the bulk of people would be like, hey, if there's a Super Bowl MVP, it'll probably be Patrick Mahomes. But it was interesting to see that McCaffrey and Kelce were next, and Brock Purdy only got 3 of the 64 votes. So people are like, hey, I don't think the 49ers are going to win. But if they do win, I'm picking Christian McCaffrey.
They kind of think that it's just as likely that Brock Purdy wins Super Bowl MVP as it is their middle linebacker, Fred Warner. That's pretty incredible.
Kind of, except for that one guy who bet $200,000 on Brock Purdy to win Super Bowl MVP. So,
well, I think our Super Bowl MVP is still Corey Majors throughout the week here in Vegas. I thought he performed at a high level last night. I thought his attire was appropriate. You know, we both went the sweatpants
last night.
route.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Yeah,
that's 2 nights. That's 2 nights now that you've given me this MVP trophy. So.
Yeah, no.
Did you guys pour drinks in each other's
no.
mouth?
No, but we were feeding each other ribs.
That was nice.
That was a fun time.
In line.
But I didn't realize you fell downstairs last night. I didn't know that was a thing.
This was a sober
me and Baskey
fall.
were running around with like chickens with our head cut off trying to find the buffet.
Yes.
So we roll in together a little bit late. You had already took a stumble.
Yeah, this was Kevin. This was one of my very sober moments, as we discussed yesterday. I was just looking at Wolchuk and talking to him this way, like the back and to the left, and then as I was looking, I got distracted by the casino behind him, and so I'm taking a step downstairs, looking behind me, and the floor out of the corner of my eye is the same color as the stairs. I didn't see it, so I thought I was already going to the floor. I had another step and just went. So that's just the way that it was. I'm fine. I was dressed appropriately though last night. I had sweatpants on. I had my hoodie on.
You did the Mike McDaniel sweatpants too,
yeah,
right?
I do the high sock, the half calf right there for my sweatpants.
Well, we're gonna have to boot you off, Chief Follow, because we have
Eric.
far more important people coming up. But I did want to just throw this out there as well. The executive director of the NFLPA said 92% of players prefer to play on grass fields over turf. There's 30 NFL stadiums. Only 13 are grass, and 17 of them are turf, or a version of the synthetic turf. So obviously, they have a long way to go. And right now, on the #1 Air Hot Seat, we bring to you 2-time Super Bowl champion Neil Smith and Mike Sisk. Gentlemen, how are you today?
We're wonderful. I am good, thank you.
Outstanding. Now, I was curious, we were just kicking this around, is NFLPA says 92% of players want to play on grass fields as opposed to turf fields. I know the turf fields or moving that way has been a newer phenomenon, but can you give us a breakdown into what it does to your body, grass versus turf?
Well, grass versus turf is it's hard on the body. You know, when you're on a turf, it's like playing on your home with the cement underneath of it. Same thing if you pound and run and at the fast speed and then you hit and then rolling. You got to find you got to keep from burning yourself. Versus grass, it's natural. It's soft. It gives. It all depends on what the condition is of the field and so it's so much better, man. It's faster. Turf is faster. There's no question. And a lot of guys like to, the team speed or whatever, they would like to do it. But I think that grass is the way to go.
Are you surprised there's such a disconnect between 92% of the players? That's what they want. 17 of the 30 fields, that's not what they get. Like, why is there such a disconnect between the owners and the players on this?
Well, I mean, it's so hard. You have these dome teams. It's so hard to
grow the grass,
have the rotation to grow the grass inside, and and they never built a place to like Arizona to take the field out to grow it into the sun and bring it back in. So I understand that you got to have some of them, but not all of them. Not if the most percentage ones is the ones you want to keep. And you know, if you have to go to the turf, that when you're in a dome, that's cool too.
Yeah, it's also very simple. If I want to have a Taylor Swift concert and make another $50 million this weekend, do I want Taylor Swift's set going on my grass field, and then 2 or 3 days later I have to put an NFL football team on that field? Or if I have a cement AstroTurf, I know not cement, but you know, if you have a turf field, I can now have all the concerts I want, all the extra things I want in a turf stadium.
Well, you know what? You get the golden prize because you know why? You said Taylor Swift's name for the first time today on Radio Row, Mike.
I'll tell you what, I want to talk about one of the greatest football players of all time, your favorite football player of all time, Joe Montana.
Yes.
What is it like when you get a Joe Montana in Kansas City? I know you're not on the same side of the field with him, but when Joe Montana is taking the ball for your team.
You know, when me and Derek Thomas when me and Derek Thomas seen Joe and we heard that he was coming to us, the first thing we say, you're like, you know what? I'm super excited, man. We just lit up. We know he was at the end of, if we can just keep this guy upright. In Kansas City, we had some things going. You know, we got some running backs. We got a big line, and, you know, that was to protect him and everything. And Joe came in being just Joe. You know, joking Joe, always pranks, you know, hiding different things. He did something to me. I won't say on the air, but he, you know,
man, that makes me want to know even more.
We call him Joe Money for a reason. He just kept that excitement and that enlightenment into the locker room. And man, I mean, he was a funny character, man. I was like, man, I would love to play with that guy throughout my whole career, but I'm glad he came our way.
You know, it's interesting that you say that because you were talking about the Barry Sanders documentary. Is supposedly 2 years before that, the Lions tried to make the move to bring Joe Montana and pair him up with Barry Sanders.
They said he was too
Barry
old.
wanted him. The Detroit Lions didn't.
Yeah, the head
Whoops.
coach. Yeah, head coach.
Well, that's why Barry stepped down.
Yeah,
he still had some running room left. I can tell you that. That was one of the best running backs I've ever seen. That, you know, that can parametric get in and out and make things happen, man. He's super excited.
You were an absolute blast to watch. I always loved your personality showed, and as a Cowboys fan, I was rooting for the Broncos during your run to championships. But you played with an attitude that I really liked, and for me, I was like, that's how you're supposed to play the game right there. That attitude of, we understand it's a physical game, we understand that it's an aggressive game. Cowboys seem to lack that. Where does attitude in the game come from?
The love of the game. You know, you have to have the passion to respect your job first, and then not taking plays off. I've never looked into guys. You know, me. I think I can make every play. I mean, if it was running away from me, if I was chasing it, I'm going to take a different angle. You know, it's just like, you know, I know I was out there for 60-minute plus if I had to, but I made sure every play was hard enough. And to leave it on the field, that's how I played it. That's how I learned it. And that Cosby for Oakland, not Oakland, excuse me, the Vegas team.
Oh yeah.
It's that same type of guy, that same engine, you know. And you get a guy like that on your field, man. Everybody else walking makes it look bad. So if you get two of those guys, such as me and Derek Thomas, it makes our defense that much better.
Do you feel that way about Micah Parsons?
Love Micah Parsons. He needs some help. He definitely needs somebody with an attitude. You know, you need a run stop in the middle of the defense. There's no question that someone that can come off. And I know they drafted a tackle high, but in that position, I can say one thing: you have to have a place to grow. You know, you got to give them that 2 to 3 years. Ain't nobody gonna come out of college and just be that dominant guy in the middle. Yes, he's gonna show some upsides to him, you know, throughout the season, but it's going to still happen.
Yeah, the Aaron Donald type guys are very rare. Very rare.
You know, it took Aaron a couple of years to get going, you know, and look at him now. I mean, he's phenomenal. There's nobody, and everybody's marking the game just like him, you know. Get up the field, get on one shoulder, you know, half a man. He does it the best.
Do you think, because you mentioned his name a couple times, Derek Thomas, do you think Derek Thomas gets appropriately mentioned in the greatest defensive players of all time conversation? No. I'm not saying he has to be number one, but you feel like you hear Reggie White, you hear LT. Obviously, we talked a lot about Aaron Donald. Do you think Derek Thomas gets proper respect in that perspective?
He's in that upper tier. There's no question. I mean, if he doesn't get mentioned, he will. You know, someone's going to know that he was a part. I mean, you think about it, he was only I think 4 sacks and breaking LT's record.
Yeah.
You know, that's like one game. You know, of course, you know, for him, that's one game. But the guy was phenomenal. One of the best I've ever seen, you know, play the game. And I played right next to him. It's super exciting because I kind of fed off of him. You know, just like I feed off this young man that you about to say, Mike says, this is my guy. So I feed off of people that's around me and love him to be with him, to work with him. So that's why I think that he's never been mentioned as much. But if you look at his stats, he's up there with them all.
Yeah, the people, Kevin, that like we talked with Broadus, people that scouted against him, people that saw him play, they knew. They know.
Absolutely. They'll stop me first, but they'll give him the most freedom. He got all the strikes, but you know what? I got mines too.
There you
but
go.
I just have to work a little harder to get mines.
Sure.
His is more easy, just like Michael Parsons. You got to find where he's at on the field, and then you got to bring somebody to, slide the line and then make sure they got two or somebody chipping him or something.
Now, I hope you understand, Mike, I want to introduce you because maybe not everybody knows you as much as they know Neil Smith, but
maybe not.
They
know him.
Yeah, they do. If they got money, they know. We talk a lot about mental health on this show, and I was kind of hoping, like a lot, I was kind of hoping you could walk us through y'all's new venture and how that relates.
Yeah, absolutely. So, the hardest part about mental health is guys won't raise their hand.
Yeah.
So I saw the same thing with Low T Center, right? Guys were embarrassed. And so, you got guys out there that they got anxiety, they've got depression, and they don't know where to start. And that's why we're starting, mind-body optimization. And so I've put therapists and psychiatrists under the same roof. So, the hardest part is admitting you need help.
Yeah.
And then you raise your hand and you start calling around. Well, you can't get an appointment for 2 or 3 weeks. Well, the guys start looking for an off-ramp immediately. I'm fine. I'll never make that appointment. And so when somebody calls, we're going to get you in today.
Mm-hmm.
And so we get them into an appointment, we get them into therapy, and then if they need meds, we're going to have a psychiatrist right down the hall. Rather than you go back in the marketplace and have to fight your way through that again, we're going to take care of you under one roof.
And I'm not saying it's solved by any means, but can you look at the last 15 or 20 years and see the amount of progress that has maybe facilitated a place like this?
That's exactly right. Well, now people talk about it anyway.
Yeah.
Like, Glazer and some of the guys, the sports guys are talking about it. Y'all talk about it. There's not anybody sitting at the table that doesn't know somebody that is suffering from some kind of mental illness.
Yes.
But nobody wants to talk about it. And even if you want to talk about it, you don't know, do you
Where
know
to
a
go
therapist?
at?
Who do I go?
Yeah.
Who do I call? And so, we did it once with Low T. We're going to bring mental health to the masses.
Man, this is just my own personal thing. I don't typically feel sad, but right around after Christmas time, whenever the weather's all dark and if it's cold, I'm like, man, I'll have a few days. But then the sun comes back out. I'm like, all right, I'm pretty good.
Right.
But man, I needed somebody to talk to for about 3 days, and
Absolutely.
and then I call up and they're like, we'll talk to you in 4 days. I'm like, oh, I need it now.
Right. I won't
and
talk
so
to
I
you
like
today.
that approach of we're going to get you in right now.
Absolutely. And that's, it's if you've taken the step to call, it's our job to make sure we see you today.
This might sound a little odd, but I truly mean it. How important is it to get, because we talk with Randy Grimes, and now we've got Neil right here.
Right.
How important is it to have people that you're a big, giant, tough football player, but sometimes you're not okay? Like, how
Right.
important is it to have those physical type of people to help talk about this?
Absolutely. Like Randy's testimony is unbelievable
Yeah,
what he went
it
through,
is.
right? And I commend him for being out here sharing that message. There's people just like Randy right now listening to your show that are very successful in their life to all their friends.
Yeah.
But when they go home, they're not. And they just, it's okay not to be okay.
That's our slogan. It's okay not to be okay.
That last part speaks to me a lot.
It speaks to mine because, everybody, like Mike said, everyone knows and everybody have an opportunity to have somebody that they know that need help. And just like Mike said, when he launches something 10 years ago or a few years back when he had the Low T Center, this is really important. We're telling these guys, we're telling to get off the couch and to seek some help because it's a testimony in itself to me. Everybody goes through it. I go through it all the time. And it's like if he says we're going to help you, we can go and make that call and talk to us and we can get you in. That's so important because, when things be not swept under the table, it's not good for you. But when you bring it to light and people hearing it, such as everybody here in Radio Row have their own thing, then people are listening. So we bring in that awareness to listen and to seek your help. We want your help.
And is it mindbodyo.com?
Yes, sir.
Did I get it right?
Mindbodyo.com.
All right. What are they going to find when they go there?
Yep. So you're going to book an appointment, and you're going to meet with a therapist, and they're going to do a psychological evaluation on you. And what we're going to do is come up with a sustainable plan that's going to help you. It's not you do therapy forever or you take these drugs forever. Like, a lot of these drugs aren't designed to take forever.
Yes.
So we got to come up with a sustainable plan to make you the best version of you can be.
Man,
are we all Chiefs fans this weekend? Is that what we're doing?
I think so.
We're all rocking for.
I'm not betting against the kid.
Yeah, dude.
I don't know. Vegas might know something I don't know too. I'm like they down. I'm like, how are you gonna take a team that went on the road and won the way they won to the fashion to get here? And they did an underdog. So, Mike, maybe you know. I don't know. Somebody.
Well, they keep building casinos for a reason, though. So I don't know.
But the thing about it, they keep on. Yeah, exactly. We're in Vegas. That's true. And they're building one every day, right?
The only thing that we know is when the Cowboys make the playoffs, they're out of the playoffs.
Okay.
Man.
Mike, it hurts.
Oh, man. They're still killing our Cowboys.
I know. He always does. Well, not you, Mike, but you, Mike and Neil. Thank you guys very, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
We're the
God bless you
KNC
guys.
Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mindbodyo.com if you want to go check it out. Coming up next, let's chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
all of the interviews. It's been a fun time, but there is a potential dark cloud on the horizon.
Oh, no, what happened?
So earlier today, the Chicago Sun-Times reported that Julius Peppers and Devin Hester were making the Hall of Fame. Now, I know Julius Peppers was always going to make the Hall of Fame, but Devin Hester, this feels like a potential spot that could have gone to Darren Woodson. Are we prepared to be pissed off again tonight when he doesn't make the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, I'm prepared for it. I'm not happy about it. And I think it's BS. A special teams guy over Woody. Really? What's next?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Darren Woodson ever won anything.
Right.
Oh, wait, except for all those Super Bowls. Hey,
Let me ask you this real question. Did you really think Darren Woodson had a chance to make they voted him out so many times that he's not going to make it?
I didn't think it, but didn't think they'd put Hester in first.
Yeah.
And the reason why I did is because the last 2 years he finally broke through to the finals. So I thought maybe some right-minded people were getting in the right ears and making progress on this.
He's getting closer, and that's the thing about it is that he made a lot of progress in his attempt this year. So yeah, it's not going to be good when that rolls down. And I've gone on record. I was with Leroy Butler, in Green Bay. I was with Brian Dawkins in Philadelphia. Neither one, and those are Hall of Fame guys. Neither one of them was Darren Woodson. Never, not even close. Not even close. So yeah, it's not going to be a good day when if that news rolls down the pike.
During y'all's show, does Broadus does he point and stuff with the ring finger like that all the time to show that the Super Bowl ring?
He's been
off?
flexing. He's been doing a lot more hand talking and finger talking over the last week or so since he's had the Super Bowl ring on. So he's getting a little bit more handsy with it since he's got
and now
that.
he sticks in his bring that out. It's awesome.
No, what was cool was Aaron Taylor had his on yesterday while you guys were interviewing him. So
that was really fun. That was really a great moment to see.
How are you guys feeling about the Mavs upgrades? It cost you a first-round pick as well as a lot of inconsequential players. But in return, P.J. Washington, Daniel Gafford, it feels like from a rebounding and also wing perspective, you're adding some stuff to the team that they needed.
I think they're perfect moves. I mean, you move on from a guy in Rashawn Holmes who was not giving you anything. Seth Curry wasn't giving you anything.
Yep.
Grant Williams was a massive disappointment.
After that first month, he was so good.
I know.
And then it just...
I was very excited about Grant Williams, but now you got a guy that can actually give you something pairing with Derek Lively and Gafford. I mean, he's a guy that averages over 2 blocks per game, which is outstanding. You need that. You need rim protection. You need rebounding help. And P.J. Washington's a madman. I mean, just getting more used to his game now that he's officially a Maverick. The dude is crazy. He can do so much for you. I think Mike made a great point in terms of the talent is there. Teams are going to look at him and be like, man, we can go ahead and find a way to really, sky's the limit for the potential here. And the Mavericks have done a good job with guys like Exum and Derrick Jones Jr. this year. I think P.J. Washington could be a fantastic fit.
If he gets closer to his ceiling, if you can kind of keep him around when he has these games where you go, hey, he might be a top 30 player in the league, and then the next game you're like, where did he go? Right. If you can keep him at kind of that level, he can be like your third guy. But the thing is he never was able to be consistent in Charlotte, and I'm hoping in this environment on a team that is expected to win instead of losing 50 games every year, I'm hoping that they can get the most out of his talent. And a weird one, Brook Lopez just got traded to the Sacramento Kings, and then I'm looking at his numbers. He's averaging, listen to this, 13.3 points this year, 5.5 rebounds a game. I know he's dropping off. He's an older guy. And it says, and is expected to be waived by the Sacramento Kings. So the Kings, who have issues with their defense, traded for a guy who has 3-point range, 7'1", 280 pounds. I know near the end of his career and they're just going to waive him. I'm like, I don't mind picking him up either if you can just get him for free.
That's a good point. So I think they're doing a really good job of slowly improving the roster to highly skilled athletes, instead of very low skilled athletes, which is what they had when they made their run to the West Finals.
I think that is a very fair point. Obviously, people should listen to your show anyway, but if any last-minute deals go down, they will undoubtedly break at the beginning of your show. What else do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Jeez, Hagee, pure gold as always. Thanks so much for asking. We have D-Ware coming up at 2:15.
Woo! Love it.
How about
love
that?
Love it.
You
Roll
like that?
home. I do
Is that
like
Greg
that.
Ellis over there?
Nice. Roll home with the G-Bag
Bobby
Nation.
Flay?
We have been the Kansas
I said hi to
Masterpiece.
Bobby Flay. I told
Take it
Bobby
away
Flay.
back with us
Greg
tomorrow,
Ellis.
10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here
CJ
I told Bobby Flay I like his meatloaf.
on 105.
It's a
Well,
hot
don't forget
dog.
about Masterpiece of the Week tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow.
Thanks to our
bracelets, pendants, bands, colored gemstone jewelry. Get 20% off Diamonds Direct's already unbeatable prices. Special financing, too. Get her something she can enjoy and appreciate for years to come. A fashion favorite from Diamonds Direct. Shop in-store or online at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property, the damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger payment for your insurance claim. Call Blue Nail Roofing today, 855-255-1975, 855-255-1975, BlueNailRoofing.com. Wind or hail, call Blue Nail.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're having ourselves a time here on Radio Row. Our coverage is brought to you by Low T Center and Best Buy Windows and Siding. Hope you're having a good one. What a day of DFW sports news. Let's get into it. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, king of the Crusties himself. You have Lucius Alexander back there in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, holding the Gators down best he can. You have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Of course, Carter Freeman is on location here in Vegas, coordinating your video, 105thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. It's Tim Collins producing Radio Row for us here on The Fan, and also remote engineering for the time being, as behind him is DJ Pridemore, working a secondary fan table. For the first time in Radio Row history, we said, bleep it, we need more table space, so DJ went and got a table at Costco and hauled it in here to Radio Row. We're just taking over.
It took Jay Glazer just making some fun with Sean and RJ yesterday. It's like, we're not dealing with this again. All right, we need to get a secondary table, and look at DJ coming in.
It makes things happen.
This is the second most impressive thing DJ's done on this trip, because you should have seen him at the buffet last night.
God,
DJ Pridemore laying it down like the savage that he is.
There was a moment where everyone else had finished dessert. We were looking around, where the hell did DJ go? And I said, I think he might be going back for another round.
He found a way.
He found the toilet.
Every time he was coming back from the buffet line, he found a way to have two plates full in each hand, and then he did the thing where he had one on top.
Yeah.
He had the plate on top of his damn head.
Wow.
So he was going like 5 plates at a time.
You missed the Stanley wheelbarrow that he had. He had the wheelbarrow that he was rolling in there.
Beautiful. I needed a wheelchair to roll me out of there.
I could not move. I ended up going straight to bed. I was in a food coma after that.
I don't know what made you guys in worse shape the following day, the alcohol hangover or the food coma.
The food coma
that you were placed in.
I'm still struggling right now, to be honest. I had a 3 a.m. wake-up call.
Ooh.
Wow. With the toilet.
Okay, you beat me with the bubble guts then, because I was like a 7:30, 8 o'clock. I was right on schedule.
I mean, Tim's laughing. I was falling asleep at the table.
Okay, quick review. What buffet was it, and would you recommend it to the Tolos?
So
the Bacchanal?
The Bacchanal buffet at Caesar's Palace. I would absolutely recommend it.
It's a famous one.
Back anal. It was absolutely delicious.
We say it right?
Yeah, we said
it. Is in trend.
We nailed it.
It's a hot new delicacy.
All you can eat, baby.
A bunch of different sections. They had a Korean section.
Face your fears.
Japanese, a lot of sushi. They had the crab legs,
damn
shrimp,
good ice cream,
lobster claws. Oh, the desserts. I mean,
Cookies and
let me
cream
tell you
ice
about
cream.
the desserts. They cured cancer. So did the sides. Now, the side plate for me is what overdid it. I got some mac and cheese, cream spinach, mashed potatoes, loaded it too fat, and I crushed it. But after that, I was done. I had to tap out.
I tried frog legs for the first time last night.
What'd you think?
Pretty good. A little bit rubbery compared to like the chicken, but similar to the chicken. Had a good flavor. It was like a salty kind of, I don't know, like a salt and vinegar kind
I don't
of
think that was from
situation
a frog
going on.
leg.
That was pretty good. And the roasted duck, I think, was a home run.
The duck was delicious. They even had some brisket there that wasn't bad.
No way.
I was impressed. Yeah, I mean, like, look,
Nice.
trust me, it's not worth getting back home. But for a Las Vegas buffet brisket, the smoked brisket, I thought it was decent.
I mean, all I know is Pittman's on late night. Texas barbecue has gone coast to coast.
Yeah. How about that, Matt Pittman?
So who knows? The thing that I knew Dawson was going to miss out on the most was those burrito tacos.
Yeah.
They really brought
You were
it
raving
strong.
about those. There was a lot of good tacos, different, but the burrito ones,
Where?
they were making them fresh.
Here or at the buffet?
Oh, here, I haven't had any good tacos here.
Oh.
I mean, there's eye candy, but at the buffet, a lot of different good tacos.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, let's start digging into this news. By far the biggest day of sports news we've had on Radio Row. And it's all from DFW. So, we'll talk all the big football stuff here over the next 5 hours. But trade deadline today. Did we do anything else?
So far, no. Now, the buyout market's heating up. You've got former Dallas Maverick Spencer Dinwiddie. He's going to get bought out.
I could see that.
So now you got
That's
a lot of
fit.
Mavs fans that are
That's
like,
a
hey,
fit.
maybe you bring back Din Daddy.
I was wondering when they were playing the Nets how he and Kyrie vibe together, Or did he leave the Nets because Kyrie was there? Was Dinwiddie part of the trade for Kyrie because coexistence is, these are two very strong personality guys. I feel like Kyrie gets along with everybody from what I've seen, other than that Celtics run. So I don't know. If Spencer Dinwiddie is possible, like if there's no blocking on the roster, if nothing wrong went here that predicated a trade, I thought his trip through the Mavs was wonderful.
It was.
The game-winning shots. You had a third or fourth creator most nights. There were some matchups where Dinwiddie wasn't, super efficient. But to have another guy who could get hot in a playoff game, score you 25, 30 points, I would love to get Spencer Dinwiddie back in a Mavs uniform if he hasn't fallen off.
Yeah, now maybe he has. Lucius was telling us before we got on the air, our guy's missing some wide open layups now. So maybe there's some issues there.
He's not at a fall off age yet, though.
No.
Yeah. He just has the knee trouble that barks at him every now and then, and he's got to get right.
Right, now you just really want a rotational guy to give you some good minutes and some offense off the bench. And I feel like he can do that. Now, Grant Afseth is just tweeting out or Xing out. The Mavericks announced a trade for the right to swap their own 2028 first-round pick with the Thunder's own 2028 first-round pick in order to obtain a 2024 first from the Thunder. So trying to get some more trade arsenal when it comes to first-round picks.
Yeah, and because that's really the knock on the moves that were made today. Is it worth punting on a first-round pick just to get rid of Grant Williams and acquire P.J. Washington?
Cool.
I would say yes, but to go, especially since they're going to go and add a couple more picks to their assets moving forward, I think that's the right move for sure.
I think we need to be applauding Nico Harrison for the work he's doing here.
Dude, I was just going to say, do we need to get a Nico chant going?
I think we do. I'm really impressed. When you go back to the draft, what he was able to do with one pick, you get two players out of it. You haven't given up Josh Hardy or Josh Green, who they still like and have upside. The moves they've made today, he's still finagling to try and acquire draft assets right now for the offseason. I think he's doing an excellent job. It's not as quick as I think a lot of us want. We want this team to be a contender immediately right now with Luka and Kyrie, but he is putting together a very good complementary supporting cast right now that is getting closer and closer.
He's got a very chantable name, too, because you could just go Nico, or you go Nico Harrison, throughout the entire arena.
Yeah, let's get it going. Okay, because the trade deadline I thought was just fantastic. At lunchtime, Grant Williams, Seth Curry, and a first for P.J. Washington. They also sent Rashawn Holmes and a first from the Thunder to the Wizards for Daniel Gafford. So they got a good pipeline going back and forth with the trading picks and swapping stuff with the Thunder, and then the pick swap exchange that Wolchuk just mentioned. I think that is huge because it'll open you up to being able to trade more first-round picks this summer, which is absolutely key. I think they have made a significant step forward in acquiring the kind of skilled pieces and a legit big man now to go with Lively. I don't know. Maybe they could win a first-round series depending upon the matchup. I think in a play-in series, I would love them, against all the teams that are going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, and maybe a player or two away. But now you start looking at this rotation and you're like, man, this thing is really starting to fall into place. P.J. Washington's going to give you more reliability, I think, than Green. But if Green's hot, you definitely like him on the wing as well. So I'm starting to look at a collection of guys that can dribble, pass, shoot, and bring athleticism and size to the floor. So I'm just ecstatic with what the Mavs have done. I spent a big portion of the morning watching P.J. Washington, and the thing that I'm just so impressed with him is if you need a bucket, obviously Luka and Kyrie are there, but this guy will catch it. He'll bring it up the court like a point guard. He will catch it and dribble with either hand, finish with either hand, and spin either way into a dunk or a finger roll. I mean, the offensive repertoire is very advanced for P.J. Washington. I think maybe there's a little bit of a motor concern on his bad days, but the Mavs have a tendency to take guys like this and make them better.
What did you think about his shooting?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
See, that's something when you talk to the NBA folks about it is that they'll say not as good a shooter, but good enough.
He's trying to get to the rim or shoot an open three.
Yeah,
but he'll pull up in transition for a three if he's open.
But they talk about versatility. They talk about the size and the athletic ability that you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Those are all things that are very, very positive. And
wingspan.
Yeah, the wingspan. Absolutely right with
he can be a very effective team defender. I don't know about his on-ball defense or ability on the perimeter to play really good pick-and-roll type of deal that you'd really love from your power forward wing, but I think he can definitely be serviceable and clog stuff up.
There was some folks talking to me about him. They were saying, listen, maybe a little bit of a tease. You know, you see the good, the bad with him, but it sounds like, though, overall, though, they're happy to have it.
Well, you mentioned the pick-and-roll game. I saw Kevin O'Connor from The Ringer put out a story about he loves P.J. Washington and the fit here in the pick-and-roll because he is one of the best screeners when it comes to teams. And Charlotte did this. He's got over 100 screens that he's already done this year. So when you talk about Luka and Kyrie and their ability to play off that, quick update, Mark Stein has added to that report that we just had from Grant Avseth. That pick that they obtained from the 2024 first rounder from the Thunder, that's going to be sent to Washington to complete the Rashawn Holmes for Daniel Gafford trade.
Okay.
So that was the final missing piece.
Now, Gafford's a guy that shoots dang near 70%, doesn't take bad shots. He's never taken a three all season. He's one of like 7 players in the NBA to play this minutes and not attempt a three. But rebounding and points in the paint, Brian?
Yeah, this is another one of those guys. They talk about a screener.
Okay.
And they talk about a roller, offensive rebounder, good pick and roll, as we talked about, game, plus defender, rim protector, but below average on defensive rebounds. So that's kind of the things that they've talked about with Gafford in his game.
Mavs are in New York tonight, and I don't know what to expect this evening. Before the trade, Mavs were favored. Anunoby is out, Jalen Brunson day-to-day. You see the other night, he twisted his ankle twice in the same play.
Yeah.
And the second time, he got it bad and had to go off the court kind of limping. So I don't know.
I don't know who's playing for the Knicks tonight.
I don't know who's playing for the Knicks. I guess, tonight could be a big night for Jaden Hardy, guys like Josh Green, who are going to be, needed for significant minutes as the Mavs lose 3 guys, and I don't think any of the players they get back will be available until the weekend. We have a fresh batch of Cowboy quotes to talk about as like the centerpiece of the Cowboys day. Tony Romo in the morning news saying the Cowboys are close. He doesn't see them being this good year in and year out and not breaking through eventually. He's with David Moore here. What do you guys think about that?
I mean
that's just
close. What the hell does close mean? Hey, they're going to make the playoffs and a couple of things break their way. It sounds like Steven and Jerry talking.
That's exactly what I was going to say. It's the same thing. That's what the Cowboys think about themselves. Very close, and you just gotta break through in the playoffs. It's a play here, it's a play there. They got the right guys in place, and it's just about execution kind of deal.
I kind of feel like he doesn't want to be controversial. He doesn't want to throw more gas on the fire. He has the vibe right now where Cowboy fans are. Cowboy fans are not in a good place. They really aren't. So he's trying to kind of maybe soft sell some stuff. In reality, though, we all need, like, we've taken the 2x4 to the face. Is what we've done here.
In reality, we want what Emmitt Smith is saying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
That's okay.
Yeah.
And on that, before we get to what Emmitt said, the last real thing I heard Tony Romo say was after the 2016 season when he was getting ready to retire, and we were at spring training, and a member of the fan staff was talking with him, and he said at that time, these Cowboys are done. They'll never get as close as they are right now because Doug Free and Ron Leary are leaving. And damn it, he was right.
Yeah.
And they still haven't replaced that offensive line that Dak got to play behind in 2016. Now, if you want to go to a former player who does keep it real close to 100% of the time, that would be your guy, Emmitt Smith, wouldn't it, Wolchuk? And he said he was surprised they kept McCarthy. She asked him on CBS why McCarthy's still the coach, and he said, because I'm not the GM. Strong stuff from him.
He was spitting fire.
Yeah. He is less quoted than the playmaker because he's more critical. Maybe he doesn't have the energy, but I mean, that's a guy that, I would love to see be more of a voice for, Cowboy criticisms. And I think we need more guys like what Troy Aikman's, doing. But Emmett will be more bold. He'll be more straightforward. And I love him talking like this and hopefully putting some pressure on the organization. Okay. Speaking of a guy that could put on some pressure, DeMarcus Ware is set to join us when we return right here. He'll be on the #1 hot seat, and we're back with D. Ware on The Fan.
Welcoming new listeners to our clubhouse with open arms.
I don't know what to say.
Thanks for listening all day to 105.3 The Fan and through our Odyssey app.
Attention, men who are frustrated about their decline in the bedroom.
Hey guys, it's Chris with Dallas Premier Health. Don't watch your love life dwindle to nothing and disappoint your partner. Whatever you call it, failure to launch or an equipment malfunction, we all know it happens. But there's a way better option than getting hooked on ED pills. At Dallas Premier Health, our acoustic wave therapy is fast, long-lasting, effective, and 100% safe. It's doctor recommended and proven to work with over 50 clinical studies. No shots, no drugs, and no pain or side effects. We get to the root cause of your problem, which is really just a blood flow problem. And once we fix that, your love life will come roaring back. So move past the shame, embarrassment, and frustration. Call 972-703-9630. And when you book your visit this week, we're going to give you a special gift. 1 acoustic wave treatment totally free. You'll also get a free consultation and painless blood flow evaluation on your visit. This is an $800 value. Call now 972-703-9630. That's 972-703-9630. Or visit us at DallasPremierHealth.com.
We're in February, the month of hearts and Valentine's. Speaking of hearts, February is also Heart Health Month, reminding us to prioritize our cardiovascular well-being. Hi, Babe Laufenberg here, and of course, regular cardio exercise significantly enhances heart health. So keep you and your beloved's heart pumping strong with home fitness equipment at Johnson Fitness and Wellness stores. Right now, save up to $19.
part of what makes us America's #1 brakes destination.
Total by Verizon is wireless that goes all in for you. That means unlimited 5G data powered by Verizon, priced by us at $25 a line for 4 lines on the unlimited plan. And as always, no contracts. Sounds pretty hard to beat, but all in is all in. So we added international calling to fill the year with more, hey girl, because it can't be total unless it's all in. Find a store and exclusive deals at totalbyverizon.com. Monthly rate when you activate with autopay discount beginning the month after you enroll plus taxes and fees. Additional restrictions apply. See website for data management practices and full terms.
Gavin Dawson here, and as you know, I love food, chips, wings, pizza. And naturally, I love having the best dips on hand, and that's involved making them in the past. But I don't have to anymore. Just discover Daisy Sour Cream now makes French onion and ranch dip, has game-changing flavor, even better than if I'd made my dips from scratch at home. No added other junk either. Try it yourself, you'll see, and you'll agree, the taste is amazing. So addictive, I can't stop eating them.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Best Buy Windows and Siding, where 0 is your hero. 0 down, 0% financing on approved credit. Experience transparent pricing without surprises. Upgrade your home today. Call 469-WINDOWS. Best Buy Windows and Siding, your trusted choice for quality and affordability.
It is the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. We are standing by for DeMarcus Ware, very popular guest here, the Hall of Famer, the Super Bowl champion, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys, the greatest pass rusher to ever lace him up, I believe, for this football team. And we'll ask him several questions about the Cowboys and how his whole deal is going. D-Ware in just a second. We do have the latest intel on the Mavericks trade. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to truckwreck.com. And Brian, what do we know about how the Mavs perceive how much they've improved with these trades today for Daniel Gafford?
Yeah, talking to a couple of different people, they feel like that they got somewhat better.
Okay.
You know, they're having to wait and see. I mean, we're all kind of talking about, you know, the guys you moved on from. You have to see, okay, we know what those players are, but now they're looking at their situation and go, all right, the guys we've added, let's just see. We think that we've gotten somewhat better and hopefully a lot better from that going forward.
Okay, and do we know anything about the possibility of trying to acquire some of these veterans that have been going to be possibly released?
Have not talked about that subject yet.
Okay, I mean the most interesting one is Spencer Dinwiddie, the former Mav.
Okay, I'm sorry about that one. That one I do have. Hang on just 1 second. If
one team has already emerged in the Din Daddy sweepstakes, that would be the Lakers. The Lakers have already put their name in the hat of trying to acquire Spencer Dinwiddie.
Because they didn't make any deals.
I could see that. He's a California guy, but if playing for the Lakers might be a dream. But if you want to make the playoffs, for sure, be with the Mavs.
Yeah, this is. I asked about the Spencer. Is that ship sailed? And they were saying, listen, I don't think it's sailed, but not sure where we're at right now. So maybe that's what they're doing with their own search, and then what's going on with the Lakers as well.
Okay, to my left, Brian's right, the KMC Masterpiece, talking with Hall of Famer Warren Sapp.
Good time. Fun guy.
To that discussion tomorrow on the KMC Masterpiece. A number of things going on in the sports world other than the Mavs trade, including some explosive quotes from Tony Romo saying the team's too good to not eventually break through, and Emmitt Smith painting a much more dire picture. And he believes this organization is on the wrong path here, even hanging on to the coaching staff. And that's a bold position to take, isn't it? I mean, it's rare you see a legend like that come out this strongly against how the organization is moving. And Chief, I absolutely love it.
I love it too, and I think that echoes the sentiment of just about everyone, from the fan base to former Cowboy players, especially the ones from the good old days where the expectation is to win and win big. The way they lost, not just that they lost, but the way they lost to the Green Bay Packers was enough to make everyone sick to their stomach.
Okay, going into the Super Bowl, NFL legend and champion DeMarcus Ware hosting the Super Bowl Stud Bowling Classic presented by Pepsi and Go Bowling. And D. Ware sits down with you now here on 105 through the Fan, man. Good afternoon. How are you?
What is up, fellas?
Man, it's so good to chat with you. What's new?
What's new right now is Pepsi and Go Bowling.
Yeah.
So we got this huge community event tomorrow to benefit the NFL Foundation. just trying to be impactful in the community. And I told people, if you can't come here, go to gobowling.com. There's a lot of things that aren't free, but if you sign up on there, you'll get a free admission to whatever local bowling you can go to, and those benefits are those proceeds are going to go to the NFL Foundation. So anytime it benefits the community, NFL, good companies, I'm part of that. And that's why I'm here right now, and I'm with a great group of guys right now. I mean,
How about
come
that?
on now.
Let's go.
Yes, come on now.
I was going to ask you, okay, Creighton and those guys used to bowl all the time.
Oh, yeah, yes.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you, because those bowling matches, thousands of dollars changing hands. And this thing, I was at a charity event with them, and it starts off all nice and, hey, we're bowling.
No.
And then it's like everybody goes away.
Yep.
These guys took the lane for the next 8 hours and then showed up for work the next day.
So we bowled 6 o'clock in the morning before our 8 o'clock meeting. CJ Anderson's a beast.
Yeah.
He can bowl. So at 6 o'clock in the morning, in DTC where they had the bowling, it's a little bit down from the facility where the little movies is at.
Yeah.
We bowled. So CJ got me into bowling, so that's why I'm doing this right here.
That's perfect because he's built like a bowling
ball.
ball.
He is. And he'll tell you that too. But yeah, man, so it's cool to be part of something like that.
All right, let me ask you, how many, everybody has golf clubs. Everybody has their own golf club. They're setting their bag and stuff. How many bowling balls you rolling in with? And I bet you your shoe game is better than anybody else's shoe game.
I got some nice shoes.
He does.
I got some nice shoes. I got some nice shoes, and I got a personal bowling ball too. They don't know that yet.
Okay.
I'm like 190, 200.
Get out of here.
I'm not like bad, but I told them if you're 2 years old to 42, you can come and get it. Like I'm not. You can get the L. All right. My little kids know that. I'm a competitor.
Are you trash talking more at the bowling alley than you are on a football field?
Oh, I talk trash anyways.
Yeah.
No matter where I'm at, if it's got anything with competition in them golf clubs, we can get on that later.
Yeah.
I like the golf too.
Well,
but,
don't go out with Terrence Newman. I taught Terrence how to play golf.
Yes.
And then the next day we're walking out and we're playing and he goes, "Well, you owe me $180." I said, "Wait, we were betting?" He goes, "Yeah, we were betting. Yeah, you owe me $180." I gave him two $100 bills. I said, "I don't ever want to see your ass again."
Yeah.
You can go play golf with. And I was getting him out there at TPC.
Oh yeah,
he was playing he was
all about competition.
Yeah, he will. Yeah, all you guys were competitive though, man. My gosh.
D-Ware, I know you were upset after that Packers loss. We're hurting right now. Cowboys Nation, we are. How are you feeling? I mean, we're now a little removed from this, but man, I don't know. I don't know where we're going from here.
I'm still asleep. That's the way I feel. Like, you talking about pissed? Like, I was so pissed by the way that they played the game against the Green Bay Packers. It's one of those things where when you won 16 games at home by 30, cool, you go in there and you're confident. But you got to know that when it's playoff time, none of that matters anymore. The teams that are coming in, they're coming in hot, and they're coming in with a momentum that you can't just get during the season. The last 3 or 4 games, that's when the character of the teams really come together. And they came down to the Dallas Cowboys Stadium and just made a name for themselves. And I'm still like feeling it. I am the ultimate fan. Like a lot of people are like, oh, you played. No. I am pissed. I was. There's no words that I can use right now on the air that can describe the way that I feel. But some changes are going to happen. I mean, we play so well during the year.
Yeah,
that's great. But how are we going to get to the postseason? I'm trying to get into the postseason where I can get me some nice tickets on the sideline. Where I can start getting me some, going not traveling to Dallas, travel outside of Dallas and representing.
Yeah.
So,
we'd love to see it.
Yeah.
Emmett Smith today came out against the coaches and said if he was GM, Mike McCarthy would not still be the head coach. Tony Romo said this team is too good to get this close and not eventually break through. Which one of those resonates more with you?
Both of them.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that McCarthy won't be there, but I know that there will be some changes somewhere to build some more tenacity of the team.
Yes.
Because on the defense, the way that the defense played, I don't know if they were there or not. The whole game. Offense, they kept us in there enough.
Yeah.
But you can't do that if you played tremendous 3 or 4 games before that. Teams are maybe scoring maybe 10 or 14 points on you, then you're going to slap 27 at halftime. It doesn't work that way. So there will be some major changes, which I hope are going to happen this year, because the team is too good. I felt like this right here was our year. Not like every year is our year. No, I felt like this year was our year with everything that we had. You would have beat Green Bay. You probably would have played Detroit, which you already know played before. You're going to go play San Fran, which you lost 12-5 3 times, so this time you can beat them, beat Goliath, and then you be in the Super Bowl. I'm going back into some numbers. I started looking at some of the stuff. So hopefully there's some changes that need to be made, and let's not worry about feelings.
Yeah. Football isn't about feelings and emotions. It's about results. So let's go after that. I want to ask one more, and you mentioned don't worry about feelings. With Micah, I know you got a good relationship with Micah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fair to want more from him in those postseason games as well? Because I knew what we were getting out of you.
When you have a C on your chest, you're the leader of the team. And I don't care what other players think about me, because you nominated me to put the C on my chest. So when I say something, it goes. When I am not playing the way I need to be playing, which not going to be many times, I can be checked on that. But I expect a little bit more out of Micah. I do. I expect a little bit more out of DeMarcus Lawrence. I expect a lot out of the whole defense that didn't play against the Green Bay Packers.
Yes, sir. That is tremendous, man. We thank you for your insights and your wisdom on this football team. You're the most popular guy on Radio Row here. We're getting the Wrap It Up sign. We'd love to keep you for 5 hours.
Forever.
We will. We are definitely.
I don't know about the most popular.
Well,
you are to us.
Not anybody more popular.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah,
thank you, D-Ware.
Hey, thank y'all for having me on, man.
Appreciate you. And we're going to send everybody to gobowling.com for that free round and have a great week. And best of luck to you. Always
go bowling.
Yes, sir. GoBowling.com. There he goes to Marcus Ware. It is time now to go back into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander is standing by with the G-Bag of the day.
What a hell of a lead-in, man.
Oh.
I seem to get lucky with the lead-in sometimes to this segment. And LA Live. I get like a super fantastic guest jumping in there.
Yeah.
And I see D. Ware's family riding around in Grand Prairie and Cedar Hill area sometimes. They got the vanity plates.
Yeah.
They got the vanity plates, bro.
Lucius, he looks like he could still play at a very high level.
100%. That don't leave you.
Level.
That don't leave you.
Yeah.
All right, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan about 2:30ish. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can go to G-Bag Nation on Twitter and follow us all right there, G-Bag Nation. All right, our winner so far is the Pelicans announcers, Joel Myers and Antonio Davis, had a hard time with Grady Dick's name.
Grady Dick coming up short.
Dick coming up short. Come on, man.
All over him. And he got it. Grady Dick's third bucket of the game. Brings it back to 19.
Let's just call it Grady. Let's just call it Grady for the rest of the game.
You're killing it up.
let's just stay with Grady.
Good job by Najee as the three goes.
For Grady. Grady knocks down the three-point shot.
Dick gets it. And he went under it. Dick out on the perimeter. He'll take the mid-range this time.
That's a nice shot by Grady Richard. That's a nice shot by Grady Richard.
Not that time for Dick.
Grady Richard.
He's uncomfortable.
That's 31 assists on 3 turnovers. Dick couldn't finish. So Dice got one. Jordan just got one.
And Richard got one. Grady Richard got one. Excuse me, 3. Grady Richard got 3.
Dick filled it up again.
Joel had to get that last joke off.
He did.
He had to get it. He fell back 3 times. Like, no, go ahead and say it, because I got this
Grady
one.
Richard.
When he saw him miss that layup, he couldn't wait to hit him with that finish line.
Oh, my gosh. He probably had a whole list next to him throughout the game. Just, I got another one. I got another one for them boys. All right, let's see what I got here. Hey!
From rags to riches.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Let's see what I got here. Let's go to Rockwall's very own Jackson Smith in Jigba.
Yes, sir.
He was asked about the Bears' new OC. You guys know who the Bears' new OC is?
Seth Waldron.
Who is in Seattle?
All right. Listen to his answer. And I'm going to tell you right now, fellas, please don't ever.
Yeah, you got one.
I gave you one. But hey, don't ever do this about me if somebody asks you, about Lucius, okay? Hey, so what do you think about L.A.? Don't ever do this.
Bears fans are super interested about the offensive coordinator coming in, Shane Waldron. What can you tell them about who they just hired to try to get this offense where it needs to go?
Oh no! This is live.
Yeah, we're not live. We're not live.
I'm playing. Good luck to y'all. I mean, he's a great person.
He's a great person. That's when it's like, no, this guy sucked.
Ken Dorsey has better things to say about Deshaun Watson than Jackson Smith and Jigba has to say about Seth Waldron. My heavens.
Wow. It's wildness right there.
That is some wildness.
Let's see what else we got for you boys. Let's go to the Get Right, the night show here on The Fan, where my man Reggie Atatula sounds like he's been broadcasting up there with the Oakland A's broadcasters. Uh-oh.
I guess rumors that they have been associated with Washington Wizards wing Kyle Kuzma.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, apparently.
You gotta slow down, baby. You gotta slow down.
It happens, man.
You gotta slow down. I can see the merch, though. The merch going crazy already.
Haven't heard that on DFW radio since CA was on K104 with that producer dude.
Oh, yeah, the wig. No, it's just the wig. It's just the wig. Dawson.
That is
Look at you,
funny.
Dawson. All right, last one right here. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessing. Hallelujah. I did actually last night watch some Reverend Ike. I watched him. He was on Phil Donahue, just roasting everybody that tried to go against him in the name of God. Just roasting them. But this one right here is a different church. This is called Southeast Christian Church. Sounds fun. In Lexington, Kentucky. I'm a little nervous now.
Fair.
This is the Gen Z Bible. Translate some Bible right here to the Gen Z Bible. Tolo Victor sent this to us. He's on God's PR team.
Now I'm going to read part of this. I do want to let you know I would never dishonor God's word. I have triple checked this to make sure this is exactly what Luke 1 communicates when the angel talks to Mary. Check this out.
Jeez.
Mary was a pick-me girl for God and was simping for him in prayer.
Oh my God.
When the angel Gabriel appeared to her and said, "Ayo, you're a real one and the top G is feeling you."
Come on, fam.
But she thought his compliment was sus and gave him the side eye. So he said, "Baby girl, chill. God sent me to tell you you've passed his vibe check."
Oh my God.
And low-key, he wants you to have the main character. You name him Jesus and they will all say, "He's him." She said, "How can this be since I promised him my body count will always be 0?
Come on, man.
Let's go.
Stop right now. Stop.
He said, "This ain't about cuffing season, for the Holy Spirit will live rent-free in you and your boy Jesus will be a divine bro."
Stop.
Besides, your cousin Elizabeth is with child, she who is already older than a boomer and whose husband is way past beekeeping age. So Mary said, "Bet." Gabriel left her on red and she let the Holy Spirit cook.
I'm pretty sure Mary didn't say bet, bro. This needs to be stopped.
Praise Jesus.
Praise.
That's all I got to say. Amen. Can we get an amen from the congregation, Chief?
Amen.
Does that pass your vibe check?
Amen. That passes the vibe check right there.
Well, that's good, man. What do you say? Voting time?
Yeah, please.
Is the champ?
I gotta get out of here, man. After playing that,
Please. Save me over time.
Lucius, how could you?
Yeah.
Like
The
I
Grady
said.
Dick. Is it Jackson Smith and Jigba? Is it Reggie Atatula? Or is it the Southeast Christian Church with the Gen Z Bible translations? Anyone could do it. I'll go with the last one there. I was feeling that, Chief. I'm going to go with the church. How about you?
I'm going with Reggie and the new team in Washington.
Lucius?
Shoot.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, just to make it interesting here.
Still tied at 1, Wolchuk.
Wide receiver 1, JSN.
Brian?
I'm going to go with the champ.
By a score of 2-1 to 1-2-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it's Jackson Smith and Jigba's take on the new OC in Chicago, Shane Waldron. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, I got some Dallas Cowboys questions about their roster. We'll do that next.
Coming up Friday morning on Sean and RJ, our final day from Radio Row, and we got number 22 with us, Emmett Smith, at 9:15. It's a Football Friday on The Fan.
Hi, Babe Loffenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They finished 2023 as the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. That means they've earned a record.
doing the same old whatever, or I can hop into my all-new Hyundai Santa Fe and hit the road. With available H-Track all-wheel drive and 3-row seating, my whole family can head deep into the wild. Conquer the weekend in the all-new Hyundai Santa Fe. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details. Hyundai, there's joy in every journey. 2024 Santa Fe, available early 2024.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, clickgrainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you ready?
Of course I'm ready. I bet you are too. Yeah. Ready to let go of the weight for good, to look and feel 10 to 20 years younger, because all you have to do is look at all the before and after pictures at sodaweightloss.com to see the most amazing transformations. Like Jim, he didn't just lose 39 pounds, he added years to his life.
I feel fantastic, and I feel like I'm back to where I felt kind of in the old days. Energy levels back. I feel like I don't have that brain fog I feel like I had before. Sleeping better, and it isn't a diet. It's a lifestyle. They teach you how to eat.
For me, Mike Bassick, I've let go of 30 pounds, and it's been 4 years later. I'm still in the best shape of my life. That's because Soda has amazing nutritionists and dietitians that are there with you every step of the way. They're available whenever you need them, just a phone call or a text away. What are you waiting for? Get started right now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
It's not a soft drink, it's state of the art.
Tolos, it's a new year. Low T Center can make it a great one. If you've been feeling tired and grumpy, noticed lack of motivation and drive, you may have low T. Low testosterone levels can cause weight gain, loss of muscle mass, and so much more. I recommend the Low T Center. That's where I get my levels tested. They make it quick and easy to get your levels checked, and it's only $25. And with their on-site lab, you'll get results back in about 25 minutes. Go to lowtcenter.com now to book your appointment online. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
It's time to run it back. 105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods and more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads, relax and enjoy the difference.
Okay, Lisa Kearney from FanDuel is with us here on 105 through the Fan, home of the Cowboys, ESPN alumni, MLB Network. Now with FanDuel, her husband Patrick, defensive end, 11 seasons in the National Football League. I believe you guys met in Seattle.
We did.
You were working there, and he was finishing his career.
He came in as a free agent. Yep. And we met at his press conference, actually.
Wow. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And now you guys have 4 kids?
Hi, would you like to be together forever? Great, let's do the thing. We do, yeah. We have 4 kids now. We live just outside New York. He's doing great. All is well.
Wait, so does he get off the presser and immediately go shoot his shot? He's trying to get the phone number? How does he do
it took
that?
a little longer. But yeah, we have. What's fun is at our rehearsal dinner, my cameraman was rolling at the time when I introduced myself. And so you kind of like saw the very first time we spoke, which is pretty cool.
That is awesome. Part of the wedding highlight film, probably.
Yeah, no doubt.
Oh, so cool.
Reels back in the day.
So you're. I mean, the big thing with FanDuel this week is the kick with Gronk, right?
Yeah. Gronk is an awesome ambassador for us, a great partner, and he's been with us a few years now. Last year we had the Kick of Destiny, launched the thing. He missed the kick, so we've given him a chance at redemption. So this is Kick of Destiny 2. He'll be kicking it live just before the Super Bowl kicks off. It's a live location. Fans can show up and watch him do the thing. It's a Tropicana. And right now you can go on FanDuel and you can pick for free whether he's going to make or miss the kick. So he's like, I'm kicking for America. Let's go. And if you pick correctly, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. And I was at his rehearsal yesterday. He's looking good, guys.
He's looking good. So we're going big here.
Not going to lie.
He's putting the work in.
Yeah, he's putting the work in, and I'm like all like zoned in. I'm like, all right, what's the difference from last year to this year? Now that you're at the moment, he's been prepping for a long time, but he's really striking, as he explained it to me, the sweet spot consistently.
Yes.
So he has a bit more consistency with where he's kicking the ball and where it's going, and fingers crossed it's not too windy.
Like if this was Gronk, like in a beer pong final cup shot situation, I think this is a no-brainer
We're
deal.
all saying that.
We're all this is a no. Yes, absolutely.
And
but
he'd have strategy there too.
He's
a strategic guy. And he's certainly got enough leg. The distance is there. It's just got to get it between those uprights.
Okay, he's got sponsorship with Wolf Shepherd, I believe, the shoe company. I'd be more impressed if he kicks it with one of those shoes on.
You know what?
That would be. I think that would be even better of a maybe even like an old school square toed and let him just toe punch it
and try and make that thing.
Love a good toe punch.
It's interesting you bring that up because he started talking. He's like, I was actually really nervous because when I used to kick, he would kick it do the toe poke. And he's like, and it hurts so bad, and so I'm having to do all the prep and all the kicks and all the reps on it. And so when he figured out the sweet spot, he was like, now it doesn't even hurt. I can go as many reps as I need to. So that's funny you bring up the toe poke because he was talking about it yesterday.
There we go.
So, growing up in Kansas here, are you a Chiefs fan by birth? How's that whole thing work if you're in that region?
Yeah. So growing up, ever since I was a tiny nugget, you would have God, you would have yard work, and you would have Chiefs.
Okay.
And everything stops at kickoff. So huge Chiefs fan. My whole family, just ever since the beginning of time, I was born into it. So here we are, and we're really leaning into the moment because who knows how long this is going to last.
Right. I mean, you struggled. The Chiefs fandom was not what it is now. Obviously, you're in kind of a golden age. I mean, when you were growing up, they were struggling to win playoff games at home, and now it's, we're in 4 Super Bowls in 5 years.
Yeah. I mean, a chance to win your third in 5 years and go back-to-back for the first time of anyone in 2 decades, the Patriots of the early 2000s. I'm obviously a homer when it comes to the Chiefs and what we can get done, but the numbers do back my bias, at least. This defense, you can say what you want about the drop balls all season long, and Travis Kelce has had, issues with that. Rashee Rice, I think, has been the most consistent from game to game to game throughout the entire regular season. But the drop passes and the penalties on the offensive line have been maddening, and then you've got the defense that just shows up and grinds every single week. And in Andy Reid's era in Kansas City, this is the best defense statistically he's ever had. Throughout the regular season, they gave up 17.3 points per game. And you're like, all right, if an offense can't work with that, then you've got bigger issues, right?
Indeed.
You can get into the postseason, they go on the road, 13.7 points per game. The defense shows up. We've lost Menahu, who had 7 sacks, a great pressure guy. He's a loss, and we didn't have a chance, coming off of the AFC Championship game. You don't have those couple of games to make sure Karlaftis is going to do the trick and you're going to work it all out. So, you show up and you play, but the defense has been the mainstay for sure.
Do you have to hide your Chiefs bias when you're doing your FanDuel stuff, or are you just saying, you know what, no, I'm letting it out?
No, I actually try to do a better job of saying me, we, and us, and I'm totally blowing it.
You can say we here. You're saying with us.
Lisa Kearney, FanDuel here with you on the Fan. So in your family, do you guys believe Mahomes is already better than Brady?
That's a good conversation to have at the dinner table. I think 100% across the board, our people will say yes. He's doing it so young. He's got so much football ahead of him to play, which is really exciting. You have to have one position right on your team to be able to win consistently for a long time, and Kansas City's gotten that right, and then they've built around him well. Isaiah Pacheco is one of my favorite players to watch. He just is angry.
Yes.
He's angry, and he's so strong. You look up and you're like, he's dragging 4 dudes 7 yards. You're like, what? It's crazy. So, there are so many different levels, top to bottom, that Kansas City's just got a complete team, and they're really fun to watch.
Have you ever shown up to a game and not worn red?
No. Are you crazy?
Okay, what would happen to somebody that shows up? You're going to pick up all your buddies for a tailgate. You're driving around, you're grabbing everybody. Somebody doesn't have red on. Do you just immediately just go, leave them? They're not coming with us today.
It's like
how does that handle?
Yeah, you just kick them out, and then the wheels are in your dust, psh.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I don't think anybody in their right mind would make that mistake. You've just gotta be there in the moment.
I've never been in a stadium in my life where when you walk out for the first time and it's just the red. I mean, it's just almost like a college environment there, and then you get that and the home of the Chiefs. And you're about to get your ass kicked.
He does it so well.
Yeah.
What is the tailgate scene like at Arrowhead? Because you hear a lot about Bills Mafia, but I think Arrowhead is also a bucket list type of venue to go to.
See, now you're making me hungry. It's lunchtime here in Vegas. You literally could be a mile away and you start smelling the barbecue.
Start smelling it.
The barbecue is next level. Memphis is going to be like, no, it's Carolina, no. Kansas City barbecue is next level, and we take it very seriously. So everyone's got their smokers, everybody's out there for hours, and it's a scene. It's so much fun, and it's really fun because everybody's in the big party together, right?
Yeah.
That's how tailgates are naturally, but there's a Midwestern warmth to the Kansas City tailgate.
Lisa Kearney, FanDuel. So do we have to do anything? Do we have to change the channel to watch Gronk kick, or what's going to happen?
No, you can actually follow. No, you don't.
Okay.
You can follow the kick live. You can go right now to youtube.com/FanDuel/live, youtube.com/FanDuel/live, and you can set a reminder to tune in and watch the kick live on the stream. That's probably the best way to access it.
Okay.
But yeah, it happens right before the kick. It's actually a commercial that will air on the broadcast, but you can also watch the behind the scenes on the stream.
Right on. Well, thanks for the stories and the insights, Lisa. We look
Thanks for
forward to
having me.
watching you. Lisa Kearney, FanDuel TV. Congratulations as well on terrific success in your career and your family.
Thank you.
It's
I
amazing.
appreciate it. Good to see you guys.
There she goes, Lisa Kearney. Okay, Brian Baldinger is going to join us, our weekly from the NFL season. We'll talk NFC East in this Super Bowl matchup with Baldy next in the nation.
G-Bag's Brian Broaddus setting records with his Love of the Star podcast. 1.2 million and
Cowboys. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Live from our remote studios at Super Bowl Radio Row in Las Vegas, secured by DFWSecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour number 2 on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. Our Radio Row coverage continues, brought to you by
Low T Center
and Best Buy Windows and Siding. And Brian Baldinger joining us now, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin too, but we have the pleasure of Baldy joining us in person. And good afternoon, sir. It's great to be with you as well. And I guess first question, do you have a strong feeling on who's going to win this game?
Yeah, I mean, I have gone against Patrick Mahomes in these games before, and, usually I lose. So I'm not doing that anymore, and that's a simple answer.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Spags has been fantastic in this gauntlet of playoff games. I'm very good friends with Steve, known him a long, long time. He's just, his chess pieces and how he moves them around and what he does to quarterbacks is probably the best big game coordinator in this whole business right now.
Man, I was just going to follow up and say, is he maybe the most underrated piece of this Chiefs championship dynasty?
I mean, he's the only reason why the Chiefs are still here and at this spot is because the defense has kept them in it. When the offense was struggling for a lot of the year, the defense kept them in all these games. And, it was in the second half against the Eagles last year, what they were able to do and really shut the Eagles down. He's remarkable. He's doing it with such youth. He had 6 rookies last year all playing. All those guys are veterans now. They had a hold up against Lamar last week, and they did. They executed a great game plan.
If it becomes a high-scoring game, who would be the guy on the Chiefs you're looking to step up in this game to be that guy for Mahomes if he needs action in the fourth quarter?
We've seen MVS catch some big balls here in the last 2 weeks. 30-plus yards. Those have been some chunks. Justin Watson, a guy that you should never go away from. Mahomes is going to throw it to the open guy. Kelsey has a chance to put up numbers. I'm anxious to see really what San Francisco does to try to neutralize him. And then Rashee Rice, obviously, SMU and Dallas kid. He's a guy that you can't sleep on at all.
Baldy, Christian McCaffrey gets a ton of attention, and rightly so. But Isaiah Pacheco has been fantastic for Kansas City, and it seems as though the one susceptible piece defensively, San Francisco, you can run on them. Mm-hmm. How important is that factor for Kansas City in this game?
Well, it's important because I've been saying that they could really lean on a power running game, and they have. And they, Creed and Trey inside, and now Allegretti, they've been very, very good. As good as any trio in the business. Tooney's out, but Allegretti played great last week. So, they're going to lean on him. You get Pacheco to a defender one-on-one, he's either going to run through him or run around him. So he's going to make somebody miss. And he's a tough kid, man. He runs as hard as anybody in this business.
Yes. What's the headliner for you? Is it Chiefs with the ball versus Niners defense, or is it Niners offense versus Chiefs defense?
It's that one. It's really Kyle and what he does and his game planning and the talent they have on that side of the ball against Spags and what Kansas City has shown. You just see them against Tua and Josh and Lamar last week. They've reduced them to pedestrian quarterbacks.
Baldy, I was with Andy Reid in Green Bay. I know you know Andy very, very well. And you're starting to hear whispers, and I don't know if they're real whispers. Could this be the final one for Andy Reid as you look at this?
Brian, I don't see any sign of it. I just got done talking to Rick Burkhalter, the trainer.
Sure.
He's known him since '99. When he came to
the Phillies days, yeah.
Yeah, and so he's been with them 25 years. Andy, as you know, he doesn't have any hobbies. It's family, and it's football.
And cheeseburgers.
And
cheeseburgers, of course.
Haagen-Dazs, cheeseburgers. Pick your poison. He was talking about tacos the other day. He's a tinkerer. He sits down at night and he doesn't need a lot of sleep. I don't know how he does it, but as long as I've known him 3-4 hours a day is all he needs. Yeah. He's not a caffeine drinker. He doesn't do any of that. He doesn't golf. He doesn't fish. He's got a house in Southern California on the beach. He tells me he goes there. He tells me he visits it every once in a while. Not for very long, but he goes. This is what he does. I can't see Andy with Mahomes and the organization and the Hunt family behind him. This is an unbelievable second act that he has right now.
Spags, we talked about, he's been absolutely fantastic. Cowboys also in search of a new defensive coordinator. I know you've mentioned Rex Ryan with that hire. Tell us, what do you like about Rex?
Well, Rex has one philosophy, and the philosophy never gets old. we're going to kill the quarterback. We're literally going to hit the quarterback. Because when we do that, everything else is going to fall apart. We're going to take the ball away. We're going to neutralize their playmakers. We're going to put them in negative situations. And Rex loves to do that, and the players love him. Now, I don't know. Like, he's been out for, 8 years or whatever.
Yeah.
When I talked to him, he loved his gig at ESPN, didn't have to work that hard. But I think he's, like, a little perturbed about how defenses are being played in this business. And I think he's got an itch, maybe, to come back. And if he did, I wouldn't even talk to anybody else. Like, I would go, Rex, you want to come back? If you're all in, I'd love to see him back. The game is better when Rex Ryan's coaching.
It's Brian Baldinger here on The Fan, and his appearance is brought to you by Old Spice Gentleman's Blend Body Wash, providing exfoliation plus 24/7 moisturization because men have skin too. Tony Romo today in the morning news talking about, this team is too good to keep getting this far, not eventually break through. Do you feel that way about these Cowboys?
No, because I see a consistent flaw when they get to the postseason, and they're not playing their best football. And why is that? 3 years in a row now, they're getting bounced in a couple times in front of the home fans. Like, they got to play better in big games. And so I don't care how many points you beat the Jets by. That doesn't make any difference in January. January football has not been good to them, and they haven't played well. Quarterback hasn't played where you got to elevate your game the way others do. And so everybody has to elevate their game in this part of the game. All the takeaways they've had in the last 3 years, they don't show up in the postseason.
We've seen legends since the loss more angry, I think. D. Ware with us an hour ago said he was PO'd. The Michael Irvin video that went viral. And today, Emmitt Smith on CBS going after the coaching staff.
Okay.
Saying he'd have fired Mike if he was GM. Okay. How do you approach that one?
Well, that's what players, they've all had great success in Dallas, and they have a voice. And it's a valid voice, but it's just that. It's just an opinion. It's a voice. Like, they don't make those decisions. Personally, there were some coaches out there that I might have wanted to talk to, and it's not a knock on Mike and what he has done and what he did as a play caller this year. But I felt like this year, in the way that they lost, there had to be some level of embarrassment about playing like they did in front of the home fans. And maybe this is the year we go, we got to shake things up.
Yeah. Can legends influence Jerry Jones? Because we feel like they're stuck in status quo mode, and we need them to be shook out of it. So maybe Emmitt could be part of, putting pressure on him.
Well, it's a long drought, and maybe those voices. Obviously he's got respect for all those guys you just mentioned, tremendous respect. But, it's been a long, long drought. And at some point, Jerry should be pretty shrewd at just looking at himself in the mirror and what he's not doing right. Whether it's leadership within the team, how he, just how good he makes it for the players to enjoy themselves and be treated like first-class, players like the way they are. At some point you got to strip it down and see what is the flaw.
Man, I don't know about you guys, but I can't stop looking at Baldy's finger.
Is that
seeing that thing? No, I
love it.
I absolutely.
It's amazing.
Love it. It's an incredible finger. I think it's a top 10 sports finger of all time.
I showed mine next to Anthony Munoz yesterday. We have the exact same departure, exactly the same finger on each hand, just dangles.
It's the pinky going away from the hand at 45 degrees. Is that stuck in a helmet?
It got stuck in Randy White's jersey. Yeah, it got pulled out.
Oh my gosh.
So,
okay.
Yeah.
The fact that it happened with Randy White it makes the story even cooler.
Yeah, well, he was the master for a reason.
Yes, he was.
that gives you credence about that.
From a pain standpoint, is that where would you rank that in terms of football pain you've endured?
Well, when it first happened, it was pretty painful. The defensive line let me know about it when I walked into the lunchroom that day, and they all stood up and imitated my whine, and my cry. Make me feel real good about it. And then they all held up their hands, and they're like, join the club. And they all had demented pinkies and fingers.
It's a rite of passage, man.
It was the badge of honor.
Can you put that pinky up there on the screen so our Tolos and Twolos can see that thing? That is an impressive finger. What we had Darren Woodson yesterday. Yes. He said it was by year four, he was first in line for the Toradol shot before the game.
Oh, really?
How long did it take Baldy to say, you know what, I need a little bit of this?
I wasn't a Toradol guy. I just taped it. Yeah. Just taped it for the next 11 or 12 years.
Was there anything after you had the finger injury that it became more difficult to use that hand?
Yeah, in daily life.
Well, you can't get change out of your pocket. Oh. Change out of your pocket, it just falls right through. So that's hard. I remember I played on a winter basketball team with Roger Staubach one year, and he had a finger. He's got a finger.
Oh, he's got one.
He's got a finger.
So he went to get his fixed. And so they said, okay, so we went and had the operation, whatever they did. They had a splint on it. And they said, don't do anything, Roger, for 6 weeks. Well, he's back on Tuesday night playing basketball, and the ball hits the finger. The splint falls out, pops out, and the finger goes right back. And it's stayed the same ever since.
Oh, that's amazing. Roger could get after it on the basketball court, couldn't he?
Well, he was a hog. He was just, he didn't pass the ball. It was in Rodgers' hands. He wanted to score.
That's crazy. You think he's the point guard, like he's the quarterback. He wants to get his guys going.
He played basketball differently than football. Yeah, he was unbelievable, though, like competitor.
So it happens against Randy White, the Manster.
Yeah.
What was it like prepping to face Randy White?
No, he didn't prep. You just had to like, there was going to be stuff after the play, every play, like you weren't going to take any of it. He was the measuring stick back then. Like, I remember the first time I actually blocked him, one-on-one pass blocking. I think I went out and partied like it was 1999.
Let's go. Yes.
I did it. I could do this.
Oh, Brian Baldinger here with you on the Fan. So have you been getting your workouts in here at the hotels?
Yeah. Yep.
Now, can those machines hold you? Do you just put the whole stack on and go? Or
I'm not quite like that anymore. But, I'm just in the maintenance phase. I'm just trying to maintain whatever I got left. So the gyms seem to have enough of that.
Well, you're doing a hell of a job. You're keeping up with these young guys, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, I can run them out of the gym.
So
yeah, I have a lot of energy.
Okay, what's the buzz in Philadelphia now? Where are they going? What are you hearing?
Well, I saw Jordan Mailata today and Jason Kelsey and Lane Johnson. I mean, they're all around here. They changed the coaching staff. They changed the coordinators, a lot of position coaches. They needed to. I thought that they were somewhat lazy. I didn't think they played hard. I didn't think they were in great condition. I don't think I'm saying anything that's like out of turn here.
Okay.
But that's how it looked. They didn't have – they were very predictable offensively. Defenses were calling plays out before they even happened. And so they need to get back to like a more diversified offense. Get back to – you talk to Mailata and to Kelsey, like to run the ball a lot better than they did.
Do you think they can avoid a down year next year? Are they going to –
Well, they need – they need more speed. They need some playmakers on defense. They got to rebuild the defense. They largely play without linebackers as well, like Dallas. And so just guys off the street, and they weren't good enough. They need to be – and they had a lot of injuries. But, these young guys they've been drafting from Georgia, they got to develop.
Has the sentiment changed on Hurts?
Yeah, it has. I mean, he fell off this year after an unbelievable year last year. And now some of it was injury-related, but 3 years in a row he's been banged up. It's part of being a running quarterback. You got to – and look, but I think from the leadership standpoint and, maybe Brian Johnson is offensive coordinator, I think there were some things there that they didn't have when, they had Nick's, when Nick was there along with, some of the other coaches.
How about in Washington, Dan Quinn there? Are these guys going to be a threat in the division soon?
Well, I mean, I'm a big fan of Cliff Kingsbury hire. I like Cliff a lot. I think a lot of the concepts work at the NFL level. We'll see what they do at the quarterback position. I mean, I hear all the chit-chat about it right now. I don't know if that can get done or not get done. But I think if you put Caleb with Cliff, I mean, I think this offense, if they address the offensive line, they got a lot of talent around them.
And then where do you put the Giants in the NFC picture as far as expectations going into the offseason?
Well, I saw Saquon today. I mean, is he going to be a part of the team or not? And,
Sure.
They've made changes in their coaching staff, and, they haven't been able to put an offensive line together, a very good one for a long time. They broke down from really the first week of the season against the Cowboys. And so they never really put it back together. They got to get that fixed. And they got to, keep those guys in the lineup to have any kind of a chance to. But I think defensively they've got a lot of talent, and I'm anxious to see what they do with it.
Baldy, I'm going to ask you something because I've been hearing a lot about, with the Cowboys specifically, about, Mike McCarthy and toughness and all that. And we would say players, coaches, and stuff which drives me nuts. I hate when somebody says he's a players coach and all that. Mm-hmm. I hate that. Where are we about players today that can take or not take hard coaching?
Well, I mean, you can find those players, Brian. You can find them. I mean, you got to scout them out, guys that can take it. I mean, I was just listening to Kansas City Chief Rick Burkhalter saying, like, early in Patrick Mahomes' career, like Andy, pulled him aside about a certain play and got on him and about his decision he made, and Patrick just said, "Sir, run that play again. I'll do it right." Like,
sure.
You got to test. Everybody's a little bit different. Parcells had his methods about finding them. Like, you got to find tough guys to begin with, and then toughness is something that can be developed. And I think, coaching philosophy, can help that. You know, I mean, Kansas City still. I remember Andy Reid in Philly. I see Jeremiah Trotter tackling Brian Westbrook to the ground in training camp, and he still does hard training camps. And Kyle Shanahan's hard on his quarterbacks. I think you got to coach them hard, and if they can't handle it, then you don't have the right guys.
Yeah, Brian Baldinger with us here in the G-Bag Nation.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Is it all work, no play for you this week? Or are you getting after it a little bit?
I got after it last night. I'm going to go to Jaws' party and go to U2 on Friday night. No, I mean, anybody can talk about cover two. Anybody can talk about the Cowboys' weaknesses. Can you blend that with a great Thursday and Friday night?
There you go.
That's my plan.
Well, the champion is like you're getting up at 5:30 a.m., still doing a podcast.
Well, I
and
was
you're
up
doing
at
all
quarter
day.
to 5 today. Today I had to wake up a little bit earlier.
Gosh.
But that's all right. That's all right. I mean, I was up anyway, so I was ready to go.
We recommend the Bacchanal buffet. I mean, you probably know your way around that place.
I mean, I'm a carnivore, so I just eat steak.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's my guy right there.
Vegetables are so overrated. Just give me steak. I'm good.
Just give me the meats.
Okay, it's Baldy and it's Al Michaels, anti-vegetable.
I heard Al was like that.
Never had a vegetable.
That's what I heard. I didn't do it because of Al. I just felt like, let me just give this a shot. Then I did it, and I was like, wow, this is great. I love it.
Yeah, it's paying off for you. You look freaking incredible. Okay, I think it's Old Spice question of the day.
Let's do it.
With Baldy here. How do you feel about the shower beer?
What's a shower beer?
You just had
Drink a beer in the shower.
enjoying a brewski.
Oh, I haven't done that. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I have friends of mine that, because their wives don't want them to drink, they drink their beers in the shower.
Did you ever eat in the bathroom?
No.
That's a no-no.
No, not because it's like unsanitary.
Right.
It's sanitary. But
of course it is.
There's other places, that you can chow down.
What's the hotel room temperature?
I think ours is at 72.
72?
I think
You
it's
like a little
72.
warmer. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, a little balmy in there.
Yeah.
All right, now what about the? Well, I imagine in the shower, like you don't have time for the beer shower because
Here's the thing.
Baldy's only showering just because the necessity.
No.
It's 30 seconds. It's under 60 seconds. You're in. You're out.
Listen,
I'm going to shock him before the shower.
I'm going to tell you about showers because I think my best breakdown. I did a shower pressure breakdown the other day. I'm big on shower pressure, so I'm at the Circa Hotel. It's the best shower pressure I've ever been in. It feels like a massage. It comes out so you don't want to get out.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Do you like the ones? Are you a guy that likes to be able to pull it off the rack and be able to run it?
I hate that.
For the different settings.
No.
You don't like
mess
to run
with that
that
either,
thing?
man.
No.
Getting everywhere?
No. This shower is the perfect shower. It's got this big, thick shower head, and it comes out like a fire hose. Gotcha. And then it's got a bench. You can sit down, in this thing and just let the water hit you.
Okay, let us know the room number. We're going to test the shower.
It's like a spa.
Yeah,
that's amazing.
Are you a like a jacuzzi kind of? Well, when's the last time Baldy took a bath? When's the last time Baldy took a bath?
I don't know. Like when I was a kid.
Yeah. Okay, and I think I know the answer to this one because I know you're a savage animal and you're willing to. You just said sanitary to eat in the bathroom. You just haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
The mood hasn't struck.
Well, I don't believe all those diseases are on the ground.
Right. Okay. So like at a place like this, Radio Row, all just disgusting, sweaty, plumber's cracks everywhere. If you get hit with a little tummy situation, you're going into these bathrooms, no problem. You'll go cheek to seat, no big deal.
Yeah. That's what it's there for.
Yeah. No, but no hover.
baths do the same thing.
Okay, so there's no hover technique.
It's not even a consideration.
There's no putting the toilet paper
I'm not
over
a
the
fan
seat
of
as a
people who
buffer.
don't flush.
Sure.
Do their business for you.
That's
I'm not
an
a fan
issue.
of that.
But cheek to seat, no matter what.
No, I've never done any other way.
True or false? You've gone to the bathroom in a Bangkok restroom.
On a hole in the ground with a hose.
We know that one. That's one legendary story, sir. Legendary story.
Brian Baldinger.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I was actually going to ask you about the coyote being bitten, biting a player. Have you seen that story here in Vegas?
I heard it was
Lake
out there.
Vegas.
Like, I don't know. I mean,
Not sure who the player is yet.
Yeah.
Okay, because we Broadus kind of thinks maybe this is an outdoor pee situation.
If we have some video
went
evidence,
awry.
that will help.
The last time Baldy took an outdoor pee, which I think is one of the more liberating things about being a man.
It's a great feeling.
Well, I mean, I have a big private backyard. It happens all the time.
That's fantastic.
Happens all the time.
I fall more and more in love with Baldy by the day, man. Fantastic.
All right, guys.
Can we take a picture of you with your face or with your hand on my face with that finger?
If you choose.
All right,
if
you choose.
Have fun
Thanks,
tonight,
Baldy.
man.
All right, guys.
There
Take
it
care,
goes.
Baldy.
Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, brought to you by Old Spice. Men have skin, too. NFL News of the Day with Wolchuk coming up next right here on The Fan.
We will gladly be your side piece on your burner phone.
It is the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Our segment here, NFL News of the Day. It's been a huge day of Cowboys news, and Wolchuk's about to get you all caught up. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If your loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels, 214 or 817-333-3333. Go online to truckwreck.com. On the number 1 air hot seat right now is Kevin Hagelin from the KMC Masterpiece. Good afternoon, sir.
Guys, I just wanted to tell you how great pork rinds are, medical marijuana, hyperbaric chambers, my new self-help book. There's a lot. I got a lot of great things.
Pepsi, I know you're a big Pepsi guy.
Yeah, Pepsi, the wings, NFL Gridiron Greats. There's a lot of important things that you guys need to know about, so I hope you're talking about it.
I'm really thrilled that you brought all of those things up. I really just want to know what your thoughts are from Cirque du Soleil so far.
Oh, my God. It was awesome. And I'm trying to see if anybody wants to go to the Bellagio one with me.
Yeah.
It's about $200, which is pricier than the one I went to.
I'm interested.
But it's the water Cirque du Soleil.
It sounds awesome. I've always wanted to go see it, and the Bellagio is outstanding. It's definitely, for Eric's first time in Vegas, I was like, dude, we got to walk over and check out the Bellagio. A lot of people on the truckwreck.com text line were upset we didn't bring up the Yahtzee debacle with Baldy. We probably should have, but that's okay. No worries there. Now, did you get to see, we've had Puka Nacua walking around?
Yeah, no, I didn't see him. I missed The Rock earlier,
The
too.
Rock was here?
Yeah.
Dude, what about Seth Rollins?
Somebody told me they thought they saw him, like, as a glimpse. You know, I didn't see him either.
Here.
Well, WWE is at T-Mobile today doing their WrestleMania press
Tomorrow
conference.
you guys have Tony Khan on, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's gonna be
yes, we do.
awesome. I'm very
By the
excited
way,
for that.
just a heads up for tomorrow, Warren Sapp. We're going to have him on. I bet there's going to be a lot of swearing.
Okay, well,
that's my prediction.
Sapp only knows one way to do this. Okay, I bring up Puka Nacua because yesterday he was also making the rounds here at Radio Row, and he was asked about his welcome to the NFL moment, and it happened to come in the visit to AT&T Stadium against our Dallas Cowboys. Here's Puka Nacua talking about that moment.
Your moment this year in the NFL, one guy. Give me one guy, either that you played against or like on the defensive side or even on another team's offense that you were just like, holy crap, I can't get over. I didn't know that guy was that good.
Or that made you
that
say,
big.
wow. DeMarcus Lawrence was the DN for
the Cowboys.
Yep, the Cowboys. We do a lot of crack toss stuff, and I was involved
You were
in
like,
the running
whoa,
game.
he's big.
Oh, my
right?
gosh. The coach
His
is like,
shoulders are like.
Coach is like, yeah, you can go out there and get that one block done. And I'm like, yeah, coach. And then we glide up, and I'm like, why did he grow 7 more inches? What the heck? And then I went to go hit the block, and it's like in slow motion. I can remember so vivid. He grabbed both my wrists, like left hand, right hand, grabbed both my wrists and threw me like a rag doll.
You had
5
no
yards.
control.
And then it was a 6-yard loss, and I just remember like, coach is gonna kill me. That was not how that play was supposed to get drawn up. So
That's good.
I saw him at the Pro Bowl. I had to let him know because I was like, I don't know if you remember, that's probably an everyday play for you, but I was like, I pride myself in blocking. You threw me like I was a little kid.
Right.
What'd he say? He was like, oh yeah, I don't really remember that. I was like, oh man, that makes me feel worse.
How demoralizing is that? I mean, you have your welcome to the NFL moment, and you go up to DeMarcus Lawrence afterwards. You're like, dude, do you remember that play? And now it's just another day in the life for Tank.
Well, because he had to be looking at Nacua, right, and being like, oh, hell yeah.
Man.
I'm going to destroy this
Absolutely. But Puka's a beast.
Yeah, dude, being a receiver that has to do crackback blocking
nightmare.
in the best schemes now with the Shanahans of the world and the Sean McVays and whatnot, these guys are having their receivers blocking at a high level, and they're constantly having to get in the mix with defensive ends and linebackers on these crackbacks. That's got to be an absolute nightmare.
Oh, my gosh. I can't imagine that, especially going up against Tank.
Hagee, thank you so much. Kevin Hagelin, KMC Masterpiece, 10 to 2 weekdays here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Is joining us now is Bears running back Khalil Herbert here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon to you, sir. How the heck are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Man, we're doing great. We're having a great time here at the Super Bowl. How's your Vegas experience so far?
It's good. I mean, I got in last night from South Florida, so it was a little flight, but I caught up on some sleep today, so.
Now, you're from Fort Lauderdale, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you consider yourself a Vegas guy?
No.
Why not?
No.
Too much going on. It's too much going on, man.
Yeah, I hear you, man. It could definitely get the best of me over the years. Now, you're with the Q Collar.
Yeah.
Is this what we see on Tony Pollard around here? Okay,
Yeah.
tell us about this. What are we
Same
watching?
thing. Yeah, so here it is right here.
Okay.
You know, I decided to wear it just for my longevity in the game, you know, to be healthy and be on the field as much as I can as possible. And, you know, concussions are a big thing, so anything I can do to prevent it, you know, I'm going to do it. So that's why I decided to wear it.
Right. What's it feel like? What's the difference of the sensations with you while you're playing?
So for me, it feels like after a while you just get used to it. It feels like I'm wearing a turtleneck basically.
Okay.
But as the season goes on, as you start wearing it, you don't even really realize it. But I feel the difference when I'm not wearing it, so that's why I always got to make sure I have it on.
Well, I know in a place like Florida football country, Texas football country, there's a lot of parents always looking out there to protect their players and their kids, and everybody out there playing the game is always looking for something to be in that lane. So that is fantastic. Now in Chicago, you guys are the talk of the league there with the first pick.
A lot happening.
What's it like with all these things in motion?
Oh man, it's you turn on ESPN every day. We're the number one thing to talk about. So it's a lot going on, but I have full faith in that front office that they're going to do the right thing and make the right decision. So
are you texting with Justin like, man, don't pay any attention to this. We got this, bro.
I'm sure he's been off of everything. So he comes down to South Florida too to work out. So he's been good though. So.
Right on. Khalil Herbert here with you on 105 through the Fan.
So I am also big into Justin Fields. I thought you guys were going to have a hell of a year. Obviously didn't go the way that you wanted to, but you started to make some strides in the second half. What do you think overall the direction the offense is going? You got a new offensive coordinator now.
Yeah, I definitely think, I'm excited at some of the things he's going to do, some of the things he's going to bring over. Talked to a couple guys that were in Seattle with them, and they loved him. Especially as a running back, they run the ball a lot, so I'm excited.
They do.
But
so you didn't talk to Jackson Smith and Jigba?
Nah, I don't know him, so I didn't have that one-on-one cover. I did see that.
You did see that? Okay,
I
did see that.
But awkward interaction there.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess everybody's entitled to a different opinion too. So. No, I'm excited, though. I'm excited to see what we can
What do you think overall about kind of the state of the running back right now in the National Football League? Last offseason, that was the conversation, right, with all the contract stuff.
Yeah. It's a touchy subject, I was the 6th-round pick, so, people like me, you feel like you could find guys later on. It's a never-ending cycle, I feel like, and, hopefully we could find a way to get running backs paid again this offseason. So I'm excited to see what some of these guys' negotiations look like.
Very young man, but if in the future you had a child who is roughly your build, loved football, would you
just have a son?
Okay, congratulations, dude.
Sir.
Name?
1 month.
What'd you name him?
Caden.
Man, congratulations. Have two myself, a 12 and a 2-year-old, so I know just how special that is. So Caden grows up, wants to play football. And he wants to be running back. It's a fun position as a kid, but knowing what you know about this pathway, how are you on that?
I'm going to let him play whatever. I played defense growing up. I didn't play running back until my sophomore year of high school. So, but I'm going to let him play whatever position. I'm not going to force him to play running back or whatever, but I'm really going to try and get him to play every single sport too. Baseball, golf, basketball, whatever it is. So we'll see, but I feel like he'll be good wherever.
It's Bears running back Khalil Herbert with us. What sports did you play growing up? Was it all football?
Football and track. So exactly why I'm telling him to do every other sport. I wasn't exposed to as much, so I definitely want to allow him to have that athletic ability and everything.
It's kind of hard to be a running back and not get on the track team, right? Those guys come around about November like, hey, what you got planned for the spring, young man?
Yeah, so in Florida, if you're on the football team, you got to run track, basically. Okay. Like, that's kind of the rule for coaches, but our football coach made us all run track. So my whole 4x1 track team is in the league right now.
Cool. Wow, that is amazing.
So you guys must have been quite the show.
Yeah. And broke some records.
Cool.
Yeah.
Who are those guys?
Anthony Schwartz, Pat Surtain, Tyson Campbell, and then I left, and then Marco Wilson came in. So, we had a couple of
you were a football powerhouse there in high school. Did you grow up a Dolphins fan? No. Cowboy fan?
No.
Not a Cow. What do you think about the Cowboys?
I mean, my dad is a Cowboys fan.
Okay, there we go. We got somebody in the family.
Everybody does.
Thank goodness.
My dad's a Cowboys fan. He always says this year's the year, and
we do too. We do every year. We're starting to quit the faith on that one.
So you didn't grow up idolizing Emmitt Smith. Who was your guy? Was it the running backs? LT?
Yeah. So I always wore 21 growing up. I wore it in college. LT was my guy.
Have you ever hit the LT touchdown celebration?
I always think about it, and then when you get in the end zone, a lot of emotions happen. You kind of forget. Out. Yeah. So.
Well, can you take us inside the physical toll of the running back position, because that's sort of the crux of it all. You guys take such a beating. What does a day after a game feel like, or how long does it take to get back to feeling like yourself? Before the next game.
I don't think it's just running backs. Honestly, I feel like it's everybody. You know, as the season goes on, you're never like, for me, I'm never feeling good until Thursday, Friday again. But you ask anybody in any position, pretty much, besides like long snappers, kickers, and stuff, but they probably feel in the same way. So it really just depends on your routine and how you take care of your body, and how you invest in yourself. I feel like that provides a lot of longevity and keeps you healthy. So we just played some audio of Puka Nacua and his welcome to the NFL moment. It happened to be against the Cowboys and Marcus Lawrence. What was yours?
My welcome to the NFL moment. Like a hit, or
like a hit, or just like a play, or a team you were playing against. Maybe it was a player. You're like,
honestly,
damn, I didn't realize this dude.
It was a player. It was my rookie year. We're going into OTAs, so I was an Eagles fan growing up.
Okay,
T.O. and LT were my two favorite players growing up. So Nick Foles was with us when my rookie year during OTAs, and I didn't really like rookie coming in. Like you know who's on the team, but like you also don't. So I come in and we're working out, and he's next to me. We're running hills, and I'm like, damn, like that's Nick Foles. Like I'm trying not to like act, but I'm like, because I remember when they won the Super Bowl 2018. Right. So like that was probably my welcome to the NFL moment. Like, dang, it's my like coworker right now. So
in a meeting room, film room, what gives you everybody in the group more joy? You catching the ball, running the ball, or getting a good pass block?
Definitely the pass block. I feel like pass block and the run, depending on the type of the run, like if you run somebody over, but like definitely like the physical plays.
Sure. You pick somebody up, you pick up one of those, you slide over and get somebody. So that's the one that gets everybody. The coach runs that one back a bunch, right?
Yeah, you'd rather truck stick somebody than maybe juke them out of their shoes a little bit, or what feels better?
See, then that's like another thing too, that like I feel like if it's a play that like not many people can make, that's the one that they play a lot. So
okay, so you haven't had a moment where someone smacked you so hard you were like, my dear God, this is not college anymore. This is not high school.
Let me think. Nah, like, see, I'm gonna knock on wood because then it's gonna happen.
You had your collar on when it ended, right?
Exactly. We're not trying to. I haven't felt anything. I don't get that haze anymore when I get up off the ground. But not that I remember. Like, you remember the hits. Like, I remember in college a couple that I took that I'm like, wow, like, yeah, that was one of those. But not in the NFL. I feel like, I maneuver my body well enough to not take a lot of those big hits and. Bounce off of tackles that way. So,
is that instinctual?
Yeah, a little bit, and just a little bit of like training as well. Like, I don't know, it just happens.
Why do you think quarterbacks get hurt so much when they get out there and start running?
Because they don't know how to slide.
Get out.
Their bodies aren't used to banging all the time too, as well. During practice, you never getting touched, never getting thudded up. So, really, just sliding.
Maybe they need a cue collar.
Get that cue collar.
That is true. That'll help with a lot of those head injuries.
Are you a big trash talker out there?
Nah, not really. I say stuff in the moment, but it's really to myself, like to get myself psyched up. I haven't really heard a lot of guys in the league that really trash talk either, when I'm playing them at least. So,
okay. Khalil Herbert, Q caller, congratulations on all of your success and best of luck, man.
Thank you.
There it goes. All right. Yeah, it's the Q caller, just the letter there, and you can get that deal that Tony Pollard and Khalil Herbert have, getting that extra bit of protection. Okay, Eric, where are we going next?
Deadline day in the NBA calls for a good old-fashioned rim sesh with the G-Bag Nation. The Mavs did a lot. We'll break it down next year in the Nation.
Thank you very much, Khalil, and I want to chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, because if you are hurt in an accident and it is not your fault, you're going to want representation. You see accidents every day in DFW, over 500 of them when the weather gets kind of rainy. It's between 250 and 500 every day. And if you get in one that's not your fault and has caused a major disruption to your life, just call the Frankels or go to truckwreck.com, especially if it is a big truck. Tons and tons of power, and it comes into your lane, and the next thing you know, your vehicle can be turned upside down. Your entire life is turned upside down. The Frankels will do everything in their power to ease that burden. They'll guide you through the legal process and answer any questions you have. They'll fight tirelessly for your rights. That's why I love them and trust them. Mark and Scott Frankel have been fighting for those injured in car and truck wrecks for over 25 years. They are ready to fight for you. Truckwreck.com. If you or a loved one gets hurt, just give them a call. Tons of amazing Google reviews online like this one right here. Great law firm. They make everything so easy from the first phone call to the check you get deposited. That's been my experience. Hurt not your fault. Call the Frankels. Go to truckwreck.com at ease.
always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Just a black coffee, please. Whoa, who are you?
I'm Cupid. Wings didn't give it away, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Got some Valentine's advice for you.
Well, what is it, Cupid?
Well, since Valentine's Day is just a few days after the big game, get the pregame going at Hellsberg Diamonds. Make her heart flutter with diamond bands, pendants, huggy hoops, and more. Up to
over there. Salute to Bears running back Khalil Herbert, who just joined us. That was fun, getting to know him a little bit. NFL News of the Day will resume coming up at 4 o'clock with Wolchuk. Here's Chiafalo.
Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed. The G-Bag Nation's going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance! What's my pass?
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the Mavericks get in the mix on NBA trade deadline day. They have they're a better basketball team. They're a better basketball team right now than they were just a few hours ago. Bye-bye Grant Williams, bye-bye Seth Curry. I am excited, like just knowing that I don't have to watch Grant Williams play basketball anymore is, that's really, really encouraging for me. It's a shot in the arm. The entertainment factor of watching these Mavericks just went up just for simply not having to watch him play basketball anymore. But P.J. Washington is now a member of the Dallas Mavericks. Grant Williams goes to the Hornets along with a first-round pick to them. And the Mavericks also get a backup big, 25 years old, Mr. Daniel Gafford from the Washington Wizards. Bye-bye Rashawn Holmes, another guy I'm excited I don't have to watch play basketball anymore. And now when you have Derek Lively and then you have Gafford backing him up, you have two guys that are really fantastic in the pick and roll, dunking machines, lob threats for guys like Luka and Kyrie. I saw this from Steph No on Twitter. Mavs are now going to be having the number 7 and number 8 guys in the league in total dunks this season.
Nice.
Lively's number 7, Gafford's number 8. That probably gets even better when you consider the guy that was doing the lobbing for Gafford in Washington was Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And now he's got the studs of Kyrie and Luka doing that. So I think that one is the one. I know P.J. Washington's a little bit more of the name. I think Gafford's the one that's really going to have the most, maybe the most impact in my mind.
Well, salute to Nico. Salute to this Mavericks organization. This is the franchise that I knew in the first 12 years of Cuban's ownership. Not good enough, let's try this. We brought this guy in, not working out, let's move. Instead of marrying your guys and just trying to hope they would start playing better, I think this is the way to finding a championship roster. And I salute Nico Harrison. I think he's just had a terrific, maybe since July, 6-7 months as far as pulling off moves and seeing where this thing could go,
and still keeping assets, right? I mean, Jaden Hardy and Josh Green are names that we've heard buzz about going back to last offseason. They've still got them on the roster. You're giving up players that Grant Williams, you mentioned, he started off really well as a Dallas Maverick, and then that just faded. His first 8 games, he was averaging 15 and 4, and then in his last 40, he's averaging 6 and 3 in 25 minutes. I mean, you basically got rid of 2 guys, Rashawn Holmes and Grant Williams, that were giving you absolutely nothing, and you're adding 2 pieces that you do feel like can be productive. And I'm with you in terms of Gafford. I mean, now you at least have somebody that you feel comfortable next to Derek Lively, and we've talked about some of the injury issues there, but that's a dude that is going to give you a ton from the defensive side of the floor.
Yeah, and I think one of the things Brad Townsend noted about Gafford and why he was so intriguing for the Mavs, he says, obviously, he's 6'10", active rebounder, shot blocker, but Townsend was told by the Mavs his durability, his dependability are viewed as big pluses. He's played 45 of 50 games this season, played 78 of 82 games last year. So for an injury-plagued sort of Mavericks team, and especially at that position with Derek Lively, having a guy like Gafford who you can pretty much depend on being there night in, night out, I think is huge.
So he's the opposite of what Lively is, then, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
In terms of from a health standpoint,
From a
yes.
health standpoint,
but
right.
he's also scoring. He's scoring at
taking shots at my guy. You're coming at my guy.
No,
all
I
wrong,
love
Brian.
Lively. The problem is, though, for a man so young, 19 years old?
He has struggled to stay healthy.
He has struggled to stay healthy, and you always worry about that.
But the Mavs definitely were one of the more active teams today, and they move on from some picks, and they're down the line. You're going to be out a first-round pick in 2029, swapped out their first in 2028 and 2030. So, they're kind of, they're pushing potential problems to the future. But as long as Luka is still here and around, I don't think any of that actually matters. If he jettisons at some point, maybe you're, going, man, we tried to build this thing and it didn't work out for us. But overall, they were aggressive today. I like what they did. And there was a handful of teams, the Knicks got involved. We can detail some of those a little bit later. But the Mavs are definitely interested in bringing in a Spencer Dinwiddie, a name they are very familiar with. He gets bought out
in Brooklyn. So it's the Lakers, the Mavericks, the Pelicans, the Sixers, according to Shams, that are going to be really in the mix for his services, and I think that could certainly bolster the bench and another guy at the point guard spot that can run some offense for you. And then today is also Kobe Day.
Yes.
2/8/24. It'll be statue night in Los Angeles there. It'll be very, very special. And I saw a quote today that went around. It was from when Kobe Bryant tore his Achilles late in his career, and he refused a wheelchair. And former Lakers trainer Gary Vitti.
But Paul Pierce said he'd take it if he didn't want it.
That's right. He was in that moment after he tears his Achilles and he's limping off the floor. He doesn't want the wheelchair, even though it's offered by the trainer. And the response from Kobe in that moment was, "Bleep Paul Pierce." That was all he said.
We know Paul Pierce bleeped himself, but what else did he say?
I was just throwing that in there.
No, it's dead
said
serious.
that, huh?
That is what he said. That was his response when asked if he wanted the wheelchair. It was just bleep Paul Pierce, and then he kept limping into the locker room.
That's what he called wheelchairs, was Paul Pierce's.
Yeah. I don't want that. Get that Paul Pierce out of here.
Yeah, they showed that this morning, and it took my breath away. It still does. I still am not at peace with this. It's the most impactful celebrity death of my life. He's at a Lakers game holding up Gianna, and they're smiling and bouncing and celebrating, and she's like 5 years old, and it broke my heart, man.
It
did.
is heartbreaking. Man.
I think the thing with Spencer Dinwiddie is that, you can see in his game log something happened a couple of months ago, and I would bet that's injury. So I think if you get Dinwiddie, you want to rehab him into the playoffs.
Might be that knee again.
Yeah. He was 15 points a game, and then bang, 10, and now this last couple of weeks it's been more like 7 points per game. So I think he's hampered. There's Nick Eatman.
Nick. DCC's own, baby.
I saw Lee Steinberg as well.
Big Nick Eatman.
How's Lee doing?
Did anybody see?
I think I saw Dan Bolzerian over here, the former Instagram super famous guy.
Oh, really?
Did he disappear on us?
I have seen him disappear. I think that
him over there?
Liver King kind of took over.
No, I don't believe that's him.
That's not Dan
That's
Bolzerian.
another jacked bearded dude,
Yeah.
Same haircut.
That dude's beard game is on point.
I saw Josh Allen, and he is...
Josh Allen's over there.
I mean, the fact that he plays quarterback, it is insane, dude. He is a giant, just...
We were talking about
polar
Drake
bear.
May. I mean, to me, Drake May is kind of a cross of like a Herbert Allen.
I got some Drake May stuff for you in football's finest a little
He's a
bit
big
later.
boy.
All right, Wolchuk, NFL news of the day coming up. What's been cracking?
Well, we've got a lot of Emmitt Smith stuff going on. I got an update on the Kansas City Chiefs and their injuries heading into the Super Bowl. We'll talk about that next.
They poke fun out of mutual love and then get into fisticuffs behind the scenes. But that's an HR issue. G-Bag Nation's Boys in the Morning. It's Sean and RJ with Bobby Belt. Mornings 5:30 to 10 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
for the rest of the year. That's how confident I am.
Wow, dude, that's a bold take.
That quote is from former NFL wide receiver Chad Ochocinco.
Wow.
You are a moron.
He was on fire this morning.
Yeah, no McDonald's? That sounds insane.
Are we buying this? What the hell? He is
I think we're
that
getting butt
into
cracked
the
there.
Chiefs. This is
Wait,
not a butt cracking. This is CBS Sports. If
Say
the
it again.
Chiefs lose, I'll divorce my wife and no more sex for a year. And then he goes on to add, if the Chiefs lose, I won't eat McDonald's anymore. That's how confident I am.
Okay.
And that's like everything I think he holds dear. His
Yes.
wife, sex, and McDonald's.
I think that's his.
Cigars have got to be in there somewhere.
That's the
too.
holy grail.
That's his live life or live laugh love moniker. Like that's his own personal one. Wifey, sex, McDonald's. But the thing about I guess the divorce thing. If you're actually going to leave your wife, we're going to know about it. The McDonald's one.
He had to hide.
He could
keep that
still.
private.
He could still probably eat the McDonald's, and no one's going to be able to really know that. But that's quite the take there. And that's really just what he should have said is instead of Chiefs, he should have just said Mahomes because that's what this is.
You're betting on Mahomes.
It's just Mahomes. You're not going to bet against him.
My goodness. I don't know that this game means more to anybody else now. That is a lot to put out there for Chad Johnson.
Can he lock that in with a casino somewhere to really?
I'm sure that he has. I'm sure that he has. In fact, I think Des Bryant also said he has touched down here in Vegas. I'm sure he's going to go put something down on Kansas City Mahomes as well.
He said a lot of interesting things today. I was watching him on First Take with Shannon, and they were hilarious together. But he also said Kadarius Toney is his X factor, the guy who's like single-handedly blown up 4 games for them this year.
Could be inactive, possibly, might not even play in this game. Oh, that's incredible.
You can't play him if you're the Chiefs.
The big news from Radio Row and
Coyote bite.
Well, the coyote bite is still being investigated.
Rabies. Non-COVID.
CBS Sports, Maggie and Perloff, and shout out to Maggie who jumped on with the KMC Masterpiece earlier, but they had Emmitt Smith, Cowboys legend, my favorite player of all time, on the show. He had some pretty harsh criticism from Mike McCarthy. Here's a little bit of what Emmitt had to say on CBS Sports Radio earlier.
Our team just seems to be lost. I mean, I cannot put my finger on why it looks so bad.
So if that's the case, why is Dallas bringing back Mike McCarthy next year?
Because I'm not a GM. And to be honest with you, I thought that move would have been made because of how bad it looked. I think our team and organization right now give the appearance of becoming a great organization and being a great team. And they sell everybody on it every year. And selling people on it and getting the ratings around it is something that's important. But I think there are things that are much more important than all of the hype. I've never known the Cowboys organization to be a hype organization. But I think when you look at our teams, we make the playoff, we look like we're capable of going all the way, but we don't. For some odd reason, I think that's a mental block. I think it's part of preparations of players not meeting the challenge and the expectations of becoming great and establishing your dominance as an individual player or as a group of men. And I don't see that consistently from our team and our organization.
Yeah, there's nobody like Michael Irvin used to do. I don't know who said it this week, but he would look at everybody and say, "Don't let it be you today. Don't let you be the reason that this didn't come together for us." I do think in some ways, and I love what Emmitt Smith is saying. He's echoing a lot of my same sentiments about this football team, but. I mean, they did beat Tampa. Then they had the 2 against San Francisco where they weren't the better team. I think the Green Bay loss is the only time that it's looked that bad to me. At least in the playoffs. There have been games, but all teams have games. The Chiefs, have lost some head scratchers over the last 2 years on their way to the Super Bowl. So I don't think you could take the incident of one game and extrapolate that into a full issue.
But I mean, you had San Francisco, huge debacle earlier in the season.
Yeah.
You have Buffalo. You don't stand a chance. I mean, these quality opponents.
Yeah.
You don't have life by halftime.
Yeah. No, there's something there. But I also think they deserve more credit for things that have gone right. And it's like sometimes we're talking about them like they're a team that didn't even make the playoffs and hasn't done so for 3 years.
Yeah, it's just a buildup of, I think, the last 28 years of playoff failures. Now, 8 of that is on Dak Prescott. 3 of that is on Mike McCarthy. And McCarthy said it in his press conference after, the season, the first one when we knew for sure, all right, he's coming back. He was like, that's not our responsibility. You know, the 24 years of failure, whatever it was before Mike got here, that's not on us. But the fan base, that doesn't change how we're feeling about this frustration. And the bottom line is, when Dax had an opportunity to try and rewrite that narrative, he hasn't necessarily done a good job. He's played a couple of decent playoff games, but overall, you look at the way they went out against San Francisco and then specifically against Green Bay, he crapped the bed. And he'll probably be the first one to tell you that. But there is something about the team was not mentally ready to play. And that is a reflection of your head coach. And Mike McCarthy going into next season, nothing you do anymore is going to matter in the regular season, right? We were seeing it this year. I've talked about this, Brian, on the text. You can't celebrate a Giants win, a Washington win, beating up on the Jets or whoever it is. It's all about, what are you going to do when you get into January? Are you going to keep being the January jokes that we've seen for the last almost 3 decades, or are you finally going to do something and be the team that people expect and think you can be? Or else you can make all the excuses you want, but I don't think we're here to buy any of them anymore. Well, how many more excuses can you make? Yeah. They got to go out there and do it. And the one thing that Emmett said that I didn't agree with is the hype organization. I don't know the Dallas Cowboys to be a hype organization. Maybe when you were there and you're winning Super Bowls, they weren't. Now all it is a hype organization. It's all about, hey, we're going into Oxnard. Let's sell this thing. Let's try and get everybody back in. You got Dak. We got CeeDee Lamb, Micah Parsons. Hell, we got the NFL honors going on. Cowboys are going to be – they're going to be there. They got a shot to bring home some hardware. You know what they don't have a shot to do is bring home a damn Vince Lombardi trophy or get a Super Bowl ring, and they haven't been sniffing that here in the last 3 decades.
Yeah, but it's exciting because Micah has an opportunity to take home a celebrity all-star game basketball MVP trophy.
And that's hype.
You know?
That's a hype organization.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, they're absolutely about hype now. I think that when he said it, but in recent years, I think he jumped to the next thought, but I think that's kind of what he was trying to infer there,
Yeah.
that like at some point this did become a hype organization.
It is.
Do you guys feel like that Mike McCarthy might feel like he hasn't done anything wrong? That, like, you know, are you really going to get that sense of urgency from him and sense of, okay, you know, I'm gonna work. We're gonna get the roster. I'm gonna coach. I'm gonna do. You know,
that's what the press conference tone was from him.
See, to me, I just wonder.
We're a championship organization. It just hasn't happened yet. Is I believe a very close.
See, I just wonder. Yeah. I wonder if with Mike, are you really going to get that kind of that pushing all in like we're talking about thing? He probably thinks he hasn't done anything wrong.
Yeah. No.
You know, he doesn't. I don't think Mike McCarthy probably feels like that he is part of the problem here.
Well, I think in a lot of ways in sports in general in the NFL, because it's become a GM league, it's you got to be a get along guy,
right?
You know, so I like that, and I think, you know, Mike McCarthy, you know, specializes in that, and I think you can win like that if you have the best players. But part of getting along with this team is not making the Joneses uncomfortable, right? You know, from working with Parcells, you made it uncomfortable because you were insisting on better, and they let you go.
Yeah.
You know, Mike Vrabel, he's going to get in people's faces and insist it's better. They don't even want to talk to him, okay? Don't get in anybody's face and tell Jerry your plan to win a championship is flawed. You know, I think that is why nobody wants to, like, pound the table for greatness, because they want to stay working with the Cowboys.
Yeah, I just think there's a side of Mike. I don't know if things are going to really change with Mike McCarthy. I think Mike McCarthy is going to go out there and, you know, because he probably feels like, damn, I've won 36 games.
No, it's going to take an expert salesman, because Jerry's going to sniff it out, right? It's going to take an expert salesman to pick that lock and change Jerry's mind about what he believes he knows is right for football. So you have to be able to challenge him, but somehow thread that needle of making it his idea as well. And if you can pull that off, you know, that's going to take a special guy. It's called managing up. You know, you're a star salesman. The CEO of your company isn't going anywhere, but you think he's an idiot, right? How do you get ideas home with keeping him in charge? And that's a very special communication skill, and one that I think Mike McCarthy is, you know, probably incapable of. But he's very good at getting along, reading the room, and, you know, knowing what it's going to take to keep the kumbaya going.
Well, and look, he's a good coach. I mean, he's certainly been a drastic upgrade over the crap you dealt with Jason Garrett for a decade, which was mediocre football. You're going 8-8, and then we'll have one good 12-year season so Jason Garrett can save and salvage his job. At least now, yes, Mike McCarthy has built a winning program. You have gone 12 wins, 12 wins, 12 wins. The question now is, what is he not doing to have this team ready to play in advance in the postseason. Because that was a direct reflection on, I don't know how he can look at the way his team came out and played against Green Bay on both sides of the football and say that I had them ready to play.
I wonder if that all that Dan Quinn, 4 different interviews and jobs and all that stuff came into play.
Yeah, the defense wasn't ready to play.
Because
you wondered,
neither was the offense.
Maybe it's a situation where I don't know, and maybe Mike McCarthy could have walked in there to Dan Quinn. Maybe he did into Dan Quinn's office and said, "Hey, we got a lot of interviews, but we're trying to win playoff games here right now. We good? We good? We locked in?"
The only reason I can't buy that as an excuse is it was year 3 of that. And at least your defense did play pretty well the previous 2 years against San Francisco. Maybe you're right. Maybe this year Dan was thinking differently about it, like this is my chance.
I think Dan Quinn looked at this year as his final opportunity to get a job.
I could buy that.
I really do.
I could. In addition to blocking Lunda Wells yesterday, Washington wanted to bring in Al Harris for an interview as well. The Cowboys said, no, you're not doing that, according to Todd Archer. Al Harris will be staying with the Cowboys. They were given permission, the Washington Commanders were, to speak with assistant defensive line coach Sharif Floyd and quality control defensive assistant Pete Onagin. So those will be two coaches that possibly could go to Washington and join Dan Quinn's staff.
I saw he's bringing in the old the Eagles OC, Brian Johnson.
And I think he's going to be more of like a quarterback coach, which is where he's had tremendous success.
Right.
Certainly as a play caller, he struggled there in Philadelphia. Joe Thuney, the all-pro guard for the Chiefs, was really trying to get back and play in this game with a torn pec. I mean, what a freak of nature. But Andy Reid saying Nick Allegretti, his backup, who started and played well against the Ravens, is probably most likely to get the call in his place against the 49ers. But what a story that would have been. My gosh, if Joe Thuney went out there with a torn pec and said, hey, I'm playing in this Super Bowl.
Yeah, because that's an out-for-season injury. Like, if you get that in week 1, it's like, we'll see you next year kind of deal. The fact that it happened in, like, less than a month ago and they're even, like, possibly considering him giving it a go was kind of insane and far-fetched to me.
I mean, the only guy I've heard of doing something like that was Ray Lewis the last time they won a Super Bowl. I think it was a torn bicep.
Yes.
Was it
bicep or pec was one of the two.
I think he might have torn it against the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And then he ended up coming back and he played in that Super Bowl. He absolutely did. Do you guys realize Frank Gore has an opportunity to finally get a Super Bowl ring?
Oh, junior?
No, senior.
Was he on a team early in the year?
No. He is working in the front office doing scouting, both pro and college, as a football personnel advisor for the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Look at that, dude.
I had no idea about that either. Now, of course, his son was in Frisco last week dominating the Shrine Bowl. He looked absolutely fantastic from Southern Miss, but I had no idea. I saw the story like Frank Gore has a chance to get a Super Bowl ring. What did he do? Sign a 10-day contract with the Chiefs or the Niners or something? No. He's working in the front office.
He could absolutely suit up on Super Bowl Sunday and go average 3.5 yards per carry right now today. I don't know what kind of shape he's in, but it's just that dude was guaranteed he's going to get you the 3.5 yards, and he will do it in perpetuity, forever. Until the day he goes down, you could just say, Frank, I need 3.5 yards right now. I could use you.
He's probably still working out with, like, the rookies, coming into the league. He's just a legendary worker. I'm a little surprised that, you wouldn't want to harness his skill set in your strength and conditioning department, because the accountability there, the attention to detail, the exceptional work ethic that he's demonstrated throughout his career to stay at that level. But apparently he has a very diverse skill set, Chuck.
Yep, absolutely. There's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you. Okay, now it is the G-Bag Nation. We are live on Radio Row. Our coverage here is brought to you by
Low T Center
and Best Buy Windows and Siding. We will have Andrew Zimmern on the A#1 Air Hot Seat coming up at 4:40. We'll talk with that celebrity chef. The top 10's next, though, Zach. What do we have today?
Greatest endings in Super Bowl history. Which one stands out to you the most? That's next in The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line, 877-881.
Sure.
First hit was at 4 o'clock Pacific time. But the fact of the matter is that there's nothing that I would rather be talking about than how we fight childhood hunger, how we statistically eliminate all hunger in America, and sort of what it takes to do that. You know, we're very, very lucky that we know where our next meals are coming from, and so many in this country don't. It's no longer fair. It's no longer criminal. It's not an embarrassment. I believe it's essentially genocidal because it disproportionately affects women and people of color. And since we have the capability to solve the problem, that we don't means we're purposely deciding not to. So somewhere out there are people who, if I ask the question, are you for keeping children hungry? They're lying if they don't raise their hands. And I need to find those people. So I'm trying to talk to as many folks as I can.
Wow, that's an amazing message, Andrew. How do we activate here to contribute?
Well, I mean, I think the thing is that what a lot of people don't understand is that if you have the opportunity to get into the Oval Office and talk to, you know, a president and his staff, and I've had the opportunity to talk to 3 from both sides of the aisle. This is not red or blue. This is not left or right. This is, 7 administrations kicking the hunger can down the road the same way they've kicked the immigration reform can down the road. And these are issues that lead to much bigger issues. When you sit there in the White House, someone turns to you and says, where does that program you're describing work? Where does it exist? Where can we see it? Because no president is going to roll the dice and risk investing in a program and not looking good, because they all want to get reelected, right? And if it's their second term, they need to have someone else in their party reelected. It's a systemic problem that creates, a stuck in the mud feeling. You have to be able to demonstrate where a program has worked. So when I look at great nonprofits like Gen Youth, they go into schools, they partner with, Quaker, PepsiCo Foundation, Frito-Lay, the NFL, creating programs, putting equipment and food back in schools so that we can then go to state governments and municipalities and say, this works. Dollar in, puts $1.50, $1.70 back in the community, right? Because we save all that money because the kids don't get sick, they attend more, parents are at work more. I mean, so you can see that it actually is to our benefit. It's not, can we afford to spend the $17 billion a year? It's we can't afford not to, right? We'll save $26 billion a year by sending 17. It's economics 101. Plus, morally, it's the right thing to do. So what I try to do is work with nonprofits of all kinds who are trying to do different things in the hopes that we can convince municipal and state governments to actually move the needle so that then we can go into Washington, D.C. and say, see, this works. Right now we have 5 states that are offering essentially a free school lunch program that extends to breakfast and dinner. And in some states like Minnesota, I'm very proud to say, it's 365 days a year, right? Because weekends and summer is where it gets really tough for a lot of kids. 70% of kids in America are primarily fed. Primarily, that means the majority of their food by weight and by meal comes in schools, right? Wow. We have to do better in this. I mean, these are kids. This is food. Right. It boggles my mind. And so I love the fact that we have tasteofthenfl.com. I love the fact, and this party on Saturday that raises so much money, the biggest fundraiser of Super Bowl week. 100 players, Miss America, Cirque du Soleil, 40 chefs, and we raise a lot of money to do the right thing.
It's Andrew Zimmern here with us, and thank you so much for your passion and your attention on that issue. We are in Las Vegas here for the Super Bowl.
Yep.
If you got one night to go get dinner, where are you going?
I was just asked this before, and luckily a lot of your listeners are not here.
Yeah.
And listening to me right now, because then I'm standing online screaming at the door, but I have a reservation. There are a couple of restaurants off the Strip that are as good as any in America. And there's a Japanese izakaya about 2.5 miles from where we sit called Aburiya Raku, R-A-K-U. Now, there is a big Japanese restaurant, Raku, on the Strip, but it's not Aburiya Raku. It's a small 60-seat kaiseki. Everything is flown in from Japan every single day. It's mostly a lot of grilled food. It's absolutely out of this world. One of the best restaurant experiences you can have in this city. I also have to say, the argument was always, and I used to make it, go to San Francisco, go to L.A. San Gabriel Valley, go to Flushing, Queens in New York, and you'll find the best Chinese food in America, the best Japanese, the best Thai, the best Korean, the best Filipino. Las Vegas is now in the conversation. It's expanded its population so immensely over the last 15 years, the majority of which are immigrants from Asian countries, obviously Pacific to the western coast of the United States, and found jobs here in the desert as Las Vegas has grown. I don't know if you've noticed over the last decade and a half. And because housing is inexpensive, they can actually afford to work in the food service industry, unlike in other cities where you can't. Hello, Seattle. Hello, San Francisco, Portland, New York. And they can actually develop a design for living that allows them to have a family and achieve the American dream. And the result of that for us as diners is that some of the best Asian food in the world is in this city. And Abariya Raku is just one example, and I encourage people to get out there and seek out all these fabulous restaurants that are about a mile and a half away, serving some incredible food.
I was going to ask you this question of, like, if there's Super Bowl cities that get to host. And so you have like a New York that hosts, and
terrible,
and an LA
should
host.
Never be there again. LA should never be there again.
I was going to say, if you had to pick it just on restaurants as a host city.
Well, I'll tell you something. Here's the deal. If it's restaurants, you still have to get to them.
Okay.
The problem when we had to, and I've been to 24 Super Bowls.
I knew this was
the problem is that if everything takes an hour and a half to get there, and everything is spread out all over the place, you don't feel like you're in a Super Bowl city. The environment isn't conducive to it. I love, and we haven't even played the game yet. I love Las Vegas as a Super Bowl city because you can walk everywhere, right? You're not sitting there waiting hours and hours and hours. New York was a disaster. Oh, my God. We're lucky people didn't fall off the train tracks. Was anyone there? I mean, you had to take the train out, and then you had to switch when you got over to the Jersey side, and they were pulling people along, and people were walking on the edge of those tracks. Now,
and it was 5 degrees.
It was awful. And then it started to rain during the game. I mean, what a mess. And a $30 hot chocolate, I'm sorry, an abomination.
Unreal.
And I'm a New Yorker. I love my hometown, right? New Orleans, I mean, that's the only city in the world, and I challenge you to come up with another one, where when I say it, everyone at this table if you've been there, can smell it and taste it, your version of it. I mean, right away, New Orleans, if you're a coffee and beignet guy, you smell Café Du Monde, you can feel the dampness and the humidity 2 a.m. after you've been out with friends having coffee and beignets. Or the smell of roux burning, or chilies, or that wonderful, New Orleans Italian hybrid that exists only in that city. So as far as I'm concerned, you can have it here in New Orleans every single alternate years. Let's do our best to support those restaurant communities. I would like to support restaurant communities everywhere. The problem in a lot of the cities other than those two is you just can't get to them. Good luck.
Celebrity chef Andrew Zimmern here with you on The Fan. This is outstanding. Okay, so what's your go-to Super Bowl recipe?
My grandmother's tailgating pot of love. She called it pea soup. I zhuzhed the crap out of that thing. I mean, I put smoked ham hocks. I put, homemade garlic sausage in there after I browned it. A lot of dill, copious amounts of vinegar to balance out all of those fatty pork products. The recipe is on my website at andrewzimmern.com. We have a whole Super Bowl section, a tailgating section. I mean, I love sports and food. Before Bizarre Foods, Travel Channel tested me out, and I hit the right number, and they said, okay, we want to do a show with this guy. And I made 2 pilots for them. I made World's Best Ballpark Foods, and I made Bizarre Foods. And when I tell you I came home and told my then, my first of 9 wives, honey, I think I found my dream. And she's like, what's that? The traveling and the food? I'm like, no. I'm going to go to sporting events all over the world and eat the food there. And I'm going to live the greatest life of all time. And when they tested both of them, Bizarre Foods was 0.2 of a point rated better than the other one. I used to go to them all the time. I said, let's do both. Let me do a couple of sporting shows. Yeah. I mean, I do have to tell you, network executives are some of the most risk-averse people I've ever met in my life. Yet every success they've ever had has been because they took a risk. I mean, Barney, okay, we've got this purple dinosaur, right? I mean, and someone said yes, but 100 people said no before that. So, yeah, it's my grandmother's. I love food and sports, and I like to, if we're watching World Cup and, France is playing Italy, pick a team, theme it around that. My grandmother's. Look, if you're going to do a Super Bowl spread, you got to have something in the chip and dip category. Have to. Whether it's a hot artichoke dip or, guacamole. But you got to have something in the chip and dip category. You have to have something in the wing category. I think my Chinese spicy sticky wings on our website are great. You've got to have something in a bowl, because when I put a warm bowl of something in your hand, then we're having an emotional transaction.
Yes.
It's not just nutritional or financial or whatever. It's an emotional transaction. So, you got to have something like that. You got to have a roast, because I'm not making you a damn sandwich. I want to watch the game. So get up, slice the meat. I cooked it. Grab a bun, grab your condiments, make yourself a sandwich so that anyone at any time can grab that. You got to have a sweet of some kind, right? Fourth quarter, right? Got to have a sweet.
Got to.
And, so when I think in there and I sort of rate, like, which of my favorite wing recipe, what my favorite meal in a bowl, chippy dippy, roasty. Well, my brisket for brisket sandwiches is right up there, but we do that at holidays in my house because I'm a nice Jewish boy from New York. So I'm going with Grandma's tailgating pot of love. At the Taste of the NFL, I'm doing my black bean chili, which is a kick-ass chili recipe. I encourage people to go to the website. No paywall. This isn't a shameless plug. Just go. There's a lot of resource there for people. You have time to go out and buy anything you want. You can soak black beans overnight. But we start with whole muscle pork shoulder, dice it up, brown it, and then start building off of that. It takes about 4 hours to cook, but the stovetop does all the work. But yeah, it's a great chili recipe. That's right up there.
What's your big Super Bowl no-no from a spread standpoint? Because for me, it's all about the dips. That's the headliner for me for the Super Bowl, and you can't do the community dip. Everybody's dipping it in there. There goes a thumb. All of a sudden, we're double dipping.
Yep.
That to me, I dropped a chip. Now I'm digging.
What are you, Howie Mandel?
Yeah. What are we doing?
Trust me, he's very far from Howie Mandel, but when he gets to the dips, he takes it seriously.
No, I take it seriously.
You got to tell him who Howie Mandel is.
I'm with you.
Deal or no deal.
I'm with you.
Okay, I'm glad you know.
Yes.
So that's my biggest. That's like put a bowl there and let's self-serve it. Now you take your own dip to your couch and you can do whatever you want with your own dip.
You know what I don't like? And you literally just, as I was about to say it, you said the opposite of it.
Oh no!
In the last 4 words. No. We're on the same page.
Okay, good.
Do what you want with it. What I don't like is when I go somewhere and there's 8 bowls of chili already out. If they're going to get cold, I can't eat one of everything at the same time. And it has onions and sour cream and avocado and cheese because the person saw it in some ridiculous food magazine and it was a pretty picture. It's like, that's food styling. Put the other things around I want to have choices with my food, right? Not everybody wants it blazingly spicy. I know if I'm cooking for my kid Noah, he and I can say we have the same spice, okay, we're good, right? I know what level of heat I'm cooking. Everyone else, Uncle Henry, a little bit of black pepper and he's got angina. So, put something hot on the side with it, right?
Yeah.
I don't want, do you ever go to a party and there's a bowl of guacamole and someone decides to make, I call it a porcupine. All the chips are in the guacamole getting soggy. You can't even get it out of there. Just leave it alone. Give everyone the opportunity to make their own. And I will tell you, for those listening who think I'm crazy, the more you involve your guest with making the food decision for themselves, the more attached they will be emotionally to the thing. They have built it themselves. When I'm cooking, I like to give my guests or customers in my restaurants the choice.
Okay.
Right? It attaches. It's 101. If you order a chocolate sundae in a restaurant, it comes with everything on it, and there's something you don't like, like the cherry or the whipped cream or whatever, you push it to the side, you're starting out with a negative emotional transaction. If I bring you the ice cream and all 6 different fixings, and then the waiter server puts a little tub of hot chocolate sauce and caramel sauce down and says, go for it yourself, you're in love. Yeah. You're in love. You're pouring stuff. You're making your own thing. You're 5 years old again, right?
Yeah, it's fun. It's playful.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
I mean, food shouldn't be so serious. Except that eating well in America, even eating, is a class issue, right? So let's at least, for those of us that have it, try to enjoy it, not take it so seriously. And when you're entertaining at home, make sure you give your guests the choices. Don't make all the choices for them.
Andrew, you talk about your restaurants and being in kitchens and stuff. Have you ever had staff want to kick your ass?
All the time.
Did you MF your staff? Would you be yelling at them and stuff like that for service and things like that?
I'm 62 years old.
Yeah.
When I came up, I was beaten in restaurants.
Yeah.
I was hit in restaurants. Yeah. Hurt people. I put a French oyster knife through my hand when I was 18 and a half years old, cooking at a 3-star Michelin restaurant in Paris. And I poured vodka on it and wrapped my hand in cloth that probably weren't clean, and I worked the rest of the shift because if I had left, they wouldn't let me back in.
They wouldn't let you back in.
That's the way it was in the late 70s, early 80s when I was sort of coming up. I learned very quickly from one of my partners in 1994. I was a chef in a restaurant. It was it was rated #1 in Minneapolis, right? Not too shabby. Major American city. I've got the best restaurant in town. And he looks at me, and we were celebrating our 1-year anniversary or something, and he made some sort of negative comment, and I said, "What do you mean by that, Michael?" And he said, "You know something? We're lucky. We got a line of people trying to get in here to work with you that, thank God, is a little bit bigger than the line of people leaving." And it turned out what I sucked at was managing other people.
Sure.
You get nothing by yelling at people.
Right.
You need to enroll people. And it was that I was a different person the next day at work. No one had ever said that to me. I no longer thought it was funny to harass servers. I understood the concept of team. Everything changed. I realized, oh my God, that's what's holding me back. And luckily, after that, I was able to have an extreme amount of success. Eric Ripert, who I believe is one of the 10 greatest chefs in the world, is the same thing. Once he discovered and became a practicing Buddhist, he stopped even raising his voice in a kitchen. He won't even shout if he's trying to get someone's attention because he doesn't want to create that bad habit for himself. I think we get so much in this world by enrolling other people rather than marginalizing them. And look, do I make mistakes? Sure, but I have never made that mistake again.
Wow. You're the man, Andrew. Thank you so much.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Andrew.
I love this. This is my favorite part of the whole trip right here.
I move over, Darren Woodson.
I tell you, no, this is my favorite part. When we go back to Dallas, we talk about who was our best interview. Boom, right there.
Zim Daddy.
Thank you very much. Have me on anytime. Call. We'll talk food. We'll talk sports.
Let's do it.
Whatever you want to do.
Check out those recipes. They're all
Whatever
good.
You want to
They're
do.
all good.
Andrew Zimmern, Celebrity Chef.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend here in Las Vegas. We're live on Radio Row, and Andrew stepping away now from the #1 hot seat. We had so much news across DFW today, and we'll come back and talk more about those storylines next. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. coming up at 5:20. So many irons in the fire. A huge day for the Mavericks at the trade deadline, getting P.J. Washington from the Hornets and is it Gafford? Yeah, from
Gafford.
From Washington. They get a great power forward scoring option in around 14 points per game. I think he can push that to 17 or 18. And then they get a center who can pick and roll and probably give you some rebounding. And there's Wayne Newton. So many celebrities here from these days and beyond in Las Vegas. Okay, but Tank on First Take this morning as I was watching. And I got to tell you, I think First Take is much better with Shannon Sharp. I think a lot of these debate shows have decided that just the two hotheads yelling at each other is not going to work, so they've turned it much more into a round table. And I enjoy the show more these days than I have in the past. But anyway, they had Tank on, and he and Micah disagree. That was one of the headlines of the conversation. Micah says the Cowboys need more good players, and I agree with that. Tank says we have enough. Where you at with that one, Chief?
Well, I think we've all. I mean, we spent a season interviewing Tank. I don't think he's here to give you a quote. I don't think he's here to really be honest about too much. I think he's just there to. I'm sure he was promoting something, and that was about it. He doesn't want to get in the weeds on that. He's like, hey, that's above my pay grade. So
he did say that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's
different question, but yeah,
that's pretty much what I would imagine how he would approach that. So I don't think those are his real feelings.
Okay. He also said in the playoff game they were tired, which is crazy because of how Mike McCarthy has coached them to remain strong and fresh. That was interesting. They definitely looked tired, didn't they?
Yes. Well, they looked lost. They all looked. They had like a
they
haze
really looked
over
lost.
their face.
That the game their plan for how they were going to attack the Packers clearly had a plan of how to attack the middle of the field.
That is
we're tired. What the hell are we doing here? He went on to say, let's give credit to the Packers. How many games do the Cowboys play?
18.
Right? How many games does the rest of the NFL play? How many games do the 49ers play? The Chiefs play? The Packers going? They play the same amount of games, right?
Going into that weekend.
So everybody's a little tired, right? Yeah. Who wants a little bit? You got your ass kicked because you weren't tired. You didn't want it. Yeah. We were tired. You know what? We're all tired. It's like when Dusty Baker said we're all sick. That's the biggest weak-ass excuse I've ever heard. We were tired going into the playoff game. Wake the hell up. Have some smelling salts. Let's get going. It's the playoffs. Yeah. To me, I don't know. How much do you like playing the game? Do you want to win a championship? You're tired.
Yeah, they're not.
What the hell are we doing?
Well, it's a Hall of Fame cranking up of the excuse machine, if I've ever heard one.
Good God, the BS meter.
That's first ballot right there. Secondly, they're not taking a page out of the great Sean Lee's book. He was never tired because he's drinking coffee on the sidelines out of his special stuff Gatorade bottle. Just freaking figure it out.
Get a coffee station down there.
I was tired, guys. I didn't play
tired. That is one of the most epic Cowboy excuses of all time.
What's the powder? Is it C4?
The C4. That's what. Yeah, they had a C4 game. Whatever it takes, man. That's a joke.
Shannon Sharp had a great.
That's a get the hell off my football team kind of thing to say.
Thank you.
Here.
I like
what
that.
The hell? We were tired.
Yeah.
So at the end of
a bunch of crybaby B words.
At the end of the interview, Shannon Sharp held the floor with volume for about 45 seconds, telling Tank it is your job to make people accountable. You're the oldest guy on the team. You've been here the longest, and he was like, Tank, it's up to you to make sure they're doing all the right things and not getting tired. But I did think that tired thing was fascinating, and I would just like to suggest for anybody that might be listening, this is where you look into vitamin S. You know, what can give you great muscle endurance?
Yes.
Like the vitamin S? Nothing. You know, there's no replacement for it. So, you know, I do know Robert Quinn got suspended for 2 games when he dabbled into that on the other side of 30 right before he came to the Cowboys. It was a 2-game suspension. Yeah. Okay? We don't care about regular season games. I want to see multiple dudes get 2-game suspensions. We'll play week 1 and week 2. I don't care if they're 0-2. We're ready to rock from that point into January.
Coastine.
That's the leader of my defense, and he's saying we're tired.
I mean, a 2-game suspension, the NFL is actually asking you to use performance-enhancing drugs.
No brainer.
God.
If you guys want to do it, that's fine. You're going to sit out 2 games at the start of the year.
Hey, okay. Sounds like you need it because you're so exhausted. The 2 games off will help you.
He was asked about the spotlight of playing in Dallas, says he feels like they're playing a Super Bowl every Sunday. And maybe it's mental fatigue of the exhaustion of going through a year with that news cycle just constantly cranking on you. I know it's got to be stressful. I know it's a lot of work, but I don't think any Cowboys fans want to hear that. They probably all have the same reaction that Wolchuk did. The presenting sponsors of Radio Row, of course.
Low T Center.
And Best Buy Windows and Siding. Trey Wingo's going to jump in that number one air hot seat when we get back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Look at this. Valentine's Day is now right around the corner, Tolos. And if you want the hookup, you got to get to Diamonds Direct, where they are extending you 20% off for You can see our next guest, one of the most recognizable figures from ESPN's NFL coverage over the years, Trey Wingo on Radio Row with his new podcast, Alternate Routes. Or Roots and
Routes.
Okay.
Unless we're Canadian. Then
Okay,
it's roots.
thank you, sir. He and Entertainment Tonight and Kevin Frazier exploring alternate realities of great what-if moments in sports.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Trey.
Hey, good to be with you guys. Yeah, real quickly off the top. What if Dez caught it?
What if he did?
Oh, by the way, he did.
Yes.
But what if they'd ruled it correctly? You know, how would that have changed things? What if Jerry had not been overruled and the Cowboys had drafted Johnny Manziel instead
That's
of
a good
Zach
one
Martin?
right there.
That's a good one. Snap down in Seattle.
Exactly right.
Wow.
Changes everything. So you take one moment on that thing, and we've extrapolated it out a million different ways. My favorite one that we've done so far, and I don't want to give too much away, was not to get too much into the weeds, but 1979 NBA first-round overall pick, coin toss between the Lakers and the Bulls to see who would draft Magic Johnson. Lakers won the coin toss. They get Magic, Showtime Lakers, all that kind of stuff. What if the Bulls had won that coin toss? Michael Jordan probably never goes to Chicago because they start winning all the time. Does Pat Riley ever exist? Does the Showtime Lakers become a thing? Does he ever go to the Knicks and the Heat and become all this thing? And we extrapolated it out so far that we made sense that instead of Barack Obama, Charles Barkley would have been the first black president. Trust me, it all makes sense.
Wow.
You just got to follow the rabbit hole. You got to follow the rabbit hole, and we'll get you there. But it drops March 5th on Wondery Plus and March 12th everywhere else, wherever you get your podcast.
Man, that could have been better for the health of Magic Johnson as well. I mean, who knows?
Possibly.
Exactly right. You know, Artis Gilmore, by the way, if you look at Artis Gilmore's numbers at that point in their career, almost identical to Kareem's. So if he goes there with Magic and becomes revived in the low post, does Artis Gilmore become the leading scorer in NBA history instead of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar?
Wow.
There you go. The butterfly effect.
Those are incredible, Trey. Now, I got to tell you, as a guy that grew up in Portland, the Jordan one hurt me just a little bit.
Yeah.
But I know for our audience, it's maybe the Dez thing, maybe the Tony thing. So what did you guys decide on what would happen immediately next in that game? Because Rodgers is going to get the ball with, 4 minutes to go?
Yeah, 4 minutes to go. We haven't quite gone down that one yet. But, yeah, I mean, there's an opportunity, but Dez caught it, man.
He did.
Dez caught it. Like, I love Gene Steratore. I like Gene Steratore. One of my fantasy football years names, the team name was the Fighting Sterators. But, man, he caught that ball. Plain and simple. He caught the ball.
I'll tell you what, Trey, I was standing literally on the sideline there, working for DallasCowboys.com, and the ball, when I saw it in the air and it came down, I saw where Dez was. The official to that side marked it as a catch.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we looked across the field, and McCarthy's going to challenge that thing.
Yeah.
And it's the only challenge he won all year.
Yep.
Ouch.
And so when Gene went from being right in front of us all the way back to where the ball was, we knew it was not going to be a catch. But the official to that side marked it as a catch.
Yeah, McCarthy challenges. We can have that discussion in Dallas. Whew, that's a lot of it.
There you go.
There's a lot to cover there.
There is.
I tell you that.
As Trey Wingo's sitting down with us now, as a broadcaster, I love seeing you guys.
Yeah.
You know,
Thank
we,
you.
we talked with Chris Myers a couple of days ago. That was
how
epic.
are you, Chris Myers?
Yes.
Great pipes.
As a guy though that's been a part of this for a while now, who are the people you are running into that you just light up to see?
Well, one of them is a guy. One of the reasons I got into the business, Dale Hansen, guys.
Wow.
Dale Hansen.
Wow.
When I went to Baylor, and we would yes sir. We would sit around and watch the Sunday Sports Special on WFAA. And they had these really cheesy old graphics where they were just these rectangles of all the sports. And they would start flying slowly, and they'd get faster and faster and faster. Me and my college roommates used to sit on our couch. Shout out to Sesh, Bryce, Hodges, wherever you are. Hope you're listening. I told them, yeah, they're all on right now. And we would see how many we could get right before they got too fast so we couldn't see them. We'd usually lose it right around ballooning and cycling. You know, they'd just be flying in so fast. But Dale made sports fun. Like, he made sports fun to watch, and the way he went about it. There was a guy I grew up with in New York City named Warner Wolf who I enjoyed. And obviously, Bob Costas was one of my legendary idols that I enjoyed watching, and I got to know him working in St. Louis. But Dale was one of the guys that made me want to do this because it looked like he was having more fun than anybody.
Yeah, he did have a great time and a great run. What took you to Baylor out of Greenwich, though?
Well, first of all, say it right. It's Greenwich.
My bad.
Greenwich.
I'm from Oregon.
Yeah. My whole family's from Texas. My mom's from Texarkana. My dad's from San Antonio. I have relatives all over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. My aunt lived in Marshall. So we had relatives. Everybody in my family went to Baylor. So I was trying to be the one that didn't go, and I ended up going there anyway. It's like the old Godfather. Just when I think I'm out, they suck me back in.
Were you a frat star?
Oh, yeah. I don't know if I was a star, but I was a I was a waster of time in a fraternity. There's
There
no
we
question
go.
about it.
What was your claim to fame when it comes to the parties?
I cannot say these things on public
can, Trey,
airways.
you can.
I
The family's
cannot.
listening, bro.
I'll tell you a funny story. When Super Bowl 45 was in Dallas, the Ice Bowl,
Yes.
Part
Oh,
2.
my goodness.
Oh, God, that was the worst. And remember, I'll never forget on one of the local TV stations, hey, the snowplows are coming. It was 6 snowplows. You got 7,000 square miles in the DFW area.
snowplows.
That'll fix it. That'll fix it. But we did our show in Sundance Square in Fort Worth, and the fraternity that I was in, the Phi Delts, had their pledges come up and put their signs up and whatever. So I came and met them afterwards as part of their thing, and one of the pledges said, hey, man, I heard stories about you. And I said, well, you know what? Live long enough to be interesting. They'll probably tell stories about you, too.
Nice.
So there you go.
That's good
I'll leave it
advice.
at that.
Yes.
I'll leave it at that.
That's fine.
Was that the coldest you've ever broadcast in that Sundance Square? I remember doing some
Yeah.
stuff for ESPN Radio out there.
Yeah.
And it was brutal. Brutal.
Yeah, and because it was the wind, and obviously it wasn't just snow, it was the ice, and they didn't have anything to clean the streets. And,
Sure.
I mean, like Minneapolis was colder. Other places were colder, but that wind was brutal. People always say, what's the best run you ever saw in a Super Bowl? And it was Ron Jaworski crossing the street in Fort Worth in leather shoes. He's just shuffling across like this, trying to get across the street, because that wind was coming down that tunnel, and there was nothing to stop it, man.
So speaking of things you might not want to talk about on the radio here, are you a Vegas guy?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
You ever have any crazy Vegas times?
Yeah, I've had a few. Yeah, no question. What happens in Vegas absolutely goes over all the internet. So sure,
It sure does, doesn't it?
Yeah, that was the biggest lie of all. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. You bet. Sure.
So what are you thinking about this matchup, Trey?
Well, historically, I'm a believer in celebrating historical excellence, and that's what we're seeing in Patrick Mahomes. I mean, there's a million different ways to do this. The best way I can sum it up, and you guys are all baseball guys?
Yeah, sure, of course.
Okay,
Rangers champs.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations,
Thank
by the
you.
way.
Thank
Never
you.
thought I'd see that happen.
Me either.
me
The
neither.
Strangers
Yes.
are the champions of the
Salute to Chris
baseball
Young,
world.
Bruce Bochy.
Yeah, here's another one. What if David Freese doesn't park that one in Game 6?
Oh,
You
yeah.
guys had it. You guys had it.
That's a great
2011.
one.
Twice.
So in his career, Derek Jeter for the Yankees played in 158 postseason games, which is an insane thing, right? He basically played a full regular season in the postseason. And he hit 308, 20 home runs, 61 RBIs, scored 111 runs. In other words, he had an MVP-type career in the postseason against, not third starters, fourth starters, not hacks. Your top two starters for the most of the time. Patrick Mahomes has now played in 17 postseason games, a full season like Jeter. In those 17 games, the Chiefs are 14-3. He's accounted for 45 total touchdowns, 8 giveaways, 67% completion, and a passer rating that's 15 points higher in the postseason than it is in the regular season.
Dear Lord.
He's doing in the playoffs in football what Derek Jeter did in the playoffs in baseball. It's remarkable. And yes, the 49ers are favored. So were the Bills. So were the Ravens. So were the 49ers the last time they played. I mean, it might have been a pick 'em. I think it might have been 1 point by the time the game kicked off. Why would you bet against that guy at this point? Why would you do it? Like, can the 49ers win? Absolutely. I've seen it from that guy. I've got the receipts, And here's the other one, and this is going to hurt some Cowboy fans. This is the 4th coaching rematch in Super Bowl history. Chuck Noll, Tom Landry, Tom Coughlin, Bill Belichick, Jimmy Johnson, Marv Levy. So it's 50% good news for the Cowboys. In each one of those previous scenarios, the coach that won the first matchup wins the second one. There's no player or person that has more pressure on them than Kyle Shanahan.
Right.
After, Super Bowl 51 as the offensive coordinator, you're up 16 points with 8 minutes to play, 3rd and 1, 7-step drop. Why? Run the ball. Then against the Chiefs, they're up by 10 with 8 minutes to play. They lose by 11, which is ridiculous. And in that game, the Chiefs scored to make it 20-17. Niners get the ball back. On first down, they rip off a run for 7 yards. Then they throw it on 2nd and 3rd down. What are you doing? No time off the clock. Chiefs get the ball back. Damian Williams goes in and scores. Then they get the turnover, and they ice it with a touchdown with 37 seconds to play or whatever it was. So Kyle Shanahan has got to figure out a way to manage this game better than he has as an offensive coordinator and a head coach in his previous Super Bowl experience.
No doubt he can design some plays, but that's a great point. If you're looking at the top coaches in the NFL right now, who would you want? Is it Reed?
Yeah. Look, right now, Andy, and here's something to consider. I don't know how much longer Andy's going to do this. Like, I think there's a scenario, alternate route. If they win, maybe he says, I'm good. Well, who's available?
Bill
Who
Belichick?
could be available to coach a really good quarterback?
And a great defense.
Bingo. And a great defense. And the Chiefs' defense is arguably better than the 49ers right now. And I know that'll drive people crazy. Look at the way they played.
Yeah, it's true.
Okay? They shut down Miami to 7 points, highest scoring team in football. Buffalo couldn't do anything in the second half. They had the MVP in Lamar Jackson, and they scored 10 points. Okay? The 49ers have been gashed in their 2 playoff games on the ground by Aaron Jones and David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. And the Chiefs can run the ball with Isaiah Pacheco and those interior 3. Even if Tooney doesn't play at right guard, Allegretti filled in, or left guard, excuse me, because Trey Smith is the right guard. They can run the ball. They can run the ball. And I would argue that the Ravens front 7 is more dominant than the Niners front 7.
I think that's fair. Yeah. And look, you say you don't want to upset Cowboy fans. I think we're upset enough with what's going on. What are your thoughts on the situation in Dallas?
I don't believe Jerry Jones when he says it's all about Super Bowls, because his rationale, and Mike McCarthy is fine. If you want to win 12 games a year, which they've done 3 years in a row, first time since the glory days of the 90s. But if that's the goal, then stay with Mike McCarthy. But that's not the goal. That's not what you said. You said the goal is to get back to win a Super Bowl. Well, we've seen how this is working. That playoff game was an epic disaster from start to finish. They had won 16 home games, longest streak in the NFL, second longest in Cowboys franchise history. They had scored more points per game at home this season than any other team. They had more yards per game at home than any other team. They had the best turnover differential than any other team. They pooped the bed. They did. And if this is what you want, you have the structure in place to do it. But you told me that's not what you want. You said you want to get back to those Super Bowls. Then this is not good enough. It's not good enough.
It's Trey Wingo with you here on The Fan. Do I detect some Cowboys fan in you?
Grew up a Cowboys fan.
There you go.
Took my dad to all 3 in the 90s with my boys, Scotty and Hodges, all those guys. Yeah.
Trey, I know you're a golfer.
Yeah.
Do you play music on your cart in golf?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Do you?
Yeah. Are people offended by that at this table?
No, not at all. No.
What do you Those people can get right the hell out.
Yeah. But who you play your music? But who? Give me your foursome, your ideal foursome in all of Trey Wingo golf. Would love to play with 3 other guys or gals.
Yeah. Well, okay. Specifically for golf.
Yeah.
Tiger, Jack, and Annika.
There you go.
That would be the 3. Like, people don't understand. Like, there's a guy that I used to work with at ESPN named Justin Ray, and then work on the Golf Channel. He knows more about golf than anybody alive, and he chronicles all this stuff that Tiger did. People don't understand how dominant Tiger Woods was. Like, he does this thing every year on Tiger's birthday on his Twitter feed. It's never X. It's Twitter. Okay, it's just Twitter.
Yeah,
it's never X.
You're right.
He goes through and all the numbers. I have them somewhere on my phone. I don't know how much time if I can call them up, but like the numbers and the dominance for Tiger over those time frames are insane. They're insane. He's the most dominant athlete I've ever seen in any sport, in a sport that cannot be dominated. Like Scotty Scheffler, Dallas kid, is number 1. I think the number is to catch Tiger, he'd have to be number 1 for like 6 years or something. It's an absolute insane number. So he's by far and away the greatest thing I've ever seen. And obviously Jack has more majors, and I find Annika very interesting. I met her when I was working in St. Louis when she was winning the LPG event there. So that would be the first 3 that come to mind.
Dude, we have a Dave Raymond doppelganger in front of us right now. Are you guys realizing this?
I see it now. Wingo Raymond.
Google's Dave Raymond.
He's our TV voice for the Texas Rangers.
A taller
Stanford man.
Tanner.
World champion. He doesn't have the Silver Fox thing going quite like you yet, Trey. I mean, you are a level up there, but I can see a brother situation.
The way I look at it, gray or gone, I'll take gray.
Maybe distant cousins.
No, you're wearing it well. Yeah. I just want to say, I know if you enjoyed the Vegas, don't find yourself, this is a pro tip, don't find yourself in front of one of these fresh hot pizza vending machines at like 2 in the morning.
That would be the ending to what would be a horrible evening. Those are the guys you see at the oxygen bar the next morning, right?
That's my guy, the Wooly Bully, right there.
Standing O, baby! Standing O! Let's go!
No, but if you want to try the crappiest pizza in the world, though, then maybe it is for you.
Well, they say you won't know how bad it is until you try it.
There you go.
So there you go. I had a buddy of mine at ESPN said, I don't know how good I can be until I know how bad I've been.
There it is.
That guy was a legend, by the way.
So are you,
As
sir.
are you, yeah.
You.
Trey Wingo, the Alternate Routes podcast. Check it out. This will be a lot of fun to listen to. Thank you, sir, for your time.
You got it. Drops March 5th.
There he goes. Trey Wingo here with you on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. That's right. Kelvin Beachum is going to join us, the SMU product, longtime NFL offensive lineman, and we'll take a look at everything that's been developing throughout your afternoon, including a couple explosive comments this morning from Emmitt Smith and 3 Mavs trades to get you caught up on as well. That's next right here on The Fan. I want to take a second and chat with you about my friends at Men's T Clinic before we do anything else, though, because if you want to get your edge back, if you want to be firing into your day like I am, even though it is oftentimes 16 hours from the time I wake up till the time I rest my head. I mean, very busy here, 5 hours in the nation, prepping all morning long, 2 kids, coaching soccer teams. You know what it's like. Everybody's got a story like that. I'm not special. Everybody's like this these days as the modern dad, as the modern man, trying to dominate all facets of your life. How do you get your edge? Men's T Clinic works for me. It's worked for thousands of Tolos, and they can help you out with testosterone replacement therapy, but also sexual wellness, hair vitality for thousands less, regenerative joint therapies for weekend warrior injuries. Men's T Clinic has the latest and greatest technology available for that as well, for a fraction of the cost compared to the competition. Just give them a call, 972-GO-MEN'S-T, or go to mensteclinic.com. Salute.
It's time to run it back. 105.3 The Fan is teaming up with Sonic to bring you DFW's best spring training coverage of your world champions. Jared Sadler with daily reports and the KNC Masterpiece and G-Bag Nation doing their shows live from Surprise beginning Monday, February 26th. Thanks to Sonic, On-Time Experts, and Best Buy Windows and Siding for their support of our exclusive spring training coverage on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're thinking about saving money and getting great internet, think Frontier Fiber. And right now, we're offering consistently fast 100% fiber internet at an equally great price. Get Fiber 500 internet for $44.99 per month with autopay for 12 months and save up to $600 on your first year versus cable. Switch now and you'll also get premium Wi-Fi and expert installation included. Fast, easy, reliable. That's Frontier. In select areas, ETF terms apply based on first year cost versus existing.